Good morning, everyone. It is a beautiful day in Texas, but an even better day for some Dota as we are kicking up day number 2 of the PGL Arlington Major. I'm Nat T, and my panelists for the opening are gonna be Sheep and Gods. How you guys feeling?
So excited.
Yeah.
Like, day 1 was already amazing. Like,
it was.
We're sitting in the green room watching 4 games at once, just trying to take in as much Dota
It's just
as
like
possible.
TV here. It's just like consuming. It's just like all enveloping.
And time to do it again today.
Exactly. What about you, Gods? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's just so cool to see all the teams here all over the world getting together, having a full major. The Chinese teams made it this time, and it's just so hype.
Yeah. There is a lot of Dota going on. There are 4 streams that were happening yesterday. So let's have a look at the standings to see where all of these teams shaped up, just in case you weren't able to also do what we were doing at watching the 4 games at once. We will have those standings. Do you guys remember all of the standings off the top of your head?
Oh, yeah. Like
100%.
EG is 0-0-4.
Okay, we're starting with Group A. We're going to start with Group A, okay? We're going to start with Group A.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Do you remember
Liquid's 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's some 2-2 teams.
Yep.
Outsiders.
Wow, he's good.
LGDs, they won
2-0.
like 2-0, yeah.
Yeah, they actually don't have the standings of production, so they're just writing in whatever you're saying. So,
Oh, thank God.
Yeah,
They're filling it.
Yeah,
as we
so
speak.
if you could just keep going with all the rest of the teams.
Who else is Group
East
A
Coast
again?
is always Group
That's
B.
Group B.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I'm just so in tune
She's
with
Group B, and then Gods is all about the Group A.
OG. This is OG LGD at Group A, right?
Yeah.
So OG is 2-2.
Yep.
That sounds
I
right. Yeah. They are.
Down at the bottom. Who's down at the bottom?
Talon
1-3.
1-3. Yep.
Yeah.
As well as-
Fnatic,
He's on this.
Fnatic TSM at 2-2.
Yep. I thought you said Fnatic TSM.
Look.
We're using
They
a lot of
embraced
time on
it.
this for a graphic that's
Yeah,
about to come up.
We are.
It's a terrible time for
We are. They are grabbing the graphic. But was there a standout series for you guys yesterday? Something that this time Group A or B, just in general.
I really liked the first series we covered, like Sonic's Liquid, because it was like, while Sonic's lost 0-2, it was like not a stomp. You know, like, I feel like they're looking pretty good and better as a team. Like, there's more. I can clearly see like a direction in the team.
Okay.
That
I've heard
Not
this story
seen in
before.
past.
Every major Quincy goes to I hear it's like,
Not
this is
Quincy.
their
Not
event.
Quincy.
Lower your chair.
Look, I know, but I'm saying in the past, though, Quincy, now they're
Yeah.
Sonics, it's the same team.
Yeah.
Every event, it's like, this is going to be their event. This is their big breakout.
I'm not saying it's going to be their big break. I'm saying they've gotten better as a team.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Especially up against Liquid, right? A team that really started off amazing yesterday in the groups. They like that series that you're talking about. They looked fantastic. This was a very different Liquid to what we saw at Stockholm Major a few months ago.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about Liquid this event. Now that is like potentially Kopu because they've struggled on LAN in the past. But like I do like them. I like the way they're playing. Their hero pool seems good. Like we talk about Matu being like the lone druid bristleback player, but guess who also plays those 2 heroes? Ame. He played them at the Riyadh. They were like his 2 most played heroes. Like they have a solid hero pool coming into this event. I talked to Blitz. He said that their hero pools are actually bigger for this event than in the past. So that's also really good.
Do you think it's going to be more down to the bigger hero pool, or definitely still very much on the execution that's going to give teams advantage in this?
Always both, I would say.
But which
Just
one's
you
more
don't
important
need,
this time
like, the
around?
most massive hero pool in the world to win Dota lands. Like,
Oh, great. We don't need hair anymore because we have Group A standings.
Let's
Perfect.
go.
We're done filling in. We can talk about it a little more later, but I do want to cover these standings while they are on our screen. You guys were right. You practically got everything. You got the Liquid right. I don't think you got LGD, but you got RNG.
I did say LGD.
Okay, RNG Outsiders, OG Fnatic, you guys got right as well, and then it was Thunder, Awaken, Talon, and Sonics down there, struggling at the moment at the bottom of the group. If we flip over to Group B, though, because we talked about Group A way too much already. Group B is Asta, Spirit, both undefeated, and then it's Boom, Na'Vi, then Entity, Tundra, and then EG Beast Coast. So this Group B, only 2 are being eliminated because we are 1 team shy in the major with Extreme Gaming pulling out. And yeah, EG Beast Coast are looking to be those 2 teams down there. Were there any standings that shocked you on the side of B? Was there a team that you expected to do a little bit worse but really performing better than expected?
For me, it was Entity. I thought that they took like a pretty big hit by losing Pure. However, they really just came out like guns blazing. They got Saberlight on their carry. They're not even playing like normal Dota. Yeah, they don't have a carry. He's just playing a second off lane.
Their carry's in the mid lane, and then they've got 2 off laners.
Yeah. They're literally the 2 side lanes are actually just 2 off lanes. They do have a stand-in though. I know we have a graphic too that is outlining all of our stand-in players for this major, just in case you guys didn't know who was being replaced on each team. We do have this one here, Entity, we just mentioned them. Saberlight is standing in for Pure, so he's gone from his normal role of offlane on TSM. He's now playing quote-unquote carry.
Nope, he's playing offlane.
He's still playing offlane. Talon, they have Zephyr standing in for Q. There's not too much change up there in terms of roles. Pretty much the exact same. Then over on Thunder Awaken.
It's Alone.
Thank you. I
from
forgot.
Infamous. All good.
I know who he's from. I forgot his name. Alone. RNG is getting Anna to stand in for them. He was also a stand-in for Liquid earlier at a previous tournament, the Riyadh Masters. OG getting in Seb, feels like a little bit of deja vu from the Stockholm Major, and then Fnatic down there with 3 stand-in players is Bryle, Dubu, and Tomato. So they have 3 TSM players. I actually want to talk about this. We didn't really get to talk about Fnatic because we didn't see them on the mainstream yesterday. They looked great, definitely performed quite well. They're sitting on 2-2, 2 wins, 2 losses at the moment. But having these TSM stand-ins right now, they've got the mid lane as a stand-in, and they have the safe lane duo as a stand-in. So the original players for Fnatic are their off-lane combo, which a lot of people would kind of argue is one of their more strong lanes. They're a really good combo between DJ and Jabs. But did you guys get to watch any of the Fnatic games yesterday? Were you impressed with how TSM and Fnatic were sort of meshing together?
I didn't watch their games.
I watched quite a bit of them because I was super curious. I think things look pretty disconnected, especially the games they're losing. It was like people just getting picked off in random places. They did walk away with a 2-2 record, and I think they're a team that's only going to get better. But it felt like that kind of pub style of play where a lot of people are making plays for themselves and they're not playing as a team. They relied a lot on like just individual skill to win games. So. You know, they're a potentially scary team, but I think as they get further in the tournament, when they go up against, you know, the real top teams of the event, I think they're going to get crushed.
Usually when they go up against the top teams, but yesterday they went up against OG and Outsiders. Would you not put them somewhat in the upper half of this
I guess so. When they go against the top of the teams in the playoffs bracket,
okay.
I think group stage just has such a different feel because everyone's just playing their Dota. They're not preparing for an opponent. I think AUI had a great interview yesterday where he talked about their mindset when they play a group stage game versus a playoff series. They're focused on themselves and executing their style, whereas in a playoff series, you're trying to prepare for that specific opponent. You're trying to come up with a counter strat. They don't do that for group stage. Like, you just can't. You play, 8 best of 2s?
Yeah, you play 8 best of 2s, 2 a day pretty much.
It's too many games and too many opponents to really use all that information that's out there. Like, you have a coach who'll basically like pick and choose the most important things for a given matchup, but they're not going to overwhelm you with like the minutia of like they love this exact war, we have to counter it. Like, that stuff is for the playoffs.
Well, hopefully I'm not going to overwhelm you guys right now, but I am going to show you all of the schedules across the 4 streams. We're going to start with stream B here. It is the 4 series there: Fnatic, RNG, Tundra, Entity, Outsiders, Liquid, EG, Beast Coast. The links are down below for the Twitch, or you can head over to YouTube. They are streaming in 4K if you want to pretty much be immersed in the Dota over there on YouTube. Any standout series for this, or is there something else on a different stream you guys are looking forward to?
In a slightly sad way, EG Beast Coast will mean that one team will no longer be like 0.
Hey, they'll get wins before then. They play before then too.
They do. There's a chance.
Yeah, but if they lose.
Yeah, this is... I mean, every game's important, but for EG Beast Coast, I feel like this one has a little bit of extra pressure for both teams, with both of them being winless coming into today. But flipping over, I want to have a look at stream C, because like I said, there's a lot of Dota going on. It's Talon, Outsiders, Boom, Beast Coast, Fnatic, LGD, Entity, and Boom.
This is the best stream. It has the most boom.
I was like, how dare you say this is the best stream? But yes, there's a lot of boom. Stream D, though, we'll see if this one's shaping up any better.
This
just
one's
because they don't have Boom. It's Asta Navi, Thunder Sonics, Thunder RNG, Spirit Asta. Why is this one so high?
Spirit Asta. Both teams undefeated. Honestly, like, those are 2 teams I think are both like top 4 teams at this event. And that to me is like one of the most hyped series for all of today.
It feels like near the end of the day, there's definitely some hype series going on. Stream A, though, this is the stream you guys are at right now, the main stream. These are the 4 that we are going to be breaking down, doing some in-depth analysis on. It's LGD, OG, then Spirit up against EG, Sonic's Talon later, and then closing the day out is Tundra versus Na'Vi. If you guys had to pick one game, you can only watch one game today on the mainstream, what would it be?
It has to be LGD OG. Like, it has to. Yeah.
It's not even because we're here and we're about to cast it.
No,
like, unironically,
even if this game was later in the day, you'd still pick it.
To me, this is the best, and then the next best is that Astra versus Spirit one. Like, those are the 2, I think, most hype potential, like, deep playoff matchups that you could also see.
So starting the day strong and finishing the day strong. I absolutely love it. But let's just jump straight on in then. LGD versus OG. Let's start talking about them. LGD just came from the Riyadh Masters. They actually won that one. Despite it not being for any DPC points, they played internationally, almost a warm-up. LGD and OG faced off over there as well, and it went in the side of LGD. This game was only 11 days ago, by the way, so it was still very, very recent. Do you think that's going to be playing on either team's mental when coming into this matchup?
They'll have a decent feel for each other from playing that. And, like, I think that's why this is so hype, because that series went to 3 games. Everyone remembers the finals where Spirit got, like, ceremoniously kind of destroyed by LGD. But, like, before that, you know, if there was a lower bracket, maybe this tournament turns out differently.Maybe OG make a comeback and turn it around in the finals if they were able to do that. We don't know. The tournament format was a little scuffed.
Yeah, I think the other thing is you can have a 2-1, but I don't think it was a close 2-1.
You know,
I think LGD they absolutely destroyed the 2 games. LGD won were like complete wipeouts, like just outdrafts, outplays. OG never had any kind of way into any of the games. And then the game OG won, it was like a very scrappy, long. Took them like they had the last big Husker we were talking about before against Ame Spectre, who rushed some Spirit Vessel, and even still, the game dragged to like 40-ish minutes, and LGD looked like they were very like. Despite I feel like what was a big draft disadvantage, LGD made it very competitive. Something OG couldn't do in either of the other 2 games. So I feel like LGD just completely outclassed them and were by far the better team, even though it was a 2-1. I think the scoreline's a bit misleading.
There is like a different aspect, though. I don't want to like touch too much on Seb because he gets a lot of the spotlight.
Okay, I was about to bring this up too.
He is a different player, yeah.
So LGD played with their full roster in Riyadh, and they went up against OG's full roster, or the roster that OG played with during DPC tours. Now, though, they're facing off, and OG does have Seb as a stand-in, so there is a slight difference. I don't know how that's going to affect them playstyle-wise or hero pool-wise. How do you feel that impact of Seb is going to be up against LGD specifically?
I know listening to how all the players talk about Misha, he is like a big part of their team. Yeah, they won Stockholm. Like, that is very impressive and it's very good. And Seb, obviously a veteran player, very experienced and good as a captain. But Misha is a big voice. You listen to Tiger talk about the team. He says, like, yeah, like he is the more experienced player coming into OG when they first formed in this iteration. But Misha has a stronger voice than him. He is the leader. He is the captain. So you might watch Misha play like a Pos 5 Alchemist and feed the shit out of his lane. But he's still the captain with the voice, the man making calls. He has his own hero pool. He's willing to feed like that. I think Seb's pool is definitely smaller in this tournament.
Well, then let's stop talking about Seb. Let's stop talking about that stand-in. Instead, let's have a look at the carries. I want to see these 2 carries from each team, from the side of LGD and OG, how they compare to each other, right? Because during 2 or 3, both of them played 14 different heroes. It was a lot of different heroes. And so we can see here on this graphic, average kills, average GPM, average lost hits. I don't know, what do you guys want to say about this, right? There's some differences in the kills and lost hits, but the GPM...
I mean, yeah, this tells an easy story, right? Like, Yuragi just goes way more for, like, team fights. And, yeah, Ame's an absolute beast. You listen to anyone talk about this guy, it's like... The main thing is his ability to farm, his consistency in farming. Nothing to say complimented him so highly. I mean, everyone does, but they say the reason why he is so consistently at a top level and is one of the best carries in the world is his familiarity with his heroes that allows him to always just be so farmed. He knows his farming patterns. He's so familiar with his heroes. He knows everything, like, and that just makes him so good.
Well, these are the different carry heroes we have seen Ame and Yuragi playing. Are you looking forward to seeing any of these specific ones you see on the list? Would you like to see these ones pulled out in this matchup today?
I think it's stuff I just hope we don't see as much.
Okay, all right. What don't you want to see? I like that. What
some of the more snoozy heroes. I don't want to see any Bristleback. I don't want to see any Lifestealer. I want to see the kind of fun, kind of, I don't know, what are the more hype ones?
Arc Warden. I mean, it's snoozy, but it's hype because it's newish.
I agree. That is hype. I think Arc Warden for sure. I think Spectre's kind of cool. Pudge, of course. Faceless Void is kind of like one of the go-to most popular carries in the Chinese region. So I think a lot of it is going to be that clash in style. Also, Naga Siren's something I played last time they met. He played a sick Naga Siren.
Yeah, last time
Arc Warden, but not Naga.
Okay, hear me out though. I can compare these two players, right? So the Arc Warden, he doesn't do the build like we saw in the C region. Raven played it and tried to do the old build with the boost of travel. No, this isn't what Uragi does. He does that. He goes Treads, he goes a Midas, and he builds Gleipnir, and he does the Octarine and the magic build. So he like goes super for it with all the magic damage, and that's really fun. I think that's cool. Like the Treads, it means he's not just split pushing all game. He is trying to get involved and play with his team.
I know yesterday you were very hyped when we saw Asta pull out the Spectre. You were a big fan of the Chinese Spectre, right? Last time these two teams played off, though, LGD pulled out the Spectre. Army lost on it. That was the game.
He got cheesed. He got cheesed by a Huskar. What can you do?
Yeah.
All right. So I guess what I was going to say, I was going to ask, do you want them to bring the Spectre back? Do you think they're going to be more prepared for it in this matchup against OG if they do bring it out?
It just depends what Amar is playing, because Spectre's only a safe lane hero, so you can't really play Spectre into a lot of his heroes like Viper, Slardar, like Timbersaw. These are all pretty rough matchups for Spectre. So I think Spectre's, it really just comes down to what that lane matchup is. And typically OG are going to pick a Mars hero early in the draft. So there's at least room for some, and I think that's why the carry pool is so big for both these players, because you get to see what your lane's going to be, and then you get to like say, okay, what's best here?
You actually mentioned a hero and a player, Amar, his Slaughter. Yesterday, it looked fantastic. He played it in the game against Liquid. It was the second fastest game we had yesterday. It ended in 22 and a half minutes, and it just steamrolled. It looked great. It was also conjoined with BZM's Bat Rider, the most amount of kills that we had yesterday on that Bat Rider. So these guys looked great. Do you think there is going to be pressure put on to ban the Slaughter to make sure that OG don't get their hands on it?
No way.
Not Slaughter. I think it's the other hero. I mean, most teams are looking at, like, when last time these two teams met, it was they would ban Viper plus Timber, except when OG had first pick, then they'd ban the Razor, I think it was. So, because LGD will first pick the Razor. So those are like the three, OG heroes that always get contested for first pick. And so a lot of it kind of depends on the pick order there. The other hero I think may be worth consideration banning is the Io, because Seb's hero pool is full. Let's be real.
I mean, Io's such a weird hero because every region has like different thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Like I think it was Snaking saying that he thinks Io was like first pick, first ban in a semi-recent interview. Meanwhile, you have Southeast Asia who's like, this hero's dead to us. I don't think China plays it all either. I think it's pretty unpicked in China.
Correct.
Yeah. So like they have very different thoughts on how good this hero is, and if LGD think, oh well, this hero's not that good, it's maybe they care, then they'll go ahead, play it.
Yeah, but it's funny because Amar is like what. Like, to me, the biggest comparison is what Bulldog was 2013. It was like, he's got these 3 or 4 heroes, and the thing is, you can't ban them all. So whatever but everybody, when you play against him, they ban his heroes because he's got that kind of small hero pool. The reason it's small is because he's so good on those heroes. So you kind of got it, like, targeting him makes the most sense, and then you prepare for the hero he's going to pick.
Okay.
So
what hero would you try and, I guess, corn him into picking? What's one of those heroes that you would feel comfortable coming up against?
I think the one that seems most unanimous is don't give him the Timber. At least the way I think Liquid's the team that's had the most success against OG, and they typically give away the Viper, is what I've seen.
Do they? I thought they banned the Viper and the Timber.
Okay, maybe they're giving away the rate. A lot of it goes back to like who was the first pick.
Not sure. Yeah. It could be. Those two definitely I see get banned a lot though. It's just like he's just very good at them. I mean, the problem is, like, we looked at the hero pools, right? When you have players that play so much, it's very hard to ban against them, and I know like Tundra have this thing as well where they're pretty prideful of their hero pool. They'll say like as well, it's so nice when you have an offlaner like 33, like Amar, who take a lot of attention in the draft because it opens up the mid and the carry to be able to play whatever they want because they don't get banned out. And this is really strong point of drafting. I mean, your offlaner he's just an offlaner. He's not
All right, quickly, while the timer is going down for LGD, I knew they weren't going to get Raze out. We knew that was probably going to be first phase banned. Surprisingly, they banned it themselves, obviously, because of that first pick, whatnot. What are they going to pick up here? I took too long to ask my question.
They're going to pick up Tusk and Nature's Prophet.
Wow, you guys are so good.
I think their go-to combo was usually Tiny Nature's Prophet. They ran that multiple times. They love that dual lane, and Tusk is just like the tiny replacement here. That's going to be their 4 and 3 position. I think it's one thing LG do less than other teams is flex heroes. Like almost always, it's Faith Beyond playing this Nature's Prophet. It is technically a flex hero, but most likely that's just not how they're going to run it.
Yeah, Nature's is picked up quite often against these kind of ranged annoying heroes, like the Razor and the Viper. We see Nature's a lot as a response. It just seems to do very well, like controlling them with Sprout and keeping at range, and they typically struggle to deal with a lot of like the summons and stuff. Like this Nature's Prophet, he gets a 15-minute shard, and it's so hard for like most heroes in general to deal with them because they are so powerful. Their health pool is so massive, they do a lot of damage. You just send them down a lane, and that's just something they have to deal with.
You said you didn't really want to see the Bristle. You thought it was a bit of a snooze hero, but it is going to come out. How do you like OG's opening of Viper Bristle compared to the Tusk Nature's Prophet?
It's very OG. The first pick Viper is just like they're going to do that, and I think Bristle that itself is picked up because of the Nature's Prophet. Like they know this Nature's Prophet is going to be an issue that has to be addressed, and if they don't pick Bristle here, it gets banned. So in some ways they pick up 2 cores, although they do occasionally put the Viper on a support role. So I don't mind it. I think overall PSG LGD, like to me, their draft just covers more bases from their opening. Like Bristle Viper doesn't sound like a good opening by itself, but when you look at the Nature's Prophet on the other side, it's something like, okay, you see what happened.
Where would you like this Viper to go, or do you like the fact that it could still potentially be flexed into a support?
I probably like to see it offlane. I just think it's good there. There was a lot of criticism, I think, around the Riyadh finals when Spirit was picking Viper twice in the finals, and it was like, oh, like what? Like Viper, Collapse isn't making plays. Like you want him to like solo carry the game, but to be honest, like if you watch those games, he destroyed LGD early. I think this matchup goes 2 ways. I think Viper's very good as an offlaner, and he will put a lot of pressure onto Arme, but the other side of it is Arme is a god. He is so good. Arme, I watched Collapse kill Arme's lone druid like twice. He killed his bear twice as well. He was so rich, and yet Arme by like 15-20 minutes, he was like second in net worth, super recovered. It was like he had never lost his lane at all. The man is a god. It's very, very hard to pressure him.
I know it's very specific to that game, but what enabled Arme to kind of come back like that?
I remember his team making moves, right? And then he gets like he needs the triangle space.
Yeah. Nothing to say. I think is a great space. Great. Like he's like one of these mid players that doesn't get hyped up because he doesn't like solo carry games. It's usually like he's more setting up Arme for success, whereas I think a lot of other teams have mid laners that get to do flashy stuff. But he played I think Tango both those games. He was just banned here, but like he's just this big kind of team fighting playmaker who loves to basically set up Arme for success.
Well, we have some more picks coming out here. It's Earthshaker Coddle OG.
Shaker. So that's the Seth Shaker, right? That's what he played in one of their previous games yesterday, I think, and I was like, why is he rushing an Octarine core?
This is kind of cool. I like these second phase bans where like they start off like, okay, they're going to target Amar, and then they get to the second phase and like, okay, Seb doesn't have his hero. We know he's the other player who has a smallish hero pool. We're going to target him. Like Io Wind Ranger bans. Let's just get rid of these heroes and force him. Like Shaker's a weak hero. There's a reason no one's playing Shaker. This hero does nothing in the lane. It's a big liability. Like your lanes are going to feel really weak when you've got a Shaker in your team.
I think I'm very not pleased with OG's draft in terms of like greed. I look at these heroes, like Viper is not a mobile hero. He doesn't get a blink and make plays. He's not fast at getting around the map. He does want to kind of stay in an area if he can. Bristle is going to want to take the triangle area. He wants stacks. He wants the jungle. He wants to farm his ags, and that's his timing to go. Coddle, he likes to sit in a lane and push waves. Shaker, he wants to sit in a lane and farm his blink dagger. I know in the last game that Seb played Earthshaker, he didn't go blink dagger at all, so he might just be playing a very like sacrificial Shaker that doesn't do that.
Do you think you can play Earthshaker that way? Is there an impact late game of Earthshaker being like that?
Potentially.
Okay.
This is something that we should want to see played out
no
a bit
one else
more.
It's hard to say, like, can you play Shaker that way? Like, no one's playing Shaker right now. And I think there's obviously a reason for it. Like, it's not like some hero I think that's, like, underrated or, like, it's a bit forgotten, but the hero, like, there's just way better options to be, like, the Enigma type heroes that just do more and have a better landing stage, more impact. There's items they can go for, like the Wraith Pack that you're not going to... Shaker, you still, I think, just have to go blink typically, or don't know.
We'll see. I mean, I guess we're going to see it play out. But we haven't really touched on LGD's side. Winter Wyvern and Jug here. Jug being that last pick on the second phase.
Jug's a weird hero. He's like this combination of physical and magical damage, because if you get the Maelstrom, the Shard and stuff, your spin is doing like quite a lot. You do a lot of AoE damage by like Omni Slashing and having all those procs go off, which is very nice. He obviously provides healing. Like between that and the Wyvern, they might be able to go group up and push some objectives. If this Earthshaker is super poor, he's not going to have Blink and they won't be able to contest it. You want a way to sustain yourself when taking objectives, because Coddle's going to be like spamming you out. Viper's going to be trying to spam you out. Right now, OG have very good tower defense.
Okay. What do you feel is going to be missing then on the side of LGD? Or even OG? Either or. I guess LGD is last pick, so we'll start with OG.
When they're looking for a mid laner, they need something that doesn't get too hard counted. To me, they need more playmaking. Like right now, the Shakers, they're only stun, they're only catch, and yeah, it's good, but it's probably going to be Seb playing. He's not going to get a whole lot of farms, so having that mid laner, I mean, Puck's being banned out. These kind of, the typical Spirit type heroes can work. Batrider is banned, so
yeah. Ember's still in the pool though.
Yeah, I think something with some kind of playmaking potential, because you've got these side lane cores. I assume Viper and Bristle, at least right now, they look like the cores. Heroes that are just going to farm and sit in their lanes. So.
All reliable Void Spirit. Am I right, guys? All reliable Void Spirit.
I have never heard you say that.
Is there anything he can't do? He can gank, he can kill, he's so much mobility. If there's anything missing in your draft, it's usually filled by Void Spirit.
There's one team who may pull it back out. The OG do play Storm Spirit too.
Oh god, that would be really scary. I mean, it'd be great with the Coddle.
Yeah, they played it yesterday. I don't think it was with Coddle, but like they're one of the few teams who still seem to believe in this hero. So
they did. They played it. It was Marcy, Io, Storm, Faceless Void, and Bloodseeker.
Okay.
Do you say Io?
Yes.
That's like the Coddle replacement. Anything that just like pumps mana into Storm was always like the pairing that people would put him with. So that fits an idea there. They do want like a way to jump the Wyvern and the Nature's Prophet. These backline heroes just cause problems for them. Like I think Void Spirit with an Ags with the AoE Silence would work for that. I think what you're saying with Storm would work for that.
And there's no catch really for LGD's side, because I was about to say it's almost like both teams right now their drafts are kind of slightly lacking the same thing. If that's something they're going to really prioritize. So.
Well, it was actually a Night Stalker last ban. Are you expecting that one? What do you think the reason behind taking that hero out of the pool is?
It's just that backline jump. He's going to give so much vision with the ult.
Yeah.
And then they just see all their key targets. They know where they want to go in fights. It's disruptive and annoying.
It's on a mid hero, but is flex potential for OG. They could send Coddle mid. There's Bristle, Viper. These heroes can go other lanes, but
the one spirit we didn't mention.
Gosh,
we
idiots. Weird.
I said I was like Ember's still in the pool.
All right, sorry, so you went Ember, I went Storm, 2 went Void.
Yeah.
There we go.
We found the best panelist. She's so good.
Good thing they didn't do Earth Spirit mid,
Oh yeah, then we actually would have just been wrecked.
I mean, that's just an Ori thing. I don't know if that's coming out on OG.
Well, I was going to get you guys to try and predict the last one, but LGD Enchantress.
Wyvern mid, okay.
Okay, Wyvern mid.
Or it could be a core. Oh no, it is. Yeah, you're right.
Yep. Ench, last pick. How are we feeling about the round out of LGD's draft?
I just want to
Strong
run over
lanes.
this lane.
Game.
I think this. I playing Viper into Ench lanes. Honestly, I think is miserable. Like it's like the dream 5 position against Viper, and I think this is looking really rough for Amar. Particularly, like I think Ami just like has the dream game here.
I think Amar really needs to win his lane, and then BZM and Tiger need to link up with the Ember and Coddle, and they just need to make plays and kill people, because if they don't hold LGD's momentum, I think they'll just get run over.
Alrighty, well, it is our first series, game 1 of the day. We're going to jump into it with Lacoste and Gareth.
Thank you so much. Right, here we are, LGD with some serious laning power here, Lacoste. OG, do they have what it takes to get to their item timings?
Looking at this Viper pick, Coddle, Bristleback, Shaker, it's very greedy from OG. They will need time. There's going to be a lot of stacking. Looking at how they can invade jungle, maybe they can try to steal like big camp, but they can't kill the Ancient. So that means that Bristleback is going to be able to take the Ancient stacks. So maybe PSG LGD wants to go in, block it, so that there's not going to be any stacking. A bit weaker in the lane. I'm a little worried as well what Panel talked about. This Viper lane playing into Enchantress, playing into Juggernaut. So you have a lot of sustain. Both of them have a healing mechanic, and also you have ways to dispel things. So this lane might be a bit difficult. This is a first phase Viper, so that means that it's going to get countered.
Time to get ourselves into the game as we start the day off here with LGD versus OG. And the power of the three-letter names, right? We've got ATF, we've got SEB, we've got PSG, LGD.
All three letters.
Who else is there out there?
Who else is there? FBZ, BSJ, Zai. There's way too many.
Did you say BSJ?
Yeah, there's way too many good players with three letters, man. I wish I had it. And into the game we go.
It's not too late to rename, Lacoste.
No, I can't do it.
Just change your name to LCS or something. LST.
That sounds miserable, Gary. Smoke from PSG, LGD. We have Tusk starting with the Boots of Speed on Jin Q. One of the better Tusk players out there. Him and Kret definitely two names that pop up every single time the hero is picked. They know how to utilize it. A little, I'd say, weak in the lane because the hero does consume a lot of mana. You need constant clarities, mangoes running, but this also means that they're going to be pulling the wave. Their level 1 is really strong with Blade Fury. You have nothing to say on Wyvern, Arctic Burn, and speaking of counters for Bristleback, in this game, there are many. You do have Tag Team. Once that's maxed out, you just don't feel the tankiness of the Bristleback, and also percentage-based damage from Arctic Burn. That's always going to be something that Bristle needs to care about.
Absolutely does.
The battle begins.
Yuragi going to wander himself up towards the top rune spot where Faith Bian is already there, taking the bounty rune under the nose of BZM's Ember Spirit. And Ember, a hero that we've talked about a lot over the past couple of months. I know the topic came up in Riyadh where he was like 1-5, 1-6, was doing very poorly. But at this event, I believe he's 3-1, and his KDA is one of the highest so far, at like 13.5. So looking like a hot pick potentially.
One of the heroes that teams always go for Ember Spirit whenever you feel like, oh, there's not enough lockdown, which they don't have. You don't care too much about rotation from the Tusk. Like Nature's Prophet, I want to see what the item build on Fate Beyond's going to be. I wouldn't mind seeing Orchid this time around to have some extra lockdown for Ember Spirit, because they are a bit limited in that department.
That'd be good, yeah. So when it's a good Ember game, you feel comfortable.
It's a good Ember game, yeah.
Well, so far, 4-1 for the Wyvern, 2-0 Ember Spirit. Nothing to say coming out on top early days. And here's what you were talking about, right? Jin Q not only dragging the creep wave, but also blocking camps.
Camp.
Yeah.
If he wanted to be even more efficient, he could have killed the courier. Maybe stacked one extra camp. I don't know.
So many things on this checklist to do.
Just kidding.
Down bottom, the Wise Enchantress getting fissured out. Arme already spending the spin. So far, it doesn't look too bad for this Viper Earthshaker. They've done a lot of damage to the Jug and the Enchantress.
They did pull the lane back with Fissure, so they had lane very close to their tower at the start, having extra armor, extra regeneration. It's a lot of pressure.
And Spin, a pretty long cooldown level 1. We need Arme to get to level 3 to really feel super safe in this lane. But I guess once Y gets his levels as well, we'll have these creeps chasing down the Viper, causing some chaos. Looks like BZM more than recovering. Getting towards dead even with the Winter Wyvern. And he'll have his bottle being delivered by that courier very shortly. While Yuragi, trapped inside the ice shards of Jin Q. Illuminate comes with his tag team doing some serious damage. They don't want to commit though.
Jin Q had 5 Quell Spray charges, did not want to go. There's a good synergy in this lane because you have Nature's Call with Tag Team, so that's a lot of damage. Nothing to say. We'll refill the bottle on a mid lane, and so will BZM.
Get himself refilled up. Yuragi has the refill from the Kotl. Tiger going to give him that Chakra Magic and a Tango. Give him that staying power in the lane. Jin Q still just looking for an opening to go, but they've got this wave right in front of their tier 1, so that's free farm for the Prophet. While a Fisher down bottom, it does block Arme into an awkward position there, and he actually spins to get rid of those poison attacks, but it's something Seb has noticed. Now they know it's on cooldown, and it was still level 1.
And they have a lot of mana. There's 2 mangoes on Earthshaker and 2 on Viper. There is a healing salve as well, not gonna use it. There's gonna be healing from Enchantress if necessary, and also dropping down the healing ward.
So were you expecting this lane to go much better for LGD? Has OG managed to kind of settle the score here better than expected?
mean, this is why they picked it. They picked Enchantress, but there is still a sentry, so the big camp is blocked. Enchantress not getting any good creeps. Usually you would want to get this mana burn guy. So you have Aura and also burning mana on Shaker and Viper is pretty good.
Yeah, that Viper, super mana reliant. Loves to be spamming out the poison attacks.
Finally unblocks the big camp.
Gets it done. Fisher onto Army.
He's out of mana. This might be the first blood.
He's only got one stick charge. The poison attacks going. That enchant, though, slowed the Viper down just enough. And now Arme and Y, a little bit of a turnaround as they spin back towards Seb. They won't be able to finish anybody off, though. Nature's Attendants will now heal the Juggernaut up. They've got that double heal in the lane for the sustain. Incredible against heroes like Viper.
Jin Q going for the Water Rune, stealing it away from BZM.
Yeah, so the double there for nothing to say, right? You got the bottom one. Jin Q guards top. So no refill for the Ember. And we do see Kotl kind of wandering around in the jungle. They've got double Dire Wars
Seb
watching for the
places a ward.
stacks, but in comes Seb in the mid lane. BZM straight in towards nothing to say. The Illuminate clips him, and this Wyvern looking pretty dead. Pops the Fairy Fire, the bottle charge too. Faith Beyond going to come in, but it's not fast enough. Wyvern drops. BZM will have to lose his life in the exchange, though, as Seb and Tiger look to split and run, but Shaker caught inside the ice shards. Down you go for a 2-for-1.
I'd say that's a good trade for PSG LGD. They're getting some extra levels on both Tusk and Nature's Prophet. Wyvern did manage to drive them closer to them, so in the end, a good trade. I'm not sure if Wyvern will be aware of the Observer Ward that was placed on the mid lane on the high ground, so potentially they could try to go in and kill him one more time before level 6, because Ember will hit a little faster level 6 than Wyvern.
Yeah, halfway through 5. It looks like those Dire Wards have all gone now around that top jungle area. They had the double vision that has now dissipated. They were looking for anyone that was contesting stacks or roaming around, as the Tusk does love to do. Jin Q and Faith Bian, though, now with a pretty nice wave coming forward. Catapult held at the large camp. So next wave coming in, they could maybe think about the push. We'll see what Uragi and Tiger do to stop that. There's the Bristlebank, very good at clearing out these stacks on his lonesome.
Tiger making some big stacks near the outpost. He's going to stack 3 camps at the same time. That's efficiency. They also have an Observer Ward place, so they're going to see if someone's coming. They can block. One of the supports is probably going to block the entrance when Bristleback is going to be farming that.
Diving Amar, Faith Bian brings the +1. Bonus hero in here to get the kill on the Viper. Earthshaker, Y gets the tower aggro off himself. So now a push in from LGD onto this bottom tier 1 tower. And Earthshaker, not the best hero to really defend, especially once he's already spent his Fisher. This Catapult's going to do some serious damage. They need BZM to arrive. Just with his body, he'll zone them out. Quick little sleight of fist there, and LGD respecting the fact that OG could bring numbers. Straight back up to top for Faith Bian.
And I like the itemization on Faith Bian this time around. I mentioned the Orchid, but he's going for a different route, something that's going to give them even more answers to Bristleback. Like, you become tanky, you always have global presence, so you're going to be in those kills, collecting Urn of Shadow charges, and later on Spirit Vessel as well. Uragi.
He's got
Vanguard done. And even more stacks in the jungle. This is going to be very juicy for Bristleback.
So we assume LGD know about this, right?
Yeah, most definitely. They're pinging it out.
Yeah, they've got that high ground ward, so they see the stacks. Jin Q is there with his body, seeing everything too. Do they bring 5 heroes to contest this? Because we can only assume that OG will do that as well.
They were thinking about it.
They've definitely got the options, you know, Jug Spin, Splinter Blast. They've got ways of clearing it. It's nothing to say.
Splinter?
Is that a straight up solo kill? Oh, what a sick move.
I guess BZM underestimated the damage coming out from Wyvern.
The Ember Illusion, you know, helping out as well. Hitting into the Ember Spirit himself. Well, nothing to say after that. That first death, making up for it. And it looks like LGD not really in position to contest the stacks as Uragi takes them. Instead, playing into the dire triangle, finding Sep, clearing through the Earthshaker, but the trade-off here with Amar arriving. will find the Tusk kill, and now BZM wants to get involved. Faith Beyond, Remnant to the
TP
pond.
on him.
Wyvern comes in from the left-hand side. Faith Beyond trying to throw out his ulti to kill off a Mars. Sprouts the Viper, still alive, but the Flame Guard will burn him through. Tiger runs it back in a 2 for 2.
If Nature's Prophet had TP ready, he could have potentially got out, because there is not a single point in Searing Chains at the moment on Ember. A lot of stacks. Look at the net worth on that Bristleback, but nothing to say. He's keeping it close. This is going to be extremely good timing on Witchblade.
Yeah, we had like quadruple large and medium camp stacks there, and Bristleback barely 300 net worth ahead of the Wyvern. Does still have a couple of medium camps to clear through, though, as it looks like Tiger just continually building these stacks up for his squad mates. And there's another one, the Warpine Raiders. LGD, 3 heroes down in their bottom jungle. They all farming together, holding hands. Arme gets the solo lane to get himself that experience he needs. Jinkyu with Y and nothing to say. I want to kill Amar again. It has been a tactic utilised by a lot of teams. Focus ATF. Remove him from the game.
Even Omni Slash.
Tilt the Viper out of the match. And Yuragi, well, he will come in to look for Jinkyu, but some good eye shots there. Now a Fisher blocking him between them. Traps the poor Tusk.
Yeah, this global presence, and yeah, Viper was off to a really good start in terms of CS. He had like 15, 20 denies, completely dominated the Jug lane, and now Jug is ahead of him. This is why whenever we mention Vipers, we say, you know, win the lane, lose the game.
The age-old saying that. Is it Faith Beyond just going to pop trees out and try and kill this tower? He doesn't have his urn yet, because his courier got killed previously with the urn on it. Yeah, he's looking for that tier 1, while mid lane being pressured by nothing to say. BZM and ATF
available.
Coming straight towards him. Ooh, the heal from the Ench. Yeah, that's enough. Keeps him alive. Very, very speedy Wyvern. Dipping back and forth.
And while all this is happening, what you just said, Fate Beyond managing to kill the tier 1 tower on the bottom. Not usually the tower that falls, but still opens up the map, opens up the entrance to the enemy triangle.
So far, a dead even game. OG, you gotta feel pretty good as OG, right? They're getting towards their item timings, and maybe here a chance on Arme, but he'll have spin in a second. Just kill the healing ward on the way out. Yeah, do you reckon OG are comfortable getting Bristleback super tanky? They've got Ember Spirit doing decently as well.
They are looking for that Aghanim Scepter timing, pretty similar to what Team Liquid did to them yesterday in game number 1. Because like once you play against Bristleback a couple of games, you also know how to play against it and how to play with it. Jinkyu ready to go.
Straight on to Seb. Shaker, fissured, and sharded out. Halberd smashes there. Give him a couple of punches from the Tusk. Does get off his wand. A little bit of healing for Seb. But
not allowing him to use Echo Slam. Yesterday in game against Liquid, I don't think we saw a single Echo Slam from Seb. He also didn't go for a Blink Dagger. I guess that's why. If you don't plan to use Echo Slam, you don't even need a Blink Dagger. He went for Shard, wanted to get Octarine Core later on, but the game kind of ended before that.
Actually, he was playing the outskirts of the fight constantly, wasn't he? Just sitting in the shadows.
Yeah, the problem with the Blink, the problem with the Earthshaker is you need 2-3 minutes of free farming, and right now it becomes very difficult for you to get that.
Takes far too long. BZM down to half HP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
On the run back, Ember Spirit's still scary when he's got his mana pool up. But he wants to continue farming towards the Maelstrom. And you do still have Seb here getting a bit of farm time. Gets given the mid lane. While Yuragi taking that bottom tier 1. Ench straight onto the Bristle. The mass TP's arriving from LGD.
That's a Spirit Vessel.
Yuragi, yeah, caught out here with a spin coming through from Arme. Yes, Yuragi will kill the Tusk, but with the Vessel on him, he should be dead here with a couple more touches. Oh,
nothing wrong here.
The creeps come in. Faith Beyond does claim the kill in the end.
Play balanced. Perfectly balanced hero. Took 4 heroes to kill him, plus a Spirit Vessel. He manages to get a return kill and barely dies. If that was Aghanim Scepter, he kills all of them.
Yeah. He demolished them all. He was alone down there completely. And he got the tower as well, didn't he?
He got that tower, yeah.
Healing power.
Sam
Radiant's middle
spotting the
tower
edge.
is under attack.
Yeah, kill that ghost. Finish it off. BZM and Tiger. Yeah, don't want to commit on a level 6 Enchantress. Would take far too long for very little reward.
Good positioning from Y, being able to break the smoke and keep Juggernaut alive. Now Juggernaut is recovering. He does have that Maelstrom, so going to continue to farm up. Going for this new build on Jug, where you get full Mjolnir, you get Shard as well, and then especially against the Bristleback, because there's going to be a lot of instances of damage. Same goes for Viper, even Ember Spirit Shield, so it's going to proc a lot.
I mean, we've seen another kind of shift in this build as well, with the Hand of Midas coming out on Jug a couple of times. You're not a fan?
I feel like every single time I see this Midas on Jug, it feels a little underwhelming, because this is also your farming tool. Sure, it gives you attack speed, it does give you like some extra XP, so the talents are pretty good when you go for Blade Fury Duration, Blade Fury DPS as well. You want to get to that like level 15, level 20. You get that earlier, but I still feel that's just my opinion. Probably I'm wrong, but I feel Maelstrom full Mjolnir is much better and much efficient.
Like 95% of the time, just get the Maelstrom instead. Mate, like you said, heading towards that Mjolnir. Plenty of free time for him to farm away and try and catch up to the Bristleback, who had all those stacks made for him. LGD right now, though, playing into dire vision. Tiger and BZM holding the high ground, but Kotl dead inside the shards. Now the Toxin's out there, though, and the poison attacks from ATF clears through the Tusk. Don't know if they can catch BZM. Looks like Yi being hounded by Yuragi. The big punches coming out of the Bristleback with his bonus damage, while Faith Bian finished off by BZM in the back. So 3 for 1 there. LGD, again, you're playing into dire vision with no vision of their own.
A little too deep there. Also, they were really spreaded, so no curse coming in, no clutch curse. Juggernaut also bottom. If they need extra damage, Juggernaut definitely needs to join, and we can see some damage numbers coming up from Viper, and also 1800 damage from Ember Spirit.
Another curse though, and another solo kill attempt. BZM, a couple of 100 HP away from death. One more stun, one more hero there, he would have been done for. And that's now curse on cooldown. There's still more time for OG here to hit these timings. The TP and the snowball in though. They want Seb real bad. Finish off the Earthshaker with a snap decision from LGD. Ice Shards also blocking Tiger away, but BZM of course has that remnant to safely slide up to the high ground.
OG still needs 500 gold to finish Aghanim Scepter and Bristleback, then they're going to be ready to go. And also Keeper of the Light, level 7, about to hit level 8, Chakra Magic will be maxed out, then you can play with both Ember Spirit, replenish his abilities, and also Bristleback. So you're going to have it all the time.
Ooh. Look at this Viper gun. Yeah, he's destroying them. You know, 1v2 basically. Jinky finally dies. The nature though bounces back across ATF. Kills off the Viper while Tiger trapped inside all the trees. But the Fisher and the find from Seb and BZM. Now, Faith Bian, any stuns to come, they just get the damage instead.
This Observer Ward on the high ground, revealing nothing to say. He didn't want to use Waddle straight away, and they blow him up, and they're going to do the same thing to Enchantress.
The bristle damage! He's doing 400 damage a hit. It's only 17 minutes in.
That's Aghanim Scepter for you.
4 heroes gone. And Amar, the only real casualty of war there for OG.
Middle tower is under attack.
At what point do you start wondering, should Arme be joining these fights, or is it okay for him to be off in these side lanes farming to his
He's
first
waiting
item?
for Mjolnir, needs 2 gold, literally 2 gold to be able to get it. And yeah, his next item seems to be SNY against Earthshaker, against Axe, heroes like that. You want him to break the combo, you want those stuns, disables to last less. Camp stack 12. Wow.
That's the 3K
That's
net
the
worth lead.
difference.
That's the 3K net worth lead OG has right there. Tiger setting it all up for them.
They also have double Force Staff on side of OG. By Force Staff, I mean full pike on Viper. So this Tusk, whenever he tries to go on someone or block it with the shards, it's going to be very difficult. They can also push people out of the Sprout and yeah.
or over a Fisher.
Yeah, or that. OG thinking about Roche next.
Yeah, we're grouping up around the pit. Faith Bian didn't have a tree in there, so he sees a couple of them coming. Yuragi not bothered at all. Stands his ground, batters away at Roshan, while LGD if they want to contest this, they've got to start scrambling quickly. Arme still down bottom though, doesn't seem like he really wants to get involved. Just going to give his first Roshan to OG and to an overfarmed Bristleback as well.
They're well aware of it, but don't want to commit. Ame, got a TP top.
Dire's bottom tower
Now it
is
comes
under
in.
attack.
Now ping in top. Looks like they want Seb again, but they actually move in towards
Oh,
ATM.
double force stab.
Gets him over the Roche pit away from the Omni Slash. Now the snowball back. Q will punch into Seb, trying to finish off the Earthshaker, but the Echo Slam, no, holds him out but still dies. Arme, found though, needs the curse to keep this Uragi Bristle at bay. PCM trying to chase, but running low in terms of mana, just has a sleight of fist and a few jumps left. Uragi's first life will be removed.
The SGLGD, they're very happy how this played out. Only gonna lose Jin-Q.
Yeah, taking ages away from Bristleback just for that one death. Perfectly fine for them, especially when you've got an Aegis Prophet. Look at how quickly he's down in the bottom lane.
Forcing a rotation. They have a little bit of a global presence there. And Vibrant also with Boots of Travel. They're waiting for their next set of items. They want Vibrant to have Aghanim Scepter, Nature's Prophet to have a BKB, and also Tusk to have a Blink Dagger. Because right now, every single time Jin-Q goes in, he's dead. With the Snowball, if he needs to commit, he's gonna die to overwhelming damage from Viper or Bristleback.
Good TP from Tiger. Yeah, it's nothing to stop him, isn't it? Now Faith Beyond out of Vessel charges. It's a little bit sad, a bit spooky against the Bristleback as well. That's one of your primary tools to deal with him. So they'll need to get some kills in the vicinity of Faith Beyond to get those charges
Radiant's
back up.
bottom tower is under attack.
And Almar attacks pretty quickly, hey? Throwing out these poison.
Double Raid Band, full Pike.
With a Vamp Race as well, yeah. Tiger just doing his job as the Cottle. Sitting in lanes, clearing out waves, delaying any kind of pressure that the Prophet is trying to mount in any of these side lanes.
About to buy Shard, so he will be able to bring an extra person and punish whoever's trying to split push.
Oh, that's great, yeah. I mean, the ability to bring BZM around, you know, Remnants plus that recall. Incredible mobility. Coming out of OG. Arme, what is he? Yeah, got his Yasha, so halfway into that Sanjin Yasha. Not too far behind the Bristleback overall in net worth. It doesn't feel like he's had the same amount of impact just yet. But maybe as we scale and move into late game, that will pick up.
They tried to kill the momentum with taking Aegis off Uragi. Uragi also adjusting his item build, going for Lotus Orb on himself to be able to... If there's a Snowball, there's Omni Slash, good Curse, removing both Arctic Burn and Witchblade. It's a really good pickup. I see a lot of Bristlebacks not wanting to buy it because they...
You want BKB?
Yeah, you want BKB, but if your team is not going to buy it, especially in a situation like this, you need to get it for yourself.
That makes a lot of sense. That's a great grab for him. Faith Beyond trying to find little pockets on the map where there's no OG vision and no heroes that can catch him. Spam out some treants, try and cut the waves. Delay, delay, delay. The tactics from LGD. Buy as much time as they possibly can. It looks like they are angling towards that top jungle though, as they can connect with Faith Beyond, play into that single observer ward they have out on the map. And there's the wave cutting to try and open things up for them as well. Curious to see what OG's reaction to this is. You know, if you see a Prophet wave cutting, then showing in the top lane properly. Are you going to bring heroes up here to kill him?
They want Seb, or if they can find Amar, but Amar might be a bit too difficult to kill with not enough lockdown, and they go on Seb. He doesn't have his Yule Scepter available yet. We'll try to go for the Fisher, but yeah, TP out. Oh, a bit of a grief there.
Holds Jin-Q in place. Now the Toxin and the damage from Viper stacks up. Yee slapped down from half HP. One swipe from Uragi. Close to 500 damage per hit. Untouchable. Be damned, says the Bristleback.
Yeah, he probably stole like 1 or 2 CS from nothing to say.
Oh, and BZM with Tiger. Down bottom lane, funds Faith Beyond.
This is why Shard is so good, especially pre-BKB. I think he had BKB, yeah, on courier flying to him, but didn't get it on time.
And that felt like a pretty nicely executed kind of bait, you know, trap set by LGD. They cut the wave, they move up, they smoke, they set up and ready for it. OG, you know, seemingly falling for the bait with Seb a little bit, but reacting perfectly to catch LGD on the retreat.
Also, one thing to point out about atomization and Uragi, usually you don't buy phase boots on Bristleback, you want to keep the brown boots, but since you're playing against Nature's Prophet and his shard, that's the way to get out of the sprout, because you cut down the tree, the big tree spawns, and then you get through with phase boots.
Ah, yeah, that's a clever adaptation. You can no longer just buy a Quelling or have Battle Fury late game. Remember the days of Sven's buying Battle Fury against Nature's Prophet. Now you've got these shards, things much more difficult. Like you mentioned, right, the double force staff always going to help you out as well. Manta style coming up for the Viper next.
Dire using a scan. They know something is up. It was probably BZM because he wanted to refill his bottle. It's only Y who picked up the haste rune.
BZM there in towards nothing to say. Aghanim Scepter coming up for the Winter Wyvern, and same story for the Ember Spirit, as they both got the Axe queued up. But is this a common build on the Viper, by the way? You know, the Wraithband Treads, Hurricane Pike, all makes a lot of sense. Going Manta into, I believe I saw Blink,
E-Blade.
E-Blade, yeah.
Amar thinks differently. It's great against the Wyvern because he can save people, close the gap. He can save people against the Juggernaut ulti as well. So making game very annoying for PSG LGD. That's what he's doing, just being Amar.
Manta against Omnislash, against Spirit Vessel as well. So it's not really like a Viper build, it's just him buying items for the game itself.
Exactly. BZM, they're trying to go on him.
Can they kill him though? He's out of there. Ember Spirit.
Very limited with stuns. They needed some kind of silence. Maybe we're talking about tier 4 items potentially. There's not going to be Orchid, but that you know, those tier 4 items, it's going to take a while until they kick in. By tier 4, I mean tier 3, and yeah, we'll have to see what happens, because right now it's very difficult for them to just go on Ember Spirit, especially with this Lincoln Sphere. So he is protected against the Winter's Curse, and now with the Blink Dagger finally picked up on Tusk, it's a little easier for them to go in, and also that's going to be another way of saving people. Fade Beyond, deeping top, wants to get some split push going.
Yeah, it's just been a beautiful flow from OG's game. You know, LGD have been relatively passive, making quite telegraphed moves, but every time OG sees an initiation or a gank coming out of LGD, they are there with 4 or 5 heroes ready for this big teamfight brawl. And then you can equally say LGD very good at reading the necessity to retract from these situations, get back to a defensive posture, but I just not quite sure when that spark moment's going to be, when LGD are fully ready to match up against OG. A second Roshan potentially coming up soon. 2 minutes until he spawns. Could be the next flashpoint for them. As Yi on this high ground in his own triangle, Fisher's flying out left and right. And Arme forced to spin quite early on here. Uragi.
No Omnislash, he does not want to commit.
They have to fall back, you're right. And it's just OG poking and prodding consistently, forcing LGD to fall back and retreat from every fight.
If Ame had ulti available, he would definitely go in and try to commit, because he potentially can delete one hero, but we've seen what happened before. Double force staff, get him out of the trouble if one is not enough, and now they're chasing. Taiga does have force staff available, but gonna drop, and he also lost the gem.
Oh, he did as well, you're right. Gem on the floor, buyback from the Keeper of the Light. Roshan 1 minute away, but BZM still moving forward. Wants to play towards nothing to say. The Lincolns is popped. And Amar going for the TP out. Snowball and the Curse will cancel it out. As the Omnislash in the back on the BZM, and Uragi takes them low, but no kill coming through for him as Amar dies on the staircase. LGD hold this triangle, and Seb, the next casualty here, will get the Echo Slam out, but still dies for his trouble. Faith Beyond coming out with a double kill, and 40 seconds until Roshan respawns. Unlucky for LGD.
Not ideal for them, but great way to approach the fight. They isolate, first they proc the Lincolns on Ember Spirit with the enchant, and why he's not afraid. He's in the front lines, being able to tank, soak up all that damage. He's like, yep, just go on me. I want to bait some spells, potentially, like get the Lotus Orb out. but yeah, just way they're spread around, and in the end, the Echo lands, but everyone else is way too far away. Seb trying to farm up his Blink Dagger, does have a Philly Stone, so that's going to help out quite a lot.
Oh, yeah. Yules into Blink. Get himself some good items going for himself. He is the most farmed support in the game, and with a Kotl on your team, that's honestly quite surprising. Usually the Keeper of the Light is the one that transfers into the position 3, basically, but he is the hard 5 here as Taiga.
When Seb is playing for OG with the new squad, Taiga is kind of playing 5.
And kneels before his liege. Yuragi unable to defend his top tower. Faithbian will take it down with his Treants. And Roshan scouted now by both teams. Alpha Wolf and the Earthshaker pop their heads around the corner.
There's also a new set of items for PSG LGD in the next minute or two. We're talking about Scotty on Juggernaut and also Nature's Prophet with the full AC. So that's going to tank up the whole squad against the Bristleback, against the minus armor. Inside the pit they go.
And LGD have all their tier 3 neutrals as well, while OG only has one of them. Not farming out the neutral camps, instead trying to chip away at Roshan. First hit bash, and Missile Blade there. Good damage onto Arme, needs the healing ward.
For 2 seconds.
Backup comes in the form of Yi's Enchantress as well, so plenty of heals for Arme.
Faithbian instantly goes to the top lane, trying to get some farm up. Has enough to buy full AC. Let's see if he commits.
Well, he's pushing,
going for it.
Pushing bot with Treants, pushing top with Hero, gets his AC, he's all over the place.
This percentage-based damage, like Bristleback's never going to feel too comfortable coming into a fight. Emberspirit, he's in.
BZM straight in. Fisher comes with a snowball save, buys time for LGD to maybe turn the fight around, but the 2 supports now on the low ground. Pummeled down by Amar and BZM.
Double buyback.
In comes the Ember again with the DD rune going. They're focusing, nothing to say. They're splitting, trying to get away from this Winner's Curse potential, and they get the kill as well. A double for the Vipers. Arme does pick up BZM. Spinning back to high ground,
Fisher.
and the curse arriving onto Taiga. The buyback from Nothing to Say gets them 1 bonus kill. Controlling Roshan, and this is a zone around it. Amar jumped and punched by Jinkyu. Snowball forward. What can Yuragi do? Lotus Orb in on him, but Arme is clearing up in the back lines. He's spun towards victory.
No buybacks coming out from them. No buyback on Emberspirit. PSG LGD, they're heavily committing. They want to secure this Roshan. They understand how important it is playing against the Bristleback. So only one who bought back on their side is Seb, and maybe Taiga bought back as well.
Taiga did 3 minutes ago, yeah.
So this is a free Roshan. A lot of commitment. They will give this Aegis to Wyvern because Ahmed doesn't feel like he's going to die. So far, he didn't die a single time. And there's also a shard, so that's going to be picked up by Wyvern as well.
Oh, that's a great shard upgrade. Splinter Blast coming out. All those cold embraces. Yeah, another very split fight, but the fact that LG basically just hold their high ground, have that terrain advantage, and a triple buyback, definitely helped out too.
Nothing to Say got heavily focused here by Amar. He used all of his mana with Fisher, also forcing a buyback. Nothing to Say will buy back and get a kill on Viper, but it's a lot of commitment, and one of the reasons why he is going for BKB, because that corrosive skin causing him a lot of issues.
And compounding the problems for OG.
Yeah, look at this. 2 dragons fighting against each other.
Then Tusk comes in and ruins the duel. Not a 1v1 anymore. And yeah, compounding the issues for OG was the fact that, like we said prior to that fight, Faithbian had pushed out both of the side lanes, so they're able to get themselves out on the map incredibly quickly. Sprout Leash's talent now up
That's
for him.
That's a big one. That's a
Spirit.
huge against the Ember Spirit.
And finally, some tier 3 items from OG coming out of those neutral camps. Anything particularly good? Spider legs against the Prophet, always very nice to see.
Earthshaker also does have a Psychic Headband for quite some time and finally has a Blink Dagger. So we might see a better Echo, a better opener. There's also a lot of stuff on the ground, like you can just cancel the Blink Dagger with 1 Mjolnir proc. It does have a Blink Dagger.
Oh, he does, yeah. I mean, that Blink Echo, potentially, the tool they need against Arme, right? Pre-spin, they get the Blink Echo, chain stun onto him. But they don't have that many tools to keep the disables going before he can get Omni Slash out. There's Earthshaker plus the Bristles Abyssal Blade, really. as the primary
Yeah,
ways.
it's called a bristle blade.
I should have seen that one.
Fits in-
I should have seen that one
fits in
coming,
nicely.
honestly. Oh, jeez.
And now Nature's Prophet going for a little bit of a scale. Getting that Rod of Atos to be able to control Ember Spirit, who's not having a BKB. This Lincoln Sphere is not going to protect you against everything. So he might still swap things around. If he wins the fight, he's definitely not going to go for it. Why? In trouble.
Yeah, straight in, jump from BZM. Spin out from Arme, and the Healing Ward, plus Nature's Attendance. We've seen this from laning stage all the way through to now 33 minutes in, giving such a beautiful amount of basically burst heal at this point. But BZM and Uragi, they really want this Yi Enchantress, so they've got the Cold Embrace now adding to their heal. Spin out from Arme, we'll find Tiger on the right side, and BZM, and he's dropping pretty low, might have to skip away from this fight. Still wants the Enchantress, well, Uragi BKB'd and run himself back with the spider legs.
Ahmed's ready to jump in with a Blank Dagger.
Well, they could curse him maybe here if they pop the Lincolns. BZM out, the rest of them TP as well.
That's proud. Ahmed was ready to go in on Bristleback because he knew Lotus Orb was still on cooldown. Blocked off Ahmed, he couldn't pass through, and Bristleback lives in the end. OG losing momentum. They were 10k gold ahead, and with the Bristleback lineup, having all these counters for him. We're talking about Arctic Burn, percentage-based damage, tag team is maxed out for a long time ago. Nature's Prophet does have a Spirit Vessel, and the Juggernaut, he can man-fight him now.
Yeah, tons of damage with the Skadi as well. Reducing that heal, slowing him, kiting him. The shift in win probability there we just saw. Very, very big for LGD as that net worth gap decreases further and further. It feels quite similar to what we saw from Asta yesterday as well, you know, against these earlier timing-based drafts and strategies coming out of some of the European teams. Now, a couple of these Chinese teams, Asta and LGD, very good at understanding that if they delay the game just, 10
And they
minutes.
know exactly how to delay the game. They went in, took the first Aegis where you want to take out all the tier 2 towers with the Bristleback lineup, potentially go for the high ground if you find an opening, but they didn't. They took that Aegis immediately, only losing Jin Q, and then game kind of shifted towards PSG LGD. Even though it says 1k gold lead for OG, game's getting more and more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely is. And it's not just completely passive play either, right? LGD were taking fights on the enemy side of the map. We think about 15, 20 minutes in when they were playing top jungle. Even though they were losing these fights, they were still forcing OG to respond in situations and areas of the map that don't really favor them or give them an advantage. They weren't allowed to get close to the Radiant base, do what they do best.
Look what Y has queued up.
What is
36 minutes in. He's like, do I need to be more tanky? I'm getting a bracer.
All right. Yeah, just a cash bracer. He's got the Blast Drake, fluffy hat.
And they're also pushing out the waves with a lot of different stuff. Nature's Prophet ulti, TPing, then using Nature's Call, Y with his creep, and also Juggernaut using Mjolnir on a creep wave. So OG's never close to their base.
Yeah, just getting repelled across the river. I will Smokers fall, though. I want to make a meal out of this. Get a proper team fight going. Taking control of that Radiant Triangle, incredibly important for this Dire squad to access these tier 2s, access the enemy base, get some good vision down.
Down on Nature's Prophet, that means you don't care about Lincolns on Ember Spirit, and he changed his mind. He understands after seeing that Rod of Atos that he will need to be able to protect himself. Very close. He needs another creep wave to buy that BKB.
He's got a couple up top to clear out. There's the BKB done. But LGD once more straight up into top jungle, forcing a fight in OG's territory. BKB forced from the Bristleback. And LGD, they go in, they poke, they come back out. Now they can think about round 2 if they spot someone out.
Baiting a BKB from Bristleback, that's big.
Faith Beyond, well, he was thinking about TPing forward there. Saw on the mini-map.
Yeah, killing the courier. Deep in value. Kill the courier, die.
Yeah, just go in. Get the job done. Don't care about the consequences.
Juggernaut hit level 25, something that we didn't mention. One of the best talents and the most fun one. Plus 475 HP. Very cool.
It's like the Spectre talents, isn't it? Like plus 5% dispersion, plus 500 HP.
That's a cool talent.
Yeah,
but this is just like straight. This is 25. It's straight up raw HP.
Here's your health, buddy.
Double damage bottom.
What is that? It's like 15% of his total health when he pre-talent. Penta-edged sword now for him. DD bottled, basher and backpack. Arme has overtaken the bristleback in net worth. A real true carry in this game. Roshan still at least 20 seconds away from spawning. But LGD get the D ward. Very important there from Yi to make sure there is limited to no vision for OG around the pit.
And still protecting their own ward. On the high ground, this is what gave them vision in the previous fight to get that BKB. On cooldown for Bristleback, which is down to 7 seconds now.
It looks like Tiger did rebuy a gem, as the Enchantress had stolen his previously. Well, this is where LGD want to be. Just waiting for OG to come. And yeah, 5 seconds for Roche to pop back up. Ninja gear for nothing to say. Can't be found. And with Roshan alive and scouted by LGD, they're just going to waltz into the pit and take it.
Double damage on Jug, does have a basher as well. OG, they know this is happening, but how fast can they get here?
Not fast enough. There's no way they can traverse across the map quickly enough to get there. And they've given away their positioning there with a remnant chucked out by the Ember. They do get a bit of vision out on the map.
Aghanim Scepter now also done on Juggernaut, so having that Swift Slash, or Mini Slash that I like to call it. Just an extra tool to potentially like get some damage done and also get the bash during the BKB, Beta Force Staff.
Save yourself from an Earthshaker jump in as well. Re-grab that outpost down bottom. Oh mate, he spots a small cap, so he'll go farm it.
Sebastian buying book for himself once they hit that level 20 extra Fisher range.
Oh, are we on first name terms now, are we?
Yeah, there's a Sebastian.
Yeah.
Very close to level 20. That he can keep the distance then and not be found by Nature's Prophet. It's going to be all about using that Fisher multiple times.
He's leashed.
The leash.
Have they got enough to kill him? He's got BKB.
But the
Lincoln's popped. Still got the slight and the jump away. BKB utilised by BZM though. And he's got the flicker as well. But in comes the catapult wave with Arme. They're under dire vision, but we'll see what Seb can do here. He does have the ability to jump in and go. Just launches a Fisher at them, while Amar focuses in towards the Enchantress for a little bit.
Efficient push. One Fisher, one blast from Keeper of the Light. Whole wave pretty much gone. On bottom lane. Fate Beyond.
Oh, the chain stuns. He gets the spin out. Sound and Yasha there allowing him to get out of that continual disable.
They saw Fate Beyond deeping bottom. They're like, we have 15 seconds. We'll try to poke, see what happens.
They're looking for BZM here. Faith Beyond Invis. Oh, Jinkyu couldn't get the punch in time, but BZM might still get jumped upon. He's used his flicker already, trying to remnant and jump away. The big old snowball, not going to catch him. Does get shard blocked in though. One remnant remains. Incredibly slow BZM Ember Spirit trying to retreat.
They might still be able to catch him.
I think they might just have him. Flickers off a nice little dispel there, but in goes Faith Beyond again with a Sprout. Leash him up and catch the Ember Spirit. Down he goes, while Juggernaut has managed to disengage from the rest of OG.
And still holding that Aegis. Will pick up Arcane Rune. Ame, he wants to jump in. They chased him down for a very long time, forcing him to use all remnants. Does have buyback if necessary. Still, 2 minutes left on Aegis. I want to see PSG LGD go for the high ground. Go for the high ground, get Fishered, get blasted by Keeper of the Light, stop.
Get Blink Echo.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want to take this very, very slowly and deliberately. There's still a tier 2 bottom that they can claim. No need to irrationally shove up high ground. You do have the Jug with spin that can do a pretty good job here, but the Lotus Orb bounces the Swift Slash back onto him. He'll look towards Tiger with a Mjolnir. Static charge bouncing in, nothing to say. Kills off Seb as well, and now the only slash, the real one, Uragi killed off. Buybacks galore from OG. 4 of them returning to the the battlefield, while Arme still has that Aegis. Seb is in towards nothing to say, but he's eating the cheese and gets the BKB out as well. LGD are able to reset while Uragi charges forward. Another Fisher out. Tusk stunned up with a bash too, so a couple of kills from OG in there.
Can he get out?
The retreat
No
out for
bash.
LGD successful.
This is perfect for PSG LGD. Getting 4 buybacks out and also losing only 2 supports. Who have buybacks one more time? Big damage from Juggernaut.
Yeah.
7,000 almost. We like to round up the numbers, but yeah, he went in, forced that Lotus Orb, used the Swift Slash, and then when the Lotus Orb was gone, goes in with the full Omni.
And still has Aegis for a minute. Don't think they'll be able to use it for another
he's ready to go.
high ground push. The side device, the Lincoln's popped to BZM, he's dead. 2 minutes with no Ember Spirit now.
Oh, Uragi's here. Still 30 seconds left on Aegis. Rest of the team is trying to connect.
He's just going to continue fighting this, though. Uragi chases back Arme. The Abyssal Blade comes. Aegis, yes, it's there to be reclaimed. Seb wanting Faith Bjarne, who TP'd into the back lines. His BKB gives him the safety, and the Fisher blocked away Uragi, so no bashes could come.
Also,
Spin
Spider
out.
Legs were not ready.
ATM. Lotus Orb on him. Scardy Slow's annoying. But Faith Bjarne is going to... Look, he's just TPing around from high ground to low ground. Look at me, I'm over here, I'm over there. And ATF jumped upon by Arme. And nothing to say. Well, White does get the finishing blow on him. So 2 heroes dead for a minute and a half now, and OG in a 4v3.
Yeah, no buyback on Viper, does not have enough gold, and also Ember Spirit did buyback in the previous fight. Nature's Prophet did hit level 25, so you know that all lanes are going to be pushed in. Also this Sight of Wise pickup, plus a Trickster's Cloak, so he can initiate from Invis, whether we're talking about the Sprout, Gleipnir, or Sight of Wise, the leash mechanic, and OG, they do have Fisher one more time, but that's about it.
Just don't forget about Blink Echo. That's the one thing that LGD have to have at the forefront of their minds.
Be ready. It's very difficult. He goes in with the Blink Dagger, Snowball Save, or just a casual 4-step. Ame wants to finish the game.
Yeah, they want these tier 4s. They know there's no Viper, no Ember. 30, 40 seconds on the sidelines for them. And he goes in with a quick Swift Slash and a spin. Oh, Uragi, down you go. So quickly falling for this Juggernaut's right-click damage. Still alive with his BKB and Lotus Orb.
Ready to jump with Omni.
Oh, yeah, Army. He comes in with a basher, clears up 2 more kills, and that's OG down and out. They will get the Yules up. Seb cyclones himself, but there is no safety from this LGD side.
Gary, did you just call it Omni Slash?
Omni Slash, I did indeed. Thank you for noticing.
That was a good one. In the end, a bit too difficult. They needed to close out this game, but PSG LGD very disciplined and not allowing OG to go and like feel the momentum after picking up the first Roche. They did manage to take the Aegis off immediately and kind of shutting it down.
Yeah, just like slow and steady. Yeah. They didn't feel panicked. It was very calm from LGD, you know, the trademark LGD performance from them. OG, how do you combat this? How do you play? Do you play faster? Do you want to try and change your draft to maybe play slower to match LGD?
Yeah, put it on 1.2 speed and just play faster, play turbo, while PSG LGD is playing normal Dota.
Well, we'll see what our panel thinks about that idea as we head over to them.
We definitely will indeed, as that game number 1 between LGD and OG was fantastic from both sides, wouldn't you say, Sheep? I mean, OG looking really good in that first little bit of the game, but LGD brought it back. What do you think was the key contributor for that?
LGD played so hard for the top side of the map. Like, their idea of map control this game was fantastic. They knew exactly how to farm Arme up at the same time as trying to, like, not give up too many objectives. So, like, when you saw the first Roche happen, Arme's bot farming. He's just trying to get his net worth up. You see him the whole game. He's, like, only, like, 2k behind a Bristlebag, which is, like, obviously is, like, his specialty. Mm-hmm. And then as soon as they get the Aegis, he TPs over, connects with his team. They take a small scuffle, get the Aegis so that they can't utilize it, and then, like, goes back to farming. And then the second Roche is when they decide to like contest it really hard, and we see smokes geared towards it after the second Roche. Again, just smoking top aggressively. They want that jungle. They get it. That's how they secure the third Roche. Like, they just had an idea. They know we cannot give this Bristleback lineup a second, like any Aegis, any advantage over us by using that.
Yeah. I think what was really impressive for me is that he did, like, you're talking about how he like kept up with the Bristle almost. He did that with like a terrible start. His lane was going really rough. But I think it's it's sometimes the issue with the Viper is like you can dominate your lane perhaps harder than I expected. I thought the Enter was going to be at least a decent laning answer, but then they made these prioritization towards ganking Amar. It's not about tilting him. It's just literally Viper is this hero you always want to gank. It's like the SF mid. You see this guy and you're like, oh, that's a free kill. Yeah. Anytime he shows on the map, free kill. You have a Nature's Prophet, TP in, Sprout, easy kill. So they found a way to really get him back into the game early on. Quickly, he like 1 or 2 ganks, and suddenly he was ahead of the Viper. So they were just like spot on with all their rotations. It was really good to see for LG.
I mean, that's something that you guys said when we were talking about this matchup beforehand. Is Arme always has a way back into this game. With the way LGD, gives him space, is able to do it even if he has a really bad lane. But I want to look at this mid matchup. We had the Winter Wyvern up against Ember. And Gods, you found out some interesting information about Nothing to Say's Winter Wyvern.
It's new. It's totally new. He's played 1 game in his entire competitive Dota history on the hero. It was back in like 2021, I think. It was in the I-League, so it's like a pretty small third-party Chinese-only team. So it wasn't even like the big event. That's a lot of faith in your mid laners. That way, just like, here you go. Good luck. He looked a bit shaky at times. I think it's a pretty hard hero to play. It's probably most similar to like the Lina he plays, where it's very positioning based. But he definitely looked uncomfortable at times. But then he also, like there was that fight the Roshi mentioned, where after buying back, he played in position really well.
We actually have the highlight for that because I want you guys to break it down a little bit more. So we're going to play the highlight and kind of have a look at how Nothing to Say Winter Wyvern's position is.
Oh, yeah. So this is like after his buyback, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because originally, basically, they were in a really good spot for the second Roche. They were on their triangle high ground. And like having that high ground was like very big for them. The problem is their 2 supports then like left the high ground, initiated on someone. Both of them died. Wyvern kind of moved a bit to the low ground too. He got then caught out by Ember jumping and died. And then they had to use the buybacks to kind of get back into it. Wyvern had the boost of travel, so it was like very fast for him. But yeah, the positioning was a little off there.
It's hard playing in the I mean, the issue was the reason why he can do so well when he buys back is by that point Ember's dead.
Yeah.
The fight goes horribly because Ember's the one who gets the jump on them, and suddenly it's like, okay, you're kind of out of position. He's trying to get a curse off. He can't find one. But once that Ember's being dealt with, suddenly it's like Viper's not getting to him. Like he was just playing with his food there when he was killing Amar. So, it wasn't the smoothest game for Nothing to Say, but it. Ultimately, I think the reason they wanted that mid Wyvern was because it gave them some additional damage against Bristleback. Like you can understand the concept. I don't think it worked out as well as they intended because it ended up being more the Jug who was killing the Bristle. Omni Slash worked out fine.
I was so impressed, by the way, with just how they played. Like the fights in the mid to late game. There was so much really good poking. Like you saw when Arme had his blink on his Jug, they would just like find a Bristle or someone, jump him with the spin, try and kill him, and then just like get out. Like this is a great example. They just use their spells and then they kind of back out and they look to like reposition and get ready to like continue the fights.
We might not see Nothing to Say Winter Wyverns in game 2, but ultimately LGD took this game. We'll see what OG fights back with after this break.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I got Mushi with me from Boom this time around, and you were just saying to me off camera a little bit that you were happy, right, with these wins coming through. A bit of a surprise for you. Why was that?
Because we come to this tournament, we are kind of underperformance before, and for somehow the magic is on, and we kind of take 3 wins today again in 2 series. So it's kind of good starting for us.
And you say somehow, right? Obviously, you know how to play, you know how to deliver at a top level, but are you now going to set yourselves maybe the expectations a little bit higher for the next day?
Definitely, I don't set an expectation because the higher expectation you set, the more disappointed you got sometimes, right? So I think it's just normal. Just put the normal mentality. Just enjoy the game. That's the best thing.
And what are you going to do now? You got to the end of this opening day, right? You said you're happy with what you've done. What's the next thing? Is it go to prep? You're going to take some relaxed time. How do you get ready for tomorrow?
I think you still need to prepare a lot because we have a lot more to play. So the preparation is good. Yeah.
What is the main thing that you noticed today that you think you want to make big improvements on for tomorrow?
At first, we're gonna figure out some of our plays, some of our game. We can can we improve better for tomorrow's, and also we will watching our opponent for tomorrow. We're gonna prepare some strategy against them.
Okay. Oh, look, he's got a smile on his face already, so I'm guessing you've already got something figured out for that. We'll have to see how it goes down. But Mauricio, thank you very much for your time, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Today 今天不是你死就是我死。明天的今天就是你的忌日。
Can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills, in the play with perfect ping, in the runes and crystals, in every frag and gank, in your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
It was great to hear from Banks catching up with Mushi from Boom. If you guys want to see what their opening is going to be, it's up against Beast Coast later over on Stream C. So make sure you tune in for that one, see what they have up their sleeves. But right now, we are covering LGD versus OG. We're about to head into game number 2 after seeing quite a decisive, couldn't even speak for a second then, victory for LGD. I want to focus on OG. They had that Earthshaker. we struggle sometimes to watch all the games, right? There are a lot of games going on at once, and we didn't realize, but Earthshaker has now been picked 4 times in the major by 3 different teams and has a 0% win rate. That's right.
No.
Yeah. It has lost every single game it's played. It's been picked up by EG. It's been picked up by Beast Coast. It's been picked up by OG now twice. Do you think it is something that had any impact, not only just in that game, but in the support role?
I think if you take what pros have said, like 9, about the ability for supports to move, then he fits the idea, like as a POS 4. If your POS 4 can leave your off lane and go mid, and you can get a kill there, that's great. But the problem is a lot of mids have a lot of mobility nowadays. Earthshaker's just not that strong of a laner. He struggles because he needs a lot of levels and farm. I just don't think he fits into this meta very well. I think the best thing that he does as a hero is tank. We saw in that last game, the 2 supports would find Seb. He's a POS 5. He takes forever to kill. They weren't even able to do it by themselves. It required Faith Beyond's Nature's Prophet to TP in and assist them. So he does waste time in that respect, and I did like seeing that from them. I think OG had more problems than Earthshaker, though.
Okay. How do you feel about the Earthshaker gods, or just OG issues right now?
I think the hero is pretty trash. Until my MLP's not here.
Yeah,
I think the hero's pretty trash. Here's the thing: normal 4 position hero, like you got most heroes have 3 spells and an ultimate. Shaker has 1 spell.
Okay.
Like you got Fissure. Do you have any other real spells in a typical Shaker game? You're not getting value out of many of your other spells. At least not until you get a Blink Dagger or a Shard. Like, I just feel like you look at a Shaker making those. You talk about like the value of 4s that can move mid. Well, you're literally moving mid with a Fissure. You have a Tusk that moves. He's got 3 spells that he can use that do stuff. You know, you have a Mirani. You've got Arrow.
You drive a hard bargain. More spells is pretty good.
I would like more spells.
I do rate that. That's pretty
good. The thing
good.
is, like Fissure, it's a really good spell, which is why Shaker is like, I mean, like the pathing, the blocking, as well as like stun from fog. Like, there's a lot of value from it, but it's just not enough. The hero has a very weak lane. Like, I just think all these other heroes like Nyx Assassins, all these other 4s just are way better than Shaker.
Okay, but to just fight back against that with a really stupid point.
Yeah.
When Earthshaker was really good in the meta, he also still had only 1 spell.
True.
What's your counterpoint to that, sir?
Well, back then, I think the meta used to be you could actually get a blink. You'd almost always get a blink on Shaker. Like, the game was played slower. The Shakers would always get the breathing room to farm a blink, and then suddenly you're a blink Echo Slam, man.
He's right. He's too smart.
Yeah, oh God.
I've been
He counted your stupid point so perfectly.
Okay,
it was amazing.
I'm done.
Well,
Don't worry. The one time.
We realize we don't like the Earthshaker. Let's quickly have a chat about just OG, some of the issues they had when it came to the gameplay, right? They were doing really well early game. Obviously, they missed their timings and they weren't able to close out the game. But what contributed to that, do you feel?
I think they wanted to play around Aegis timings, and so they didn't force anything stupid. Because if you run it like a tier 2 tower and the enemy is set up for it, you do like throw the game on that type of move. So we talked before in the last panel, they go to Roche, they take the first Roche, but then when they try and take an engagement after that, feeling strong, they actually manage to kind of poke and take their Aegis in exchange for only a Tusk's life, which is terrible. So they're like, okay, we'll wait for second Roche. And they are in that Roche as soon as it respawns ready, but LGD are farmed at that point because that's what Armay does. He has farm, so they're able to contest, they're able to take that fight, and they kind of lose off the back of that. And when they aren't able to get the second Roche, that's when they kind of like fall apart. They don't make aggressive moves. If you watch them that game, it felt like they were playing on their side of the map a lot. It never felt like they were playing for objectives the same way that LGD was. There were smokes that were made, but they usually resulted in like skirmishes that never went either team's way.
Do you think that is a result of the heroes drafted? Or do you really do think that they had the ability to be enabled that way and they just couldn't do it against LGD?
Maybe there could have been more creativity to try and take objectives, like outside of Aegis.
For me, it's a bit of both, though, because you look at some of the heroes that have, like Viper Bristles, your side lane core is not very mobile, no catch. Shaker support, we talked already about the issues with Shaker. Like, those 3 heroes, I'm just like, that's not really who's making... Like, Ember, sure, great. That's the idea. That's why they last pick Ember, to plug that gap that was, like, glaringly missing, but it just wasn't enough.
Right, but like, just quickly, because I know the draft started.
I was going to say, we are moving through this draft real quick.
Very last point.
Yeah, sure.
They did have, like, the Bristle was very strong. He went the Lotus Orb, and I thought that after that, they would kind of force the issue, because he got a lot of armor from the Lotus. It protects him against, like, the Omni Slash if he gets initiated on, and you could go like shard on Viper, and that allows you to take towers because it lets you use the Viper spit on the tower and take them that way. So I don't know. I thought maybe they could have tried something like that, but maybe they were just playing too careful for their own good. So
well, hopefully hopefully we see a little bit of a different OG, and we already are, because this draft, their opening is the Marcy Puck. They get their hands on the Puck. They have moved it up to a first base priority, right? Because Puck got banned last game, but it was one of the last bans LGD had for it. LGD? OG. Either way, it was banned in the last phase. Now OG are able to pick it up, and they put it in first phase priority.
Who got first pick? Let me just check.
Razor. LGD.
Okay, cool, yeah. So Void Spirit is a hero that a lot of teams tend to
I love how I mentioned Marcy Puck, and you're like,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
this Razor.
No, I'm saying it in response to the Puck. In response to the Puck, a lot of teams favor Void Spirit. We saw it a lot in Tour 3. Why are you laughing at me? I swear to God, do you want to fight?
No, I love you. I'm sorry.
So Marcy Puck is good.
Please, guys, no, take the floor.
No, please tell me the Void.
I don't feel appreciated here.
Oh, we got some player cans. You can see all of OG huddling around.
I was going to talk about mid matchups, but no, I don't think I will anymore.
No, I want you to. We haven't talked about this draft at all, and we're almost through the second phase bans. Just take the wheel, Sheep, whatever you want to talk about.
Nope.
Please.
Okay, so yeah, this is a hero that's favored against Puck, just because it gives you a lot of ways to catch him. If you go the Yules, you can set up into the Remnant that the Puck can't dodge with phase shift. You can get the Ags, which is silence. It basically makes Puck's life hard in a way where he can't just go very aggressive items. He'll probably still get the Witchblade, but that does put him at risk. Obviously, other heroes are like Dragon Knight that people like, but it's up to team preference. I personally really like Void Spirit here.
Okay. What about yourself, Gods? Whose opening are you favoring a little bit more prior to seeing the IO?
I think slightly PSG. They got their first pick, and they used it to. I mean, typically the team with first pick, you should have the better opener. You get the first pick of the overall draft. So if there's a must pick hero, like in this case Razor, you get that, and then you get the kind of response to enemies opener. So I think PSG have used first pick well. It's going to come down to now how OG respond in this phase of the draft. I think getting the IO here puts them in a good position. You get a comfort hero for Seb, and it means that draft can go many directions, which makes it kind of tricky for LGD to pick heroes here.
Do you think they're going to look for their carry hero pick as the last pick for this phase, get the IO pairing together?
For OG?
For OG, yes.
It probably depends a bit on what LGD pick. I think it's going to come down to like what they're worried about getting banned out, because they get the last pick of this phase and the next. In the past, they're happy to use last pick on Amar's here. They've did that last time they played LGD with a last pick Husker, for example. So I think
and that won them the game.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so BM.
We're going to show you how to win the shaker.
Taking the shaker.
Oh man,
this is ultimate now, though. We're going to see if this Earthshake is going to stay at a 0% win rate.
I hope OG winner. I'm going to look really dumb. I just spent the last like 5 minutes shitting on shaker.
And I pulled it up. I lifted
You're like,
it.
but what about this?
I look so good now.
Please lose LGD, please.
All right, but it's going to be a +4. That's like the big thing. This 10 is going to be a 5.
Yeah, it was +4 last game too, though. Even though Seb was playing.
Okay, I just wouldn't really agree.
I mean, EG played at +4.
How was it not +4 last game?
He was pretty poor.
He was played in the offline. He had like 8k net worth to the 5k net worth on the.
Okay,
5.
fine. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, gods. I'm sorry. I'm just feeling aggressive since you guys ganged up on me.
Well, we didn't gang up on you. It was just me. I'm sorry. Please.
No, it's okay.
Forgive me.
Sorry. Let me move on. All right. So. I was thinking about OG's first 3 heroes, and I do think they're like really, really strong, because right now you have 2 heroes that are very good at catch in the Puck and Marcy, and then you have an IO that can bring another hero in. So if anywhere you are on the map, if you're able to find someone, you can collapse on that very quickly, and I think that's really great. Not only that, but you do have like all these buffs with the IO overload charge, whatever, and the Marcy's like rebound and sidekick and all this stuff. So you have the ability here to pick a very strong core that can just like man up and do so much, and I think that's really good. I like LGD's response though, because if you do get core by this combo, you now can nullify the damage with the Chen heal, and that's going to be really good. Also, I think, is it Chen Ags that applies a strong dispel on his ult? Because late game shenanigans, that could be extremely powerful. Like just snap the coil and then all are healed.
It's like it didn't even happen. Yeah. All right. The Husk is coming out earlier.
That's the big
They realize it's probably going to be banned next. Do you feel that OG is going for a different tempo, a different playstyle now, seeing these 4 heroes compared to game 1?
It feels like they already, I think, fixed some of the play style. The Puck Marcy, to me, was their way to kind of address what happened in Game 1, where it's like, we need more playmaking, we need ways to set the tempo ourselves. And then, they pick cores around it that are going to be, problematic. Like Husker has these great Roche timings, it's just a lane dominator, it's like the kind of fits the MR, like semi-carry from the off lane. And it's a hero that, you kind of have to address in some ways. Like, I don't really feel like PSGLG have the damage or tools to kill a Husker right now.
Yeah. So. Like last game, what I really liked about the response to Earthshaker was they picked heroes that can fight early, and they did do that on LGD. They ran a lot at OG pre, like their Ember Maelstrom and their Bristle Axe. And this game, I see the same sort of response from OG. You have a lot of heroes that can run at you before Earthshaker gets his 6, gets his Blink, because that's when he's strong. If you're able to out tempo these team fighters, then you're very strong. The only problem is you do have a Razor and a Chen that do kind of fix that timing problem for an Earthshaker.
Is there something that you feel LGD might be lacking then? Or is there a standout hero that you think can pull it all together and maybe fill in some of those holes you think LGD has at the moment for their draft?
I think there's a couple directions they can go if they want to try and sit back and play like the waiting game, like with pick up a harder carry that doesn't get too beat down by Husker in lane. Alternatively, they can try and match the tempo, play Razor safe lane, or even if they're doing a 3-position Razor, pick a carry that is just not going to take a lot of farm or time to come online. So I'm kind of curious which direction they go. Typically with a Chen draft, you're not looking to play a slower game. You want to have more bunch of semi carries that kind of match the tempo of your opponents.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think right now who kills the Huskar.
Yeah.
Any ideas?
I don't know.
The thing is, surely they have to have something for this Husker, because, like I keep saying, right? The last time these two teams faced off, the game that OG won was with that Husker. So surely that was an issue that they felt they needed to look at, potentially address.
Yeah. It's very different because they picked it into Spectre and stuff that game. They had a really good lane. And it wasn't like the Husker solo carried the game or anything. If anything, he actually didn't have the best game compared to some of his teammates. But it was that Timbersaw thing where it's you've suddenly got to focus this guy and address him, and as a result, everyone else on the OG side gets all the space in the world to farm and play, have the best game possible.
Yeah, they can try and do a wave cutting thing and try and delay to timings like last game. They can pick. I know in the past I've seen Huskar suffer against things like Black Hole. If this was to be a Razor carry, you can just try and kill him in that sort of space. I was going to want to play with him. Maybe you can take advantage of that. They've banned out the Monkey AA. I think those are pretty decent, solid heroes.
AA is a funny band because where does it fit in? They kind of pick their supports, but they could. Faith Beyond has played Shaker before, so maybe they're thinking they could do 3 Shaker. It's very much hey, we have IO Husker. Let's just ban the AA.
Okay. CK is going to be a lot of damage. The only saving grace is Huskar was gifted the ability of an AoE disarm, which is always lovely. He's also going to potentially buy Halberd and make it a little bit harder for that physical damage to kill him.
And you got to imagine OG's okay, they're using CK as their kind of Husker answer. Let's address the CK, because this is where OG get that last pick. So I feel like OG's drafted really well, getting the Husker pick where they didn't, now getting a response to the CK, which you got to imagine is going to make CK's life a bit more difficult.
What do you think is a nice response then that's still left in the hero pool and also works with their lineup? Is anything missing from OG's lineup right now?
Is Bristle banned? They could just take another
Bristle. Yeah,
Bristle is another Bristle.
Is Sven playable?
Sven is, Team Spirit love that hero, and I think it's pretty good because Oh, well, they're not going to play it, but so I won't talk about it. But Doom's very cool. As a carry, it's being played a lot by Talon right now, 23 Savage. Mm-hmm. He's something he played throughout Tour 3 and this tournament. I think he literally just played it.
Believe so.
Yeah.
If not, I know that Doom was played yesterday in the carry role, but I could not tell you who played it.
But I'm loving it. Just as a piece of... fact, whatever. People have been playing Doom as carry with like other scaling cores like Enigmas and Visages and stuff. So this fits this draw perfectly. You have a Huskar, so it's it fits in very well as a carry.
Mm-hmm. Where do you guys feel that this is going to go? How early, late is this game going to end? And which side do you favor just a little bit more based on those timings?
OG for sure. For me.
I'm really liking OG's draft.
Really?
I don't think it's going to be super fast paced. Like, I mean, they're going to make these aggressive moves, but like Husker, Doom, they're going to look to farm it up a bit as well. And it's more about like hitting some of these BKB timings later on, and I think that's where suddenly PSG LGD just don't have good answers for Husker or Doom.
Perfect. I'm looking forward to seeing if OG can take it to the right timings and take game number 2 as we head over to Gareth and Lacoste.
Yeah, away we go. LGD sniping out that Shaker, maybe showing Seb how it's done, but Doom and
That's
Husker,
a ballsy
man.
move. I mean, Earthshaker so far in the tournament is 0-3.
Yeah.
And this might be the first W. This is last pick Doom into Earthshaker. If you get a good block off, and looking at the chase potential from OG, there's like relocate, but that's about it. Maybe puck, but yeah, you need to be able to connect onto target with the Doom and delete it. This is also position 1 Doom that some teams are playing it. Panel talked about Talon. The other team that comes to my mind is Entity. They really love to run it. And yeah, looking at the other heroes on PSG LGD, I feel like it's going to be about initiation. If this CK gets the ulti off in the fight, we're talking about like 2-3 extra illusions. Doom's not going to be able to find the target. Also, Huskar doesn't deal too well with it, and this might be a problem. So if Ame, because Ame had a perfect game in the previous one, masterclass performance. And also looking at some of the itemization that popped onto my mind, I would love to see Void Spirit with Void Spirit Vessel. That's about it. Because you're playing against Huskar, you're playing against Io.
So many heals.
You want to get that as soon as possible. Shaker's not that hero. Like, you could potentially get it, but you also want to get the different items, and you're not going to be able to get it fast enough. So definitely an item to look out for to be able to shut down the healing, and it's a good matchup. This is the first phase Void Spirit against Puck, so a good matchup for Void Spirit overall.
Yeah, so is this Doom? You mentioned a couple of other teams have been playing it. We know Anna was practicing it as well, prior to Riyadh and coming into this event as one of his position 1 heroes. Is this the answer to the kind of LGD Asta delay the game strategy? Is this your scaling potential to match them in late game?
Doom in the late game is pretty insane. We're talking about Hand of Midas, then getting the Devour, that extra goal kicking in, Shiva's Guard Refresher, Blink BKB. This is where hero becomes super obnoxious. And the Huskar also in the late game, like this hero scales super well, so does Puck. So I'm not too worried about OG. I also want to see how Marcy is going to skill the abilities and also what the item build is going to be, because I have seen, I've talked to Seb during Riyadh Masters about it, and kind of have the same thinking where if you go and get just like Dispose and what's the other ability called? Rebound. That's a good job, Gary. You're on point. That's why I have you here. You're using like half of your hero, pretty much. Your ulti is for the dispel. You're not dealing damage. I like the style that Jin Q plays.
Like phase BKB?
Phase BKB, Blink Dagger, or phase, just the Blink Dagger, because you can get in and then get out. If you go with just Ether Lens, you go in and you're dead. Also, your scaling is not as good.
You're like a weaker Tiny at that point, right?
Yeah,
if you're the Blink Ether Lens build, you just initiation, that's your job done.
Casters,
I think we're ready to
start the game, please, Andy. I'm going to clap and we're going to start the game.
Away we go. Game 2. LGD already 1 game to the good up against OG.
Yeah. The reason why we didn't start is we needed to finish a couple of points, and all 10 players and the production waited until we were done.
Well, when Lacoste talks, you listen. That's the rule number 1 of Dota 2 major events. As we get ourselves towards these bounty runes. Tiger Amar up towards top. Jinkyu and Faith Bian lurking in the shadows.
PSG LGD stole their heroes. This is Razor, classic Amar hero, and also OG tried to play Earthshaker twice so far in this major. Oh, this is going to get de-warded Faith Bian, getting some extra gold. Never mind, it's Jinkyu getting extra gold.
Oh, it was a sentry, wasn't it?
It was his sentry, yes. And he's bringing another one.
Ooh. Go hunt down the vision of OG. And maybe they've got a good idea of that mid lane ward that is pretty shallow near the tier 1. Well, now towards bot, nothing to say, gets out his Resonant Pulse. Arme here as well. As Faith Bian, nothing to say, do get a couple of the bounty runes. The 4th one, though, is BZM's, giving the 2 for 2.
Nothing to say, starting with 20%, 30% HP against BZM. We saw yesterday when BZM first game against Liquid was playing Batrider. That did kind of cost him the lane, and also not necessarily the game, but the game was definitely harder. We see Ramses also coming out from... not sure who... How do you know who Who used the spray?
I don't know. Is the purple outline? No, it can't be. It's nothing to say he's teal. I don't know. The direction, maybe?
Oh yeah, Ramses is attacking Radiant Tower. So that's BZM.
He's pushing forward for it. Static link up top. Q with a Fisher there as well. Amar trying to get around the side while Tiger's Courier should be finished off here by the Earthshaker. Did deliver in that extra bit of regen and a couple of sentries.
Making an adjustment. They want to have Huskar against Razor, where he can still deal damage with his burning spears and also having inner fire. So having that disarm works really well. They can also reposition him once Marcy gets level 2. But still, I'm favoring the lane for LGD. I think Razor is one of the heroes that can man up, and also having a Fisher to block him off. And this is potentially a first blood lane that I'm looking at.
Yeah, it definitely could be.
And it's just kidding. No, it's not. now our observers are going to be looking at the top lane a little bit more.
Let me give Scriff the shakes. Bottom lane, what is it? IO Doom. Tons of sustain coming out of Seb. He's got his wand, Fairy Fire.
Yep, Sustain.
Sustain, yeah.
Seb did hit level 30 on IO the other day. It's one of the heroes that he has been spamming, so...
Well, he's Master Tier now.
Master Tier, expecting some big things, big relos.
Big tethers. There's a link up top again. But you see there, Marcy with the maneuverability just to jump over the Fisher, get away. Yuragi. Oh, he's been pounded by Ame.
Oh, good body block. Like, Ame did kind of close the gap.
I can't
still
finish him.
Still going to be fine. There's still Fairy Fire on IO, and he will be okay. Healing Salve used.
Yeah, plenty. A regen there, and going to have a ring of regen brought out to Seb as well. No more tangos or salves, though, so if we do have another move by LGD to play aggressively, we could find a kill on Seb, potentially. How's that mid lane going? Even though Nothing to Say had a rough start, like you said, starting 20% health, he's still doing fine. Jinkyu, yeah, Fisher blocks them out. Oh, Amar, trapped by the creeps. The Radiant Creep Wave doing their job, keeping the Huskar in range for Faith Beyond to get first blood.
And now they have level 3 on Earthshaker, who's going to have some extra mana from Mangoes, so using a healing salve as well. So an extra layer of stun, an extra bit of a physical damage that sometimes you need. So off to a really good start. Fate Beyond, we saw in the previous game what happens when he is the one popping off early on, and this might be the same thing.
Yeah, very well could be. I'm going to pull across as well for Jinkyu. Just keep dragging that creep wave around. BZM made his way up to top to grab himself a bounty rune. He even scanned it as well, as he was afraid of what was lurking in the shadows. Now, about a wave behind in terms of CS against Nothing to Say, but Void Spirit makes that same move down towards the bottom. Bounty rune himself.
Also, I don't think there's going to be any movement on Void Spirit. Even when Puck hits level 6, it could potentially be Marcy, but Io's not that hero that's going to rotate. So I feel Void Spirit is going to have a really good time. And look at this, same thing happened in the previous game where Q goes for that 4-minute rune, leaves some extra experience to Fate Beyond on top.
Yi there with the Penitence. That's going to be incredibly potent, paired up with this Chaos Knight, getting that attack speed onto heroes like Io. Drag them out of place with the Rift. And do a tremendous amount of damage. So far, Arme 22-8, really untouched in this lane. Both him and the Doom have so much heal from their supports, right? You've got Chen with his passive, you've got this Io topping them up as well.
In terms of CS, Huskar is doing better than Razor, but if we show network, it looks better for Razor. Yeah, show network, please.
Yeah, 2100, 2130. It's pretty close up at the top. Doom, the one down at the bottom, surprisingly. We'll start catching up with his Devour eventually, though. And Seb's grandson in that mid lane, 23-6 on the puck, just chipping away at the Void Spirit. Trade out in the regen.
Nothing to Say, tanking up on his Void Spirit, bringing a Raindrop, bringing full Magic Wand to be able to sustain through Puck. Big small cam stack. Let's see if Nothing to Say. Oh, he didn't get it. He got like only a couple of those. But got the XP, which means that he got level 6.
And dispose
Forcing
up
Puck
top.
to TP out.
Faith Bjorn tagged by the inner fire. Amar getting OG's first kill. And you're right, that Puck very close to death, just about jaunting to the orb to get away from the astral step. Oh, nothing to say. I mean, Chen here, he's got lots of little items, a little thrift shop going. Blightstone, Sage's Mask, headdress. And minus armor with penitence and the right clicks of CK. It's no joke when you're an IO or a Doom.
Also, minus armor from Reality Rift. It's level 1, so extra 4 on top of 2, which brings Doom's armor almost to minus. One of the reasons why he decided to go for Phase Boot, so we'll be okay. Putting a lot of pressure with this Doom and IO. Very difficult to trade regeneration against IO. Even though you have Chen, even though you have CK, still OG playing this lane really well.
Yeah, just keeping that pressure moving forward. And the catapult wave doing some significant damage to that bottom tier 1. Does get cleared out in the end by Arme. He's constantly at half HP. Thinks about the stun, but when he's so low, doesn't want to make the jump onto Seb when his 1 charges.
And the Fairy Fire did not want to commit.
Yeah, little abilities to turn fights around. But look at this. Nothing to say. Or has he been scouted?
He's scouted by the Sentry Ward.
Dire Sentry sees him. He's still going to go for Tiger, though, it looks like. Move in towards the back, ignores Tiger, wants Huskar instead. Struggling to decide which target he's going for. Jump, he's moving up, moving down now, focus in towards him and blow up Amar. Tiger, the next target. Line it up and finish him off. For little Marcy, no way to jump away from this is that. Maybe can get a dispose out, but nothing to say. Going to try to catch up. Seb with a heal. Now the 2-man coil. Tiger's still alive and able to battle on through. They will get the Waning Rift in onto 3. The silence lasts long enough to kill them off. Razor and the Void Spirit down and out. And Jinkyu with one last Fisher finishes off the Puck. A 3-for-2 trade. Jinkyu should surely be disposed back and found. Seb with a double.
Void Spirit 1 second until the Resonant Pulse. If he gets that off, getting some extra damage and also getting the tankiness, I think he lives there.
Another reload bottom. And Uragi with Tiger. We're coming down here thanks to Seb, aiming for Arme. TPs from LGD are coming through, but the CK, even with his 1 charge, is dead to right. In comes NTS though. Resonant Pulse, the relocate out, they'll leave Tiger here to die as they save up the Doom.
Some good rotations, hitting that level 6 on IO at minute 8. That was pretty big. They did lose Amar, but also supports are getting quite a lot from this. Both supports going to be level 6 before minute 10.
A little interesting that Seb's going for the Locket first item. I feel like in recent times it's been that mech rush and Locket comes after. Do you think
he's doing it the other way around. Yesterday also, Holy Locket into mech.
Okay. Is there a good reason for that? Just quicker, faster to get there?
I think so. I think because of the build-up, because he gets the headdress and you get it easier. You do have a magic wand as well, so I think that might be the reasoning. I also could be wrong. It's straight up 50-50. Either I'm lying or Seb is right.
You're right or you're wrong. No in between. Yeah, I think you're spot on there. You've got all of the little elements, small item build-up towards that Locket. As Tiger gets found in the river and his ward removed by Jinkyu as well. Sentry there to unblock the camp. LGD very quick off the mark here to respond to Tiger's movement. Amar closing in on Armlet. One of the big timings here for OG.
Coil in the mid lane. Doom is available.
Yeah, chucks it in onto him. Nothing to say. Nowhere to run. Uragi and BZM clearing through the Void Spirit easily. And that's the big reason they picked that Doom, isn't it? The lockdown on the Void Spirit, so important for them.
It's a lot of units here. They do have Toughness Aura and also Alpha Wolf Aura.
Body blocks. Yee, and a good face shift. Gets away from
Hand
the
of God
Fisher.
is available if needed.
Amar didn't want to jump into the middle of all of them. Doesn't even have the life break skilled. 3, 5, 6. Is he holding a point? He is, right?
Yes, Gary. 1 + 2 is 3 + 3 is 6, and he's level 7. -1.
Right.
Fisher, Jinkyu looking for an angle.
Does that block him? Oh, he's got a little path through the trees, so no.
Oh, Ame might be in trouble one more time. He senses something's cooking.
Yeah, he's trying to clear out small cap. BZM.
There's Relo.
In we go with a Relo and the jaunt forward. Tumbler's Toy to try and scout out Arme. Faith Bian disposed, sent back towards his tower. Good damage onto Tiger though, as Arme will claim his life.
Oh,
but
big
Fisher and the Echo! Xingqiu! He's done so much here to save Arme and allow him to open up and do the damage they needed. BZM, where are you off to now? Uragi's being left here.
Hurricane.
No way out.
And Reality Rift Paul. What a turnaround play from PSG LGD. We mentioned that both supports on OG are going to be level 6 pre-10 minutes, and so did both supports on PSG LGD. This was Earthshaker with only 1 point in the Aftershock, so couldn't stun lock them, because you want to, whenever you play position for Earthshaker, you want to max out that Fisher instead. And also, unfortunately for OG, Coil was not ready, so they couldn't go on CK and keep him in place to be able to deal damage. So a lot of time bought, and also Hand of God heal coming in.
Yeah, Arme going to be incredibly happy with the response he got from his team. The backup arrived so quickly, and now he's going to go on Uragi. Chucks the stun at him. Phantasm with that illusion, doing some decent chip damage, but he's the one being turned on. Yi is here as backup with a Wild Wing. Tiger cycloned across with a Hurricane, but I'll dispose Yi back into the middle of 4 of them. Chen just hands his life over to save the Chaos Knight.
Showing a lot of heroes bottom while Lamar is farming in the jungle. Not going to say, looking for a rune. He's going to get Invis, so he's ready to rotate.
Yeah, going straight for the Aghanim Scepter on this Void Spirit. So no Spirit Vessel coming out. Do they just reckon they've got enough physical damage through the CK and the Razor?
CK and Razor, maybe that's the thinking. And also a lack of lockdown for Puck. Once Xingqiu probably going to think differently than Earthshaker in the previous game. He's probably going to be looking for that Blink Dagger. You want to be able to Blink Initiate on Huskar and mostly Puck to have that instant stun. And he queues it up.
That's what he wants. And he also wants to try and wrap around in on his bottom lane. They've already done a decent job shutting down Uragi. Usually Doom, especially as a position 1. I guess he's more of a 3 in this because of the lane swaps. He's not top of the net worth though, which is a struggle for him as he's jumped and nearly killed straight off the bat. Reload, the save, not going to come in time. Uragi dies under his own tier 1, but Amar, he's in onto Arme. In a fire there after the life break, and the Burning Spear stacking up, and the turnaround from Arme with a Hand of God. Heal comes through, can't finish off ATF just yet. In onto Tiger instead. The Fisher will block him, stun him as well. He can try and toggle his way out of here with Seb's heals coming in as well, but Xingqiu's there with an Echo Slam, the chase stuns, and a rift back in.
When I said Arme toggle that he's going to be fine, I meant Ame. Ame did die that one time, and he's getting very close to Echo Saber. A lot of sustain coming up from that Chaos Strike. Y coming in clutch with Hand of God and Mech one more time. 4,000 damage. And same amount of damage from Huskar. He is officially position 1 right now.
Yeah, they've given him the farm priority. That's why, Doom is struggling, as we were saying, not top of the net worth as we usually expect from a core Doom. He still needs plenty of time. He has got his Midas now, got the first use out of it, and a coil maybe into a Doom on the Void Spirit.
Can he get the Doom off? He's not going to be able to.
He gets fogged as he walks up the staircase, and now Xingqiu and Yi, they're chasing back in towards BZM. The Remnant misses though. Nothing to say, can't catch it. Rebounding from Tiger, but the rift from Arme shreds through the Marcy, and Uragi's going to die again.
This is why I said when the game started that Shaker is really good against Doom. You need to be able to chase people down, but one Fisher block could make a change. Inside the Roche Pit they go. Alpha Wolf and double damage running on Razor. It doesn't get more perfect for PSG LGD than this.
And the little ghost slowing him down as well. Who's going to get the Aegis here? Is it just Arme so they can put him on towers? Oh, it's nothing to say, so he can dive in. Have the freedom. And if he gets doomed, care a little bit less about it. Aghanim Scepter, 1100
this is gonna
away.
Be big for PSG LGD, having a backline jump, especially with Aegis. So you don't have to care. You can heavily commit, use 2 Resonant Pulse charges, silence Puck. Let's see how Puck is adapting. He's not getting any defensive item, going for the Blink Dagger. Nothing to say. Still chasing. He knows Taiga is in here.
Where are you? Can you hear any whistling? Oh yeah, you found the Marcy now. Fisher, well placed. as they will chain disable Tiger's Marcy.
That's a Blink Dagger 15 minutes in on Earthshaker. Considering that they've been fighting all the time and he died only 2 times, this is what you want to do with Earthshaker. Like, you either want to have a lane for 2-3 minutes to be able to farm a Blink Dagger, or a lot of skirmishes where you live and you get the assist gold.
Yes, that maxed out Fisher has paid off big time for him. BZM is jaunted across to the left-hand side. Jinkyu's going to find him, though. The Tumbler's Toy doesn't buy enough time, and the Echo Slam is there again.
Perfect timing.
Spectacular performance.
Blink Dagger just got delivered by the courier, so he manages to close the gap, gets on top of BZM.
Jinkyu really showing us the power of this Earthshaker. Looking for the first win of the tournament on that hero. 5k net worth lead for LGD, just 16 minutes in now. As Arme plants himself in the enemy triangle, taking away some of the gold that they desperately need on OG.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They scanned him as well, but they're so afraid. They're trying to spread the map, heading northwards. Dewarding and guarding their top jungle. A good attempt from Yi there to try and deny his own Observer Award, but not quite.
Look at his little army. This doesn't look scary, but it is a lot of auras. Heal amplification aura, slow, some extra damage, and also a little bit of magic resistance.
Oh, the heal amp is so nice when you got Mech, Hand of God. The healing coming out of the CK.
Is under attack.
As we're getting close to Arme's BKB now, you can disassemble the Echo. About 1,000 away from the recipe. Tier 2 items coming into the hands of LGD. As OG, well, they got 2 Observer Wards down towards the bottom right-hand corner of the map. And a lot of drawing there saying, push out bot lane, play into bot jungle. We've got the vision. That's where we need to fight around.
Go with 3. Be ready to come with the relocate. It's very difficult. Earthshaker doesn't have Fisher, but there is still Aegis 2 minutes on Void Spirit plus Aghanim Scepter. I think OG needs to respect this.
Yeah, 35 seconds until Echo Slam. Oh yeah, OG just fully falling back now. Still feel like they need more time. Wait out this Aegis, delay the game, get the Doom up and running because he's not online yet. Yuragi needs that BKB. But LGD is so good at piercing.
Yuragi got scouted. He's dead.
He's under an Observer Ward. Nothing to say. Straight in with the Ether Remnant. Arme Faith Bian will follow up. The cavalry arrives and Jinkyu will claim the kill.
Just in case he Doom presses BKB and Cheese and tries to get out.
And an Eon Disc pops,
yes,
you know.
and so he makes sure that doesn't happen. Still a minute left on Aegis. Void Spirit thinking about going in.
LGD
is so good at these moves, though, aren't they? They find the right angle to get into enemy territory where they are at their weakest, OG. Everybody behind the tier 2 top. Not allowing LGD to have that opening. And Aegis 50 seconds away from being reclaimed, so they've weathered the storm for the most part. Even though Yuragi has been the sacrifice 4 times this game on the Doom.
His BKB is very delayed. Also, something that we mentioned is if CK gets the ulti off, he gets 2 extra Phantasm illusions, and then it becomes very difficult for him to find which one is real.
They will find the real one straight up here with Amara Tiger. Now on to Arme. No BKB for him yet on the CK. He turns to try and fight, but he's disarmed. No more lifesteal. The Blink Echo. Jinkyu turns it straight back on them. Sam going to go for the TP home. And LGD, they get something out of nothing there.
They caught him underneath the vision. There are 2 Observer Wards right now in PSG LGD's jungle, scouting things out in the river, or the one that's going to get devorded right now. So Ame dying, very close to his BKB, needs 400 gold, disassemble Echo Saber, and we'll have it. Again, this didn't get devorded. Yuragi did ping it out, saying that there is a vision.
Yeah, and he walks right under it again. This time, waddling back to his tier 2 with Seb's backup. A hasted Void Spirit, eyeing up an opportunity to jump. The moment he sees a hero, Jinkyu also here nearby, and a high ground ward sees every member of OG incoming.
Seb
Jinkyu
immediately dewards it.
Solo coil. They want this Earthshaker. Snaps the coil on him. Jinkyu pretty tanky on the ES though. Will get jumped by the life break, but the enchant totem, I think, comes Razor just chipping away
way
at
too
OG.
deep right now.
They're trying to commit. The dispo's back. Chen thrown in, but the
Fisher on
3-man
4.
Fisher catches them with a shard as well, just holding back OG, stopping their advance forward.
Man, Jinkyu Earthshaker, that's definitely something else. Also, very good Remnant from Nothing to Say to be able to close Marcy, placed it on top of Jinkyu so that he knows if someone jumps in. Oh, Fisher!
Hello! Jinkyu's here again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's the power of Blink Dagger on Earthshaker, being able to jump in, instantly initiate, and also seeing Puck using phase shift. Very difficult for Puck. He's trying to go for Kaya Sanj to have status resistance to lower the duration of those stuns. But PSG LGD, they're not going to stop. They have BKB on CK right now and almost a full Echo Saber again. So,
and an 87% win probability as well. Looking incredibly strong with this 9-10k net worth lead. Next Roshan. If LGD get that, I really struggle to see a world in which OG are able to combat the LGD side just walking towards their base.
This looks so weird.
Double void.
Yeah, double Raid Band, double void.
Well, it's beautifully arranged, aesthetically pleasing Razor build as Nothing to Say, saved up by Jinkyu again. Like turning onto the Marcy here, Tiger just charging towards the Earthshaker. Wants to get a couple of spells off, but now he's trapped down in the river. Army will take that up for himself, handed a kill on a silver platter, and after the Doom has expired, Nothing to Say is draining onto him. Uragi trying to run it back, but he's being drained of his damage, killed by Faith Beyond.
Again, the same issue that OG has been facing. They dropped the Doom, but there is no real follow-up, and one Fisher just says, enough, you need to stop. Jinkyu's positioning has been amazing. He's been involved in, let me do the math real quickly, 17 out of 21 kills. He's all over the place. A lot of those assists, a lot of those Fishers are not assists that made a lot of difference.
Seb, 3-second stun, and Jinkyu not even needed. A straight-up solo from Arme. Fisher will catch Amar. They'll follow through from the rest of LGD, though. They are pretty wide across the map. Maybe OG can make something out of this. They've got 2 cores bottom. They see Jinkyu.
Jinkyu's level 15, same level as Huskar, same level as Puck.
What's the Doom at?
13 with Hand of Midas. Not looking good for OG.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for him. Look, he's below the Chen. Jinkyu, of course, you're having a very good game. Moving his way towards that BKB next. There we go. BKB up on Arme. Mage Slayer grabbed as well. Blink Dagger next on the cards for him. And Roshan 10 seconds away. As LGD will be prepping themselves, scouting with the Vool Assassin with his envenomed weapon inside.
It's a good one. It's the one that reduces the healing, and the percentage is 75 region reduction.
It's like, I pop my salve, I'll be fine farming this creep camper. No.
You get 100 HP from a healing salve.
Yeah.
If you use it on ally, then you get 50.
It's nasty. 50 HP
50
for a salve.
HP for salve, yeah.
Well, LGD not content to sit back and hold their own high ground. They want to take enemy territory, and here we go again. Straight up with the Fisher, jump in for the Void Spirit and kill off Uragi. Gets the BKB out, but not the Doom. And with Huskar jumping on the Razor, well, he's just going to be lightning stormed down and rifted into Arme's open arms. Jinkyu getting another Fisher forward. Will be able to catch Seb, but with no vision there. We can't dive into the trees, but BZM. 2 heroes down. It's Roshan time.
BZM try to go on Jinkyu, but there is way too much sustain. Why? With Holy Locket, Mech also ready to use Hand of God if necessary. Still, Fisher into Totem is more than enough, and Fate Beyond using Refresher for the first time, getting a double BKB, double Eye of the Storm. Very difficult for them to go in and take the fight. But this is going to be a freebie.
When the IO gets his Hand of Midas, maybe we can look towards the future.
He
Think
did
about
have
that
that
late
queued
game.
up, but the game ended. Oh, Void Spirit.
Under a sentry. Coiled up, Dispose snaps. Great pick off for OG. Still able to punch back. Arme. Oh, he's in honor. The Puck stunned up and cleared through. Ooh, 20 HP remaining. Can we jump away with the blink? We
He's
can.
fine.
There's the Essen's Ring as well. Uragi can try and defend him too. Xinkyu makes the move forward, but 1v4 now.
Jump.
Uragi, he wanted to doom the Earthshaker, disposed back, will open them up.
Can he get it up?
He can't! He's chain stunned out by OG.
I mean, it would look good Echo on paper, but there was no one around him. Ame was there, rest of the team not ready to jump in and help out.
Very close to killing off BZM in the midst of all that, though. He's like 25, 30 health remaining. But losing your Void Spirit and your Earthshaker now gives an opening for OG to push out across the map. That's Tiger, toys with Ame. I'm not sure if this is what you wanted to be playing with, though. It's a dangerous toy. Lots of moving parts and sharp objects there on the Chaos Knight.
Way too difficult to deal with this overfarmed CK going into Bloodthorn next after picking up that shard. He picked up the shard from Roshan and picking up the Blink Dagger.
Oh, they cancel the Blink with the Plasma Field. This time the jump from Ame works out thanks to Faith Bian's arrival.
BZM getting caught multiple times.
And now we can prep ourselves for the push in from LGD. 3.5 minutes on the Aegis remain. Chen gonna recall his creeps across the map to keep the push going. While Amar and Seb trying to do what they can to get some land for themselves. But with a tier 1 mid and top still standing, it's so difficult for them. Being this far behind, having no access points to the enemy parts of the map.
PSG, they are ready to go for the high ground. CK does have that level 20 talent throughout the Pierce spell immunity, so he can still be able to reposition heroes and blow them up when a Phantasm is up.
And no buybacks outside of the Marcy for OG. Everybody very poor. No money for the buybacks. Tier 3 items are coming though for them. Amar farming enemy ancients, finding a pocket of farm, while Seb killed off by a Fisher and a move in from Nothing to Say's Void. How's OG's high ground defense?
Not as good as in the previous game. They had Shaker plus Coddle this time around. Puck will need to do some creep skipping, but definitely needs a defensive item for himself. He is going for Eon Disc, still needs a couple of minutes to farm it.
Amar, he's like cutting wave mid, farming ancients.
Amar being sneaky, look at him.
Well, he's Amar the Finder. He's finding farm where no one else could. Is he the highest GPM on his team? No, the Puck is ever so slightly ahead. 469.
He has higher GPM than Doom with Devour and Hand of Midas. That tells a lot about how bad of a game Doom has.
Radiant's courier has
how important was that lane swap, right? Because you mentioned at the start they put the Huskar against the Razor. It would have been worse for Doom if he had been against the Razor. Well, hang on a second, it's Tiger. Faith Bian's found him with a refresh up. He's got the Eye of the Storm out. He's got double BKB ready at his disposal as well. They've got the Doom on the Void Spirit though. Faith Bian trying to defend, and the Hurricane back pushes Nothing to Say away from danger. The Hand of God heals him, and in comes the rest. Arme with a double kill, clearing through OG. Tiger, no way of escaping. Penitence and the Rift on him, and GG is called. A 2-0 victory here for LGD, and quite a simple one at that.
OG understanding that they have no business left in this game. They were not able to kill one hero in the last fight, and also White didn't even use Nethermech North 20 charges on the Holy Locket. Just the lane setup and also these couple of like rotations first time around, a couple of dooms. They were not connecting. Xinkyu, masterclass performance on his Earthshaker.
Just exquisite stuff on that Earthshaker, really. I mean, the Chaos Knight last pick as well worked out wonderfully for LGD.
No real AoE to deal with CK. They needed to be able to get the Doom off, but way too much sustain from Chen. Y played amazing on Chen, being able to secure the lane for CK. And Puck, like they just got caught way too many times. Void Spirit did decide to go for Aghanim Scepter, which is a bit of a greedy item build, but once you get to that, then you have a backline jump, you have the control, and also that first Roshan fight when they pretty much team wiped OG and double damage Alpha Wolf, more than enough to take down Roshan securely.
Yeah, the responses from LGD as well, right? Think back to that real first big team fight bottom where Ame gets gone on, Xingqiu comes in.
Like 3-4 man Fisher right on top of them, and Ame survives in the end, and big turnaround play. Also being able to protect the tower for a longer period of time, which does allow them to, again, TP out, and I think we also need to mention Warding, how good PSG LGD was.
Superb.
Because it did allow them to go for these pickoffs.
Well, we'll head it back to our panel to talk about this series. 2-0 victory for LGD. What do you think about it?
And this is where the mid lane gets very scary now. Like once Bad Ray reaches level 6, it's almost a free kill onto the Razor. Like Oracle needs to stick around.
Having a lot of rotations from both teams, so even though LGD kind of snowballed, there was a lot of action sheep.
Yeah, they both made sure to react to things that were happening. You see BZM's puck TPing top to counter initiate. You see the bot lane Xingqiu's Earthshaker TPing in and counter ganking. Like this was that's how a lot of these fights happened. I will say though, for me, this game was very. Xingqiu really was the MVP. Like, he was behind CK so often. He was always ready for the counter initiations. I think that's what made him so effective. So, in the early games, his counter initiations came from the TPs. Later, it was with his Blink. You saw the OG team smoke with their Huskar and come into the jungle. They kill Ame. It's like, oh no. But then this massive Echo Slam comes out.
Yeah.
And it completely turns everything around. Like, he set up so much. He was catching so many heroes. And it was just off the back of like two things. A, his positioning was fantastic. And B, they had amazing vision.
Yeah.
Their vision game was fantastic. They not only were they putting pretty deep wards in and getting like wards that cover like the bot side of the map and the top, so they knew where they were, but they were also playing very aggressively with their Chen. Like Y was just farming the enemy jungle when his entire team was like bot, and you have these creeps scouting, giving vision, giving information, so they just know, oh, OG could be bot. I'm gonna make sure I'm behind my carry.
Yeah. What about the Doom on the side of OG? Did you like that? Do you like what they did with the Husker as well, or do you feel that that could potentially be one of the issues and downfalls of this lineup for OG?
And maybe from a comfort perspective, it was a slight downfall. I don't think there's anything wrong with carry Doom, but at least the way I think OG played around it, and for Yuragi, I think it just looked a little outside of his comfort zone. It felt like they didn't quite know the timings of when they want to fight, how they want to fight. But I think, to me, less the Doom and more the problem was maybe the IO Marcy that support you. I just feel like was kind of low impact. They weren't really able to do a whole lot in this game. I was just about like buffing up your cores. Marcy's just like, okay, you can combo with the puck, but I just felt like they didn't have a support that brought any team fight and way to basically match up what the Shaker was doing. Like you mentioned, like how impactful Xingqiu was, and I totally agree. He probably was the MVP, but it was like what were OG getting from their supports, and nothing kind of compared to what the Shaker had.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of their moves did get stumped though by like the Chen heal. That was like pretty massive in my opinion. I know like they skirmish early, they send in the Huskar, he nearly kills Ame, and then everyone's healed, and it's just like everything you just did was totally like just stopped, and then they've kind of no gas in the tank. They're getting worn down. There's a lot of units running around, and they get die.
What do you think is a key takeaway that you want to see OG have from this series now that they have the 2 losses?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think it's about figuring out which of their kind of drafts and strats, like what style is going to work best for them in this tournament. I think you can't overthink too much. LGD are the heavy favorites coming into this major. I think for most people, they have them as like the #1 team with everyone else like slightly behind them. So I think for OG, you stick with your strats and make sure, play against the other teams and don't like overthink a loss to LGD because of how good they are. That's my takeaway. It's just LGD, amazing. OG, yeah, they got 2-0'd, but this is the best team currently at the tournament.
Yeah, well, it is a best of 2, which means LGD OG is over. We're going to head to a break and we'll be coming back with Spirit versus EG.
Coming up next, Team Spirit versus Evil Geniuses.
Stole my whole creep wave. That's what you got.
You got me, son, in this town. You'll drop it.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
EG haven't had the best start to this major just yet. They had a bit of a rough day one yesterday, unable to pick up a win. And they're going to be coming up against Spirit, a team who has been looking a lot better as they won both their opening series, sitting at a nice and pretty 4-0. Joining me, Lizard, this time around. We got rid of she. We told her she's way too beautiful on this panel, and so we had to bring in who Lizard will absolutely make up for what Sheep is what we're now lacking with.
But look, I think you basically got the same person here. It's no different. We both spam Meepo.
True.
So we're basically the same. That's it.
That was the one thing.
That's the one thing. We both hate anime. I heard she hates it.
Yeah, I heard that too. That's definitely a very key thing of her personality.
Hates sweeps, like out of the bottom of her soul. So I can relate with that as well.
All right, perfect. Gods, you're staying on the panel here, but Spirit EG, let's jump in. Let's have a chat about them. You can have pickings. Which team would you like to talk about first?
I'll talk a bit about EG.
All right, perfect.
I feel a bit optimistic about this team. I think everybody loves to hate on this team. They're everybody's favorite team to hate on. And definitely when they start 0-4 at the major after bombing out of the last major, it's easy to keep hating on them.
Right.
But let me tell you, I think EG's come in and after, an NA DPC league where I think the NA region's gotten stronger and there's more competitive teams for them, it's gotten harder for them to make the major. I think bringing back Fly has kind of brought back some of that stability. So I think they're a team that's going to bounce back on a day 2. They definitely looked like they were finding themselves a bit with some of their drafts. They, doing some more aggressive, fast-paced style. We saw a bit of that during the NA DPC League with the Lycan, the Nature's Prophet carry. I think we'll see a bit more of that, but I also hope we get to see a bit more of the, the RTZ,
old stuff.
hard carry. I want to see both. I think it's important for them that they have multiple play styles, but that's something they can definitely do these days.
Yeah, because if one of those play styles doesn't work like it didn't yesterday, they can go back to
Well, the thing is, it's a best of 2, right? 2 games. They could play one style one game, the other style the next game. They're really trying to test it all out, but they're coming up against Spirit, a very formidable opponent. Obviously, everyone knows the history of Spirit. They won TI, but recently, Stockholm Major and 2 or 3 of the DPC included, they haven't been looking the best. They didn't have a splash at Stockholm Major. And even this tour over in Eastern Europe, they actually came 3rd. It went outside as Na'Vi and then Spirit. So for you, Lizard, does that worry you for them coming in?
Not at all.
Okay.
Like this team, if you look at the past, if you look at the way the year started, right? Real life has been rough for most of these players, for most of us. And I think they are just finding their stability. And with that stability, the results will come. You're saying that they ended 3rd, right?
Yes.
They did, but at the same time, it was, I believe, a tiebreaker, right?
It was a 3-way tiebreaker, but it was like a...
Very close.
Exactly. It was like a Spirit beat Na'Vi, and Na'Vi beat outsiders beat... Yeah.
And the points did matter. It wasn't like it was totally meaningless, because those points could contribute to TI, but I feel like Spirit had been a bit unmotivated. Like, even going to that Stockholm Major, I remember when we talked to them in some of the interviews during DPC, they were just like, they're always most excited to play against the Chinese teams. They have a lot of respect, particularly for PSG LGD, but that's always, like, when they found out, the Chinese teams were going to be the major, they was just like, oh, no one we're really looking forward to playing anymore.
Damn, that's savage.
At the same time, for everyone in Europe, it's always fun to win against EG, right? Like,
yes.
versus NA, so it's going to be fun.
All right, it definitely is. When it comes to contested heroes or how you feel that this one's going to play out, is there a standout hero that you would like to see banned out, not necessarily in the first phase, right, but throughout the game that you think we have to be cautious of for either team?
Do you think anything special besides the flavors of the meta right now?
I don't think so. I think for me, these heroes are pretty... Like, there's nothing... EG's 0-4, so obviously there's nothing they're doing that, like, okay...
Stands out. It's
EG's doing this well, we got to ban it.
Just let them have everything they had before.
Yes, exactly.
Don't ban out their comfort.
Okay. Out of the 4 games that they played yesterday, though, there was actually only 3 heroes that they doubled up on. So they had a lot of versatility in the heroes that they were picking. Do you think that's going to continue today? Maybe try and pull out some more new heroes? Or would you like to see them try and very much fit into the meta that is slowly being formed?
I think they need to fit into their own meta. Like, EG, to me, at their peak, and with this roster, and even mostly some of their previous rosters, which are pretty similar to this, it's always when they have a very defined hero pool. Like, everyone loves to give them shit for just first picking Storm or game after game, but they got second place at multiple majors with that. They were basically at their peak during those phases where you know what EG's going to pick, but they still would consistently win with it until they went up against that, like, Goliath of a team that had that X factor that could take them down. But I think EG finding a smaller hero pool is, if anything, a good thing for them.
Okay. And for you, Lizard, on the side of Spirit, is there a way to shut down any of their hero pools? Because they can play what feels like almost every hero under the sun, and to a very high level as well.
Yeah, that's the problem with them. It doesn't really matter what kind of a draft they get for themselves. They just play so many strategies the same way. If you want Collapse to be this greedy offlaner that literally him transforms into a third core, like a second carry, sure, they can play that. If you want him to be the second playmaker to the mid laner and you have this super fast-paced kind of gameplay after the laning stage, they can do that as well.
Okay.
And because of that, it allows them to pick so many diverse styles, diverse heroes. I think that's the most important thing here.
So is there, not just heroes, but is there a way to shut down Spirit's playstyle?
Well, in the Eastern Europe League, right, the way teams would win against them is they would break them in that mid game. Like the laning stage would kind of never go in one direction against Team Spirit, that is. But in the mid game, they were making some mistakes. Does that come to lack of stability or motivation? I'm not sure what happened exactly. But
that is the timing that these teams have to try and hit to...
Even though if you do that, you cannot mess up that high ground push. Because that high ground push, when it comes to Team Spirit, is their defense and when they're playing around objectives, it's incredible. Like I don't know if it's just individual talent or if it's something that they work on very hard together. But I've seen them defend 3v5 and then turn the game off of that so many times, even without buybacks. That you ask yourself the same question: like, how do you beat them?
They seem to have like full trust and like they just understand what everyone on their team is going to be doing. It's like, okay, we know how this is done. They've been playing, like the experience playing together for such a long time now is like giving them an edge over a lot of the other teams.
Well, let's have a look at this draft because it is a little bit of a way in now. We have our first phase hero, Spirit getting Dazzle, Void. Nothing too out of the box there in EG picking up Puck and Dawn. How are you liking these two openings?
It looks like a solid opening for both teams. The Dawnbreaker and the Puck are really strong together because you have this Dream Coil into the ulti. You have that combination already. The Dawnbreaker can be played on multiple positions, so you aren't really giving anything away. I believe the Puck versus Void Spirit will be the mid lane. In Eastern Europe, you guys have been watching it. Void Spirit plus, let's say, a Skyrat is the answer to the Puck pick, right?
Yeah, even just Void Spirit alone, I think, like we saw in the last series, the LGD OG, it's like, okay, they pick Puck, we're going to answer with Void Spirit and then ideally get some additional follow-up. In that case, at the Shaker, for example. But yeah, I think both teams are happy with their own. For EG, it's like they get the strong lanes. That's usually been EG's flavor, which is like, let's have strong lanes. Puck doesn't. You're not too worried about your matchups. Dawnbreaker is just like, this hero in lanes is just ridiculous. So, and then for Spirit, I think Dazzle kind of flavor of the tournament so far. With as far as 5 positions go, we're going to be seeing a lot of Dazzle. It's like one of those 5s that's not good enough to ban, but is going to get through a lot. And any team that plays Dazzle will happily pick it up early on.
Yeah, with the Dawn. Where would you like to see it go? Where do you think it's going to work best for EG's playstyle?
I still feel the Dawnbreaker, for me personally, is an offlane hero. That's where...
Oh, so you want it in the 3, not the 4?
I just love her in the 3.
Okay. I was going to say 3 or 4. I think one of those 2 roles.
Yeah.
You can flex into 5, or even sometimes you've seen... I mean, it literally goes all 5.
It does definitely go all 5, but I want to know for you guys personally, and especially like how it fits into EG. Like, does this feel like a crit hero at all, or is it going to need a little bit more gold?
It feels more like a Nightfall hero because I think Crit wants to be more of a playmaker, and often what happens with Dawnbreaker is your rest of your teammates are off like making plays on the map, and you're like playing in that like dead lane where no one wants to farm, and then you ulti to join the fight. So you kind of often end up playing separate if you want to play around your ultimate. So to me, it feels a bit more like a Nightfall hero, but.
And even when you look at the regions that play Dawnbreaker the most, I feel like when you open the pubs, Eastern Europe just adores it.
Yeah.
It's like everywhere. Safe lane, off lane, doesn't matter. They know the hero inside and out. Is it the Aghanims build on some support, or is it some, I don't know, Basher, BKB Deso with the blink, with the Aghanim shard where you just jump in and stun people? Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
However, one thing that you said is Dazzle isn't really not highly contested, maybe not highly rated at the moment.
Yeah, right.
I feel like that might change, right? Like he's looking. It's not even only about the hero; it's the play style. Like you just get this 5-man snowball that's with Dazzle and let's say one more hero that can heal itself with some mechanic, and you just can't burn through that. You just don't have enough damage. There's just so many damage mitigation abilities and spells right now. Add on top some Wyvern, some Dazzle, you can't kill anyone. Like we see these team fights. Yesterday it happened a couple of times.
Yeah.
Like only position 4s die and that's it. Everyone just scatters back, right?
Yeah. They're either like able to disengage or they are able to sort of sustain their way through that. Would you like a Winter Wyvern on Spirit? Do you think that's the extra heal that they need? Or are you hoping to see in a different sort of hero?
I'm not a big fan of the 4 Wyvern. I know like PSGLGD plays some 4 position Wyvern, but I think getting for Team Spirit, I'd much rather see like that kind of playmaker for Void Spirit to kind of sync up with. Like I think Wyvern and Dazzle overlap too much.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Like I was just giving an example of Wyvern.
Of course.
When I saw the Wyvern Dazzle, it was even Wyvern mid. I believe it was Liquid playing it yesterday, right? And it worked out well for them. But right now, what they're lacking is, I completely agree with Gods. They need something with the Void Spirit to jump in, to go in first, make stuff happen.
Does anything stand out as a Spirit hero that does that? I know Eastern Europe likes Snap. She isn't really banned.
Yeah, like I don't know if Snap is truly the right option. I wouldn't even mind something like a Nyx that's still in the pool versus the Puck versus the Dawnbreaker. Like for me, it's.
I was going to say Tusk for Spirit, but EG get their hands on that. I think both teams, their 4 positions are actually kind of similar. I think hero pool wise and playstyle wise, like Tusk, Nyx, or Spirit maybe less so these days. It's kind of fallen off, but I could see something very similar in Team Spirit for Mira.
While we're waiting for their pick, I do want to talk about the Nyx a little bit because the last series that were being played, it got picked up twice, I think, on the side of Talon and also the side of Fnatic on other streams. But Nyx is definitely up there in the pick rates for this major. How do you like it as a hero in this meta?
We got asked, I think, yesterday by Sajidine.
Oh, yeah?
It was one of those things where I think some teams were picking it too early in drafts. Because if it's one of those things like you pick it up and then there's all these int mids you don't want to play into it. At least that's historically been the case. So I think waiting to pick it, like when you see the Puck and the Dawnbreaker, suddenly I think Nyx becomes a lot more viable. But I don't think picking Nyx early in the draft is necessarily...
He's more like a pocket pick. It's something that you want to like pick out in the end of a second phase.
He counters stuff, but you don't want to counter stuff that hasn't been picked yet, in my mind, at least with the draft.
Yeah, makes sense. For me, Nyx Assassin, exactly like Parker said, would work here because he would already be countering a couple of these heroes. He's not great versus Tusk, right? But versus Puck and Dawnbreaker, you already have that Carapace to mess up the ulti combo to catch Puck.
Oh wow, Spirit are going to be able to get Monkey King and Zeus. Is Zeus that playmaker that you liked in position 4?
No.
No, yeah. I guess we don't know. Well, Void Spirit mid, so I guess it is support Zeus.
Yeah, you can jump out of the shards, right? That's something. Like you can get away from the Tusk. But okay, so the offlaner needs to be that frontliner now for them, definitely.
I was going to say, because we also get the Monkey King, and sometimes that could be flexed to 4, but now that Zeus is out, that one's more likely to be going to 4, which means Monkey King carry.
There is a world where Void Spirit goes offlane, I think.
Yeah.
It's okay. Done. It's a bit out of the,
I don't know why you would do it, though, versus a Puck mid, right?
Yeah, I think it's just if you want to do core Zeus, but like you say, why would you want... Again, you're playing into Puck, you want the Void Spirit.
Void Spirit is good there. Right? EG, do hit them with the problem, that's this Enigma. Now you have to be thinking about ways of dealing with that black hole. Like something that goes through it. When you look at the offlaners that are still in the pool, Beastmaster is kind of the obvious one, right? Like you could go for that. They also do need that way of starting, not necessarily starting the fight, but something to frontline. And with all the creeps, with the Beastmaster, you could definitely get the utility and the ways of starting fights. So.
Eastern Europe also loves Beastmaster. That was something that was very, very highly contested. It was up there being banned a bunch of games, but it was also the region's 5th most picked hero in Division 1, 2, or 3. So we know that it is a playstyle that Eastern Europe likes, something that Spirit really likes too, and something that you are saying now works quite well with their lineup.
Yeah, if you think about it, not a lot of regions have been picking Beastmaster, but Eastern Europe has. So
the one thing it doesn't bring is any team fight. I mean, Spirit have some, like you mentioned, like the way they defend stuff and like play around. Like they can play without team fight, but it's very hard to execute. Like I look at this draft and they're playing into Enigma, Puck, Dawnbreaker. It's like how do you?
It's a lot of team fight. Yeah.
I mean, there's no one hero that's going to match up against what EG have, but it does feel like. At some point, you want something to kind of frontline and give you that big, blink stun team fight. Mars gets banned. Like those kind of collapse heroes, to me, also make sense.
Yeah, I agree. For me, there's also this idea of sometimes you look at the drafts and you have to realize we're not going to win the team fights, right? Like sometimes teams get Phoenix, Enigma, Void. Like we're not winning the team fights against that. Let's find a different way of approaching the fights. Let's find a different ways of fighting, and that's usually that's usually just spreading out the map, spreading out the fights, getting pick-offs, or at least trying to do that.
So the Beastmaster is a kind of cool idea. It's also a vision hero, because you want to avoid team fights, you want to be able to see your enemies. So,
Is there anything else that we're missing?
I was just about to ask that, right? Let's say Beastmaster gets banned here last. Is there something else Spirit could pick up?
Is Night Stalker an idea? What do you think? Like,
it's banned.
It's banned.
Don't talk about it.
It's an idea.
It is still an idea. It's just not an idea that can work in this game. They banned the Timbersaw instead, so that beast is still in the pool.
But you can see the general idea, though. They're just banning these heroes that can frontline, that can go in, that can pressure you early on before you even come to your necessary items.
Of course, of course. You don't have any other ideas of something that they could be missing in this lineup for Spirit?
Nothing jumps out to me. I feel like there's a few gaps in their draft, like because of this Enigma pick, which for EG it seems really solid right now. Like, okay, so they answer the Enigma with Doom.
Okay. It's going to be a different Doom than what we saw last game. Do you like it a little bit more? Do you like what it adds to Spirit's lineup as a final pick?
It's solid. It does leave them vulnerable a little bit to a couple of cores that do well against him, right? Like some the Monkey King obviously has been already picked by Spirit, so that's not an option. Is there anything else? Like a Nursa is
Wraith King. I mean, Wraith King's, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Wraith King hasn't been banned or picked at all this major. I say it's only day 2, you know. There's
poor Skelly Daddy. one day.
He's forgotten about now. He's just long in the past.
Illusion heroes always feel good against Doom too. There's potential that Naga, TB type.
I was going to say TB is still in the pool.
Yeah, TB Doom is so-so. It's playable, but
Lone Druid instead.
Wow, Arteezy plays Lone Druid. Okay.
All right.
Do you like it? Is this something that is gonna give EG a leg up, a potential first win for them?
I think it's a great pick.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of these other teams, particularly in Europe, playing a lot of Lone Druid. And in NA, some of the EG's opposition there, like you've got Gunner who plays a lot of Lone Druid. So it fits this game. It's a hero that doesn't care about getting doomed. It also just pushes the tempo and hits the similar timings with Enigma, who wants to get the fast Wraith pack. You've got Roche taking potential, a Playmaker and Puck. I think it's a hero that can put Spirit really on the back foot here.
I wasn't sure, but Parker definitely made me go EG's way. He convinced me. Yeah. The Lone Druid comes online way too fast, and I believe that they can take Roche, they can roll over the game with that, but Team Spirit's draft is also very solid.
All right, well, taking into account the draft, the skills, are we putting all the panel eggs in the NA basket here?
There's one team that's 4-0 and one team that's 0-4. So before we all go into the EG basket, think hard, Liz.
He's still sticking with EG. This is your last chance to change.
Why do you do this to me? I was with you, and now when you remind me of the scores, no, I'm going with EG anyway.
All right.
I'll give them this one shot.
All right, we're all going in for NA here, but we are jumping into game 1. It's going to be Gareth and Lacoste again.
Thank you so much. Yeah, EG with a lot of objective taking prowess backed up by some serious team fight, while Team Spirit laning power, do you reckon?
Not so much against the Lone Druid. This is last pick Lone Druid, so he's going to have a really good lane playing into Doom, playing into Zeus as well. This is not like a strong lane, and Dawnbreaker can stabilize some of these lanes. Also try to get a potential kill. Trade, come back to lane. Should be relatively safe lane for Arteezy to play for this Lone Druid. They needed something that gives them tower damage. I mean, Enigma is decent amount, but it's not what you want, because right now they have a lot of tempo with Lone Druid, and they
gives you that punch.
Absolutely, Lone Druid comes online super fast, as we've seen during the previous tournaments, during the DPC as well, where you get like Mask of Madness Deso, and you're ready to go. You can also go for the Roche, pretty similar to like timings, I would say, to Bristleback.
Yeah, just very quickly up and running as we can get ourselves here into game 1 of this best of 2 as EG take on Team Spirit. Now, as the panel was saying as well, one team 0-4, one 4-0. EG need to get a couple of wins under their belt.
They definitely need this dub, and they do have a good draft this time around. I like how they swap things around a little bit. Also, some of the things to mention is Tusk against Dazzle, against the Grave unit. That's always going to work really nice, because you have 3 abilities to keep them in place, whether we're talking about the Shards, the Snowball, or the Punch. So it's not going to be as efficient. Even Malefice. Kill the bear. Get that 300.
The double 300. XP and gold. Oh, can they finish it off? Arteezy.
Good body
block for the Monkey King.
He's like, how's he blocking me? There's nothing there. It's Monkey King who's still smoked.
Wonderful stuff. Going out of the Monkey King there.
It's a lot of XP. It's a lot of shared XP, and Toronto, extra 300 gold for him.
Yeah, 60 experience each, spread out across all 5 of them, as they were all there for the bear. And Team Spirit taking control of the bottom bounty runes and getting a high ground observer ward up near that mid lane as well, while Abed was forced to orb. Oh, he's dead! First blood from Miposhka and a D-ward. You couldn't ask for a better start for Spirit. It's ridiculous.
This is perfect. EG might still be jet lagged. I don't know what's happening. It's difficult. Void Spirit has almost enough to buy a bottle 7 seconds into the game. Almost at 7 minutes, but he needs 1 CS.
Have fun, says Abed. Oh, yeah. I think they're already well underway and having fun with this one. Beautiful start out of Team Spirit. And what's that going to mean for their laning stage? Abed's going to be incredibly far behind. He's 300 away from his bottle. He's going to have to TP into mid lane. Do you try and bring someone like, does Fly stick around to like help the Puck the first wave, or do you just leave it to naturally 1v1?
Puck against Void Spirit?
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely do. I also want to see the rotation, something that PSG LGD did really well, especially Jinkyu, going for that 4-minute water rune, not allowing enemy mid laner to get it, and also going into enemy jump goal, picking up the bounty rune, the 3-minute bounty rune. So you're kind of leaving mid laner not having any region and giving that advantage to your mid laner. He's already off to a good start, and this is Void Spirit favorite matchup. We're talking about 60-40 against Puck.
Yeah,
Toronto Tokyo is going to reconnect to the game.
Does very well indeed. Yeah. Toronto Tokyo back in. As we do have a number of Blightstones out. Lone Druid has one. He's gone for the branch build. We've got one over on that Yatoro Monkey King as well, so maybe we see an Orb of Corrosion coming out for him. It does appear that Arteezy will be going for the bear build. No, but back in the day, he was one of the main proponents of that
range. He's not going to go for your build, Gary. No bear, build? Spirit Link, and what was the other ability called? Rabid, back in the days. Miposhka did block a small camp for Puck, so this is also another tool to deal with it, because mid Pucks do stack the camp and also farm it relatively quickly, so that's going to be some extra XP for Toronto Tokyo that he already has from killing that bear, because he can farm his own small camp.
Yeah, I remember making a YouTube video looking over Arteezy's Lone Druid. It was back when he played the ranged Druid, like Dragonlance, Maelstrom, and all the talents he had for it. But nowadays, it is all about the bear again, with that Deso and the Mask of Madness. Yatoro and Miposhka not able to contend with the Eidolons just yet. Nightfall will keep dragging that wave back away from them, and Crit can obviously place himself quite aggressively to see where Miposhka's Dazzle is lurking.
It's not going to be an easy lane for Monkey King. A lot of that XP will be gone. Nightfall will be denying his item build. Magic Wand, 3 branches going into Ring of Bassi, so heavily focusing on early stages of the game. Tusk going for more of a fighting build where they want to get killed. Like, well, you got to be very careful on Dazzle once they hit level 2. With the Ice Shards and Tag Team, there's going to be a lot of procs from Eidolons.
Yeah. Get that slow going incredibly consistently. And that Enigma, what kind of item build are we going later on into the game, though? Is it the Spirit Vessel build? Is it the Arcanes, the Blink BKB? What do you reckon we see from Nightfall here from EG?
I think this one might be just Blink BKB, and then get a Linken's Refresher, because there's only one way to stop the Black Hole, and it's Doom.
Yeah. That single counter that Team Spirit has in the hands of Collapse. And so far, decent for the Monkey King, 10-2. Even though that lane is being denied out and dragged back. Well, down at bottom, Collapse is 8-0. Lone Druid CS 9-4. It seems like Team Spirit keeping that wave relatively close to their tier 1 tower, so Mirror Zeus can keep zapping away at Flies, position 5 Dawnbreaker. If they do get in on top of the Zeus, though, with Orb of Venom and Tangling Claws, Mirror could be in an awful lot of trouble. Quite a lot of chase potential, just like this, but...
Jumps out.
Heavenly
cool
jump.
Ability. On cooldown for 20 seconds. Fly still thinking about going in, but
good
Mirror
cancel.
Ready with the bolt.
Stops the Starbreaker from landing. That final hit with the stun. And the resummon
Kurt needs to TP out. Miposhka with that poison touch, because he got the first blood, does have boots of speed, so would be able to chase him down.
Chase for days. He does TP back to his tier 1, so crit is readily available, and it looks like he's going to wander in towards mid, and the call that you made for the guarding of the runes will come to fruition here for EG. Bounty already taken by Miposhka though, so crit unable to find it. As the shard block the Dazzle away, gets a couple more hits in on the way out.
Leaving some solo XP to Nightfall. Enigma definitely needs it. Miposhka also giving solo XP to Yatoro, because that XP is getting denied. And we can see the odds on screen. Team Spirit definitely favored in this one. Considering the start, not a surprise.
Yeah, absolutely not. The bear kill, the Obs D ward, the bounty runes, and that first blood on our bed, while Fly does die down bottom to Mirror and Collapse. Expecting things to go the other way with the Lone Druid and this Dawnbreaker who can play aggressively. But Team Spirit responding very nicely. Again, the XP and gold lead.
Oh, Hurricane on Mirror.
They get from the start.
And the Root
the Entangling Claws.
does have Fairy Fire. Not
Nice.
gonna even use it.
Perfectly fine. He can walk himself back to base, or jump himself back there with the Heavenly Jump. And then return full resources. Get his mana and HP all topped up.
Those neutral creeps, they go for the best play you can think of.
Yeah, they want to show their skills, don't they? Quick little Savage Roar from Arteezy's Lone Druid.
Abed doing a very good job on a mid lane in terms of CS, considering that Toronto did have extra 300 gold. 26 against 23.
He's a wave ahead. Good sidestep from Collapse, though. And this Infernal Blade doing a tremendous amount of damage to the bear.
And the
Kills
chain,
it
another
off.
300.
Finishes the bear off. He'll lose his life, sure, but that's well worth it, right?
Yeah, definitely. He got the solo XP from that, which is going to bring him closer to level 5. Mira was absent. He was not in the lane. And now when he comes back to lane, they're still going to have the skill potential, especially when Doom hits level 6. It's being pinged out. Fly wants to drag the creep wave and pull it back. Doom keeping in.
Yeah, Mira trying to contest it. Well, up at top, Nightfall. He has to Malefice back Yatoro. Crit very low, tag teaming away, but he's going to die into the boundless strike of the Monkey King.
Oh no, Gary, what is that on Monkey King?
Oh, is that Hand of Midas?
It is Hand of Midas. Did we stop counting at 0-5?
Just keeps getting worse and worse. We'll see, though. We'll see. Midas might maybe making a comeback this tournament. We've had it on Dooms, we've had it on Nature's Prophet, we've had it on Juggernauts, and now the Monkey King.
We saw one on Seb trying to get it on Io 2 times, actually.
3 heroes mid, coming straight in towards the Void Spirit. Toronto Tokyo dissimulates, back away, jumps with the Astral Step. The shards will land, but his range drops. Keep him healthy. And Crit dying to the poison touch of the Dazzle, so the rotation in from Eposhka. More than pays for itself. He can deny the DD rune.
He can TP out.
Can he? Oh, you're right. He might just be able to slip away from danger. Starbreaker comes in from Fly at the last moment needed.
That was close, but yeah, clutch play, saving Toronto Tokyo. He's super tanky, gets that Resident Pulse on 3 heroes, gets the Magic Wand, and also the Infused Raindrop that you mentioned.
Incredibly close stuff, though. And now Nightfall taking a beating from Yatoro. And he's got the Boundless Strike, the ability to clear out Eidolons, especially when he's got Jingu stacks up. Very useful for the Monkey.
The discrepancy on top lane. Enigma about to hit level 5, Monkey 6.5.
That's not what we expect, is it? With Enigma denying all these creeps.
Miposhka did a very good job zoning out Tusk. Didn't allow them to play aggressively at all, forcing Tusk to TP out. Tusk didn't have Boots of Speed. He played more for the lane. Had that Magic Stick and Fairy Fire.
We go. Toronto, Tokyo. He wants Arteezy. Mirror does die to Fly, but that's a whatever moment. They've killed the Lone Druid. Taking him out of the game while Yatoro is being chased down by Crit and Nightfall. Eidolon's tag team slowing him over and over again. Boundless Strike comes as Yatoro tries to fight back.
He does have
He
phase
might
boots.
find Nightfall here with a couple more swipes of his massive stick, and they don't even get the kill on him.
He's like, we need an extra hero here. What a great read from Yatoro to turn around and just man up, keep fighting, get that Jingu proc, and then gets a good Boundless.
Yeah, EG falling further and further behind. 2K lead developing for Team Spirit. I still yet to see Abed really make his mark on this game yet. Hasn't got a coil out, hasn't found any real openings. They missed out on Toronto Tokyo, who turns it straight back onto Abed, kills his courier, and Mirror's help here will find them a kill on the puck. Team Spirit is playing so much faster and snappier, decisive Dota from them.
They're so quickly to move. And look at the levels right now. You have Void Spirit, who's about to hit level 8. You have Collapse on bottom, level 7. Almost Hand of Midas. Like, they're winning the laning stage, and they're going for 2 Hand of Midas.
Well, yeah, 777 across all 3 dire cores. They hit the jackpot there on the slots. There's Yatoro. He comes back up top, probably eyeing up another kill on Nightfall. But Abed and Crit under the Dire Observer ward, scouted out, and Team Spirit knows what's coming.
They're showing mid Void Spirit, who does not have a TP rotation, but good read from Team Spirit, not allowing EG to get anything done. Some damage will be done to tower, but other than that, they did dodge a gank.
Yeah, and they can move now to play aggressively in the mid lane, bottom lane as well. Pressuring into these tier 1s. Fly left to his own devices to try and clear out the creep wave. And there's the Hand of Midas on the Doom.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
9 minutes in.
Dire's structures are fortified.
One thing about Collapse is he's been super stable ever since he joined the scene. He always manages to get stuff done. Like, you can rely on him that he's going to have a farm that, with that farm, he's going to do something.
Dire's top
Yeah, it's kind of similar in my mind to Nisha, like almost robotic, right? Very few mistakes, always very stable. Sometimes with the flashy plays, you know, they can pull it out of the bag, but always consistently good.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yatoro wanting that bottom tower. Orb of Corrosion helping him out. The rest of the team, a nice barrier through that bottom jungle to guard him and the mid lane, which Toronto Tokyo will claim. The top tower did fall. Enigma managed to take the objective there, so the top jungle does open up for EG.
Team Spirit is messing with EG's momentum. This Lone Druid is supposed to have a lot of farm. He's sitting in the middle of the pack, still trying to farm up his Mask of Madness, so items are going to be delayed. And as you mentioned, Yatoro on the bottom lane with that Orb of Corrosion, ready to kill the tower.
Yeah, take it out even as these catapult waves are arriving. And they can now think about mounting their defense in the mid lane. And EG are bringing, what, 5 heroes here? 4 at least. TZ's Lone Druid not too far away as Abed attempting the Waning Rift jump. A very tight window to catch Toronto Tokyo and doesn't quite make it work. And now they can focus in on that catapult.
Their tower defense is really not that great for Team Spirit. They don't have Chain Lightning on Zeus, but they will use that Poison Touch, try to delay as much as possible with the Glyph, while Yatoro still yet to use his first Hand of Midas. They need to let this one go.
Yeah, they're not defending this to stop the tower dying. They're just delaying it and making EG a little more uncomfortable or required to expend more resources, as we have our second Hand of Midas for Spirit now delivered. Monkey King gets the first use out of his. Also got queued up next, Echo into BKB. So he'll start scaling very quickly with the Midas, getting those levels going. Buying a Midas on a Monkey King in this game is like a middle finger to the Enigma, right? Like, you've denied my creeps, I'm going to buy a Hand of Midas. Where's all that experience gone?
Snowball chasing Monkey King.
He is up in the treetops.
And now he's in a bad spot.
Crit is all alone. Mirror Collapse come in from the side.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice and simple from Team Spirit.
Those Hand of Midases are going to kick in soon. Extra Devour gold, but EG keeping things at the 3k gold lead deficit for now.
Yeah, it's just the Lone Druid really is the one that feels like he needs to catch up the most. Mask of Madness. I think he's being delivered now, so the Desolator is queued up and on its way for Artur. Yatoro. Oh, he's been found here with a coil and a Starbreaker. Stuck around with no one nearby.
Having a coil and also Dawnbreaker does allow you to land another stun with Solar Guardian, so that's a big pickup. Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, does fine flight. They got enough damage to finish him off because the Celestial Hammer creates a bit of a gap, needs the extra Astral Step. That was a dominating Dawnbreaker. She was a 4x kill streak there. This Infernal Blade, so good against the bear. Every time he gets tagged, he loses
It's only
like 30.
level 1 Infernal Blade.
Yeah. 30% of his HP just disappears. We're going with a Savage Roar. Mira, he towed the line there, so he can keep the spells going and claims the 300 gold and XP again.
I believe that's the third one. So extra 900 gold in Team Spirit pockets.
Not an easy game for Arteezy. Toronto Tokyo down to bottom while EG smoke themselves across. Crit, Arbed connecting with Nightfall. Still waiting to see this first black hole of the game.
Team Spirit is in no rush whatsoever. They know that they scale extremely well with those two Hand of Midases. You have Zeus position 4. So late game is already secured. Right back down on Enigma. So some extra damage reduction. Looking for an opening. A bit difficult. They need Puck to initiate with the coil and still respecting the tower. Mira feeling relatively safe farming underneath this tier 2.
Miposhka is just so good with his warding though. The 2 wards top have secured them safety several times, and now he gets a D-ward on top of it.
Also, this ward between tier 1 and tier 2 tower on the mid lane is showing when they're gonna smoke. Look at Miposhka. Just chilling on his dazzle.
Like toying with him. Come on, dive me onto tier 2, dare ya. Fly, not going to fall for it though.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, another move where EG really desperate to get something on the map. Will snowball onto Mira. Catch the Zeus out with a quick little shard, and he leaps over the igloo. Easy as can be. Now Toronto Tokyo hasted. Potential to wrap around into the back lines. Doom gets dodged down a little bit there by the Arbed phase shift, and they black hole collapse straight off the bat. Mira can still zap back in with a lightning bolt, and Miposhka will save his buddy for a second while the Wukong's bound to strike. Arbed, he's taken out inside the circle. Now the balance from Yatoro comes out, catching out Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo. Still playing in the back lines. Enigma, what can he do? He can Malefice, he can try and run away, but they've got the Yule Scepter up into the sky. Fly and crit, they want this Void Spirit. I don't think they've got enough damage.
Here comes Arteezy.
Lone Druid does arrive, and Toronto Tokyo graved up. Dissimilate in 3 seconds. Charges. He's got the wand, and now Dissimilate Astral Step. Miposhka picks up the double kill.
Can he get a root? I believe he can. He's way too speedy. Mask of Madness is available.
Go on. There it is. He did kill off Yatoro in the midst of all that, but the bear got to be so careful against collapsing the hurricane back into the waiting arms of Mira and Miposhka. Another bear dead.
EG heavily committing to kill Doom with Black Hole and Coil, and then they had issues controlling Void Spirit. A bit of a different item build from Void Spirit this time around, because in the previous game we saw Rush onto Aghanim Scepter, but this Yule Scepter is really good to set things up, potentially cancel the Black Hole, remove the silence, buy some time during the Coil, and now he's going into Aghanim Scepter.
I think EG did come out on top in terms of the gold and experience going their way. Not a perfect team fight, but something is something for them at this point. But if Team Spirit are the ones who are able now to get the jump and maybe use some aggressive vision to their advantage, their wards get spotted by the Arbed Courier.
As you know, something is up, but there is Arcane Rune on Void Spirit, so he definitely wants to go in. Miposhka already has Shard.
Yeah, the Thunder God's Wrath as well to try and scout them out. Toronto Tokyo
Double
onto Nightfall, straight towards the Enigma, catch him out and kill him off.
But there's no follow-up. This coil looks good, but no one is around.
Into what? Into nothing. And the deep ward still
providing a ton of vision, giving them that vision that they need to start a fight. Yatoro, with this build, Hand of Midas, Echo Saber, he wants to join relatively early on.
Yeah, continue these fights, keep on going, brawling away. Tier 1 opens up for them in the mid lane. Top is being pushed out. They've got Fly and Arteezy in the vicinity, but looks like Arteezy just wants to continue last-hitting creeps to finish off the Deso.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And they do lose Fly's courier as well. Nothing too important on it, though.
Crit.
Radiant's
planted the ward and is sitting inside the Roche pit. Next Black Hole will be ready in 30 seconds. Deso will be done at the same time pretty much. So I want to see EG try to go for a smoke play and transition that into Roche. They could also potentially snatch the Roche with the tag team and Lone Druid. They definitely have more than enough damage.
Yeah, plenty of great ways to be in the pit. And a Philosopher's Stone for Lone Druid.
He's going to keep that. It's one of those items that, like Zeus, if played from mid lane, Tinker, they definitely love to keep it.
Yeah, certain core heroes can definitely handle it. Team Spirit are sat behind their ward. They do still have that high ground ward over in that bottom jungle. Didn't get removed out even though it was scouted by a courier and a sentry. EG not wanting to play down there instead. There's Radiant, of course, heading up to top, wanting to control Roshan. And here's the move you called for, smoke into the pit.
They feel comfortable. Extra damage from right back, extra damage reduced, and also having a black hole security. So Team Spirit, they are not going to defend it. This is a team that is making an aggressive move, even though they're down 7k gold. So this is something you need to have a good read, how to come back into the game. Also potentially stealing Roche from Team Spirit. Their Roche taking potential is not that great. They have some minus armor coming out from Dazzle, but that's about it.
And it feels like they're still waiting for BKB to come up on the Monkey King, which is going to take a little while still. So we could see Team Spirit here just wait out the Aegis, but they're actually trying to set a trap in the mid lane, baiting with Toronto Tokyo. EG not biting. And wanting to continue playing under their own vision there, EG with 2 wards up around Roshan and near that top jungle. And a tier 2 should be a pretty easy take for them at this point. Lone Druid hitting one of his massive spikes here with a Deso Mom, ready just to rip apart buildings. But here comes Team Spirit. 4 men smoked. Monkey King could TP up there to try and start things off. The scan already used. And EG spots nothing.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Under Radiant Vision, but the smoke still gives them this guise of invisibility. High ground ward for them as well. They spot Fly, they see Crit, jump the Tusk.
EG will fall back. They understand that they got what they came for. They got that tier 2 tower and potentially get the outpost. Might be a bit tricky standing there.
Team Spirit want to reclaim that. But EG just holding their ground at this point.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Arcane Rune spawns up at top. Toronto Tokyo
He's thinking about going in, and he gets in.
Try and get the bear, but the fear and the coil, the snap and the kill. The grave comes in. Miposhka saves Toronto Tokyo. Dissimulate now out as well. He's got the 1 charge to yours. He can't get himself out of here. Surely not. Arbed will finish him off.
That was such a greedy play from Toronto. Even though they have heals coming out from Dazzle and the Shallow Grave, it's still not enough. And there's the Doom.
Solo Black Hole onto him. He's spent his Doom. Arbed should be all right there with the Wraith Pack near him. They don't have too many heals to pump into the puck, but yeah, perfectly fine to even farm away at neutral.
Does have a
BKB tries the Wukongs, but punched out. Arbed cleared up by the Thunder God's Wrath. Finishes him off at long last. Crit destroyed by the Monkey, and the Boundless gives him the double.
Now, what a turnaround from Team Spirit. They did, once again, heavily commit from EG to get that Doom killed, even though he got the Doom off. But, yeah, Zeus 4,000 damage. And we talked about scaling, how well Team Spirit scales into the late game. This is Zeus with Philosopher's Stone, position 4. So that means that his damage output and his item are kind of secure. You know that eventually he's going to have that Aghanim Scepter. Going for the Yule Scepter for now to be able to defend himself and also potentially Yule's the Bear into the air. That's a second Yule, so got to be really careful how much damage Bear can do if he gets Yule twice.
And against some of these really tanky heroes, you've got Dawnbreaker, you know, Enigma, Lone Druid in his ulti form, but the Spirit Bear in particular, having this static field to do percentage-based damage is massive. As Nightfall does get cleared up, they've got the coil in onto 2 of them, and Miposhka dying next to his Monkey King, but the Wukongs will come out. Arteezy, Savage Roar, push him away, the attack claws keep him inside, but he's still going to get pummeled down by the Lone Druid.
EG understanding that they need to take out Dazzle first, and finally they're able to do it. A couple of coil plus a silence, more than enough. Dazzle needs to keep the distance. They need that grave to get off into the fight.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Aghanim Scepter down on Toronto Tokyo. Has that Arcane Rune that he picked up and died after that. Now has Invis Rune. I feel like Team Spirit is the one who's controlling majority of the runes this game.
It definitely feels that way. Lotus Orb there on Fly. What's that primarily going to be?
Removing the silence on Puck and also pre-casting it on Enigma, so Doom is going to think twice whether he wants to use it or not.
Yeah, don't want to Doom yourself, but sometimes you might have to. Shiva's Guard coming up next for Collapse.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Incredibly farmed. 13,000 net worth from the position 3. Doom always going to be overtaking these heroes. Probably another reason why this Monkey King went the Hand of Midas, so he's trying to keep up with his offlane player. Deso lined up next. And then we see the big differences. The spread of net worth for EG, I guess, coming more standard.
Tower is under attack.
I see the curve there. A little different from Team Spirit, with Toronto Tokyo quite often taking the back seat to Collapse and Yatoro.
Aegis just ran out. Smoke. Radiant using a... They know something is up. After using the scan, Mira immediately pops that Zeus ulti. Knows something is happening because they are... Like, it's very easy to read moves like this because they're showing way too many heroes, so that means that EG is not playing defensively.
And nobody on the map, and nobody ganking. Means the smoke was coming. Munching away at the tier 1 though. Lone Druid makes short work of objectives as always. And they will set themselves up in dire triangle with some nice vision coming out from EG. I think is this where Team Spirit want to smoke and try and play into them, or are they still comfy to drag this game out a little bit longer?
I think they're fine taking a fight right now. Even though if they wait an extra minute or two, they will have an extra set of items. That's Deso and potentially Shiva's Guard on Doom. So those two are big ones. So I feel like they're going to wait until those two. And never mind. I just lied, Gary.
They're smoking. They want to make something happen. I guess you know that EG, they're itching for a win. They can feel it. In a decent position here to push down bottom tier 2 tower, but the ward's being removed. RTZ frontlining. The Bear, the Wraith Pact already being
Good
pushed
positioning
out.
from Crit. They already placed another ward, and he's ready to potentially save people if they go in. EG taking the tier 2 tower.
Oh, but look at this warding from Spirit.
Oh, they found an opening.
Bear jumped upon. Wall stomp Doom. Puck being obliterated. Yule's not available. Being doomed up there by Collapse. They put a Lotus Orb on him at the very end, but it's not going to save you.
Vision from Team Spirit, as you mentioned, they're doing a very good job every single time EG places a ward. They're already there. Miposhka having a really good read how EG is playing around their vision, and most of those wards are getting dewarded.
Yeah, the Puck now is getting Kaya Sands trying to get the Lincoln Sphere. Needs so many defensive tools to deal with this Doom. Team Spirit needs to maintain their lanes though. Bottom lane needs to get shoved out. Thunder God's Wrath there, trying to give the vision. So Collapse. No, he's safe. There's no one backing up the Eidolons, and the small creep push coming the way of that bottom tier 3. RTZ, not too far away from Assault Cuirass, it looks like. Just a recipe off.
Philly Stone helping out quite a lot. Another Arcane Rune for Toronto.
And skips away from this smoke that I think EG were under a dire ward when they used this, so Team Spirit well aware. You can see their movements on the map. The trio of heroes mid, back to their tier 2. And the scribbles on the map indicating they know exactly where EG are. Scan will come back up again. Probably don't need to use it just yet. Can hold on to that.
A little surprised how under-leveled Toronto Tokyo is, considering that he's 3-1 and 9. He's the same level as Mira.
Yeah, he's not really been given the lanes to push out and farm. It's been the Doom and the Monkey King getting these side lanes to grab up all that experience. Spirit with a 5-man smoke. But EG, they've got the positioning here. Again, the Spirit Bearer, the only one showing. I'm trying to front line and scout them out. While Abed, we could be in trouble.
Again, Miposhka.
Under the vision, jumps away. Remnant catches the bear. They will move up to D-Ward. The Observer on the high ground. EG very deliberate with their retreat. They've got the high ground ward again. This vision game, so back and forth. You've got a Zeus on one team, you've got Fly on the other. Sentries being spammed absolutely everywhere across this map.
Nightfall finally has his BKB done, so if Doom is used on someone else, that means that Enigma will have a very good opening in terms of using Black Hole on multiple people.
Oh, trying to get here to D-Ward. Toronto Tokyo very aggressive with his play, but he's got the Yules. Saves himself, and the two-man balance. The Wukongs. In we go. Mira dominating, and EG lose a couple of heroes off the bat. The black hole. In comes Nightfall, but it's cancelled by the Doom. Yatoro can keep whacking away at EG, and they've got to run. They can't keep on fighting here. Team Spirit far too strong.
And they're going to catch him with the Remnant. There's no way Puck's getting out of this one. 2 buybacks already used on EG. It looked like a good opening because they try to fear Dazzle away and focus down the Monkey King, but not Monkey, Void Spirit, and he gets the Yule Scepter off, gets to dissimulate, and manages to survive there.
And how selfless Toronto Tokyo is with the Savage Roar, the Monkey King, the Blink Stomp, the Doom's here to save him, but the punch from Crit will catch Yatoro until Poshka graves him, turns the place with the Jingu stacks, life stealing away, but it shouldn't be enough. The bear will turn him into lunch. And collapse, and tangled and roared up by Arteezy. But Toronto Tokyo coming in again. You see him fall so quickly.
Bear's still alive.
The bear still going with his double damage rune until Mira cuts him in half. Nightfall and Crit still want the Dazzle, and they'll play
again.
This final kill of the fight. Mira, I don't know, can you get out of this one? It's almost a 5-man wipe. Crit wants it real bad. The punch comes in, and Ahmed is respawned. Mira with a triple, but Nightfall and Ahmed's Puck will take down the last remaining member of Spirit.
Now, Mira will be pretty happy about this, even though it's a team wipe for Team Spirit. He got so much gold. He's level 19 with the Aghanim Scepter. 3,000 damage, but the damage I'm looking at is Arteezy's damage. Did pick up that double damage rune on a bear, caught him mid-air while he's trying to get on the tree, gets the fear off, and they do focus him down. Even though he tried to man up, it was not enough.
But how does that end? That's a 7 for 5, right? Team Spirit lose 5 heroes, EG lose 5 with 2 diebacks of their 2 supports. Still a pretty massive swing of gold going the way of EG as it comes down from 12 to about 7. So that 5k net worth swing. And yeah, Lone Druid with a double damage rune and life stealing away with a Spirit Link. So incredibly potent when you've got a double damage.
In clutch. 1 Chain Lightning gets the bear and gets the hero as well. Buys the tome for himself, going into Refresher next. We talked about Zeus' ability to scale from position 4, but this is nuts.
Yeah, it's bonkers stuff. It's nearly 10k net worth. And again, this Aghanim Shard working wonders with that percentage-based damage.
Maybe the play there would be, now that I'm thinking of it, Toronto Tokyo getting in, using Yule Scepter on the bear to dispel DD. Maybe that would be the play, but also he was definitely afraid of him getting focused down and not having a dispel mechanic.
Yeah, this bear is really no joke now. Assault Cuirass, Basher. So he's got additional lockdown to catch the Monkey or the Doom during the BKBs. And Roshan, I mean, I'd forgotten he'd respawned and he was alive. A couple of fights we've had.
Because everyone was dead.
Everyone died. Usually we have a fight, someone wins it, they go into Roche Pit and take it. But no, a back and forth. Both teams eyeing up the prize, but it's EG that smoke under a dire ward again.
Under attack.
This ward has caught 2 or 3 smokes now.
A vision game from Spirit has been amazing this game. Inside the Roche Pit, they better do something about it. Showing Yatoro on bottom. This means Roche's dead.
He's got no team.
Probably, unless he connects. Okay, he does have that talent, so going to be able to connect with the team.
Yeah, leaping very quickly. Treetop to treetop. And EG back themselves up to high ground. Arbed takes the haste and jaunts away. Clear out their own triangle while Team Spirit get the ward up on the high ground. They want to maneuver under their own vision, so they have that advantage in the team fight to pick their targets. And most importantly, this Nightfall Enigma in the sights of that collapsed Doom. Wait, does he have the Perseverance and the recipe already on the Courier? He doesn't.
No, he
so
was just way too farmed, and Arteezy bringing in some extra raid bands.
Oh, yeah. A few little stat items for him. I saw the Enigma with just an ultimate orb, and I was like, hang on a second. He's got quite a way to go.
Eventually, he is going to get it. So Doom will need to find a way to proc 2 of those. Thinking about getting a Refresher, which is going to kick in the next couple of minutes.
Well, finally,
EG smoked with This time, not under vision, but showing 2 heroes.
We will reveal with the ice shards where they are sitting. And the Thunder God's Wrath. And that vision game again from Team Spirit, just too potent. And, oh, they're pinging Roshan here. I'm going to try and get some D-wards. Yeah, get the sentry down. Make sure he doesn't have any forward vision. And hold their positioning while, oh, Abed under a ward. He jumps away from the Remnant. Toronto, Tokyo trying to D-ward now, but he's coiled up and snapped. Snowball in, the punch from Crit. Trying to focus down the Void Spirit, but he's been graved and Astral stepped away. Arteezy inside the Wukongs, they're fighting the bear. Both of them, in fact, with the Solar Guardian. There's Fly with a heal and a black hole on the Doom. They catch Collapse, the big target they wanted, but the Grave again, saving him up. Miposhka doing a great job.
Can't get the Doom off.
They do kill Mira and Collapse now. The buybacks will flow through while Crit running back, but picked off by Yatoro. And Collapse has got Flight. Easy pickings on the Dawnbreaker to end the fight. No buybacks on either of those heroes. So a 5v3 heading into the pit.
This is going to be Roshan. We got to give credit to Arteezy. Some quick reactions with the Savage Roar to be able to get the Doom away from him when he jumped in, and then getting the bash, being able to focus him down. I think they need a bigger black. The only thing Nightfall is afraid of is this Doom. Yeah. So he's going to be looking out for him. Unless he gets that Lincoln Sphere, then it's going to be a bit more easier for him. Doom is missing. They're pinging it out. They know that he does not have buyback.
Yeah, they need more time, EG. Keep on scaling. But with Aegis and Aghanim Shard in the hands of Team Spirit, this Monkey King has been an immense threat with the Wukong's command. So good at creating a zone that's like impenetrable for EG. Like, yeah, you blink, you black hole, okay, you've got a coil, but my Wukong's defeats you all.
Doom did pick up the shard already, so there is shard available. The only one who does not have shard is Void Spirit. So I mean, Monkey doesn't have it, but he does not want it.
It's not that amazing on him. I mean, Void Spirit with the Dissimulate is super nice to have. And Collapse just going to hold it for now, though. Abed getting out of the Nimbus and the catch of the Monkey. He wants his own Lincoln Sphere. Once those Lincolns are done, EG become a completely different beast.
To restore the void within.
Much more able to freely play the team fights as they see fit. That's Scardy now. He might sell off his Echo Saber in a few minutes.
Oh, there's still Midas to sell.
Like I said, disassemble Echo into this Bloodthorn.
Yeah, most likely. And also, we're getting very close to level 25 on Monkey King, holding that Aegis for 3.5 minutes, so he's definitely going to get it. Then the team fights become even more difficult. Like, everything gets hit by Wukong's, slow down, applies Deso.
Yeah, and I guess with this extra Ogre Axe, he can turn it into an Aghanim Scepter at some point. So he's got ways to use all the items he's got. Well, it looks like I think he sold it. He sold the Ogre Axe.
No, it's on the courier, near the secret shop. Oh, did he?
He sold it, yeah. It's gone. Because he had it all there, now it's Mage Slayer. And the remaining components of that Orchid and Bloodthorn. EG. Yep, again, under their own vision. Sentry from Miposhka clears it out, and they'll try and catch the Dazzle, but can't be done. Drifts away with his Force Staff. And now it's EG under the boot of Team Spirit being pushed back and hemmed into their own base. They need to keep these Observer Wards up so they can see where the Doom is. Where's the Zeus doing damage from as Crit is blown up under the Nimbus. Arteezy thinking about sending the bear forward, but Yatoro and Toronto, Tokyo.
They're ready to jump in.
So
if
ready.
Bear gets close, there's this one ward again, scouting things out. Arteezy will go for Nimby. Just in case someone decides to jump in.
Well,
now he doesn't have it.
He's used it, and now they're jumping after it. He does have Lincoln's Lotus placed on him. Pops the ulti as well. 50-second cooldown expended there as Arteezy incredibly afraid of Team Spirit's aggression.
They were ready to back him up. That Lotus Orb and Lincolns that you mentioned, and also Enigma having a black hole.
BKB Blink Lincolns on the Enigma, yeah.
The good
Ready
old
to strike.
Blinkens.
And does Puck have Lincoln's as well? 100 gold away from it. So this timing, 38, 39 minutes in, should put a bit of pep in EG's step.
Penta Edge Sword found by EG. Spirit Bear will be holding that one. And Arteezy, most farm hero at the moment. Big boy Philly, extra gold kicking in. He's been holding that for 20 minutes now.
Yeah, he's had it the entire time, hasn't he? He's ahead of the Doom, which is always a surprise in itself. Oh, hello. Wukong's Nimbus, Boundless Strike, Lincoln's Pop, the Hex as well. Arbed dead for 80 seconds, now Flight. Here's the next one on the meal ticket for Yatoro.
Big play from
Thinking about
Miposhka.
it.
Using Force Staff aggressively to proc that Lincoln's and then getting the Poison Touch.
And now the Yules into Remnant, catching out the Dawnbreaker. 2 heroes dead for over a minute.
Oh,
All
Arteezy's here.
Arteezy,
He's alone.
he's walked into disaster. They're going to finish off the bear, Doom up the hero, Toronto Tokyo, Astral Step, the Black Hole does catch out the Doom, but Toronto Tokyo jumped away. They only find Collapse, and he's graved up. He's perfectly fine.
And he collapsed. A bit of a different thinking this time around. He was thinking about getting a Refresher as his next item, but decided to go for Aghanim Scepter, which does apply Break, so there's no Demolish, there's no Entangling Claws on Lone Druid. In the true form.
Ooze.
Radiant's
Like
middle tower
Toronto
is under
Tokyo
attack.
is trying to find crit, but he's already TP'd home.
Mira, position 4 Zeus, 40 minutes in, Aghanim's Shard, and a full Refresher. Level 23.
Oh.
Radiant's middle tower
beast.
has fallen.
Puck buying up the tome.
He wants that 25, wants to be able to pierce through BKBs, hold him in place for potential Enigma, Black Hole. We haven't seen like good saves from Tusk this time around. They die so quickly. It's very difficult for you to jump in and just save someone. Also, your Blink Dagger is getting cancelled by Zeus. Because Mira, every single time he senses something is up, he's not saving that ulti for anything. He wants to provide vision for his team.
Yeah, that intel, so valuable to them. And it's the speed at which Team Spirit, without even communicating, they see a hero or they see a group of heroes and they immediately know.
Well, how do you know they're not communicating? They're
No,
just
it's as if they don't have to. It's as if they don't have to communicate. They just know they've got like telepathic links between them. They see a group of heroes, like right, we're going to cast XY spell on XY hero perfectly, and they just disappear.
They've been on point with spellcasting, but again, gonna say Miposhka. He's been on point with Graves and how many wards he managed to kill. EG, it also comes down to having Zeus on the team. That helps out quite a lot, but EG's vision has been
lacking.
It was lacking, definitely.
It's a difficult one for Fly. He's being cancelled out as he tries to take the outpost. And Nimbus, it will be a bonus 125 gold for him, though.
Miposhka can keep the distance, having Ether Lens, having Force Staff to be able to close out the gap, and we see what we can do. Proc that Lincoln's on Puck, get Poison Touch, that 2-second silence, silence / hex.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I restore my connection.
Smoke again, and immediately.
Thunder God's Wrath. That gives the vision. EG trying to reposition themselves. Arteezy goes into ult form. But Team Spirit are beelining for top lane. Creep Wave has already met the tier 3 with a couple of catapults there. So EG are the ones that really have some difficult choices to make. Go for tier 2, yeah, but you're going to start losing your high ground incredibly quickly.
Your tier 3 tower, Glyph already forced. Is this going to be a race base?
It looks like it might be.
Race, let's go. Always down for that. Nah, Team Spirit's going to TP back. Oh, Nimby!
Who's it caught? It's caught Arteezy. Collapse, BKB's up, blink in a second. They're trying to move in towards them. The 2-man Boundless, and now the Wukongs as well. Arteezy, he's dead.
You have a small circle, and you also have a big circle. Like 2 small circles and a Wukong's command. He used Refresher, provided vision. Mira on the Zeus, involved in 29 out of 34 kills. Pretty impressive.
It's 80 seconds without your lone druid now, and he's not got buyback or anywhere near it. A Yule's Remnant here from Toronto Tokyo is going to find maybe a bonus kill. The Shiva's Guard to slow down Fly. Dawnbreaker came in to try and save the Tusk's life. Abed jumping in and out, toying with Team Spirit, but they will pick off the Dawn in the end. Buyback is available on Fly, but they're still looking at Team Spirit running at your base.
They need to poke. They need to check whether Arteezy has buyback or not. It's very difficult to say at this point of the game, considering how much farm he was getting. And it's time to knock on their tier 3 towers again.
Yeah, looks like Zeus down bottom, just going to try and shove things out. He's got that global presence from the Nimbus, but 40 seconds left on Thunder God's Wrath cooling down.
Big Midnight Pulse. Gigantic AoE, plus a Wraith Pack. Seems like Spirit's going to...
just chill.
Chill and go inside the pit. 20 seconds, that's more than enough to kill this Roshan if they start immediately. It's a refresher as well, so potentially another Doom, another Wukong's command, even like 3 ultis from Zeus plus 3 Nimbus. Nimbai.
You know you agree very well.
It's Greek/Latin, not sure which one, but it is what it is. Dyer using a scan.
Or is it Nimbodies?
Not going to be there on time.
No way for EG to get there fast enough. And Yatoro, no memeing this time. Roche is up. It isn't the Monkey King mischiefing himself into Roshan form. The evil geniuses. Maybe an opportunity though. So they see Collapse. Well, look at that quick jump. The black hole only on the Doom. Try and focus Collapse, but this Wukong's command so powerful at zoning EG back. Miposhka and Collapse will both die, but they're going to buy back up on the Doom, and Yatoro focusing in towards Arteezy, the lone druid. Battle Strike misses. Yatoro will finish him off with one more swipe of the bow staff. In they move towards the poor Fly Dawnbreaker now. As Team Spirit swipe down with sweet vengeance.
Couple of buybacks needed to use on Team Spirit to secure this fight. In 80 seconds without Lone Druid, they do have Aegis. Now it's time to see whether he has buyback or not. Enigma does not have Black Hole available. Getting very close to Refresher. If he sells Windlace, if he sells Magic Wand, and farms another wave, he might have it.
He's hoping he can sell the Vambrace and the Ninja Gear as well.
Oh, yeah, so sell neutral items.
Sell the neutral items to get even more money. Oh, Nightfall. Collapse is chasing.
That was close. That was super close.
Gets back to Fountain. A couple of hundred away.
Radiant's top
80 away, sorry, from the Refresher Orb. And there's the finished item.
This could be crucial. This could be game-changing if he refreshes, and never mind, Trit. They focus him down. Damage from Yatoro's pretty nuts at this point of the game.
Yeah, it's bonkers stuff. They do have buyback on the Tusk, though. Something that Crit could utilise. Tier 3 down in the top lane.
20 seconds with no Arteezy.
That's 20 seconds where EG will just let buildings fall. Allow the structural damage to be done by Team Spirit. Don't commit to anything until Artur is alive. They've got Spell Prism, level 25 talent on the puck. The catch, though. Lincoln's popped. Our bed, phase shift. Can we jump away from this? Oh, just about.
Very close. And the Zeus now has Octarine, level 25. Man, these Zeus players from position 4, they really know how to farm, how to keep the distance. He's almost as farmed as Puck at this point of the game.
So you're going to start flaming them, these Zeus players?
Nah. Disgusting, using Heavenly Jump to get out of trouble.
Mira's going to jump across the map and get back towards the EG base. Still have 2 minutes 20 on Aegis, Cheese on the Void Spirit, and Refresher Shard over on Collapse's Doom. Aiming for a Refresher Orb himself. I'm not sure what that tip's for. But Nightfall. Oh, it's a misclick. There we go. This isn't a misclick. That's a big jump in. The Black Hole is onto the Monkey King, and the Void Spirit of the Grave may be able here to save up the Monkey. Does have the Aegis as well as backup. EG not losing anyone just yet. Well, Arbed toys with the backlines. Monkey King does die the first time.
Does have a BKB.
Hides in the tree line. Mira zaps back in towards Arbed, but the Black Hole is there again. Monkey King caught up, Grave, but he's gonna turn. The BKB Wukongs. He's still healing up.
It's not gonna be enough.
He's gonna be taken out by Artesian crit though.
Big play from Nightfall. Also, I love that he wrote misclick. I look at the screen, I'm not looking at what's happening. I'm reading the chat. Suddenly, he lands a perfect Black Hole. A little bit of a distraction there, but it worked out in the end. Also, double damage spawn bottom.
Oh, the DD. Did they see it? Give it to Bear. Oh, come on, EG. Fly will scout it out. Send the Bear down here. Give him a double damage rune
on their side. 60 seconds until Monkey King. This is game. They're just gonna go and end the game. They're gonna poke, see what happens.
What do you mean poke? That's not poking. The buildings just cease to exist. The Bear is destroying them so quickly. Tier 4s, here we go. EG gonna finish off the game. There's nothing to stop them. Oops, yeah. Go on, EG, finish it off. Team Spirit in such a dominant position have just lost everything. GG's called.
What an ending.
What?
I mean, you have the best hero in the game to close out the game like this. I guess they got baited by the misclick.
That's ridiculous scenes.
I cannot believe that they managed to make a turnaround play. Big plays from Nightfall on Enigma. Being able to lock down. No cheese popped by Void Spirit. He did have a full Wind Waker. Didn't get the chance to use it.
Yeah, and going back to what the panel was saying in our opening statements before the game, right? EG with a lot of pushing power from the Lone Druid and the team fight to back it up. Enigma with that surprise refresher orb. Team Spirit didn't know
he got him in the end. I don't know. I think Team Spirit needs to take a
we can hear our
minute
voices
or two.
going up. What just happened?
Yeah, they definitely need to sit down and figure out what happened. But maybe panel has to say about what happened in this game.
Yeah, over to them.
All I have to say is everyone should listen to Lizard and Gods more often. Both of you guys predicted this EG win, and in such a fashion as well. That final fight was crazy. We're going to talk about the final fight eventually, because ultimately I want to focus on the fact that EG had a really rough start to this, and what you pointed out, Lizard, was that Spirit can kind of struggle towards the middle of the game, and that is what we saw play out here in Game 1.
Yeah, they definitely struggled a little bit in the mid-game, a couple of those fights. First and foremost, the game was absolute pleasure to watch.
Oh yeah, start to finish.
The finish, for some, for NA fans, I guess.
There's a lot of salty people in the Twitch chat now. Yep. A lot of people deleting their comments from earlier in the game.
What airport are you talking about? We're in NA. It's not necessary. But yeah, like in that mid game, there was one crucial fight with the double damage on the bear that kind of turned it back into EG's favor. They had a really rough opening, really rough laning stage. It didn't work out for them. But that fight brought it back a little bit, and it matters a lot because you're playing against an Enigma, and every single item is crucial. You get that BKB, it doesn't really matter. There's still a Doom against you. But once that Linken's comes into play and then a refresher, bit by bit they got to this place. They got to the end game that they were able to take.
Yeah, I want to, I guess, talk about, mid-game, great, but this fight here that we're seeing on our screen, Gods, I want you to walk me through just how well it went for EG and why.
I mean, the big thing, Black Hole, Nightfall, this guy, absolute beast here, playing around, on the high ground too. They have the vision up, so they see Spirit coming. Even though Spirit had the Zeus ultimate, it just isn't a fight that they can really take when EG already have a positional advantage. And I think what is really good here, refresh Black Hole. Obviously, Nightfall carries the fight, but look what Arbed's doing. He's at the top of this fight. He's keeping Zeus away. This Zeus is the guy. He's got Octarine, Axe, Refresher. He's dishing out so much damage. But by this point, I think Arbed's recognized, I'm going to treat this Zeus like he's a core. Like, he's sitting back there dishing damage. I can't just let him cast spells. So while Nightfall is, winning the fight, Arbed's doing some little things off to the side to really make sure it turns out well for them.
Most of these fights, it was Mira that actually would manage to take them into Spirit's favor, right? He's the one that stays alive, dishes out damage. I've seen a couple of team fights in the mid game where he dished out like 5,000 plus.
Yeah, I mean,
quite a bit.
Mirror's the post 4, right? But he's gone 10-5 on this Zeus, which is better than Collapse, their post 3, and almost as good as Yotoro, who was their post 1. So this is a crazy performance from him. Kind of shows the importance of Zeus, even though they didn't win the game with them. I think the other key thing that was interesting was they didn't have those buybacks at the end of the game for Spirit.
We don't talk about it.
We don't? Like, look, I'm going to talk about it because everyone loves to give EG a lot of shit. They've been getting claimed to constantly. What the hell was Spirit doing there at the end? They took that fight into EG with high ground without buybacks. Void Spirit was 400 gold short. They had multiple here. You're playing into Refresher Enigma. Like, how do you choose to take that fight when the game is kind of in your control?
Is it a little bit of cockiness or something?
It has to be.
It has to be because they had the Aegis, right? They had the Aegis, they had the Cheese, they had Wind Waker as well. So they're thinking, even if we do get Black Hole, we're just going to save one of these teammates out of the Black Hole and then continue off of that. What they perhaps didn't expect is the double Black Hole, the Refresher. Because
had they not seen it then? I'm not sure.
I'm not 100% sure, but Nightfall was hiding himself on the high ground for the majority of the game.
That was the other thing I wanted to highlight is short, that last fight. A lot of things didn't go in favor of Spirit and a lot of things went in favor of EG, but Spirit had a lot of options and potential before that fight to close out the game. Why were they struggling so much to break that high ground and actually close it out before that fight took place?
They overcommitted a bit. I think even before some of the high ground fights, they were like, there was the fight where Arteezy had the double damage on the bear, which I think was like, that was like the first big turnaround for EG. They were still behind, but just fights like that where Spirit, they're like, oh, we're 5v3, we can go jump in, we can make something happen. And it, was an overcommitment. They kind of trickled in one by one and just let Arteezy shred them apart.
Do you think that they were a little bit indecisive there on the high ground push, right? Because of the Enigma.
You had to play scared.
Yeah, they had a couple of moments in which Arteezy does not have a buyback. They're 5v4, but they're still not pushing into because of what? Midnight Pulse and Raid Pact. It is difficult.
There was I don't remember his Gareth Lucas, but both of them were pointing out the fact that they didn't really know if Arteezy was going to have buyback. They didn't really know how to bait it out if he did have it. So I think it wasn't indecisiveness. They didn't really know the state of where EG were, where his farm was, all that sort of stuff is pointed out by Lucas. So yeah, there was definitely some indecisiveness on the side of Spirit, but EG, how do they keep this momentum going for the next game?
I don't know how it's funny because like you say, they finally get that it's a sigh of relief. You got your first win. It's a big I don't know about confidence booster because they were
I don't think
game.
It's a confidence booster. Not at all. But
it's very much like a man. Whew.
Yeah, it's a definite sigh of relief after a game such as this one because you're feeling good. At least this game wasn't completely in Team Spirit's control. Right? They put up a really decent fight on the side of EG. Throughout the game, they had good team fights. It was so enjoyable to watch Black Hole. Then Yatoro follows up with the Wukong's command. Parker and me, we were actually thinking that EG had an advantage when it came to team fights.
Yep.
For half of the game, it didn't truly look that way. Just because the Spirit did find a way to deal with the Black Hole. That was. They
were getting good dooms off for most of the game, and like you say, the Wukong's just being dropped meant that it felt like EG couldn't couldn't fight around Black Hole the way teams normally do.
Well, it is only game on, despite you guys not thinking that this is a confidence booster for EG. It potentially could be. It's the first win. It's up against Team Spirit. We are going to jump to a break. We'll come back. It's game 2 between these two teams.
So we're building our $15 Dota 2 team, and I got Yotaro here from Spirit, who's going to give it his best shot. Now, I'm going to give you this. You can see the names you've got to pick. We're starting with your carry. You could choose yourself in this one. Are you going to do it?
I'm going to pick it up Ame.
Okay.
$5, yeah. Because it's Ame.
Because it's Ame, that's it. All right. So for mid, where are we going after this, and how much are you going to spend?
Then we're going to pick BZM, because $3 is $3. Yes, we know.
Money, yeah.
Yeah.
$3 is $3. Okay, we got 2 so far. Off lane?
3-3.
Okay, another $3 spent.
Yeah.
Reason for 3-3?
To my opinion, he's the best offlaner, and I'm very wonderful why he's not 5, but okay.
All right, you spent $11 so far. You got $4 now for your support players, though. Where are we going with soft?
We're gonna pick Matthew, because he some game in public carry me on the Ember Spirit +4, so we got it, and then Solo.
Oh, you're even saving money, so you've done a $14 team, okay?
Yeah, Solo because he's one of the best. He's not a 5. Some why I don't know. That's
You don't agree with how much they're costing, but you've made yourself a cheap team. If this team was to go to TI, where would they place at the next TI, this team that you've built?
18.
Wow.
Maybe 16. Because they all speak on the different languages, but...
So the language barrier will be the problem.
Yeah, but if they actually gonna on TI, it's also a great result.
If they can get to TI, that's going to be a positive with it. Yotaro, thank you very much for building your team. $14 spent out of the 15. He's even saved money while doing it. Pretty impressive. Yeah. $1. If you want a sub, you want to choose anyone else for a sub?
For sub?
Yeah, well, just have a sub now. You got to
Fishman. Yeah.
I
love it. Fishman coming in as the sub as well because he had money left over.
He'll be standing. He'll be standing. Yeah. Somebody gonna sick, he'll help.
If anyone's sick, any problems, we got Fishman in there last minute. I like how it's done.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
EG, they picked up game number 1 in a fantastic comeback fashion, but there is a potential for Spirit to also gain a win in this best of 2. But what do you guys here on the panel think that they're going to have to change up to get the win?
Do they need to change a lot?
They were winning that game for 99% of it.
Yeah.
99!
So let's change the 1%.
Okay, what is that 1% then? Is it that mid-game? Do you think they gave a little bit too much rope?
With a lot of talent, always comes that 1% of craziness. And I feel like that's what they rolled in this match.
Yeah.
Because they had so many team fights in which they own. They just do everything correctly. Then they push it a little bit too far.
Yep.
They go into that lone druid with the double damage, or they go onto the high ground without having buybacks.
It's one of these, we were saying before, it's like there's certain heroes you're playing against late game, like a Refresher, Enigma, or Refresher Doom. These are the heroes. Late game Dota is just crazy, and like there's stuff like that just instantly kills you. Yep. You have to have buyback. Like you can't take that fight without buyback. They'd use some of their buybacks at the earlier fight to secure themselves a Roshan, but that's fine. And just because they have an Aegis just doesn't mean you have to go force a fight. You just chill.
Yeah. All right. Wanted them to play a little bit more patient, or would you actually just like them to speed it up a lot more?
It's weird because I feel like either one could work. It was almost like there was like some indecision or somewhere in the middle where they're like, at least in the mid game fights, where sometimes they would some would jump in, but not everyone else would follow. It just felt like they were a bit out of sync.
They were waiting for that Aegis, waiting.
They got it?
And they got it, and then they used all their gold. And they had no. I can understand why, because they had the tools.
Yeah.
It's just that EG executed the fight perfectly, but truth has to be said. Team Spirit did allow them. Did allow them to. They allowed that perfect scenario for EG to.
And I don't mind the idea of like if they're on the same page, Spirit, like we can take this fight with Aegis. We just need to jump the. It almost felt like that's what they were trying to do. They popped the Zeus ult to get vision. They see EG on the high ground. They instantly try and jump this Enigma, but he was just instantly BKBing black holing on the spot to not let himself get caught. Like exactly. It's like he knew
had the foresight.
They're like, okay, they see me. I just gotta cast this first ultimate because I'll get a second one off.
Yeah, the draft is about to come up. It is in fact now on our screens for this game too, and I have to ask the question. EG kind of got a little bit steamrolled when it came to those lanes. Is there a way that they can draft 4 better lanes, and should they be doing that this time?
I don't think that their lanes, the heroes themselves, were that bad in the first game. It's just that sometimes it happens. You get outplayed a little bit. You're playing versus a team such as Team Spirit. In Eastern Europe, lanes. That's it. That's it.
Lanes is the whole game, and then you just close it out.
1v1 SF. That's it. That's the only thing that matters.
That's also stereotypically the NA and EG way too. Like the teams there always talk about like, oh, you got to win lanes because otherwise, you get steamrolled by EG and Quincy Crew now Sonic. So it's like usually EG are great in lanes.
Something happened in that last game. Something happened, and Team Spirit definitely got away a bit too much. They were 6-7k ahead, 15 minutes in. It shouldn't be happening. Like you're playing on such a strong back foot that it's very difficult to come back into the game.
Yeah. All right, well, looking at this draft now, one thing that really sticks out for me is the fact that EG has banned the Dazzle. Spirit aren't going to be able to pick it up for themselves here. Do you think it was enough? Do you think it was a menace enough in game 1 that EG should be banning it in first phase and letting something else through?
We were discussing Dazzle, right? Like in the pre-draft of the last game. And I do believe that this hero will be contested even more than he is right now. Maybe it is worth it to ban him out.
It might be a big part of why they lost those lanes, because Dazzle is a very strong lane. Poison Touch is just so annoying to play.
And also, when it comes to Dazzle, maybe it's not the case for every single team in the tournament. But if you look at EG and Spirit, it's definitely highly contested, It's that tier 1 or first phase material hero.
What can we expect from Spirit's opening now that Dazzle isn't there, though? What else is a strong laning support that they would like to open with? Because they're going to open with not even a support.
They'll probably get support with it, although there's consideration for other roles. I like the idea of something with some lockdown. I mean, Dazzle, part of the strength is that the shard that you get now. You've got that Hex, which is just so strong in the mid game. But yeah, I'm not sure what their other go-to 5s are going to be.
Yeah, there's still that Sky left in the pool. Puck instantly got countered multiple times in Eastern European DPC with Void and Sky pick. There's Void Sky, there's Void Lion, Void Shadow Shaman.
I mean, Winter Wyvern's still in the pool, Phoenix is there, Warlock's there. Do you like any of them when it comes to leaning a bit more?
Yeah, it depends what their takeaway is. Like, do we need more team fight? And Phoenix, there we go.
Good job.
Called it.
You did your research. To me, this is like their takeaway from the last game is let's draft a bit more team fight, because I don't think this is like the Phoenix isn't a strong laner. It's not an answer to the puck, but I think it's just like Yeah, this game dragged on, and EG is this team that will play more for some late game timings, even with some of their Lone Druid, Nature's Prophet drafts, their games drag out. Let's make sure we pick some late game team fights with our supports.
All right, and then the retaliation, I guess, from EG now is this Viper. Where do you feel it's going to go? Do you like it because we don't know where it's going to go?
Overall, we've seen a ton of Viper being banned out, right? Like recently, it's been in the seasons, it has been drafted a lot. I prefer the Viper on the offlane. I'm really not the biggest fan of that position 5 Viper and whatnot. What it does is it denies Spirit multiple heroes that they could pick. Anything that it's playing against Break now is probably not going to get picked by Spirit, so your PAs, your Bristlebacks, your Monkey Kings probably are out of the picture. And also you do get a strong laner. Like Gods just mentioned that Phoenix is not a good laner. That's an understatement. He's like the lane is terrible with him because he's been nerfed. The hero has been nerfed just so many times.
Do you remember when he came out? The most OP laning hero in the game.
Well, a certain person on this panel might have spanned like 500 games of Phoenix back then.
I still look at my Dota set sometimes, and my Phoenix is like 80% win rate because I just played it when it came out.
No,
And you just haven't touched it since?
Yeah, I got there. It's like, okay.
I just love all these 5s that have a cool ultimate ability, right? And Egg is definitely cool. Plus, there was just so much you could do with the hero. And easy MMR points, of course.
That was the main selling point for you, let's be real.
Of course.
Okay. Well, is there anything as we're heading into the end of the bans that you would like to see banned out that we saw in Game 1?
Some of the heroes from Game 1, you mean?
Yeah.
It's a different approach to the drafts from both of these teams. There isn't really a lot of ambiguity as well between them, right? Like you have this Void Spirit and Phoenix, so you kind of know this is your mid lane and your position 5. So the bans can be more precise.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
That's what they're doing as well.
It seems like Spirit's trying to protect the Phoenix a bit. Like, Jug just carrier it's easy likes to play, but also something good against the Phoenix. Same for the Earth Spirit. It's good against Phoenix and the Void Spirit. So at least for Spirit, they're less worried about like what EG's overall strat is, and they more just want to, cover
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. I mean, this time around, the Beastmaster and the Lycan is being banned out, EG banning them out. Again, something that Eastern Europe likes. And also Spirit, they really, really, really like those summons, things that can really push objectives a lot on Spirit.
It's something that they have in common with the Chinese region. They obviously respect the Chinese teams a lot. You could see it from multiple of their interviews, right? And Lycan plus Beastmaster, those are the flavor of the last patch.
It also suggests even more strongly Viper's going to be a core, because Viper hates playing against these summon heroes. Like, you just get run at and you're like, I'm single target. What do I, can drop your Nether Toxin, but like those summons are just going to destroy you.
Yeah, you can't really do a lot as Viper.
Spirit going to be opening this picking phase. What would you like to see? Are you expecting the Phoenix to be 5, and then we're looking for a 4 being picked up here? Something a bit more versatile?
It could be a Mirab Phoenix as well. Like, they're capable definitely of playing Phoenix on that 4. I don't think it changes things quite a lot, as long as you just draft what you feel is the best for your lanes right now on that 5. We've seen even some Warlock Phoenixes recently. Like it's possible. Like, you can make this ultimate combo wombo from just your 2 supports.
Yeah. And would you like to see that really go into the team fight on the side of Spirit, or hoping that they don't go too heavy-handed on that for the draft?
I think you definitely want a bit more. You want something to play around the egg. You want some control to lock people down and keep them like around that kind of supernova area. I think the other thing that could also help them with more just team fighting control is going to be making sure you have enough lockdown to deal with a puck. This here is so slippery and annoying.
Very true.
And for EG, if you do have this Viper on the offlane, you want to have a 4 that's melee again. So we're looking at your Clockworks, at your Tusks, perhaps once again. Anything like that, if the Viper is the position 3. Even if it's a 5, like that position 4, those types of position 4s complement very well.
Bring back the Shaker. I love me some Shaker,
Yeah, I know you're such a big fan of that Shaker, especially
I heard your panel, you were talking about it quite a bit. You enjoyed it. We do get the Clockwork.
Yeah, I was going to say, it goes to the other side. Is it something that works into Spirit's lineup, or is it going to be one of those deny picks where they're like, oh, we could see this working for EG, it kind of works for us, let's make sure we can take it away because we can't ban it?
What it is they know EG we're going to pick Shaker.
And they're like, if they pick Shaker, we lost this game. We need a counter to Shaker. Like, let's...
Where is this love from Shaker coming from?
I love the passion gods. It's great. You should give a masterclass, or at least LGD kind of already did that.
Yeah. They go with a Chen. All right. Like the moment you see Clockwork as well, Chen has been popular. I always enjoyed the Chen plus Puck, by the way, combination too. You can't run away from him. Once that first onslaught starts to happen, once you start pressuring towers, you can't run away from Puck and Dreamcoil. So, at the same time, I have to say that Clockwork is a bit better versus Chen than he used to be because of the battery assault changes.
It's definitely better, but it's not like it's solved.
It's not great, yeah. It's not like you're solving the Chen.
It's so hard to get good hook shots off and to fight into the Chen. It definitely feels kind of tricky. And I think one of the other things is Spirit's draft right now, it's kind of low on damage. And I always feel like Chen feels great against these drafts that don't have crazy burst because Hand of God, like you're almost, anyone gets initiate on, you can almost always save with that Hand of God. So at least I'm looking at this right now, I'm like, yeah, Spirit needs some firepower.
All right, so we really like that Chen pick there. EG, doesn't matter, it is Snapfire. Snapfire being picked up for them, which again proves where the Viper is going to be going. It's very unlikely that the Snap is going to be a 3.
Yep, pretty unlikely.
No melee support with the Viper though. At least it looks like a Snapfire Viper lane.
Yeah.
Do they have enough lockdown on the side of EG right now?
They have catch. Do they have enough lockdown? Perhaps not. Perhaps not the greatest. But they do have some combos, right? Like you have the Puck, you have the Mortimer's Kiss from the Snapfire coming in, another Toxin to spice it all up a little bit. Oh!
Sniper coming out for Spirit!
Spicy. That is... I mean, there's...
You like that?
At least right now. It's
yeah.
different. I think it was Talon who played a sniper game in one. This hero is definitely underrated, and the one region that's still been picking a lot is Eastern Europe. I've seen a lot.
Yes.
By Division 1 and a lot of the Division 2 teams even, they were playing a lot of sniper.
You have to ban out anything that gets on top of you easily. Like your Spectres, I guess. Your PAs, perhaps, too.
Are they the main two that you're really nervous to face?
I'm just thinking about anything that can reach him easily, right?
Yeah. Void looks really good for EG too. Like Void with the Snapfire, it has some jump. Like especially once you get the shard, you get a pretty good range jump, and it's good against Void, Spirit, Phoenix, these other heroes. So I would personally love a faceless Void for EG.
And what would you like for Spirit to try and round out that draft?
Looking for the collapse hero, so I think
maybe
from their
some Mars
side,
again.
Yeah, they're looking for some teamfight around the Phoenix. Like they've got decent teamfight with Phoenix, but they kind of want, I think, somebody to frontline. Like you got Sniper. Any draft with Sniper, you want as many frontliners as possible. And right now, your frontline is just like a support Clockwork. He's going to be squishy. He's not going to get a lot of farm. So you need that BKB offlaner to like run in, create chaos and havoc, and let Sniper pew people down.
They do have the damage from the Sniper from the Phoenix Void Spirit. I completely agree with what Parker has said. Just give them more frontline. More frontline, more vision.
Yeah, that actually makes me think of a good question. You said Spirit were lacking that damage before, now Clock, Sniper coming out. Is that less of an issue for you?
Yeah, definitely. Sniper is he's a glass cannon, right?
Yep.
Second part cannon. Eventually, he hurts real bad if he does get to that farm.
And you're worried about like maybe EG running over some of these lanes. Like Sniper is pretty good high ground defender. That's one of the areas where I think Spirit typically have excelled. Is like they don't mind playing from the back foot, defending their objectives. And Sniper, you just chill, sit back, drop your shrapnel, and make life difficult for the enemy.
I just still love the pick. Like Sniper for me has always been this hero that you draft only in certain circumstances, like versus a Medusa and everything else is banned out. That's good against her.
Yeah.
But I have seen in Eastern Europe, I have seen it picked up a couple of times just for no reason, just like that. And it did well.
Like it. To be fair, I think one of the most notable games I remember from Eastern Europe is when there was a Pudge and a Sniper.
That sounds like my pubs.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I was like, what am I watching right now? It was crazy. Very unlikely we're going to see that though.
Yeah, they actually ban out the Void that you were talking about. It would make a lot of sense with the Mortimer's Kisses. They go with the Spectre.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
Yeah. I was going to say the other one that you said kind of needed to be banned out. It wasn't. EG just snap it straight up, the Spectre. Spirit, now they get the response. You said they need a body. What's good for protecting that Sniper, but also now really effective against EG's lineup?
Can they get Doom? Is Doom banned?
Doom is banned. It was
banned last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you want something that goes in front, but also can at least cause issues for Spectre, I guess. Well, you're pairing with most likely Phoenix, so.
There's still the Mars that's left in the pool. You can think about your own draft and kind of
ignore Spectre.
Yeah, but that ignore Spectre. Yeah, that doesn't sound that great.
Yeah. Bat Rider.
Last pick Bat once again. Okay, I'm just so used to this hero being banned out.
That you're like, oh, it's still in the pool. How do you like it though? It doesn't necessarily do what you were saying in terms of protecting the sniper, like being extremely tanky, right? It's not always that, but do you like it for Spirit? Do you like it for Collapse?
It's still pretty solid. It gives you some defensive capabilities early on. You can itemize in a certain way in which you are frontlining, you are jumping in first. It's not all about your lasso. You're just out there creating a ton of space. And truth be told, after the Spectre pick, there's no frontliner that's going to save the sniper.
Okay.
The Haunt uses ulti. Frontline doesn't matter.
At that point, you want a playmaker, right?
Yeah, and it feels in some ways they're playing more to like sit back and let EG do their thing, because now along with Sniper, you've got Bat Rider, so you try and push into this draft, you're getting lassoed, pulled in, so it does feel like Spirit are happy to kind of play a more defensive, reactionary game here with their draft.
All right, last time I asked if you guys were all in, all the eggs in the NA basket. Is it happening again? Or are you a little bit more cautious about what Spirit's got?
With the Spirit having a sniper against Spectre, I have to lean towards EG again. The EG did not look like the stronger team, by the way, in game one.
Yeah.
They, like, honestly, they didn't. But I just believe in the Spectre versus Sniper pick.
I'm the other way.
Okay.
I'm a Sniper believer, I guess. It's rough for Spectre for sure, but I think they can at least do enough with these lanes, like Bat Rider, Phoenix. Like, there's a lot of stuff that can make Spectre's lane a little bit annoying here, so
all right.
I'll give it to Spirit here.
We're split this time. We'll see what the casters have to say, where their predictions lie, as we head over to Gareth and Lacoste.
And the panel split over Spectre and Sniper. Do you lean one way or the other? I'm a Spectre fan here against Sniper.
You're a Spectre fan. I like this Bat Rider pick. You know, in terms of carry-to-carry matchup, definitely favoring Spectre. But looking at this Bat Rider last pick, it's
cool
pretty
pick.
It's pretty similar to what OG did yesterday against Team Liquid. It's gonna be played from the off lane, so not gonna have as much XP. But I think the impact is still gonna be very similar. I would say, like, there's nothing to dispel. I think it's who was it? It was Beast Coast who played it during the last major. They ran Bat Rider 2 or 3 times from the off lane. It's not about getting the BOTs. Maybe Collapse wants to go a little bit more greedy, get that bots to be able to like match the global presence from Spectre.
Right, yeah.
But we saw the bongos getting the Tranquils, the Boots of Bearing, and then getting a Blink Dagger BKB to be able to get the initiation. Because there's not many abilities that go through BKB, so I think that that's what he needs to be looking into. There's Viper Strike, but that's about it. And with the BKB, you don't care too much about it.
Yeah, on their side, they've got Hook Shot, they've got Lasso, and of course that Supernova from the Phoenix.
My concern is, did Team Spirit manage to recover from what happened
mentally?
In Game 1? Yeah, I don't think they were ready for that. Not having buybacks, investing all of their gold into items, and EG just closed it out.
Yeah, I mean, 12k deficit at the end of that game as Fly getting pummeled down by the battery assault from Mira. And look at this, conga line of heroes in behind him. Gives first blood over to the Clockwork. Good start again from Team Spirit. As we saw in the previous game, they got first blood, they got a D-Ward, and they killed off the Spirit Bear. This time around, just that first blood so far. And Mira was looking for the Obs Ward. He spots Abed, so he's not quite going to know for sure where the vision is.
Well, we'll not get it rewarded. Team Spirit will pick up 3 Bounty Runes as well. Arteezy not able to pick it up.
They collapsed that little bit faster. And Arteezy coming to lane with very little mana, has already spent a lot throwing his daggers around. Oops. He will be laning up though with the Fly Chen. We've seen these heroes, the Chen, the Dazzle, the Warlock, all these sustain heroes, keeping your hard carries nice and topped up.
This might be difficult. This is Bat Rider plus Clockwork, so you have a stun, you have a slow. I don't know, because there's not a single stun. There is slow from Spectre, but you don't care too much about it. I think it's gonna be a very difficult lane for Spectre.
And a very straightforward one for Collapse, especially if Mira can manipulate Creep Wave and get the Spectre and the Chen away from the tower, so they've got that longer lane to chase.
Offlane from Spirit is not super strong level 1, but as you get levels, level 2, level 3, there is so much kill potential.
And then down bottom, Nightfall and Crit. Oh, Abed. Yeah, he's going to jaunt back to his tower, but already Toronto-Tokyo laying it onto the puck very early on. And getting a range creep tonight. Always a big aspect of these mid lane matchups.
Same matchup as in the previous game. Abed did really well, considering that Toronto-Tokyo started with 300 extra gold from killing that Spirit Bear, and did well, even had more CS.
That was a great showing. Nice collapse with the pulled wave. As Mira is going to play forward closer to the two Dire heroes. Try and get some denies in, get level 2 himself. And now it's Abed again. Just getting caught by these remnants out of Toronto-Tokyo and running low on resources. As the bottles should start to be delivered now. On Nightfall, under the shrapnel, Miposhka, Cookie to Pond, doesn't have the dive anymore, so dead. Under the damage from Crit. Not an easy one here for the Sniper and the Phoenix, is it, against this Viper Snapfire? So much damage in the first couple of levels from EG.
They had to choose which lane they want to go for, because Sniper plus Clockwork, it's super strong lane, but so is Batrider. Batrider Phoenix doesn't sound too great, and they wanted to sacrifice Yataro's farm a bit more.
Right, because with Clockwork, you trap them in the cogs, you Firefly over. Oh, that Purge against the sticky Napalm.
Oh, that's
You can cast
big.
it on allies, can't you?
Yeah, that's big. Game over, lane over.
Flies found the creep. Just put it in behind her. Behind Arteezy.
They will need to gank this creep. Call Void Spirit right now. Gank that creep.
Go kill it quickly. Or maybe Mira's job there, if you can see it. But Fly keeping it very well hidden in the trees near his own tier 1. No way of finding that. Oh, there's the draft, if any of you have forgotten what heroes were picked. Clockwork, gonna look for the Courier Snipe.
Good body block.
Fly.
Oh,
Nicely
this
done.
is dangerous.
Still gets it taken out, though. And the Purge creep there, showing off his beautiful little ability.
Thanks, Purge.
They're pinging it. Just keep it there, keep it hidden, keep it secret
Kill
and
it.
safe.
Commit with Firefly and stick in a palm, get rid of it.
Well, he's going to purge himself in the end, isn't he?
It's 3 seconds cooldown.
Hey, what he can cast, like 4 or 5 of them as well. He's got the mana pool just to keep pumping them out.
Mira doing a very good job denying CS from Spectre. Spectre getting only the small one, and this might be the kill on Arteezy.
Where's the Purge creep? Go on, get rid of the sticky napalm. Down to one
does
stack
not catch
now.
him inside.
I don't care. Spectre handed over the tango. Yeah, Batrider 18-4. Void Spirit doing very well in the mid lane. But I'm looking at this Viper with 11 denies. Nightfall having a spectacular time bottom lane, and now he's kind of been left alone by the Snapfire, who's moved into the jungle.
Still a very difficult kill to get. Has 9 magic wand charges. Is bringing Gloves of Haste as well to have a bit more attack speed and a kill threat. I don't think he dies here. Unless there's a rotation from either Clockwork or Void Spirit, Nightfall is going to have a good time. Crit will be able to push him out with the Fire Snap Cookie if he gets in trouble, but so far so good for EG's offlane.
Yeah, doing very well indeed. And Sniper 13-2, really struggling to get the last hits he needs. Like the panel was saying, here's a glass cannon, needs to scale and get towards that mid to late game. It's Crit and Nightfall, yet again, pair up to find an easy one over the Phoenix, and they're going for the Sniper as well. Got the 4 stacks of the poison attack on him, but decide to just hold back for now.
And Spectre, with that Purge creep on top of CS right now, just following him, has 4, it's 120 mana, so he can use it 2 more times.
It's pretty funny. What are the chances of him finding that particular creep at the exact time he needed? Now he's got the mana burn creep.
Here comes the creep.
Dispel off the sticky, nasty napalm. And he's got his treads delivered as well.
They wish they
EG.
picked position 4 Pudge to be able to insta-kill that creep instead of Clockwork.
Well, who else? The Doom. Well, I guess it was banned
Mirana.
out. Plenty of them. Poshka diving forward. Nightfall has plenty of wand charges here, so it looks like with crit killing
Will not even
Yatoro.
use it. Okay, well, just in case, but yeah, putting 2 poison points in Corrosive Skin it's very good for trading. The sniper can't, every single time he tries to hit him, he's going to get some damage back, so not really worth it.
So he's taking more damage than he's giving, unless he headshots. A regen rune bottled up by Toronto Tokyo, so another unfortunate situation for Abed's Puck. And getting jumped on with the Ether Remnant there, Toronto Tokyo not afraid to dive under Tier 1 and do a bit of chip damage, knowing he's got the regen to kind of weather through that damage of the tower.
Regeneration.
Collapse. Not only having his napalms dispelled, but having his mana burnt as well. So now...
Batrider does consume a lot of mana. You need to have it. And then now he's bringing 2 extra mangoes.
Oh, crit.
Creep still alive.
Scanner Blast back. Verifies up. Toronto Tokyo. Astral Steps to finish the job. That's a dominating spree grabbed up by the Void Spirit. Collapse now. Trying to go again onto Arteezy. Purge creep.
Another purge available. Remove that.
Get the napalm off your buddy, the Spectre.
Now he's gonna go for it. There we go.
Kill the bloody creep.
Should have done that a long time ago. I believe that was the second creep that he picked up because the creep had full mana.
Oh man.
And now, let's see if Fly is gonna be able to find another one. There it is. It's near the outpost. Another one is waiting. Didn't kill the full camp.
Yeah, Miposhka dying bottom is, no news really. Sure, nice rotation from Abed, but it's all about this top lane, because we kind of memeing about it a little bit, but the fact that Batrider isn't having that complete free time is definitely a hindrance to Spirit's draft, because he's meant to be the space creator and the one that opens up the map for them.
He got the job done. Unfortunately for Spirit, they found the best creep in the game for this scenario.
Coil.
Still almost on top of CS.
Scanner Blast and a little shredder there. Yatoro trying to get away from Abed and Crit, but they'll dive in with the Illusory Orb and the finishing touch. Mirror and Toronto Tokyo trying to turn it back, but Nightfall's arrival going to finish off the clockwork now.
PG making all the right moves, being very aggressive, and on the top lane, again,
Kill the
Satyr
creep.
Banisher.
Kill the creep.
He's gonna follow it. Fly's like, yeah, I'll share the controls. If you need it, just use it. Arteezy getting some solo XP as well there, and yeah, in terms of CS on top of the chart, but as it goes for net worth, still very close to the top.
I think we should just follow that creep around the entire game. Yeah, Miposhka, he's a position 5 Phoenix hiding in the trees. Nightfall, Treads, moving into Dragonlance. Team Spirit would love to have that level 6 on the Phoenix as quickly as possible so they can start defending their objectives. And Crit there has cracked 6 already, so with the Mortimer's Kisses, as soon as Coil comes back up for Abed,
it's always going to be a deadly combo. Void Spirit, not sure how he survives. Last time around he did by Yule Scepter. I think you need to be able to protect yourself. Fly, getting jumped.
Yeah, but this could be an opening for EG. Abed, he's just a little too far away. Trying to close the gap in towards them. Don't really want to just coil the clockwork, but maybe here, in onto Miposhka, they find the Void Spirit, the Kisses come. Coil is snapped, and Abed jumps with the Waning Rift to finish off Toronto Tokyo, getting to dissimulate in the Astral Step away. The poison attacks wear off, and he was on like 20 health.
Ooh, Mortimer's misses, Gary. They not connecting. He needed another globe.
He needed one more touch. Very fortunate for the Void Spirit. And am I seeing this right? Sniper is level 5, 10 minutes in?
He is level 5, yeah. I thought he just didn't skill ulti, but doesn't have that green thing near his name.
No, he doesn't.
Is under attack.
Now he's hit level 6 at long last. A difficult one for Spirit here. Net worth lead and kill difference, not a massive disparity between them, but Collapse dying top to the rotation in from EG. Crit and Abed everywhere on the map, pairing up together so beautifully.
Even though Arteezy has been level 6 for quite some time, does have that Haunt available, doesn't have enough mana. It's 150 mana, and it's also 3-minute long cooldown, so gotta be... You need some mangoes, you need some clarities.
Oh, hello, Mira. Level 4 clockwork. Haste Rune going to get bottled up by Abed, and this is a move in towards Toronto Tokyo now. Fly, with the help of the Coil, has the snap and the stomp to chain stun the Void Spirit, and again, exceptional execution from EG.
EG all over the place.
In a good way.
Yeah, in a good way, exactly. Also, Phoenix, I don't think they're going to get the value from Supernova. You have Viper, who does have a lot of attack speed, and also you have a point in Lil Shredder. So these... I'd say first 20 minutes, because right now Miposhka not having a good time. It's going to be very difficult for them to use this ulti.
Don't even bother using it. Dragon Lance coming for Nightfall. And with a catapult wave, they could maybe make a concerted effort to push this tier 1. And Chen is nearby with a little bit of an army that can help shove towards that tower. Yeah, it's a nice combination of creeps there. Centaur Stomp, we've seen that disable Chain Stun very nicely to complement the rest of his team. Alpha Wolf gives that nice burst pump of damage in towards the creeps. But Chen gonna get caught out here.
Does have that magic stick as well.
Magic stick not gonna be used. Gets a stomp onto the Phoenix. But no one backing up Fly. Well, up towards top. Collapse. Can't continue diving. Crit's arrival. And Abed's jump with a coil on Bat. Kiss is launched. And out come those globs of lava.
Pops
not
drums,
gonna land
too
on the
far away.
Batrider, and he is speeding out of range.
Does have that wind lace. Also has the Tumbler's Toe if needed. Mid lane, Nightfall might be in trouble. Hook shot, finally.
Yeah, the Phoenix with a bit of damage over from the side, but they are struggling to break through this Nightfall Viper until the sniper comes in with a peep and a kill on the Viper. Now a little shredder though, finishing off the deny. Yatra denies the Supernova.
That's a big
what
play.
What a sick play.
That's a play right there. He knows that the egg's gonna die anyway. He sees
I didn't even know you could do
Lil
that.
Shredder. Yeah, you can do it.
I've played for 15 years.
You can't do it, but you know, others can. Yeah, these professional e-gamers, they know all the tricks.
Oh man.
Dire's top tower.
Well, that's one way to do it. All right, back into the jungle he goes, Mr. Sniper. Third place in net worth behind Viper and the Spectre. And EG coming back down bottom, really wanting this tier 1 tower, but Collapse is here to meet them. Lasso, the Firefly, stacks an napalm on the Spec. He's going to haunt to jump away, very quickly disengages from the Batrider. There's Mira a little bit caught here. Does cogs into crit, but Nightfall launch out the poison projectiles, take him down.
And Collapse gonna go down as well. Viper already has his number. This is gonna be tower for TZ. Team Spirit, they're a bit disconnected. They needed an extra hero. Looking at the heroes, I feel like Toronto Tokyo needs to be that one, because Yatoro is still recovering as Sniper. I'm not sure, because his abilities are on cooldown. He didn't have a single Astral Step, so I'm not sure if he was attacked by someone, because I was looking at the bottom.
Yeah, the puck kind of came across him, and Abed seemed to have no interest in fighting the Void Spirit.
Okay, so he just stopped Void Spirit?
It was like just jumping away from the puck, yeah. Abed and Crit smoked up, though. Every time Coil and Kisses are ready, they're going to make the move. Misses the Coil, though. There's the Astral Step again to disengage. Toronto Tokyo a little bit too speedy for them this time.
Yeah, one of those. You think that they have a ward, there's no way he could react that fast. And they don't. They do not have a ward there. It's like, oh yeah, they definitely do. I use that as an excuse all the time. Oh, good pullback.
The Hurricane. He's silenced up, but does get the Supernova as that expires. The hook shot catching Fly's Chen, and with the egg landing, great kisses.
Good kisses.
Oh, landing onto Miro and Toronto Tokyo, but he'll dissimulate himself out of range from that artillery once more. Abed with a DD rune still wants to get involved, and Nightfall also making his way forward. They're pressuring past the tower so Arteezy can hit the building.
Abed still 10 to 15 seconds left on that double damage. Needs to start hitting the tower. Or might be looking for Miposhka.
Yeah, trying to poke. See who they can lure out of position.
Looking for a play with Tumbler's Toy.
Nice flame break. Lasso as well. Drag. Crit Snapfire back into the line of fire. Miposhka still survives.
That was close.
Very close though from Crit as he almost landed on the
Casual
Phoenix.
cloak, keeping him alive. He also did pop a magic wand.
Tower is under attack.
Phoenix is the one holding Broom Handle.
Oh, armor's nice. And who else is going to take it?
Void Spirit does have Chipped West, so they should swap the items.
Yeah, maybe so.
Neutral items in 2 minutes anyway. Maybe, depending when you're going to farm them.
Yeah, I'll keep it as it is for now. And again, Team Spirit
My
favored.
precious. Happens all the time in everyone's pubs. Like, ah, look at this shiny little item. Just
I
gonna
was the
keep
one who
it.
found it. Finders keepers, Lacoste. Not gonna share my neutral items. Up to the high ground, Abed goes.
Cookie.
Well, where is he?
He's drawn into an orb.
Abed got lost there for a second with the cookie.
He's gone to the west, headed off to California.
If you can.
Collapse. He's got a catapult behind him, and it doesn't look like EG really in a position here to defend tower, as they are amassing their forces into that radiant triangle. De-warding as they go along as well. Some scribbling on the map there from EG, thinking about top tier 1 and then bottom jungle. Maybe the outpost is something they want to try and grab after a tier 2. As the Yule Scepter for Toronto Tokyo will arrive in just a matter of seconds.
That's going to be a big one, because he can dispel the silence, then use the simulate. Combo from EG with Mortimer's Kisses and Coil is not going to be as effective.
Oh, Miposhka.
Right now, underneath 2 observer boards.
And Dyer sees everything. They see Miposhka, they see Mira fly, spotted by the creep wave. Gets the hand of God out there, but this Sunray Supernova doing some serious work. Abed hunting the sniper, focusing the key targets. Void Spirit dying to the lava launched out from the Mortimer. And can't get himself away. Sniper's still able to stand his ground and do some serious damage though, but they're cooking forward. The Centaur in onto Miposhka and EG, they're blowing them up. Sniper's now being tanked by the poison attack, slowed to a crawl and taken out of the game.
Nightfall's going ham. He does not care about any of this damage right now. Way too tanky.
And Abed as well.
This might be a full team wipe.
It looks like it. He'll orb away. Poison attack's not going to be enough to finish off Mira. So he is safe up on his high ground by the tier 3, but still a 4-for-1 as Arteezy, the one hero to die in the midst of all that chaos.
Chen is so tanky. The amount of healing and let's see how much damage he took. Pretty good damage. That didn't deal any, actually 0 damage dealt by Chen.
But he died.
Yeah, but he tanked quite a lot using mech, using 20 magic wand charges, and Hand of God. The Sniper still doesn't feel too comfortable standing in the middle of the fight, and yeah, we're gonna see that again. Unfortunately, Void Spirit did not have enough mana to get the Simulate.
Man, Fly dies at the very start.
Yule Scepter, I think a lot of players do get like bad read how much mana it actually is. It's 175 mana. It's super expensive. It's a good item, but it's expensive in terms of mana cost.
You can see Arteezy there. He's got the blinkers on. He's just straight towards the sniper. Doesn't care if he dies. Do that dispersion damage and spill it out onto Team Spirit.
Viper full BKB coming to him. Didn't even bother disassembling Dragonlance. That's how confident he feels.
Oh yeah, tanking up even more. And Coil. Abed with a DD rune again. Cookie doesn't land to stun, but matters not. Yatoro dead once more. What's the sniper sitting at right now? 0, 4, and 6.
Still has same amount of farm as Spectre, who died only once and is involved in 7 kills. With Manta Style, they do have enough to take down this Roshan. They do have sustain. Viper deals ton of damage and just overtime damage, double damage on Puck, plus a Witchblade, Penitence as well. So this one's gonna go down. Getting scouted, Rocket, Mira thinking about going in, finding a right angle.
But look at that barrier.
They already know.
Abed, he breaks the line, jumps onto Mira. Good cogs push back, but you've got the orb to jaunt to close the gap on the
So far, perfect game from Abed. Has that Fairy Trinket, has Witchblade about to finish his Blink Dagger. They don't have enough catch. They are gonna struggle. Void Spirit, he's never gonna use Yule Scepter Remnant aggressively on Puck because there's still a bunch of saving stuff that they have. Mech, Hand of God, potentially Cookie. Yeah, Chen creeps. Like that's the MVP for me. That top lane was supposed to be going in favor of Team Spirit, but a little sadder Banisher, making things very difficult for Spirit.
Well, he's got another one. Let's keep him coming. We're now going into mid-game. Got Fiery Spirit, still have the sticky napalm to remove. Plenty of stuff to purge off your allies. And would you believe it? Again, it's the Puck and Snapfire show. They're pairing, smoking up together. Coil and Kisses once again. Grove Bow in the stash of Abed. Jumping forward towards Toronto, Tokyo. He's snapped the coil with the Yules.
Snapped the coil. Yeah, you need to be on the edge, but still silenced.
And the horn from Spectre arriving on the scene of the crime. Dead
Takes a lot of skill. It's very difficult to execute that, but yeah. Toronto Tokyo does it, still dies. Haunt coming in. Just kidding, Haunt.
Working out, yeah. Did jump himself in there. Aegis for 2 minutes 30. 3 minutes 30. A very tanky Spectre with the Essence Ring. Yatoro, he's going Deso after this Mom Dragonlance, so still no BKB, no defensive. Oh wait, no, hang on a second, he's changed his mind. I just saw a BKB recipe get purchased up by him. There it is. So he's going to disassemble Dragonlance and have now a defensive item, which it feels like he desperately needed.
Getting jumped by Puck. Also, Viper can close the gap. Has that BKB, has the Dragonlance, so very difficult to kill. They have like one ability that goes through magic immunity, that's Flaming Lasso. Supernova as well, but I don't think we're gonna see this Supernova go off in the fights. Collapse, smoked, ready to blink in, potentially drag someone down. Still 2.5 minutes left on Aegis Miposhka. This is going to get the awarded immediately.
Yeah, the ward on the high ground, the Lasso and the Supernova there going to clear through Nightfall, even with a bit of a heal from the Chen. Crit going to jump out, the Cookie away. They've slowed him with that whip though, and finding the crit Snapfire, that high ground ward. The difference maker there for Team Spirit.
And also, Snapfire blinking in aggressively, trying to go for play with Lil Shredder to kill the egg, but getting stunned and not able to do it. Okay, this shows signs of life for Team Spirit. Their high ground defense is pretty nuts. This is Batrider that can drag you back into tier 4 towers, and having Sniper, having Clockwork with the maxed out rocket, and the Phoenix is getting levels. Finally gets that level 2 ulti, so it takes 8 attacks to destroy. Things are going to get much easier for him.
And the gem on the Phoenix as well, allowing him to deward this entire area. And it always feels good though as the team going up against an Aegis to win a team fight like that, because that's a good minute and a half, 2 minutes of that Aegis timer where EG won't be comfortable. With a couple of heroes down. Still with an 85% win percentage there, even though it's a 1k lead. You know, 10 kill difference is meaningless as we go 20-30 minutes into the game.
Loves Spectre.
Spectre, isn't it?
Late game, and speaking of Spectre, here comes the Haunt.
Oh, Yatoro. He does have a BKB, slowed by the dagger and chased by Spec. And you look at this swarm of EG heroes coming in from the eastern side. They're going to try close in onto Collapse with the coil snap. The kiss is there as well, but the Sunray heal, allowing Yatoro to get himself to high ground, and EG have to hold back. They can't go too deep. Mirror?
that wasn't even close. I don't know what he was looking at, but...
maybe he was expecting a blink in from a snap or a puck or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
Because it looked like a preemptive.
He was looking more to the west than to the east.
Interesting decision nonetheless. Not the longest of cooldowns to waste.
No, it's all good. But the thing is, they did manage to defend the Sniper, and that's a big one. He did have to commit with the 9-second BKB. Not ideal, but they did save him.
Yeah, because that's what, Haunt down for another 100 seconds. So plenty of time there. And Aegis about to expire in 10. As Team Spirit rally around the mid lane. Ready to go again with the smoke towards the Spectre, who's, again, Aegis is about to expire. If they can make that jump and find the kill.
Successful scan for EG for almost full 10 seconds. So they know exactly where Team Spirit is.
Good spot. They saw it coming. Aghanim Scepter for Void Spirit now, so even more ability to control the puck, the snap. Even just like stopping a heal from the Chen. As a hook shot goes in, crit cookies away. Keeping vision here, keeping tabs on EG with the rocket flare. Team Spirit just want to hold their high ground, get rid of some of this dire vision. Wait around this little cliff top. Coil on the Void Spirit, silences up the puck with his Resonant Pulse.
Not ideal, he doesn't even need to commit with Heal Scepter and the drag back.
He got it off on Nightfall, but this Supernova is going to land in on top of him. Crit, gets the finish with a little shredder. Held down by the Nightfall Viper or Yatoro. BKB TP, just about.
30
makes
HP.
it home. So close to death, but Collapse not going to be as lucky. Nightfall with a double kill, and EG still strolling towards victory in this game.
Still struggling with dealing damage. Toronto Tokyo baiting that coil, managing to survive. But yeah, Supernova not getting off. Lil Shredder and Viper with the full Hurricane Pike. He's able to dish some serious amount of damage. He's super tanky and also has a lot of attack speed. Here they go.
Jumping straight on in, Mira and Toronto Tokyo. Crit is very nearly dead, but little focus turned back onto Fly for the easier kill. Crit got rocket flared and still very close to death's door. With Artesian Nightfall there, Team Spirit again just respecting the strength of EG.
Playing around vision. They do have 2 observer wards in this area, so
Look at little Morty.
I like how funny she walks when the granny is wounded.
Limping, tongue hanging out, blapping away. Poor little guy.
As I go.
Arbed. This time, Radiant Vision here. What is that? That dire sentry. It sees the sentry, but not the obs, does it? Yeah. We know potentially Vision is here, and they'll play under it with Collapse blown up. And Arbed, a single-man coil, the Tin Man has no more battle plan. Mira gonna get melted. Poor little Clockwork, but the Spectre being pew-pewed by the Sniper. And Toronto Tokyo has that defensive Yules. Yatoro getting jumped again by Arbed and Crit. Cookie in, the Sniper still able to stand his ground and fight away. Big damage from the glass cannon gets Yatoro a double kill. Assassinate flies and Nightfall dies.
This is it. This is what Team Spirit needed. They needed a fight like this. And this is a fight without a Batrider, so the next one's going to be even easier. Sniper finally gets some right clicks going and manages to get almost 4,000 damage.
Yeah, it's like Team Spirit have 4 heroes going, look at me, look at me. Jumping around and dancing in front of EG while Sniper stands there untouched. EG gonna screw their heads back on and reconsider how they initiate these fights. It has to be the haunt, the jaunt onto this Yatoro Sniper in the back lines.
Miposhka did okay, we're gonna see that again.
There we go. Oh.
Back to farming.
Back to life.
Back to farming. I love hearing Sniper sound farming. There's still another observer ward. EG has been playing an enemy triangle for a very long time. Every single time placing double observer wards. They're like, oh, we're good. There is no vision. Miposhka did buy that gem, and he's sending it back. So he does not want to keep it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is the second time he's sending gem back. But this also means it gives them full sense of security, because this ward's going to last for another 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's nothing to find it. Some tier 3 items coming out. Viper finds the enchanted quiver. Sniper can hand the blast rig over to the Clockwork or the bat.
Are scanning.
And it's going to be the puck with a quiver there. Closing in on that Kaya to finish off the S and K.
S and K?
K and S?
K and S? I don't think I've ever heard anyone say...
S and Y?
Yeah, S and Y, but we never shortened Kaya and Sanj.
Really? That's just so...
Yeah, it does make sense, but also people do complain when I say BB for Bristleback.
Really?
Yeah.
Nah, screw those people.
I like BB.
But it's like, you think about it, Sanj and Yasha kind of sounds nice and flowy, S and Y. Yasha Kaya, you know, it's got a nice little jingle to it, but Sanj and Kaya.
Is it Y and K or K and Y?
It's whatever you want it to be. KY?
If it's S and Y, then it means that Y needs to be in the end. For other two.
Okay. Or you make it even, and if Y is at the end, then you have to make Y at the beginning, so, you know, first place, second place. Balance in all things.
I'm glad we came to agreement, Gary.
We'll be wrong. There will be statistical analysis on the usage of verbiage, words, and acronyms coming to Reddit any moment now. EG into the Roche pit.
They know exactly. They're inside the pit. Rock is going to come in, scout things out.
Miposhka prepping himself for a big supernova. Under dire vision though, Arbet and Crit lining up to look for him. Mira's in the pit, snatches it.
And he gets the shard.
Work the shard as well. Oh, Ortiz missed a trick here. Full staff out. Mira still going to get hounded though by Crit and Artur.
All right, this deserves a clap. What a beautiful hook shot, because they were underneath the shrapnel, and all right, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, snaps the coil on the Toronto Tokyo Void Sprint, pushed across into the waiting arms, but his Yule stop into the air. It seems like he can come out, not fast enough. Resident Pulse doesn't save him on the high ground. Supernova healing Yatoro, letting the Sniper stand his ground and fight, but Spectre's on him. Collapse will chase Arteezy. Critical shredding back to Miposhka, but this Collapse bat doing a lot of damage. Finally
Mira
dies.
does have a hook shot available, and he's going to find an angle.
Straight on in. The surprise out of this one, Fly got a double kill on his Chen, but he's about to lose his own life. Mira will chase him back. Arbed kills Miposhka, and everybody's
Does
gonna
have a force
die.
tap. Another jetpack available, but he's so slow.
Rocket
in
flare,
a second.
10-1 charges. Go and finish the job on him, Mira. Get the kill.
Not lucky
Oh
enough.
no!
Can't control the clockwork. Still, we gotta give credit for that. This is a full team wipe. This is 6-7 heroes, if you want to call it, because Mira did buy back, and he got the Aegis. But big plays. I think if he ate that shard, because he was thinking about keeping that shard for someone else, and didn't eat it immediately. Maybe he could have gotten out of the trouble if he popped it straight away. But Abed has had amazing game so far. 9-0 and 13. Also, I think Toronto Tokyo had a little bit of extra time. I think he had like 0.12 seconds to use either Dissimulate or Astral Step and try to get out of the trouble. If we see the replay, he moved for a second instead of using the spell immediately.
He moved and used the pulse, didn't he? Trying to silence and get some of that damage reduction going. But such chaotic fight. He's the one that makes the jump, looks for Fly's Chen. He's stunned, he's self-fuels.
Last second, and now look at him move.
He moves and pulses, yeah. Maybe could have stepped and Dissimulated. Supernova up on the high ground, trying to heal through them as well with the Sunray. Collapse with... There's just spill damage everywhere. There's Firefly, there's Nether Toxin, Supernova, Sunray, Rocket Flares, Battery Assault. It's just nonsense all over the ground on this map.
Yeah, and good jetpack. He definitely deserved to have it for free. In the end, does not get a kill on Fly. It was super close, but got slowed down by Penitence, and also Witchblade from Puck didn't move at all.
And the Essence Ring as well. The body blocks, little pirouette there from Arbed. I think Fly and that Essence Ring getting a couple of uses out in that fight.
Needed like 2 hits from Battery Assault, lucky ones to be able to get it.
Aghanim Scepter for Fly.
Oh,
strong Dispel.
That's huge. Fly is massive on Chen. He's has same amount of farm, almost as Batrider. Full Holy Locket, full mech, and now strong Dispel. So if you get stunned,
Lasso?
Lasso. Lasso, but also great against Supernova.
Very true. Supernova now does have a bit of backup from the Shiver's Guard that Phoenix has completed.
I like what I see on Collapse. He does have Psychic Headband.
Hello.
Here comes Haunt.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo. They didn't get his Yules off. Aeon Disc not enough to help him either.
Toronto's getting caught quite a lot of times. There it goes. He's like, F9, pause the game. I need to check what this Aghanim Scepter does.
Well, how did he get out of a lasso? I mean, Collapse.
He's gonna die.
He's dying here to the poison. Nightfall finds the finish. Now Mira chased down by Arbe. Sniper still peeping away from long range, but look at Arteezy straight towards Yatoro. Pops the Manta to try and run back to high ground. BKB's up as well. Any stuns to go through BKB? Well, he cancels the TP. Wants to turn and fight because they brought back on Collapse, but Yatoro's gonna die. 3 down, 1 buyback out of the Batrider.
It looked like a good idea when Egg is gonna go off, so he tries to fight, but Spectre almost full HP, has that Scotty, has that Spectre Dagger, slowing him down. Sniper's not moving.
Yeah, there's that counter, right? The one-to-one matchup between Spectre and Sniper. Arteezy absolutely has the upper hand. And they've had a taste of victory in Game 1. EG looking for their second win of the tournament as they'll finish off Miposhka's Phoenix.
Gets Viper Strike. During dive, applies Witchblade and also Enchanted Quiver. The overtime damage and the burst damage that these two heroes have together is pretty insane.
A first set of barracks for EG. 37-18. Looking much better today here in day 2 than they were yesterday. Some crisp, clean gameplay. Well-rounded drafts. Arteezy able to play much more aggressively.
On his Viper.
Does he? Let's see who he can catch. We've seen Toronto Tokyo go pretty deep, diving in, looking for initiations. Could be his undoing if he's scythed up quickly.
This Hand of God strong Dispel is pretty insane. I mean, Fly did manage to farm it because he set himself for a really good game, and also the big boy feeling. Extra gold kicking in, going for refresher next. So even if, you can use that one to remove lasso, and the second one to heal people.
Yeah, he's incredibly farmed. Oh no, Chen. He's not even got an Aghanim shard or anything, does he?
No, but he's getting closer to level 20. Minus 40 seconds on Hand of God.
Oh, wow.
It's going to bring it down to 70.
That's huge. So does he not value the ancient creeps then? Not something that he desperately needs this game? Because I feel like Aghanim shard on Chen is incredibly important most of the time.
It's great, but he's playing a different game. He's playing Dota 3 while we're playing Dota 2 right now.
He's one step ahead of the curve. Oh, look at that. Signal of intent from EG. Hold the line. Make sure this net is closed around the little fishies of Team Spirit.
When I said I like what I see from Collapse, he has Aghanim Scepter queued up. So good way to protect the Egg Phoenix, can dive in and then he can use it on both targets. But Chen Aghanim Scepter, that's going to get dispelled. So he might need to rethink and go for something different. Maybe he thinks that Chen's going to pop it before, try to force it, maybe go on him.
Or if he catches the Chen, then there's nothing to stop him.
Chen's going to keep the distance. Look at his positioning. EG Fly, he's silencer playing against Enigma.
Where is? Oh, he's over there.
Radiant's
He's so very, very far away. It's like he's pretending he's an IO or something. He's hiding in the trees, like, I'm going to tell you. Another lane of barracks for EG, really closing this one out. Team Spirit, yes, they've got decent high ground defense. With Batrider drag back, range from Sniper, Supernova from this Miposhka Phoenix. But after losing a couple of lanes, it is a difficult prospect for them. Sniper there going for the Silver Edge.
Yeah, Yatoro bought one extra broadsword.
Oops. Oh, so he did.
Gotta turn that into Daedalus, but still, I think he put in broadsword and then put another item, because look what he has still in a quick buy. It's another broadsword.
He needs more broadswords. Well, he's finished off his Silver Edge now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's done. And then Daedalus next. More crits. Oh, leveler. Not too bad. Give me that attack speed. EG walking in towards Radiant Vision. They do horn forward. The Hex on Sniper. They found Yatoro, and he just spent all his money, hasn't he, Lacoste?
He just bought everything. That's a full Silver Edge, as you said.
No buyback for him. DD Rune spawned top.
Roshan spawning in 2 minutes, but this... I think EG should have a pretty good read that Sniper does not have buyback, because he's not having that good of a... In terms of net worth, he's up there, but he did die 7 times, and he just showed a full Silver Edge.
That's been incredibly challenging for him against the Arteezy Spectre. Team Spirit going to try and fight as 4. They jump in towards him. Sunray hookshot. Arteezy about to die, but he's got the heals and the backup from his Chen buddy, and Nightfall's going to pick up a couple of kills. Miposhka and Mira both dying by their tier 3. Double buyback from Team Spirit. I want to buy time for Sniper to respawn, but it's 45 seconds.
It's way too long. This is going to be mega creeps, most likely Nightfall with that shard, and also Sight of Oz does have enough mana sustain. 8 poison attacks on buildings. Look at it melt.
Yeah, stacking up that minus armor on him. And a Hex onto the Void Spirit, forced across. The coil comes onto the 2, the Eon Disc. It's there, but the coil snaps again as the kisses land. And Toronto, Tokyo, the self-fuels will buy a moment of safety as he jumps out of danger. But with so many casualties now, Team Spirit surely have no chance of defending their base. EG have come in to win this series, claiming a 2-0. Unless some kind of miracle happens.
We can start thinking about, Divine Rapier on Sniper, but he's sitting at 200 gold. It's going to be very, very difficult. EG 24k gold lead right now, and they're going to turn this into Roshan in another 40 seconds. Chen almost has enough money to buy full refresher, so double ulti, double strong dispel. We haven't seen like Sniper being able to deal damage every single time he's getting jumped. He needs to run most of the time with his BKB. He's not able to stand his ground and just pew pew pew.
There was one fight in the mid lane, right, where he got a triple kill, but that has been his only moment of glory. Well, Team Spirit still with one more fighting chance though, as EG they
They pull their foot off the pedal, pull the brakes for a second, looking for this Roshan, which is 10 seconds away from spawning. And Crit, just a quick reminder to his squad that Clockwork is missing and could hookshot into the pit.
What's it gonna be? Aghanim Scepter. Spectre's gonna definitely take that one.
Go on, Mira.
Mira, ready to go in. Force Staff, Smoke, and Jetpack.
Let's have it. Hookshot in, but Roshan not near dead. Mira annihilated inside the pit. Dead for a minute and a half. So EG with a numbers advantage, 5v4, and ready to go high ground to finish this game off.
Now things get even more difficult for Sniper. Spectre having Shadow Step on top of that, and here she comes.
Oh, do we jaunt in?
Fake.
No, just forcing Yatoro to Manta. Change his pants after being scared by the Spectre's potential to jump.
Gotta change the skin on Sniper, even though this one is very expensive.
Hey, it is, isn't it? It's like €1,000, something like that. Now, Toronto, Tokyo.
Rocking the E on disc already.
Very early on, so 140 seconds without it. And now the building's under pressure from Nightfall with the poison attacks. Does get broken by the Silver Edge.
Let's see if they can drag them underneath with the Aghanim Scepter on Batrider.
They've got the stun on the Phoenix, finish him off, so no Supernova. Yatoro hiding in his fountain, cowering away. The Sniper is peeping towards Arteezy, but it is just not enough damage. EG will Viper Strike Yatoro. The lasso cancelled again by the hand of God, and GG's called. EG not only claiming one victory, their first, but now their second.
The way Team Spirit played in Game 2, I feel like what happened in Game 1 did affect the way that they played the game. Like, you didn't see this aggressiveness, especially from Toronto Tokyo. A lot of time he goes in, overextends, the rest of the team not ready to back him up. But I'd say pretty clean game too from EG, especially that Satyr creep made a lot of difference. If it's something different, I think Spectre dies a couple of times, Batrider gets a couple more items in this game, and yeah, Arteezy had a pretty easy time, and I think we gotta give credit to Abed, who I believe didn't die a single time, and also Nightfall from that off lane, just completely dominating and going for the right items as well.
Yeah, so much nicer seeing Abed on a hero like Puck, right, rather than a Dragon Knight or something like that, where he can play more flashy style of Dota 2. But I think you're right, a complete change in mentality from 0-4 now to 2-4. EG with that comeback win in Game 1, flip the script onto Team Spirit as we can head over to the panel to break down that 2-0 victory for them.
EG definitely had a stronger win in this game number 2. But the big question I want to ask is to you guys. You predicted Spirit. Why was Spirit's lineup and draft not as impactful as you kind of thought it could have been?
I think to me the point of the lineup and draft that I thought was really going to shine was going to be the last pick Batrider. Like, you get a last pick Batrider in any game, and it looks like a pretty, dream Batrider game. That hero is designed to kind of take over the game. But it felt like they didn't really play around Collapse that well, and he didn't have the best start and kind of get that snowball rolling, which is a lot, testament to how well EG played those lanes. Because this time around, unlike Game 1, EG, their lanes went a whole lot better.
Oh, 100%. Game 1, they really struggled to kind of get anywhere near in the lead. I'm pretty sure they were in a gold deficit almost all of Game 1, but this time it was the complete other story. They had those fantastic lanes. They moved and transitioned really well into the mid, and they were always in the front with the gold difference. So, Lizard, what changed so much for this laning stage?
When it comes to the lane itself, and when it comes to the winning Game 1, I would put Nightfall as the focal piece, like the center point of both of these pictures, right? In first one, he's winning with the Refresher Enigma. On the second one, he's creating all sorts of problems with the Viper, with the Shard as well. He's giving them the potential to push and take objectives. But overall, the Game 2 wasn't about the lanes. Game 2 was literally you were playing Sniper into Spectre and Puck. I really, if I had to choose what not to ever pick Sniper against, that would be
and they had bans
very
too.
high.
I get the reason they banned the other heroes. It was they banned Void and Lone Druid.
Yes.
Lone Druid obviously doesn't maybe counter Sniper as much, but it would have fit with Chen to push stuff down. So I get why they banned those heroes, but guess maybe I don't know.
They banned like this general concept that would be good for EG. They didn't ban out the heroes that historically counter out the sniper really hard.
Yeah, I mean, one of the heroes you outlined there was the Chen. I know we want to talk about the Spectre a little bit more and how well it did, but I actually really want to look at Fly's Chen because I think it was very impactful for that early game and really sort of enabled the rest of the line and the rest of the team to be able to do well. So tell me why the Chen was such a good pickup for them.
Yeah, it secured those Arteezy's lane. Like that Spectre is a weak laner. That's definitely one of the weak points of any game you pick a Spectre, you're worried like, okay, what's that lane going to be? And when they pick a Batrider, you're a little maybe concerned. But Arteezy was ahead on farm, whereas the opposite was happening with Sniper. He got crushed in his lane. He was playing catch up. And I think the other big thing is a lot of these fights, they would always like try and go on Arteezy, burst down a Spectre using like the Sun Ray and stuff. But the Chen heals meant that like if you don't have that crazy burst, whoever you go on is generally going to get saved. There were a couple of fights where Chen's just able to use Holy Locket, Hand of God, and save whoever gets jumped.
Like, I would add up to that this hero is even your first kill material. Like he's the one that you need to go on. If you don't kill look at him, he has Aghanim's Refresher. If you aren't killing him, that dispel from his ulti at least will save his allies, if not for the heal itself. So just a ton of work is being done by Chen, regardless of the fact that he is also winning your lane and he is also helping the Viper take down towers early on. So he's Chen is in a really good spot in which before this hero falls off heavily and he's just a creep later on, right? Like if you remember even a year ago, you play the Chen, yeah sure, first 20 minutes he does a lot of work, but later on it's completely irrelevant what he does. Right now, it's a different story. I believe this hero has very high potential in the late game too.
Yeah, there were still some shining moments for the Sniper on the side of Spirit, even though it was up against a Spectre. Here we can see Arteezy did very well. Some nice stats for him on that spec. But there was still some impact from the Sniper with certain pickoffs. Is there a way that Spirit could have played differently, enabled the Sniper, enabled the Bat a little bit more? Or was it kind of really over from that laning phase and just how well EG did?
I think for me, like I've seen quite a bit of the Sniper picks because covering Eastern Europe DPC, there was quite a lot of it. And rarely, I think in those games, looking back, was it against like the Spectre obviously being the biggest problem. But like generally, you have a lot more heroes that kind of protect it and can kind of frontline for it, which is something they lack. Like we were talking about what can they last pick, and we were thinking all these like strength, tanky, frontline, teamfight heroes, and that's something they didn't have with the Batrider. They picked the Batrider, maybe try and address the Spectre, give themselves some tempo, but they had nobody to frontline, so I think they didn't really draft in order to really enable the Sniper to succeed. Obviously, your opponents having Spectre makes it hard, but you need other ways to kind of protect Spectre. Sorry, Sniper.
Yeah. He was just being hunted constantly. Yeah. I just wouldn't like playing Sniper in a game such as this one. It truly is very simple to me. Comes down to that. The game is way more difficult for Team Spirit. The second match is way more difficult for them to perform well than it was for EG. Like just the ease of execution.
Yeah. Well, big props to EG with their drafting definitely changing up and looking fantastic practically all the way through from start in that draft all the way to the end there. The other side is the map control from EG, not just the draft, not just the team fights, but also the map control and how they were moving throughout this game. Were you guys impressed with anything specific as we see these highlight reels?
Yeah, I feel like EG is a team that always has a really good read on the map. I think that's Arteezy's biggest strength as a carry is just understanding like which parts of the map to farm, how to kind of control certain areas. So basically win the economy game. EG is often this team that wins games by getting very few kills, but just out farming. They build up this like bigger and bigger gold leads just by farming more of the map. And that's something I think they did really well this game and just in general.
Well, massive props to EG. They came into this day with 4 losses, but now they've secured 2 wins up against a team such as notable as Spirit. We are going to be heading to a break. When we come back, it will be a whole new series for you guys to look forward to.
Coming up next, Sonics versus Talon.
Let's see if you're a real Giga Chat after all. This town isn't big enough for us.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Dota 2 Arlington Major. We got another crazy matchup coming at you today. It's going to be Sonics versus Talon. I am your host Sajidine, and join me on the panel to bring you all the action is Sheepstick and Lacoste.
Southeast Asia, baby! Woo! I'm here, finally!
North America, baby, hell yeah!
No, I have to keep covering these stupid European teams. I don't care about that region. I'm here for Talon, Boom, and half of Fnatic.
Half of them, just half of them.
Less than half of Fnatic.
The
two. TSM has 4 out of 5 players competing in this tournament. But yeah, I could be representing Sonics in this one. You know, I've been doing some talking with Jack, and he managed to get the team finally a sponsor. It took him like 2.5 years, but yeah, big fan of that. Jack W finally coming in clutch, and good for them. They did have a boot camp in Philadelphia, and yeah, you can see, you know, American teams a bit slow at the start of the tournament, especially EG that just won a series, but Quincy Crew also stepping up slowly, but they're getting there. You know, getting a 1-1 against Thunder Awaken. and taking a game of RNG. I think that's the big one.
I just want to say in the green room, I was like, what is Lacoste like as a panelist? How would he be with like Sonic? And they were like, oh, he'll probably just mention Jack.
Yeah, he'll
just mention Jack, and that's the first thing that came out of his mouth. It was
Jack,
so predictable.
we go way back. Sorry, Fog, but Jack is my favorite Dota personality.
Oh, for real?
All right, well,
yeah, shots fired.
Well, if Slacks is listening, that is a content piece in the making right there. Is like that dating show, but it's Jack and a bunch of the other analysts just fighting for his love. But I want to touch up on this Sonics matchup a little bit more, since we did just watch them in the green room. We were a bit concerned with how their mental state. They are a team, like, I've known a lot of them like for a while, and I think we're kind of familiar. Their LAN performance and some of the mental like blocks that they kind of run into on site was present yesterday and a little bit today, since it is like a 1-1 coming into this.
I would compare them to Tundra, the way they are playing on LAN, because, Skeeter said the Tundra, bunch of heralds on LAN. Sonics, old Quincy crew, they also tend to have some nerves on LAN. When it's needed that they perform, they do tend to not play as good as they play from their bedrooms.
Right.
I've been like digging into a lot of like team videos and like mentalities a lot, and I feel like this is a massive problem for so many people. Like Beast Coast as well really struggle with their like emotions and like mental stuff. Team Liquid also, like at the Stockholm Major, they attributed like mental being not able to reset properly to them. So like this seems to be a really big problem. But like now maybe with the sponsor they can get ways to help.
A coach or something, right, to help. I mean, it's definitely something we've seen. Everybody like knows the story. Like, oh, Liquid has 3 coaches or 2 coaches. Like you have a mental coach and this coach. When I was managing DC, we had 2 coaches because half the team did not like the other coach. So you had
my God,
separate.
Right, you have to have. And I think that's important. And I know, like you mentioned, like this interview, I believe it was Quinn as well, who said, "Are you all going to get a coach coming into this?" And it's hard to find someone that meshes with the team as well as listens and that back and forth, and someone that they're also respecting and can take those ideas.
You need to be a known coach. Like, you need to have some results behind you. Otherwise, like you can't just show up. Yo, I'm a 10K player and I'm gonna be coaching guys. It's just not how it works. Like people need to respect you for a reason, and this is where Jack comes into play. He says, we're gonna be picking Venomancer right now. Rest of the team not gonna say anything. That triangle belongs to Venomancer and the Jack. Jokes aside, I feel like this. Sonic's team compared to previous DPC tour, this is a huge upgrade in every possible aspect, and they looked really good during the DPC tour, but right now they need. I think the good thing for this particular matchup is that they just played a game, and they won one game, which is a good thing, and they're heated up and ready to go.
Let's hope so, because that game was very not close. They were like in the lead and they threw it really bad. They were in the enemy fountain at one point. It was pretty concerning.
Yeah, so they threw the game. I wasn't watching. I was watching the
they threw it pretty hard.
It was a bit chaotic. It definitely
Okay, I take that back. I take back what I just said.
It's not the worst thing, because if we want to look at the other side of the table here with Talon, this was a roster we talked about that is coming into this day kind of on a similar boat as Sonic was. They were 1-3 yesterday, and a little bit different of a storyline here. They went 0-2 against outsiders, so they're coming into this matchup perhaps a lot more shaken on their mental than Sonics would be, but I don't know, maybe the SEA resilience is a lot stronger.
C is a fun region. Covered it. We heard a lot from like every player. Talon are actually like quite a vocal team. They do like content. Their teammates talk. Like there was a Q&A, and I get worried about the way C approaches Dota when I hear some stuff. Like KP talked about the difference between China and C, and and how they're so disciplined in China, and C is way more YOLO, way more chaotic, and it's the type of Dota where you get worried because you really need that discipline. I think it's something a lot of teams like Sonics have said, like, we need to get way better at like refining our mid game so that we are more like disciplined in the right places at the right time. Like this is something MSS has said. So when it comes to talent, I want them to have that same thing. I want them to be able to close out games. They said in Tour 3 when they were playing versus Fnatic that they were quite confident in their late game. But you got to get through the early to mid game first, and that's what I'm hoping to see here. Because Sonics is a very good early game team.
Yeah, they are. They do focus on the laning stage, but I want to touch upon Talon because a lot of their games they tend to just play for like 5-10 minutes longer than they should. I feel like it goes down to which heroes 23 Savage is playing. I feel like they could use a little bit more tower damage in some of their games because like meta right now, we see it being very snowbally where you just go in, group up, you get that advantage, and you close out the game in 25-30 minutes. A lot of these games are kind of already done in 15 minutes, but you do not want to throw anything because there's so much in the line. This is the last major, a lot of DPC points, so you're waiting for the second Roche. This first Roche, you're using it to get some advantage and try to close it out with the second Roche.
Well, looks like we're going to be getting ready to get into the draft soon. But before that, though, I'm curious to see, given that both teams are kind of like on the cusp, right? They're looking for these wins, trying to stay in the game. I mean, this format, you don't want to be in the bottom 3 or bottom 2 if you're in Group B. But so I'm curious because something that I saw, for example, on the side of Sonics is some of the great games that we've seen from them is coming out with like a lot of like the comfort picks like early on or trying to set that up. Like I think like the last game, like it was a TA opener, and I'm just like, well, okay, sure, why not? But it allowed for Leslie to be able to lock in that Brewmaster in the end. And the game that they won yesterday, that your war just popped off with that Juggernaut. So are they looking for? I think I will say this like for both teams. Are we looking for them to try and find some of those comfort picks rather than the meta picks?
Yeah, I actually feel very strongly about this for Talon because obviously they are playing with a stand-in. They do not have Q. I think during Tour 3, Q was a massive part of their team. His rotations were very excellent. And they have Zephyr instead, who I also think is very good. I think in terms of playstyle, he is able to kind of replicate what Q could do. Something that I don't like so much is he isn't playing his Treant Protector. We talk about comfort. This is what he is known for. If he has a single hero in the whole game that I would put to his name, it's Treant. And they haven't touched it. It's not been picked. It's not been banned.
It's kind of hard in this meta. I think you need a different position for. It's a bit too defensive, but if they want to...
But it's not Lacoste.
If they want to bang it out, I'm down for, like, because I was part of the previous season, DPC Tour was covering Southeast Asia, and Zephyr definitely one of the players that like his name is in my brain right now because every single time I talk about like position 4s, his name pops up because of multiple reasons. The way he's super effective at what he's doing, moving around the map, and I think right now in meta we see that quite more often where position 4s are doing these small things that do matter when you're going for a 4-minute rune. That is like something that PSG LGD is doing very effectively, and shutting down enemy mid laner, the pulls between tier 1, tier 2 towers, stacking as well in the meantime. So he's been very effective.
Yeah, I just think like his Treant stood out to me as being like not passive. Like he would make these amazing rotate because at first, by the way, Fear hated Treant. He was like, this hero sucks, it's so slow, it doesn't do anything. But then you watch Zephyr play it and he's like, oh, this is pretty good because he would come mid a lot on his tree. He would do like wraparounds behind the tower. They would like kind of pincer teams there. And I really liked how active he made a hero that is pretty usually stationary look. I feel like if he's so good at it, why not at least try one game with your comfort and just see where it goes? Maybe they just want to stick to their own strats, which would be why they're ignoring it, because Q typically played heroes like Tiny and Mossy and stuff that could move around a lot. So maybe they just want to keep with that, which is fine.
I think we saw some of the stats on screen where he's a bit more active than MSS. MSS a bit more greedy, but these rotations that I mentioned, like those numbers are backing it up, where he tends to move around the map and you like Treant Protector, but
only on him.
Treant is not a hero that just moves around and makes stuff done. Very sluggish.
He is sluggish, but Zephyr can make it work. I trusted it. I'm a big believer in him. But we look at other heroes on this team. 23 Savage is an extremely fun carry player to watch. He can play your very standard like Medusas and stuff, but he also is very good at playing the fast tempo. He'll play the Razor. He really likes his Faceless Void. It was very fun towards the end of Tour 3. He started picking really weird carries. He started playing Lina. Well, I say he started playing. He played it once, but it was like the ability to diversify your pool like that and be like, okay, well, they have like a Phoenix and stuff. We really need something that can just kill it. They picked Lina for him. He does really well with it. They win. He then went on to play stuff like Doom, which we've seen him playing this tournament. We've seen other carry players actually picking it a little bit too. This is like 23 Savage's pool. This is very fun and weird.
It's late game oriented. One of the reasons why he has more average last hits, and some of these games do last a little longer, I would say, compared to Quincy, the way they played in their own region. These are like inter-regional matches, so Dota is a bit different. One thing I like about 23 Savage is how efficient he is with using neutral items. I still remember, like, he's holding 4 neutral items in the backpack. He's playing Dragonite. He swaps in Quickening Charm just to lower the cooldown on it, pops the ulti, then swaps something different, but also keeping some other items just in case he needs it.
Yeah, he's insane, like mechanically. Like this is a Morphling player.
Yeah, you need a lot of clicks. You know, right now I'm like, yeah, Philosopher's Stone, I don't need to click that. That's some extra gold and extra mana. Yeah, sign me up.
Yeah, it's free.
I mean, I love that you all like touched up on you know the different, like, first of all, I've seen that phrase thrown around again. The snowball meta is back, and like it's very fast. However, when we're looking at experience how other regions are playing, you have to adapt. And now I'm curious, like, with how the performance of like the NA and SA teams, is there a bit of a struggle having to adjust that, or is there a way for them to bring that pace of how they like to play into the current like fast-paced meta that everybody else seems to be running?
I think apart from, like, you say 23 Savage likes to play greedy and go for late, but the rest of his team is pretty fast.
Yeah.
I think KP's best hero is Brewmaster, but something that C does a lot, and you've seen this, like, Jabs has been doing it over on Fnatic, KP will do it as well. They like Death Prophet. They really value this hero because of its ability to win the lane and start pressuring objectives. Like, I think we might see this in this series. I definitely think he'd like it if his Brew gets banned.
Brewmaster is definitely a hero that not so popular in European region, which I did cover the most. But seeing it played, I'm still not convinced. I feel like this hero, you need to have like 3 items, and then you're gonna pop off. Like when you get to that Aghanim Scepter, Eon Disc, refresher timing. But yeah, I feel like he's very momentum based, especially if you don't get stuff done with your first couple of ultis. It's really hit or miss hero for me. But yeah, in the right hands, in the hands of KP, I put a lot of trust.
Yeah, same. Like, KP is... Every team that played against Talon during the DPC, they would be first phasing his Brewmaster. Like, there's an insane level of respect on this that is just, yeah. When your off-lane player is able to take that, like, target ban in the first phase, it's so powerful. Like, other teams, like, Amar gets his Timber first phase ban. It's kind of, like, on that level in terms of respect.
Well, that's awesome, and that's the kind of like things that we love to see. But do you think there is that concern? Because I know you said that, okay, we're not concerned about the Brewmaster ban. There is like other pockets, like the Death Prophet potentially in play. We've seen some of the other teams sort of target specific, like either banning out all of like certain carries, or perhaps like the impactful heroes, like coming into this, like we talk about like maybe perhaps like some pocket strats or some random like heroes coming out. Is that possible?
Different teams have different approach. I think Tundra is a good example of like what not to do when you play against them, where people try to ban out all 33 heroes, but he has wide hero pool, and those heroes that he plays, he's playing extremely well, so you can't just ban it out. I remember people trying to ban out like spend 8 bans on 33, they still win the game. So you need to also be able to not just focus on a certain role, but also be able to protect your own picks.
Yeah. I agree with that. It's very hard nowadays, especially with like every team trying to expand their hero pools. Like we talked about 23 going so far as to play a Lina carry. You can't just ban all these things. They will have more in the tank. And I know that, I think Skitter said this of Tundra, like when 33 is taking so much attention, it just makes the mid and the carries game so much easier because they get their free pick of the rest of the hero pool.
Yeah. I mean, I've noticed that too. Like, I've made the list of the heroes that I find like, oh, these are the meta right now. And I think some of the other ones that were kind of, they were the hot to trot picks like early on, kind of have disappeared a little bit. I haven't really seen a lot of Mars when he was like heavily picked early on. Now he's just completely uncontested. Well, not completely, but for the most part, very, very sparse. And everybody's noticing, oh, a lot of the Chinese and other teams are picking mid Pudge. I think we can rock that too. And it kind of like bleeds and spreads out. So is this something like something that you want to start adapting like while still here at the group stage? See if that's something that you can implement or inject into your play pool?
You definitely need to have like a couple of heroes that you have.
Oh,
there's a fly on your nose,
EG
bro.
Fly is attacking. The
I think you
said
killed it,
during
bro.
the
It's
game.
still there.
It's still there.
Oh, you got it.
I got it off.
It's all
Agent
Thank you.
Fly.
Yeah, I know. He's
Come
like
for revenge.
What was I talking about?
We're talking about
kind of
adapting.
distracted
injecting
me.
and adapting. Yeah.
Adapting, yeah. Adapting, very, very good. You need to have a couple of players on your team that play specific heroes, which can't pop off from time to time. Like not necessarily a Broodmother type of a hero, but something that other teams might forget about it, and then you last pick the hero. I'm gonna say OG, where a Mars hero, his Huskar does get forgotten from time to time, and they do pop off. Didn't happen this time around, but I think that's a good example where you have like different heroes that you play, and sometimes people do forget about it.
Yeah, about adapting, I get a little bit scared sometimes when it comes to C teams and their ability to adapt, because during Tour 3, Boom, for example, they were trying new drafts and strategies. In fact, they were kind of doing it through Tour 2 as well. They would use their first game to experiment, and it would usually go quite poorly. They would lose, and then they would go back to their old strats and win the series off the back of that. And this is sort of a problem with C in general. They just kind of try something new and go back. Like we see KP, he tried new heroes. They weren't that great, to be honest. And then he goes back to the DP and the Brew every game.
It's difficult to say because, they might have some extra information from scrims. Yeah. They tried it a couple of times. It did look okay, maybe 2 wins, 2 losses. They tried it in an official game. Doesn't work out. Tried one more time, and they're most likely going to be done with the hero. I want to see teams experiment a little bit more. Maybe not so much right now in the groups, because these are BO2s and you don't get the chance. BO3 is a different type of a beast, I would say, where you like try something in the first game. If it works, then you can experiment also a little bit more. If it's not working out, go for something that you have prepared. And also, this is the second day of the tournament, so no one's revealing strats yet, but for the teams that could potentially drop down, I think EG is a good example where they brought in some new heroes. And because they felt they needed to do it. They needed to shift things around. They were 0-4. And I feel like Quincy Crew also has a similar mentality where they can bounce back. They have a lot of different strategies running. So I feel like we might see something completely different in this one.
It's like, what would Jack do, right?
What would Jack do?
He would veto. Not even a question.
Fall asleep on panel.
Yeah.
He's not even here to defend himself.
He shouldn't be allowed to.
It's fine. I'm going to get the message from Jack
no,
anyway.
I love him. I mean, the collection of photos of Jack just like passed out on a computer chair, it probably could start an OnlyFans for that. I don't know. I'm not giving any ideas away, but we're getting ready to start the draft here. So I know it goes so fast, but there is been a constant, very similar early ban outs, like for all the teams across like the different games so far. It's been pretty rigid. And are we okay with that, or are we looking to maybe shake things up a bit coming as the days like progress?
Yeah, we're definitely going to see some adjustments. One hero I don't want to see is Razor. This hero, people do think that they can counter it, but you're putting, unless you have a first pick, you don't need to get rid of it. Sure, teams do have their ways of approaching things, but I feel like the amount of pressure you put on an enemy carry who like constantly needs to play from behind is very difficult.
Absolutely. Now, while they're kind of getting that stuff going, like I do want to like bring up for everybody in the chat here or in the audience. So Talon, they're choosing second pick. So Sonics, they're going to start on Dire. Now I know that there's a lot of talk about just how powerful being on the Dire side is, and how just because is it like Roshan control or what is it about them? For the most, I think most regions have a very high win rate percentage on the Dire. Like, why is that?
That is just overall better with the changes where you can pull between the tower on the off lane is just way too good, and also being able to like connect the Roshan. And here we go.
Yeah,
like this.
the hero you just don't want to see.
They give away Marcy, probably get that plus something. Marcy is really good for Talon because the KP is actually pretty good at playing it as a core. I don't know if they'll want to, but I've seen him kind of like 1v1 carries and just kill them in the past. Or they'll take Tiny. Well, no, it's fine.
You will.
They'll
Like,
just throw down
it's
to
similar because you have something that can potentially snap the coil. Marcy and Tiny do the same thing, so this is going to be position for Tiny. With the puck, you're already revealing, and we'll see if they want to. Usually, Quincy Sonics, they don't go for early pick for Quinn, but if they feel like, you know, it's a good Void Spirit game, which is a good matchup against the puck, they could potentially snatch it.
Yeah, I really like seeing like Void Spirits and Ember Spirits mostly, but TA, that's fun too.
2 cores, 2 heavy physical damage cores.
Right, yeah, that's great. I mean, Puck is a super low armor hero, so even though she's very slippery and both these heroes don't have that catch, it is a lot of physical damage to kill Puck with. I assume they'll just use the second phase to get their lockdown. Also, like TA can get the shard, and that applies like a silence, which Puck struggles with too. He'll have to maybe buy Yules.
This also gives Sonics a little bit of flexibility because Templar Assassin does have a good matchup against Puck, and they're not showing anything. This could be Razor on the safe lane, Templar Assassin on the mid, and they could still pick a different safe lane hero. So a lot of flexibility still open for Sonics. They definitely do need some kind of a lockdown. I'm mostly looking at Skyrat Mage, potentially even Dragonite, but yeah, Sky definitely out there. You might even get both of them because you need some kind of a stun setup, and right now they don't have any.
Yeah, they got like a really good pace going on though on Sonics. Like TA, Razor, both heroes that like to just run at you. Razor will hit this 15-minute BKB timing that will be very, very powerful. TA will want to go with the Deso or something like that and then take the Roche, and then they just take over the map. So I want to see them pick heroes that are really good at invading the enemy side of the map so that they can like smoke up, clear out, take a good fight, Roche, and then start to look at taking more map control and start to take those like tier 2s.
So I've been noticing like a lot of TA popping up this tournament, and you talked about like finding some sort of lockdown and maybe DOT for her coming into this. Like, you mentioned like what are your thoughts? Like, I've seen other teams like rocking the Ogre Magi, for example. Is that something that
it's better than most people expect.
Yeah.
You know, Ogre's a big bad boy, and if he gets the stun on Puck, like Puck dies. You might need an extra layer of silence stun against Puck, but it definitely works out. And seeing the bans from Sonics, they are heavily focusing 23 Savage here. This Morphling makes a lot of sense, you know. You have... It's a counter to Razor, where he links you, you link him back, and also Terrorblade, a hero that like you have 2 range cores, and once Terrorblade gets the
Some big damage, and that Swift Blink after. Oh, that item is so nasty on Medusa. With the Stone Gaze bonus movement speed and adding that on top of the Swift Blink, like talking about chase down potential that they have on Sonics, you're going to see that on a Medusa too.
Yeah.
And 20 seconds until Roche may respawn. Lyrical, give me your number.
How long are we going? Let's say 45 seconds.
Dude, wait, what the hell? I was going to say 42. We're so close.
Well, either great minds or really bad minds think alike. We'll find out in a second here how close we are.
It's coming.
It looks like Makoto takes the DD, actually. And timer says... 20.
Lame.
We were half as good.
Very fast. Very fast Roche here. And, well, it could be good timing here.
Yeah, no black hole.
Yeah, if they find their way in here, maybe get an engagement, but they're going to scan. They see there's no one inside that dire jungle.
This could be it. We'll see how it goes as... It's only smoking up with 4, and you can see Talent. Like, they recognize the danger. They are going to go back onto their triangle, just try and hold this area.
Yeah, hold Zephyr. Hold door.
Can they do it? Yeah, this is...
yeah, we need vision here. Yeah, I was just thinking that. They need a ward up there bad.
Wait,
all right, so Zephyr just goes.
For it. Zephyr is the ward, but can't see inside the pit. Going to send the illusions in. Quinn is taking it down. This is incredibly bold. And smoke up again, but...
Black hole in 10.
Quinn did not get caught in that one. Do they know the timing? With BKB ready, this could be really dangerous.
He has buyback, but I don't know if you want to use it. It looks like this is what this is a long wraparound.
Wraparound. Dark Ascension ready. Who can they find?
Oh,
they're all grouped together. Leslau runs in, smoke into all of them, the silence onto everybody with a black hole. It's only onto 1. Is that good enough? I'm not sure. They start the fight off. Y'all were already down to nothing. He gets demolished. 1 by 1, they start to fall. It didn't matter about the black hole because 23 Savage is just too massive. Oh, he didn't stand a chance. That Daedalus tore him apart.
Yeah, you get in there, and it's like you're controlling all of these supporting units, but that was the early game. That's how you had to play there. He's here now. You know, 23 Savage has arrived. He has these huge items, and that's why just in that last fight, even though it wasn't successful when they all ran towards 23 Savage, you see why.
Yeah.
You know? He does not care about this Night Stalker. He's just going to stand there and swing.
That was so much damage. And, you know, you had just finished that plate mill on the Razor. He probably felt like, okay, I can actually sort of stand against this and deal with the pressure, but the AC not done at that point, and Deuce is just hitting too hard.
Yeah, he got Stone Gaze too, so he was just getting absolutely diced up there with the bonus physical damage.
Well, 12k gold lead, and what was feeling like maybe on the edge of victory, Sonics now have a massive hill to climb, and, well, it's actually Talon that are going high ground. 23 Savage beating away at that tier 3 tower, and they also finish the refresher.
So let's put a big old stamp on this game here, KP.
He's feeling ready.
A little bit of style points, perhaps. A surprise black hole.
As the melee racks are going to go down, Leslau needing to get some more gold for himself, it looks like. Possibly the items. He heads level 20 off of that, so 20 extra strength. But I don't know if that's going to be enough to hold off here.
And they just plant 23 Savage ahead, sitting on that high ground. Not a lot you can do. They don't have a Tiny. They don't have a Pudge. They don't have a Lasso.
They got an MSS.
Oh, look at that.
Disposed. The toss back, not as good as they wanted. Leslau, BKB, Winner's Curse. Oh no! The TA is ripping apart Yawar again. Black Hole solo onto Leslau yet again. That's the refreshed one. And as they keep chasing down 1 by 1, Makoto might have gone a bit too far, but the rest of this team is with them as well. Toss back onto Hyde. Quinn is going to die, and GG is called. Talent able to pick up a victory.
Yeah, very good game from them. And, of course, some fears, right? Like, we understand the concept behind the draft here from Sonics, but not able to string it together quite fast enough for that slicker victory that you might expect, and unable to even get some sort of like a secondary motion going in the mid game after that Midas onto Yawar after a really bad laning stage.
Yeah, and to me at least, it felt like the Enigma pick was really what sort of set all of that in motion, because we think about the way that they wanted to be able to catch back up. You said buy the experience that they needed, and then it just didn't happen, and then he's behind and looked pretty rough.
Yeah, that was a really tough one. Honestly, like you really needed to snowball, keep things going, and they weren't able to get there, and so they kind of kept trying to force it, and they had these moments, right, where you're like, oh, they're almost back into it. Oh,
Yeah,
they're almost there,
exactly.
but there's this like ticking clock in the background, and it's it's Medusa.
I mean, it's Medusa, it's Enigma, it's Wyvern. Like all these heroes are so freaking good in the late game, and they just weren't able to quite get where they needed to. But we're gonna have to see what happens in game number 2, Trent. But for now, at least, we're gonna head on back to the panel, let them break down all the action. We'll see you on the other side.
That was such a convincing win for Talon, taking down Sonics in game number 1 here. Now, we talk about the Medusa. You kind of like, I don't know about this Medusa pick. My goodness. 23 Savage was on fire on that hero.
He was. I mean, they knew their timings very, very well, and they played the map very well. I think this game, Talon had a much better read on the game than Sonics, which was probably their biggest strength, because they knew where they were meant to play, where they were meant to pressure, to do what they needed to do to enable Savage. Because every time he's played Medusa in the past, and it's shown here as well, he just farms really, really hard, and he gets his items every time because his team knows to just play somewhere else on the map and just give him the space he needs and create that chaos.
Yeah, I was a little worried for Talon, how well games started for Sonics, because they were making the moves, and at one point you felt the lack of damage that Talon did have early on, but they did manage to stabilize things, like couple of rotations from Puck with Tiny as well, and they were playing 4 versus 5. At one point we've seen the heat map of Medusa. She did not cross the river. This is 20 minutes into the game. She's like, nah, I might be a Medusa, but I don't want to get my feet wet at all. Not gonna cross that river, going to continue farming, and in the end, I feel like Sonics, they needed to play aggressively early on. This Razor Hand of Midas kind of delayed their timings, I would say, because even if you have this BKB, there's still multiple ways to go through it with the Black Hole, with the Winter's Curse, so a bit difficult, but I felt like when TA got Deso, they needed to make stuff done.
Right. Now, I love that you said that, Medusa didn't cross, but the moment that she did when she joined into that fight, we do even have that clip coming at you right now. I call it the beginning of the end, because it was still pretty back and forth at this fight, and then things just went so bad on the side of Sonics, where each and every one of them just started dropping.
Yeah, this fight was really hard for them because they kind of got a bit split up. Leslau, he wanted to get on the back line. He had his blink. Mossy had her blink too. They just kind of got split, because Medusa, I don't know if they expected her to be there. They saw her, they had Night Stalker vision, they knew he was there, and yet Laszlo still goes, and he just gets hit down by this Skadi timing. This is what I mean about this good read on this game. They know Medusa's really strong, so they link her up with the team. When they have the Skadi, they know they can fight, and it was way too late by Sonics to make a grand move like this. When Medusa's farming bot, that's when they needed to be going top and running it at Talon.
And this Wyvern pick kind of made a lot of difference, where not just the Wyvern pick, because you do have Cold Embrace. Positioning from Hide was really, I guess that's why he's called Hide, because he's hiding in the trees. And I think we gotta give credit to itemization overall on side of Talon. Enigma with the Raid Pack, reducing damage, Cold Embrace against both Razor and Templar Assassin. You know that it's gonna be super effective. The only magical damage that they had was Snapfire ulti, and that's about it. Also, speaking of the itemization, I love Puck. The way Mikoto played is he bought so many defensive items. It was Witchblade into Force Staff to be able to push himself out of the Night Stalker silence, buy a little bit of time, get that phase shift, potentially get out, then a Blink Dagger, and also on top of that, Yule Scepter. So he knows what's up. He definitely knows the matchup.
Would you say, who would you call out, on the side? I mean, to me, it's it's pretty simple. I'm looking at all of the numbers, and I just think 23 Savage is absolute MVP of that.
What do you mean absolute MVP? My man farmed creeps and then showed up at the end. No. KP. He is Enigma. He did not die. He was so good. When I say they had a good read on this game, what I mean is that they know they're playing against TA. What does TA lineup want to do? It wants to take Roche. So this whole game, him and Mikoto on the Puck, they just play top over and over again.
And we swapped it. Here we have the real MVP.
The real MVP.
Man.
That's it.
I don't know. I just saw a team fight earlier where, who was it? Mikoto dies on the Puck, and the rest of the team just mommy, runs to Medusa, and she
because
goes and
he's the
protects
carry.
them.
But think, how did he get to that point? It's because of KP. Like
KP, he's like, give me that money.
Yeah.
You saw on screen. Like,
It's like,
it's all
I will
about
handle it.
getting that money, and I like that he was not hesitating at all. He understood there is nothing that can stop the black hole, especially with the BKB. So he, a lot of the times, went in and connected on one of the targets. And one thing to mention as well is Hyde, because he also ulti on Razor with a BKB, stop it from linking the Medusa, and 23 Savage had a pretty good game. Had the Pike in the end. They had multiple 4-staffs to break the link. Very, very difficult game for Sonics. They needed... This was supposed to be like a 25, 30-minute game in their books, because in the late game, they're going to get outscaled, and it never happened. I never felt like that synergy that they needed to play around, because looking at their draft, it's a Templar Assassin Razor plus a Night Stalker. You want to be able to get stuff done in the first 20-25 minutes. You're going to get outscaled. One of the reasons why 23 Savage did go for like straight up Mantis style into Scotty. Scotty does
his thing.
Yeah, it does his thing. It does against the range heroes. You can't really play Dota, and they had to.
Absolutely. Now, we'll find out if Sonics can come back from this first game loss, game number 2, after this break.
Dire's top tower is falling.
I got Bulba with me here from EG as they just managed to take down Spirit 2-0. And I'm just going to come back on to yesterday, right? Because things start off good here today. But yesterday to Boom, to Asta, wasn't looking good. You weren't able to pick up a game at all there. What was the mood like at the end of yesterday?
Definitely frustrated, I think. Everyone was frustrated and confused. I don't think we expected what to happen yesterday.
Yeah.
I think everyone was actually really confident in this one. So it was just unexpected for all of us. So I think that's like the 2 words: frustrated and confusing.
But what did you take from that, right? Was this something you looked back at and you took into today to make sure, okay, guys, look, this can't happen again?
We just went refocused and just called it yesterday a day. Just tried to learn from it and move on with life.
Well, you certainly moved on in a strong way today, but there were some very long games against Spirit there, right? But what do you make of that? Was that like how you expected to play or over expectations?
The first game, just some clowny stuff happened at the start. Like they killed the bear, the lone druid bear, and it's a lot of golden experience. And then they also got first blood. So the game started off like it just felt like things were just like unlucky, like something was wrong. And then it was just going, and then to hell. I don't think anyone expected to win that one, but we managed to. The team managed to pull that one off. So that one was like a big relief for everyone. Definitely, like, it was some relief.
Certainly some relief, right? You get some games under your belt. You take down a team like Spirit. Does this give you this confidence, say, like, okay, we can play the way we expect to play in day one, and this make things look a little bit more comfortable for you guys, would I say?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good. It's it's the same like yesterday. Just we had to move on, and I think we kind of played, or things happened that we wanted, like expected to happen today.
Okay. Well, let's see if it continues, mate. Good luck. Thank you very much.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Dota 2 Arlington Major, and we just saw Talon take down Sonics in game number 1 of this best of 2 series in the group stages in a very convincing fashion, I would say, too. Yeah. And we kind of were talking about it during the break. Should we be concerned a bit with how perhaps the communication issues within Sonics, like it's all speculation, sure, but it, at least from watching that last game, kind of felt iffy.
Yeah, we were kind of... I at least was concerned because we saw during the game, like, Quinn was not linking up with his team properly. No. They were, like, feeding top. Quinn wasn't there. He has a Desolator. He is peaking in terms of strength as a TA. He needs to be there. They need to be smoking. Like, if they hit a power timing on, or, like, an item on a hero that's a core, like, you need to go and make moves with that. And we don't think they, like, hit it properly.
No. We see so many teams just, like, have good understanding. Because I was casting the EG game in the previous one where they had Lone Druid. They pick up Deso instantly into Roche. This is something that Sonics try to do, but very poorly executed, I would say, because they had Talon did have a deep and observer ward, and they were smoked, and Sonics were using 3 couriers trying to deliver items, so it was not that hard to guess where they actually are, and they stopped the Roche attempt, and after that, everything went downhill.
Yeah, we gotta give Sonics our energy.
Give them our energy.
Give them our energy.
A little bit of our NA power right here. Now, kind of a theme of the story here. There's a lot of new things happening on the side of Sonics as far as what new org and a new captain on the side of Fata with the communication and whatnot. Now, I know we talked about it, like a lot of their, he's very vocal in the game and whatnot. Is there maybe potential, like, coming into the LAN situation of perhaps some of the hiccups, them all, from the boot camp to here being in the same room and trying to figure out and sort out, like, some of those notches? Or
I think it's time to stop. Some of these players, they played internationals, they played many LANs, and every single time, I feel like it's the same story for old Quincy crew.
Oh God, he's calling them out. Oh,
there you go. Let's put it. You're putting it on the table. Let's go.
Because I always have bigger expectations of them. I'm like, this team is good. They're showing really good performance online, and it's never what it is online. What happens on LAN, and that's what gets me worried. Like every single time, I'm like, man, they look good. They definitely look good. This is the tournament that they're gonna get like top 3 potentially.
Yeah.
And just never happens.
No, it does not end. I mean, you hear it constantly thrown around, at least like within the region. Oh, when EG was struggling, Quincy Crew #1 in NA, and yet now they're being passed by EG, passed by the TSMs. I mean, TSM and the representatives here are still faring a lot better, but I'm sure. Perhaps that is a strength that a lot of teams need to hone in, is to reset, put that last match, the last previous days behind you, and focus on this next one. And that is because something I feel like Talon did really well coming into that first match. We talked about it. How is their mental coming into this with a really bad day 1 start, 0-2 coming into this series against outsiders, now having to face Sonics, who, on paper, like, you could debate as far as like who's gonna be the better team. Well, for the first game, at least, we know Talon came out on top, and what sort of momentum they can do to carry it into this next lobby.
Yeah, I suppose Talon did have I wouldn't say it's like super easy to execute. You are running like slightly greedier, but a Medusa is a very like simple win condition. You just need her to get enough gold where she becomes unkillable. They got her to that point. They brought her to their team, and they took that great fight because Sonics didn't push the thing faster. Like they had a bit more of a complicated win condition on Sonics.
Talon's lineup was all about surviving first 10-15 minutes without getting ran over by what Quincy had. never happened. And after that, the game looked, in terms of net worth, it was pretty even, like 1K net worth lead for Talon. But you could already feel where game's gonna go. Like one mistake and suddenly this Medusa becomes unkillable. They're way too tanky positioning. Like a lot of members on this squad are very talented, I would say. And even like Zephyr, even though he's not the original member of the team, he does fit in nicely.
Yeah, I think he's doing very nice. His playstyle like fits what Q was. So whilst I criticize not picking stuff like Triumph for them, he is still really good at this Tiny. Like, I think a big part of last game was him and KP being able to find the pickoffs on the side lanes. Like, the amount of black holes they got onto Quinn was very game-winning. So, let's see how they adapt.
Yeah, I mean, so far the openings have been pretty similar. Now, something that I do want to point out, because I talked about it a little bit at the first draft, is how a lot of teams tend to favor Dire. Talon is actually the opposite. They have a very strong Radiant win rate, and in fact, they pick into it again for this second matchup. So they know their strengths and they're playing to their strengths. It's pretty much a pretty similar open for them, tiny puck. So how is it, if you're Sonics, are you going to address the potential mirror situation coming into this as far as like the matchups go or the picks go?
This time around, they do have Wyvern, which is a decent counter to Puck, I would say, where you have like Curse into another Silence, another Stun, and then you are going to be able to kill him. For Talon, same two heroes, Tiny plus Puck, another guaranteed way to snap the coil. You have a save. I want to see Sonics pick more control. Last time around, they did have Night Stalker, and that was about it.
Yeah.
And with 1 4-staff, 2 4-staffs, 3 4-staffs, in the end, it was very difficult for Night Stalker to lock onto a target and kill it.
To be fair, I actually quite liked Sonic's draft last game. I just thought they executed it very poorly, as we talked about. Obviously, yeah, like, it could probably be improved, but they could have won last game. Right. They had the tools, I think. So I definitely like having Wyvern more. I think Talon being able to get Puck is big, though. I think Mikoto, it's probably one of his biggest comforts on the lane. He just was very impactful last game. He wasn't dying, no feeding here. Like we've seen some players, okay, never mind. This was about to turn into a horrible flame, but
you can't stop right now. You already started it.
You did it. You put it out there.
Quinn may have played Puck into a Night Stalker and fed quite a few times in one of the early games in this tournament, and that impact was not seen on the side of Sonics into Talon's Puck last game, even though that matchup was there. Like Night Stalker is a fantastic hero against Puck. The AoE silence, like he IMIs for 4-staff, but you had all the time before that to bring your heroes together and engage on him, especially when your Medusa is not taking part in the game. She was playing bot.
It's literally 4 versus 5 because Medusa does not exist for 15-20 minutes, and when she joins, it might be too late. So I want to see some adjustments from Sonics, how they're going to approach this one. Wyvern, it's good. I want to see another layer of stuns, another layer of potentially any stun save, any kind of disable for this Puck. I want to see it.
Yeah.
So another note to see here as far as like adjustments that perhaps Sonics is doing was we see the Enigma ban, which we did see Talon rock them out like during the first game, expending like the black hole even on just like one hero. It probably will be something that control the Talon is looking for right now. Is that too much of a concern, or do you feel like there could be other options available for Talon here?
Oh, you want?
What are the other options for Talon? Their opener is strong. You have the burst damage, you have like semi-save from this Tiny, and you also might be thinking about the same heroes, because last time around they did have Razor and they did have Templar Assassin. They banned I believe Terrorblade and they banned
the Morphling Terrorblade.
Morphling as well. So these are two heroes that are still in the pool that Talon could potentially pick up.
That's true. I really like 23 Savage's Morphling. It's a hero that was nerfed pretty hard and everyone sort of stopped picking it, but then in the tail endish of Tour 3, he started picking it up again to great effect. The hero looked like kind of weak. Like, you can tell he's been nerfed, but like when you have such a hero specialist like Savage on your team and it's his best hero, there's no reason not to if it's a good game.
Right.
He is just a weirder hero now because you used to be able to buy this E-Blade on him and like a Wyvern would just die instantly and that you wouldn't care about the Cold Embrace. Now
It's not as strong. Like you just don't have that because it's not based off of it's based off the enemies, and then you don't have enough. So they do ban out Terrorblade in the end, but I'm definitely down to see some 23 Savage Morphling in this one, especially if Sonics go for something similar that they had in the previous game, not enough lockdown. I wouldn't mind seeing like some roaming position for like Earth Spirit, but okay, Nyx Assassin, this is a hero that people do consider a counter to Puck. We've seen some Nyx Assassin also getting banned in the first phase as well, especially when you play against RNG, you know that Kaka's gonna bang it out, but Puck players are extremely good. Like, they know how to play against Nyx.
Exactly, because you don't get stunned by the Carapace if you are phase shifted, right? So usually they will clear a wave just by, silencing, orbing, and being phase shifted while those spells are going out. Also, it is like nice if you do silence the Nyx while he's Carapace. He can't follow up with a stun because he's silenced. So it's okay of a matchup.
I was actually going to point out before they picked that Nyx is that Death Prophet is actually still available for Talon, but that Nyx pick kind of makes that a bit difficult too.
I don't think you're going to get the Death Prophet into next matchup. Might be too tricky, but Godly Night Stalker game. Like, they're like, oh, we're going to show you how to win with the Night Stalker. I like the attitude from Talon right now.
We've been seeing a lot of that. Like was it LGD that's...
Shaker, OG.
Yeah, they're taking
and then LGD playing Shaker. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like OG were stealing Liquid's Lone Druid on first phase and just beating them with that. There's a lot of BM this tournament.
Inspirations, right? Like inspire, or perhaps like
very inspired.
Very inspired. I mean, we talk about the Earthshaker, like this struggling Earthshaker right now. Only one win so far in the game, unless something happened while we were on the desk. I don't think so. I don't think so. We need an Earthshaker update at some point. But
Xingqiu, godlike. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
The man is a beast.
Exactly. Now we do see this Enchantress coming into play here for Talon. Where should we expect to see her run around, sprink around?
A stable position 5 that makes your carries lane a lot easier, and Enchantress 7 picks, 11 bans, 57% win rate. Even at, like, how did this hero have ability to take any creep in the game at level 1 and wasn't that contested? And now it's like, even after the nerfs, still super good.
I know. It was like, oh yeah, I'll just bring sentries to the lane and I'll block the camps. And then she's like, well, I'll just take like a 20-second, or I'll take or you just take a 20-second trip down to the other camp right next to the ones that got blocked, and then you just take that instead. It's like, Jesus Christ. But this is very exciting.
Oh my god.
Very, very exciting.
Now Lesh.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Yeah, the Disco Pony is coming out. Is this now something like, I feel like we don't really see that often, but when
it's
we
his
do,
hero. Like,
it's the comfort.
He calls for it. They needed some kind of tower damage, because Nyx, Wyvern, Razor, it's very difficult to put the pressure out on the map, and with Lashrak, it's going to give them some extra tempo. Enchantress, you always have abilities to kill this hero, and I think one of the lines is 4-legged abomination when Lashrak kills Enchantress.
There we go. I mean, they were lacking in the legs department until the Nyx and the Lashrak come into play.
That's true. They have so many legs.
They
want
to
have
more legs. They need to balance it out a bit.
I mean, Puck is like an abomination freak. He's got like 10,000 fingers.
So Talon needs to go for Broodmother.
Oh,
yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
Let's go. This is an important matchup for them. They're trying to secure the 2-0, and they do need that hard carry still to come, I believe.
I actually think you just like alpha it up like Ana and just IO. No hands, no legs. Like truly.
Right.
Nothing, just a ball.
Just brings the whole drop together. Not to mention, very good with Lashrak. But they won't do that.
Hey?
They won't do that. They need to ban... Oh, Terrorblade's already gone. Okay, I was going to say Lesh usually gets... struggles a lot against ranged heroes that can... I mean, they just don't... You know, he wants to be near people. So stuff like Sniper, stuff like Drow, stuff like Terrorblade, these heroes are very good. Anything that buys... Oh, Medusa too, of course. Anything that buys a Skadi, because Lesh will want to get like an Eternal Shroud, get a lot of the magic...
He becomes super tanky early on with this build, and they will get rid of the Morphling that we mentioned, but this Terrorblade now ban even makes more sense, because you're playing into Lashrak. you would think that, oh, Leshrac deals well with the illusion heroes, but Thoroughblade's not that hero. He outranges Leshrac, he gets the Scotty timing, makes Leshrac's life very difficult. It's a super imba matchup for Thoroughblade.
Exactly. And who has last pick? Sonics. So they're looking pretty good right now because Lesh is going
And
to
a
be
good call on
powerful.
Sniper, because they don't have those gap closers. Like, you need to have like a Razor with a BKB Blink, Leshrac as well, potentially, to be able to jump on top of him. And it might be way too late, so they did cover this Leshrac pick very nicely.
Yeah, and then Nyx, I'm guessing that one of the prime reasons they picked this up was because they don't want to get Medusa again.
Yeah.
They don't know if Talon would feel comfortable on it and just pick it earlier in the second phase, so by putting that Nyx there, it dissuades them.
Yeah.
Now in the last phase, they don't have to ban it because they already have answers to it. So what will Talon do? There's still the Drow, but that hero is so weird. No one's really playing her anymore.
I mean, if we're looking at 23 Savage, like you mentioned the Lina in the past.
That's true.
Is that something that we could potentially see this time around?
I mean, yeah, when he gets weird, he likes his Doom and his Lina. He'll just pick if it's a good game for something, even if it's not necessarily a carry, he can play it.
Maybe, even though there's not too much damage inside Chrono, if they want to go for phase.
Oh,
okay.
well,
yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Think differently. When things are hard, just go with Pudge.
For real? Okay.
Big boy Pudge.
They need to... I mean, they kind of have a lot of damage. Like, Wyvern's going to help you cut through that health pool. They have a lot of damage in Leshrac and Razor, so this Pudge isn't, like, invincible. But...
5 seconds.
Maybe just some... I mean, they have area control with the Wyvern curse set up this game as well, which is nice. It's just, you need to be worried about Talon's repositioning, because right now, Sonics don't have a lot of jump heroes to kind of catch up.
Oh, wow, and it's going to be a Wraith King to wrap things up.
Woo!
It's a good Wraith King game. They don't have that much burst damage. It's all about, like, Puck, Night Stalker, and having 2 lives, having Wyvern to back you up. Sonics making some adjustments. I do like it. Looking at Pudge, the way he can set up hooks, not too many. We have Tiny, Night Stalker, Mini Stun, maybe a Coil, but might be a bit difficult. He's also going to be playing into Razor and Nyx Assassin. Like, Nyx Assassin is going to make Pudge's life miserable every single time with a Rot. It's difficult. Also, later on, you're going to be losing mana. Is that it?
I'm trying to give Sonics my energy right now. Let's go, boys.
Well, give their energy with Shal and see if they can make any changes in this game number 2. We got Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nikki and Trent. We are here. We are taking a look at game number 2. It's a whole new world, and Pudge is still strong. We cast a couple Pudge games earlier. Holy moly, is this hero scary.
Yes, that was Fnatic versus RNG, and he won both games. One for each squad. Pudge was looking real hot there. We had a mid Pudge and an off lane Pudge. No, we had a safe lane Pudge and an off lane Pudge.
Anna played it.
Bring back the safe lane Pudge for 23 Savage here.
I'm very excited for this. Now, the other side of this, as we get ready to hop into this game, is there's also another hero that's been getting a little bit more play, the Nyx Assassin. We talked about it. I looked up the stats, though. The last time they played it was 6 months ago, and they've only played it 3 times in the last year.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, it's Nyx.
I mean, I guess.
We're familiar. We're not playing Nyx Assassin.
I feel like this is something that Sonics has picked up, and they're trying a couple of things that other teams are doing. I want to see if it pays off, but for now, we're getting ready to hop into this game number 2, and they definitely need a win here. And on the other side, Talon can maybe stave off a potential elimination in group stage if they can manage to 2-0 here. This would be a huge win for them.
Well, surely the other strategies can't do any worse than our own.
Okay.
The Sonics.
Damn.
So let's try the Nyx Assassin.
I am tentatively optimistic that this is going to be awesome.
That's my favorite of the optimistics.
Tentative. And it's a a nice little tangent. Other words that start with the letter T. Talkative.
I thought you were about to start a list.
I just did. Talkative.
It's a very short list.
Tantalizing.
A list nonetheless.
That's what you are. You're tantalized by the potential.
No
of some
heroes,
tall
though.
tales that could be told.
You know who's the best
today?
hero? It's Tiny, and he's here.
That's right.
So
or Tinker.
Well, you know,
it's actually the worst thing. Why did I say that?
I really wanted to gamble on the fact that there might be a Tinker, but we didn't get one.
They gonna run through here. There's a ward in the area. Were you thinking Tinker and support role?
No, just in general, in the entire major, you know. So it could be support, offlane, I don't know. The hero seems pretty trash.
That's true.
We haven't seen the entire DPC, I don't think.
I think I was talking to Cap about it. He was saying that he liked the idea of Tinker in support role or something.
I mean, surely it's got to be something with that old shield.
Oh,
Feels like
yeah.
his best spell
Defense
at this point.
Matrix.
It's going to warp flare and defense matrix.
Get away from me.
Everyone in the chat's like, what's a warp flare? It's like, exactly. That's how long Tinker's been gone. You don't even know.
This thing. But regardless, game number 1 underway. Makoto again on his puck. Had some heavy lifting to do in game number 1, and he definitely did it, starting from a really good early laning stage. And this time, Quinn playing on a hero he is very comfortable with on his Leshrac.
Yeah, and he should have a much more free game on Makoto this time, right? Because the general idea in terms of the itemization, right? He's not playing versus the Night Stalker, he's playing with that Night Stalker. So doesn't have to buy himself a 4-staff, really there. The Nyx Assassin Puck is an interesting relationship we sort of covered in one of our earlier series, but there's several Puck players and pros that aren't really concerned about seeing the Nyx right now. They say you can just play around it by using the phase shift when he's going to Carapace.
Battle! 23 Savage, he gets the kill. MSS is going to play cleanup, but
you know what that means?
Some flesh heap.
Infinite scaling.
It is, and it really is infinite scaling in some of these games.
If we go long enough, the number just keeps on going. We'll see if we can break the UI, but for now, you'll take that trade, especially when you're getting the kill first.
You know, there's a lot of people that were talking about the potential strength of Talon.
Have been saying. Lots of people have been saying. Yeah.
And you look at some of the way that, they've been playing here, this laning stage, they just look really clean. So I'm curious to see if they can keep up this momentum, maybe shake off a bad day 1. Who knows? Maybe this is going to be the ascendancy of Talon.
Well, I hope for Yawer's sake that he can shake off that game 1. Because that lane was a disaster. He's now rocking the Wraith King instead of the Razor. And, I mean, you think Razor, typically a pretty good lane dominator, could not get past the KP Enigma and the Zephyr Tiny. Now it's the KP Night Stalker. Slightly weaker in terms of like the power that you have right at the beginning.
Right.
Eidolons in comparison. So at least we'll have a much better start.
Right. And I think that there is something to be said for how much like lane shenanigans and just sort of like outmaneuvering was going on. It felt like they were pulling the wave back, they were putting it behind the tower, making sure that Razor Yawer was playing didn't get what he needed. And this time Leslau playing it, they put him on a Wraith King, which again people said good Wraith King game. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, the benefits of the Wraith King game to me is just like you talk about this idea of positioning with like tosses and hooks. It's easier to recover from that with the Wraith King. Like if he's one of the cores that gets pulled in, for example, with the Reincarnation, you at least have some time to set up, and then you've got some pretty good heroes around that as well this time.
Okay.
With Winter Wyvern. Unfortunately, there's now 2 of them. It's not just the toss, right? It's going to be the toss and the hook, and so you might get pulled in these really bad engagements again, which is one of the reasons why Sonics weren't able to find the comeback in the previous match.
Getting pulled away and not where they want to be. It's going to be tough. I also saw right there, Leslau got the link out onto the Pudge, but Hyde doing a good job of interrupting it and finding a quick little enchant to make sure they can't run down the Pudge any further. God, Yawer's taking so much damage here. Zephyr just taking this early point in the tree grab and pummeling away at him. Not always what we see out of these support Tinies, but kind of cool.
Yeah, I really like it when they go for the earlier points. They see a lane, they kind of abuse it. And like Wyvern, really long cooldowns, right? That's one of the downsides to the Arctic Burn. Sure, it's 2 strength heroes, so that's kind of nice. You get some decent % base damage because they have high HP pools, but you can only do it so often, and people have their own individual couriers these days, so you can just keep ferrying out that regen.
Well, at least for now, you can see that for Sonics, both the Wraith King and the Razor a little bit behind in terms of the CS across each of these lanes, and Enchantress able to pick up a couple here and there as well. Fada does get about a half pull off, maybe a little bit more than that, but already the Ench going to start the clap. Does a little bit of a miss there on the Razor, no big deal.
Meanwhile, the main hero is over at the runes, right? Just helping ensure the water rune gets there from Makoto.
Yeah.
So some more pressure onto Quinn at the moment. Just run on back down here. So how will this game shape up? Last time we had some decent support ultis we were waiting for. Oh, a little bit of a...
Oh my god, that clap.
Look at that clap.
MSS is dead. Oh, maybe not, maybe not.
You're
good
like the
stun.
best at saving players. I don't know how you do it. That's like the 5th time today. They look so dead, and you just had to say something, and they survived. You know what? It's always Nyx, too.
Yeah, that's right.
They just keep hitting these impales.
So I forgot how good this spell could be.
Top lane, KP takes a beating. Well, we'll survive, but oof.
Yeah, that's a good chunk of damage there. Zephyr does have level 3. Could maybe go for a toss back if you wanted to. But just going to keep standing toe-to-toe against Fada. Make sure that there is no camp spawn. Toss back. There it is. Fada in some trouble. The Void will come out, and the Wyvern going to drop.
Yep, so close to the Arctic Burn. Just comes back after he is dead. So no chance to try and play around the cliffs there. Still would have been a hard time to escape, I'm sure. As on the other side of the map here, we see a little bit of lurking around from MSS. All he can do is watch. This Hive will grab another tomato and send it into the lane.
So early goings. You get your level 6s on both the Lesh and the Puck. Gonna watch for any dives that come out, or maybe some early rotations if they happen to find a nice rune. 6-minute mark coming up right now, and it does look like already Talon bringing over 3 heroes to try and secure this. And there isn't really any punish anywhere else.
Well, they are trying to wrap around right now onto Quinn, right? They want that punish with the Carapace.
Spike Carapace. The Hellbear Clap comes out. Makoto, Haster, and down bottom. That is nice for the Puck.
Oh,
they're going in. Toss back. Finds him with the Quill, but they don't break it. Not quite on the mark. Will it matter, though? Can they keep him alive? It does look like Clinwish survives through that. Impale just coming up a little bit short. In the meantime, 23 Savage finds the kill onto Leslau. Down bottom.
That was a straight up just walk him down kill. There were no rod, or sorry, only rod. There was absolutely no hook involved. You just got rod for 560 damage and walked to death.
It's the phase boots.
Yep.
Pretty strong. Well, 3-1, but already signs of things going well for Talon. And
oh my god, he's level 4.
Yeah, the Razor's level, that is not good. God, Pudge is so insane. If anybody's wondering why this hero has been so highly prioritized, this is it. Fada turned around upon yet again. Zephyr there with Yuar nearby. And KP, he's just going to run away afterwards. Does not want to take on that Wraith King.
Now they're trying to find some recovery in this bottom lane. Oh no.
The hook comes out. Spike Carapace, but I think 23 Savage is going to be able to run him down. And Hyde trying to get over by his buddy.
Oh, he's out of mana.
Oh, good mana burn.
Yeah, he can't ult him. Lazlow could have been in for something there with the help of the Seed Sot. Seed shot. Not Seed Sot or Seed Snot. Seed Spot.
It's a sower.
Sorry, I read a lot of children's books, you know. Like
it's the parable of the sower. You heard that before? It's a good book.
No, I know The Princess and the Pea. Is that close?
No, it's not at all.
Oh, nuts.
All right, so taking a look now again at the levels disparity. That's really the big thing that I'm seeing standing out here. You only really have the Lesh that's gained decent levels. Wraith King and Razor both sub-level 6, and they're going to try and make a rotation around Quinn. He's going to be the one that needs to set the tempo, that needs to open up the map for his team, and he's just not finding a target right now.
Pretty good, though. Oh, they were so close. They were kind of hunting into where Hyde was going, but then they started chasing Fada instead. Now Fada's just getting wrapped on.
Yeah, Fada's mega dead. They bring him down, and looking for a kill bottom onto 23 Savage. I don't think it's happening.
Look who you are. Like, you're running into the Pudge lane. This is not what you wanted. You know, you were hoping to just catch this Ench in the middle, and Quinn's like, ah, this is bad. I gotta leave. I can't lose my tower first as the Lesh rack, all right? I'm supposed to be waiting for the Puck to move, and then I take his tower, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole idea. I want to make sure that I'm removing that from Makoto's side of the map.
But it's like what we were sort of talking about, right? They feel like he has to do something here, Zephyr. The little sidestep. Avalanche trying to get a little bit of separation, but they will finally connect onto that Tiny.
Yeah,
much needed.
It's a scary place to run through. It's like Ench or Tiny, like these lower levels, because Leshrac, rather, he's just so much early damage, so if he gets any semblance of control, you are just going to die. So that's why they're smoking in there, but there's some control.
Fada thought that there was an award in the area, but if they can get this 23 Savage kill, this would be very nice. Do manage to connect onto him.
Easy baits.
They needed that. Oh, Makoto. Wait a minute, though. That's a leash onto 2. Are they strong enough to go up against all of them?
Quinn.
Avalanche comes out. Quinn making the move. Has the Lightning Storm and actually gets away the toss to the side. That was awesome.
Okay. A little save there. Still a great trade, obviously, for Sonics. Especially because Yawar is just getting that space now, this game. It's still pretty low compared to the other cores, both him and KP, like in recovery mode up here. They kind of have a little handshake agreement. Like, I'll hit these creeps, you hit those creeps.
That's right.
Let's both just be relevant this game, please. Thank you very much.
Leave me alone. I just want to be a Night Stalker. And almost has boots. Stun.
Woo.
Find follow-up. Zephyr, but the toss back on to Pudge. Can it? They bring down 23 Savage after the fact. Quinn is out of mana.
Yeah, he's got nothing there. He needs a little bit of a juice up here. I mean, that fairy string obviously going to be so nice for this game, but got to get back home, get the mana, make use of it.
God, he's so slow on freaking Wraith King. 315. No boots. They're coming out.
Needs to use that sword like a big old pole vault, you know?
Yeah.
Monkey
or like
action.
crutches.
That was last game. All right, he's out of the crutches now. Okay.
Okay, fair enough. Makoto hanging on to an arcane rune and ready to battle if the option presents itself. But at least for the moment, you're getting a couple of other these survivability items. 23 Savage getting towards the hood. How is it done? And in the meantime, they do connect on a kill for Ench.
And she dies so fast. She just gets impaled and everyone just blasting her with the nukes. And a scary rotation coming through, though. That arcane rune is still active right now on Makoto. Has the coil. They're going to TP down the Night Stalker. Where's the Pudge, though?
Quinn in trouble. Coil onto both. MSS not there to help. And can they keep him alive? No. They find the hook back onto Leslau. And it just goes so bad so quick.
If you ever wonder why Puck is so good, you just saw it. Like the ability, like you can't pressure objectives without the threat of being coiled, and there's just so much time for everyone to get in there. They did a double TP in there, and it was like it just didn't even matter, right?
Oh.
Like that delay, it has no factor versus Stream Coil.
Makoto. Very, very clean stuff. They have sentries down already.
I'm still surprised MSS didn't go for that. Oh, MSS. Hunting.
Makoto.
He got him.
Damn!
Oh, that was sick. He knew he needed the value orb for the farming.
That was so good. All right, that's the type of play that they really need. Sonics, if they want to have some success, they need to find a couple of those.
But there's a Pudge.
That is true.
You know, I see 23 Savage hitting jungle creeps, and I wonder, is he just going to walk over here and hook?
Dude, you're not wrong. If he comes over anywhere near them, he's getting towards a BKB next.
Yeah, not going for the Aghanims, right? Kind of interesting. Certainly something that we saw both Jabs in the offlane because he had such a solid start. He went right into that Aghanim Scepter. I think even before phase boots, he rushed it. And then, goes back for the hood after. We had, I think when Anna played it, he went for the hood first. No, Vanguard first, then he got the Ags, right? But this time, lots of magic damage, so it's a great hood game.
And he finds another one there. Leslau trying to farm up, but gets punished, and 23 Savage has him for the rundown.
I mean, if you're solo killing without Ags, right, you might as well go BKB.
Why not? I mean, that's equally as good as the kill MSS just got on the Puck. I mean, those types of kills just are brutal for this Razor. So we do have a pause now, but so far, looking pretty good from Talon, I'd say. Again, these things always get a little bit strange. Pudge in the late game, he's a weird type of hero, and you just think about the big crits that come out from Wraith King. If you can get to that stage, having a Razor, it seems like that's going to be strong, but I feel like this momentum that Talon are bringing into this game might be able to carry him through it.
And I think that is why he wants to go for the Aghanims first. I like that idea. Instead of going for the BKB, he's kind of shifted it up there. You saw him thinking about it. Now he's taking out the BKB. I think just like the raw damage, if he has the hood already, you are protected from the magic. You've done that investment. Get some more damage first. Increase your farm potential too, right? Like we've seen how fast that can go. Increase. New word. Very exciting.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll see if they can make it happen. And you can continue to see that MSS is stalking around the areas where Puck is at. But obviously a little bit tougher to find those kills, and already those sentries are down, scouting his movements. So they know that MSS is coming over here. We'll see if they try and catch him out.
Yeah, those Ob sentry combos can be pretty worrisome. I mean, check out the Nyx and just say like, okay, let's see, Tiny, he's got no sentries. All right, I'm good.
Sonic knocking on the door, no glyph. That was quick. Meanwhile, Talon going to try and take one of their own. KP makes the rotation over to defend the tier 2. And 23 Savage also trying to collapse with the rest of the team. But it's just a trade-off. Nothing else gained.
I mean, KP's pretty close to the BKB, so might just want to farm a little bit, right? Try and get that first, and Zephyr also, they're in a little bit of a lull, I would say, right? For Talon, they're waiting for the Blink Dagger, they're waiting for the Aghanims, they're waiting for the BKB. It's also daytime, so perhaps they just don't want to rush anything quite yet. Maybe wait at least until nighttime so he can be playing more aggressive with the help of 100 Knight and then pop some Dark Ascensions.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Kind of like that as a strategy.
That sounds solid.
Again, though, another Vendetta investigation here from MSS.
And more sentries down. Nothing really to see by it, but to be honest, Talon's all on the other side of the map anyway, so it does not really appear to matter all that much. I want to see if Talon try and take that mid tower themselves, or if they come back to defend the tower, because otherwise they're just kind of giving up objectives around the map, which I guess can make sense until you get that BKB on Night Stalker, but we'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, it's a pretty significant jump in these next couple of items for Talon, so I get not wanting to engage right now.
Yeah.
It's also like fairly low value, but the tower gold is really going to help out for Yalwar to get his Blink Dagger. You know, we're talking about these big items coming out for Talon. It's also significant changes going to be happening here for the side of Sonics. So BKB on the way, Blink Dagger for Yalwar.
Hava, toss, Zephyr, cutting through the wave. Some good damage onto the tier 1. Nobody rotating for this, and they just get it for free. So Sonic's not in position to defend this.
And like, there's a chance, obviously, that Talon's just waiting behind this hero, and they're hoping you're gonna defend. They jump you, but instead, you know, it was just Edge, and everyone else is out there farming. Like, you love those plays. The efficiency that you're getting there is Talon. Very nice. And man, Zephyr, I just looked. He had 1,500 gold. Now he's down bottom, getting the waves to himself, throwing out some avalanches, hitting with the trees. He's got blink gold all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Huge.
I mean, there's a couple of big things that are coming together
it's
here.
It's all coming together.
Yeah.
It is go time. I think you don't wait for the Pudge eggs. I think you just smoke now. That's what I would say. Try and use the Night Stalker ulti once so you get a second one.
They did just get the Eternal Shroud for Quinn, so he'll pop that to try and stay extra survivable. They are, like you said, relatively close to a couple of other big items. The Wraith King, Yalwar had the Blink queued up, but instead is going back for the Deso. So Armlet Deso means if they win a fight, this is going to be Roche super quickly. But MSS finds the stun. Vendetta there. Quinn afterwards. Hide nearby, but they are doing nothing to him. They just do no damage to Savage at all. That's before freaking Aghanims.
Yeah, and that Aghanims, it is it's heal reduction, health regeneration reduction, lifesteal reduction, and spell lifesteal reduction, which is why it's so ridiculous in this particular game. It's going to take down all of that right now. Pretty crazy.
Well, 17 minutes. Next round of neutrals coming out. And I mean, I just, like, after that one round of initiation onto Pudge, it felt like that was a heat check for me from Sonic to see, like, can we do anything to him? And the answer was emphatically no.
Yeah, resoundingly even.
They cannot do anything.
Back off.
So I'm kind of wondering, they either need to avoid him constantly or wait until Wraith King can join the fight and actually be relevant.
Well, here's what's kind of funny, though. Is you see this observer board next to the Roche pit from Talon?
Yeah.
This is a we can't do Roche board.
Right.
Because they have a tricore of Puck, Night Stalker, and Pudge.
It's true.
It's not great. I mean, you could force it with like the help of Edge and the Night Stalker's there. Maybe if he ults or something and you can get through it. But compared to the side of Sonics, who have this Razor and this Wraith King, it's a little bit more simple
don't
on
worry.
there.
We're coming back, everybody. You're not missing anything. There we go. Quinn, MSS, wrapped around each other. Smoke connects. Meanwhile, the turn onto him right at the start. Quinn in some trouble. The aggro Fada making the rotation over. 23 Savage gets turned upon. The Wraith King is right on top of him. And I don't know if it's going to be enough. 23 Savage trying to take down Quinn. The punches from Yawar. It's enough to kill him. Now Winner's Curse follow-up right on top. Meanwhile, Fada dropped down lower and lower. Makoto is going to be able to clean up Fada, but they take down Zephyr in turn. So 3 for 3 so far. But with Wraith King and Leslau being the ones to survive, it feels pretty good for Quincy Crew.
Yeah, and Yalwar had a really tough call. Thank you for contributing to the Dota 2 esports system, Sonics. We love you.
Oh, no.
Yalwar made a tough call, right? He had to choose between that Blink Dagger he queued up for a long time or this Deso. And he chooses the Deso, and it was absolutely massive right there. They needed it to cut through this Pudge, or he's just going to be menaced through that entire engagement. Like, if he had the Blink, he could have went further in the back line and maybe stopped one of these supports, but he's the one who's to take care of this Pudge right now, especially when he's right on top of Quinn. And it helped him last so much longer in that engagement and put out the second most amount of damage after Yalwar himself. So, certainly a way to help us help each other. And in the end, they get the better of that engagement in the overall gold and XP by a pretty significant margin, about 500 more XP and 500 more gold.
Man, that is exactly what they needed from him in that moment. And you know, the big thing to watch for here is you win a couple of fights like that. I mean, 23 Savage has the Aghanims. I don't think he had it right going into that last fight.
I don't believe so. But, I'm not sure.
But there is still a lot of room to grow for the Pudge, but being able to cut him off right there at the knees is really important because that level 15 spell lifesteal talent, for instance, that's going to be another one that's really scary. Makoto, they find him. No, the phase shift.
Yeah, and there you go. Oh, but
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Radiant
Wait a minute.
Scanning.
Sir? Wait, he doesn't have friends. No friends. MSS all alone.
He's like TP.
Somebody come over here, please. That was really good, though, from Makoto.
Yeah, very, very crafty, just in case. Oh, there's actually a sentry down on the ground there, huh? Oh, spooky.
Well, they're congregating in the mid lane.
This is quite the smoke here, you know.
Invisaron. Hyde picks that one up, and they immediately drop a sentry.
Yeah, just like, maybe we'll get a freebie, right? Might as well try. Quinn feeling very confident. Oh my god, he's totally alone right now. That was horrifying.
He's a monster.
The way he just walked there, that dude, if someone in my game died like that, I'd be so mad. Why? Why would you walk there, right? You know what I mean? Like, everyone would be shrieking at that player. And he just casually walked towards a small
He's not afraid.
No. He's flexing pretty hard right now.
Trying to get towards that Sanj, finishing it off with the Kaya. And they do have the spell lifesteal talent. This could be one of those that really turns things around here.
Do they have any way to, like, force staff on the die or not? I mean, I don't really see how they can build into it. I feel like they need Blink on Fada, right?
Right.
They're going to try and go Blink on MSS. And like, how do you actually separate Quinn?
Makoto? Oh, they're baiting it perfectly. Spike Carapace finally comes out. Trying to get away. Yuar jumps in, but the Impaled, he gets force staffed away. Really nicely played. Now the combo onto both. Quinn right on top of him, but the hook out catches onto the Razor. 23 Savage doing a great job. Oh, Makoto finds the leash onto 2. Well, Zephyr, Abba toss onto 3. They finally bring down Fada, but Zephyr also going to fall. Big Boy has shown up, though, and 23 Savage looking for the hook. Good dodge by Leslau, and maybe they can finally bring him down. 4-step forward, trying to get the finish.
Oh, nice.
Can they bring him? Yes. KP gets one big swipe from Yawar, who's toggling through it all. But so too is, well, Makoto trying to clean up Leslau. Will they be able to get him? Another couple punches is all he needs. Miss uphill, doesn't even need it. Survives through. The Witchblade prop came too late.
Yawar couldn't finish the toggles.
But there's the stun. He needs one more hit. One more hit. Oh, they got him. DOT.
Damage, yeah.
Always one more hit.
All right, so the foolproof initiation plan of sack MSS comes into play once again here with the Carapace. And if that's the best you got, well, you're just going to have to take it.
I mean, again, for Sonics, this is absolutely everything. You lose this game here, you drop down 0-2 against the teams that you're trying to outcompete to not get eliminated in the group stages, and it all comes down to these next couple of minutes here. If they can manage to get Roche, it changes everything. And likewise for Talon, they might be able to pull themselves out of the hole if they can finally deny a couple of these big objectives.
Yep. And I feel like similar to last game where Talon were able to sort of pull themselves over the hump with their Medusa, it's a very similar thing for Sonics in this game, where they just need to get a little bit more on the items, and their scaling should be significantly better than Talon. Of course, there's always going to be the issue of displacement when you're getting these hooks and you're getting these big tosses that can really nullify a net worth advantage in itemization. But, you know, Quinn's getting much stronger this game. Oh, there it is, though.
He goes back in. Friends? MSS wanting to help. Where is he? The Spike Carapace there. The turnaround comes out in time. They've got him isolated. Everybody join around the Pudge. We're coming to take down the fat man as Hyde will try and escape. Fata able to survive through the initiation from Makoto. And just like that, Talon lose another fight. MSS there with the Spike Carapace waiting. Stun, perfectly timed. MSS always clean, but can they bring him down in the end? He's actually getting out of there. Makoto, this hero is not fair. Puck is still so insane. But a huge win there for Sonics.
Yeah, and this Carapace versus the Pudge, just so much of a nuisance, right? For obvious reasons. You know, he wanted this damage. You understand this is probably partially why he wanted BKB first.
Right.
Thinking like, how am I ever going to get off anything if this Nyx Assassin is just here and there's other stuns in this game? So it gets a bit rough there for them. But now they're into the Roche pit, and again, this is something that they just finally need that win, and they're into the pit.
And I remember so many of the interviews with this team that Sonics have, these ideas that they had of, all right, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter if it's the perfect fight. It doesn't matter if it's the best initiation. We know we're strong, so we're just going to take it. And that was that Quinn moment there. He depended upon his team to come in and help him, and he just ran into everybody. And MSS was there. But regardless, Talon now going to have to push out these side lanes. They're going to need to take that perfect fight, and it might need to be around their own high ground.
Yeah, and now they've lost a ton of the strength of this displacement of the hooks and the tosses because there is a Blink Dagger on the Wyvern, a Blink Dagger on the Nyx Assassin. So that's just another hurdle that they've now accomplished themselves right over on Sonics, and should be feeling like the stronger team in this game. Despite being just a small net worth advantage, I say that like tactically, they definitely have the edge here.
Right.
And if you want to break this as Talon, you need the big picks.
Need the big picks and need that BKB for the Pudge. Yeah. If he can get to that, we've seen a lot of the time it's been like, you know, the Wraith King staying on top of Pudge, but a good chunk of damage has come from Quinn as well.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Unfortunately for them, though, Leslau also closing in on the best item on this hero, and that is the Refresher. You know, you build right up into that. BKB Refresher, pretty good.
Razor, after the tier 2 tower goes down, Sonics will take this outpost and try and claim the Radiant jungle.
I love this Basher, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
That was a great choice. Knowing that the BKBs are going to be coming out for the Pudge and the Night Stalker, right, at some point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really important.
It's because like if the Night Stalker's standing on top of you, right, with the silence, you can't chuck your little Q there. You just keep swinging. Just keep on going. Eventually, things are going to work out.
True. Mid lane. 23 Savage. Do they want to go on him? Hook and a catapult.
It's a bit much.
I mean, that is also the other scary thing, right? Like,
where did Yawar just TP to? What the? That's a hilarious TP. This guy's got the max farming patterns.
He's making sure that he can escort the wave.
TP's back to that tier 1 on the off lane and just runs back to them.
Just in case. I mean, I guess if Puck is still there, you can maybe blow him up. But yeah. This is one of those moments, though, where for Sonics, if you lose one fight in a bad way, you can very quickly lose a lot of the map. And these displacements type strats, they get really painful. Winner's Curse?
I mean, I'm down.
So you're thinking about it. KP wants to TP, blinks away, and does not have it. Yeah, 70-second on cooldown still. Does have a cool taunt, though.
Yeah, he's big braining, though.
They're ready.
Yeah, not quite. Woo. All right, jumps into the wave.
Spike Carapace sets it up on the tiny Zephyr. Force Staff, want to get out. Hyde was there for the help. And have they gone too far? Quinn, he doesn't have much mana. Oh, Night Stalker ulti. Have they gone too far? Have they chased too much? They find the stun onto one. Ava toss back onto both, but the Spike Carapace to stop the Pudge. He didn't have that BKB ready. Hyde slowed down as they want to chase the rest of Talon, but Makoto comes in for the assassination.
Not bad, not bad. Wyvern is back, though.
Yawar, so Bash gets it on the second hit. That is what they needed on a 23 Savage. Hook comes out afterwards. Dismember, trying to survive through it. Force Staff off to the side, has the stun, and they do take down the Wraith King one time, but the Pudge, he doesn't come back. Makoto,
he's on a ward.
I think he gets out of here. It's just too hard to chase that puck.
Yeah, Quinn's like, I'm just going to kill the creeps instead. I can't handle this puck.
Trying to find the creep wave. Makoto gets it, gets out, and now they can't push. Dude, Makoto this series, he has been everything that they needed on Talon.
Yeah, they're still just like losing these fights, losing ground, but he's finding ways to sort of soften the damage every time here, so they can't just run right down that middle lane and start knocking on that tower. And it is still another minute on the Aegis, so probably not much time here. As Fada's going to run into Hyde. Doesn't have any help, though, so... Ooh, Puck coming through, though. Makoto was thinking about a boot to travel play onto the tomato. Siding against it. Instead, going to just be running, actually.
Yeah.
Doubles back again.
I mean, this is the thing that's just so nuts, right? Like, if you can play this hero, dodge away from the fight, slow down the pressure... I mean, you can maybe delay out the game till a point where things get super weird, and this lineup is very good for the pickoffs. You know, Puck's been amazing at finding that backline.
There's a pickoff, though.
That's a nice one for Sonics. As Zephyr taking the DOT from the Wraith Fire Blast, MSS is the one that gets him in the end.
feels like at a certain point though, you don't have any sustainable damage.
True.
On the side of Talon. As it just keeps getting stronger and stronger on the side of Sonics.
Infinite scaling.
Infinite scaling. You're right. My mistake. Unfortunately, Flesh Heap requires kills.
That's true.
And that has proven to be more difficult, perhaps, than anticipated here, with a lot of help from MSS on that Carapace.
Yeah. He's been having a really good one.
All right, Spider Legs out though now. You know, throw that on that Pudge. Get him running. But he wants the armor. Hanging on to that Dragon Skull for now.
I mean, to be fair, that's much needed. I do think
that's coming out now. He's got the legs.
These are some really, I think, important things. Like, this Pudge has been so good against, like, a couple of the, you know, DOT type heroes that come out that are sort of, you know, plinking away at him. But you get the big hits coming out from the Wraith King.
Who does he hook here where that's good? I mean, like, he only had edge that could have been bad.
Yeah, I think maybe it's probably only the Winter Wyvern. What's this?
Curse mid lane, by the way. Going for a solo pick.
He hooks his teammate. Here. That's how you do it.
Get us both cursed.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, slightly wasted curse there from Vada.
Chase. There's no way. Double Force Staff and he's out. The Force Staffs are really good against the Wraith King. That's been probably one of the most clutch pickups for Talon that's allowed them to stay in this game.
Yeah, also just like general spacing from Razor and Leshrac. Super solid game to go for it.
Yeah. Eternal Shroud after the BKB for Savage. Smoke up as 4 behind the Pudge. Get behind Big Boy. Let him do the work.
I think Quinn is such a good target still without this BKB. And not going to be opting one for any time as, you know, those players. Wow, what an Ob Sentry combo he's just sitting on, by the way. A little unfortunate there for Vada.
Hold Embrace. Zephyr, Avatos onto him. SS gets the stun afterwards. KP finding more.
No Carapace.
In trouble. Leslau needs to get out, but y'all were right on top. Do they have enough damage? It doesn't look like it. They're losing heroes left, right, and center. He doesn't have enough to deal with this. He's going to go down once, maybe twice. I don't know if this is going to be good enough. Quinn trying to salvage the day. Zephyr turned upon. They've got the DOT for him. Talon still want to fight. They find the hook. They catch him. Yours in trouble. They got to salvage this. 23 Savage turned upon, and they might have just done it. Tries to get out. Dodges away. Where's the save? There's no vision. There's no nothing for him. They don't have dust. Y'all weren't getting the DOT. Goes back yet again. Armlet toggling, trying to escape. Quinn is playing Queen up.
Oh, the toggle.
Everything that they needed, whether the toggle or the save. Sonics, they cover each other.
I thought he was dead for sure to Witchblade. I actually can't believe he survived there. That toggle was crazy.
Jeez.
That should have been so much worse. They actually just pulled off a 2v5 and got out.
To be fair, maybe it shouldn't have started as the 2v5, but very impressive that they were able to do it.
I mean, that fight could not have started much better for Talon, right? They had all the vision in the world with an Observer-centric combo on one of the absolute most important heroes and easiest ones to pick off first. Yeah, they were both located right there. Thank you very much. And they pick off the Wyvern, start the fight in a good way, but not able to fully close it out. It definitely shows some promise, though, because I'm already impressed with the damage output. You know, that Pudge, if you can get in there, the Carapace got burned early as well on the Avatos combo, so 23 Savage had a little bit more space. That forces Yawar to come in instead. Then he's locked in the middle of the engagement while Makoto was still there as well to help out. So with that rot damage and the lack of lifesteal, they get quite a bit of damage onto him.
And Quinn scouting ahead. 23 Savage, again the one that is in front of everybody else.
They both have spider legs.
They smoke break.
Arachnids.
Glimmer and then walks out.
You know, lobsters are arachnids.
They are. That's right. So are spiders.
Are lobsters really arachnids?
I don't know. I think they're crustaceans.
You just said it so confidently that I was.
You said it. You're the one that told
you
me.
said you're right. They are.
Okay.
I was
up on the high ground, getting their lobster on. They jump right away onto the Pudge, but the double force staff out of there. Y'all, we're gonna be fine. And so too will the Pudge.
I think they're arthropods. They're just like ocean insects.
Okay.
You know?
I like that.
Who is a lobster set? Slark? Ah, I need Slark. All right.
That's what's up.
Save that for later.
21-21. And both teams playing this back and forth around the Roche pit.
The big smoke.
Can they do it? Who's up front? MSS. Smoke breaks. Where's the vision? They don't have it.
Yo, look at Quinn. He's right up there.
Hex, that's the reveal.
Where's
Quinn
Yawar?
with the force staff again. Wait, they jumped in with KP. He pulls up one. That's Vada.
And he's
no Winter's
alive.
Curse. Makoto finds the back line.
Quinn in some trouble. The hook completely off the mark. He went in deep for that one, and he is going to get punished one by one. But the clever cape, 23 Savage, no, he will go down. Meanwhile, the jump in comes out again from KP, hoping to salvage this fight, but it's not quite going to happen. Roche about to respawn. They buy back on the edge. Zephyr Avatos. Oh, he's out. Good snipe. Oh, Zephyr salvaging this. And now backs out again. Makoto just keeps on playing them.
Quinn has bought back.
Forth like a fiddle.
Lose potential, right?
If they die back on the Lesh, this starts to look very grim.
There's still a lot of heroes living here, only missing that Pudge. Of course, a key element, no doubt. A huge amount of their damage is allowing them to get through these fights.
He does have buyback.
Combination with Makoto, who's still just absolutely playing out of his mind, and has an unlocked, or rather a locked Aeon Disc ready to be unlocked. So any bad situation, that's going to be the prep, as well as 3,000 gold now.
Yeah, he is mega rich. I mean, this is where things get really scary. It's going to get weird. Buyback status, that's going to be the most important thing to watch for. And you can see they only have it on Puck and Tiny. Meanwhile, it's just the right thing. He actually buys out now for the Vanguard. He's trying to get the Abyssal.
It's such a Sonics game. This is just... Yes. Why is it always like this?
Now, here's the thing. In the past, when these Sonic games have happened, it has been heartbreak. It has been a heartbreak city, and if they lose this one, it is going to feel terrible, but they do have the tools right now to close this game out. And on the other side, for Talon, they have been struggling for so long. Div 2 through 2 tours, finally make it up into Div 1, make it to the Major, and they want to make a spot to actually get into that playoff bracket. Yeah. And a win here would put them in that well position.
I mean, this gameplay is just like the same kind of perseverance they've shown throughout the entire season, where it just, I don't feel like they should be allowed to win these fights. And they're just pulling it off. KP playing so well in this Night Stalker, perfect positioning and spacing, taking off one of those key targets in the Winter Wyvern, and that's with a Blink Dagger. Fada's got to find that spacing.
He's got the assemble if he needs it. Makoto about to break. Quinn in the wave. He knows that he's up here. They know that the puck is there. Looking for the Hex. They need to find him. Jumps in. Dude, there. Like a magician with the Abyssal Blade, it's there, but the assemble, he gets it out. Now the turn, silence onto 3. Jump in, Zephyr there, trying to break the kill. They kill off MSS. He doesn't have buyback. Can they find any more afterwards? Fada. The jump, Fada. There is no Winter's Curse this fight. Is it Heartbreak City? Can they find the target? Leslau in trouble, trying to survive. They find him too. Makoto, he's not dying. He just won't go down. As they find Quinn again, Yawar, they've got to back out. They need to escape, but can they? Oh, Abyssal Blade back up again. He saved his BKB for this moment, able to dodge that hook. The buyback comes now from Fada. Is 23 Savage going to get glimmered and back away? We reset again. Talon in a much stronger position.
Oh, these buybacks.
Nothing.
That's it.
Dude, no damage done. They didn't do anything. What?
He just got caught. That was actually on the wave.
Okay.
That's Splinter Blast. He was just hitting the creeps, but I mean, KB does nothing but hunt for him, right? He's a little cliff racer, right?
Wait,
what?
Are they going in for Roche?
They're smoking.
They're in there.
They don't know what they're doing.
Quinn, I mean, you got to be careful, but they find him. Where's the Force Staff? Gets up to the high ground, he gets away.
Dude, hides a god. He's got
Leslau. Oh, the Winter's Curse is finally done. They find Makoto. MSS sets him up to take him down, but isn't it enough? He dodges the phase shift to toss away. Zephyr able to save Makoto. Oh, it's some pretty Dota. It is some pretty Dota, but can they take Roche?
They just have so many tools. Like, they don't have the damage, but they got tools. They got Force Staffs. They got these beautiful tosses back out from Zephyr. But they're in the pit. They have the deeps. There's no doubt about that.
They're trying to finish this off desperately. Look at the Harpy Scout. The vision is there. They see absolutely everything. Leslau gets saved. Cold Embrace. Does he have a BKB? Does he have what he needs? I don't think so. Yawar caught to the side. KP is there as well. The stun from MSS. It's not going to be enough. The coil catches onto everybody. Leslau is dead for 2 minutes with no buyback. Quinn now turns. Hex there onto the puck. Gotta kill Makoto, but it's never quick enough. He just keeps living. He won't die! They buy back on MSS. Spot in trouble as Makoto continues to tear apart the Home of the Dreams. Where is the punch? It's not even there. The hook lands.
Who phase shifts a right click? What was that?
Listen, they might have bashed. And now Talon go in to take Roche. Oh, man.
All right, I don't even know. Makoto's insane.
It is actually insane. Dota. I do not expect to see Makoto playing puck again for a while, because this is a clinic. And now he has an Octarine core.
I mean, they're straight up just outplaying them. Like, the way these fights are starting, they look so bad for Talon. Like, they're in the worst possible positions, and these glorious force-staffs back to the high ground, saving 23 Savage at the very beginning, and then this whole secondary engagement suddenly comes out here. KB, of course, like, doesn't have to focus Fada this time with the Winner's Curse, since it was already used earlier. He's able to just jump in, help out, grabs the rune in the middle of the engagement too, and then, of course, it's just the Makoto show.
Dude, unreal, absolutely.
Like, he actually got hexed. It did happen, guys.
And it came out just a second too late. Oh, and then the phase shift coming up here in a second that you're talking about. Just in case they might have.
like home. And the hook just to finish him off too. The easy T-ball setup provided from Makoto, forcing that cold embrace. And now Talon marching forward here. Don't look at the win percentage. Don't do it. Don't look at the graph.
Hurts.
It's a painful one.
It
we don't want
does.
to show it to the Sonics fans.
Thank you. Keep that one out of there. Oh my goodness. 5K gold lead, and the more important thing, you've got this Aegis on the Pudge now. To be honest, they've been doing a lot of like dodging the Pudge, and some of the big wins have come from killing him at the start, Quinn. But these force staffs.
Yeah, I think now they just can't lock onto him. There's too much stuff that just gets him away because it takes so long to actually kill him.
Yeah.
Wait, we have to find some itemization
They need a nullifier.
Yeah, they need tools like that, exactly. Like nullifiers, maybe try and deal with this. Oh, well.
Stun.
On 20 Savage.
Hide there. Glimmer.
Okay, this Glimmer is just invisibility is invincibility.
Where's the vision? They find the backlines, but they keep Makoto alive.
He eats him.
They used it. They saved him. And now, Sonics need to back out. It's not, I mean, it's only 40 minutes into the game, but it feels like one of those super late game ones.
You know what's crazy? He hooked him before the Aeon just popped. So he actually saved his Aeon. And of course, that's a huge deal these days, right?
Right,
that
of course.
cooldown gets crazy.
Unreal. 40 minutes in, and Sonics needing to come up with some more answers. And I mean, in a way, it almost feels like you have to go and hide. He's doing so much with just 4-staff Glimmer.
Yeah, and just the damage too. Like, that's another thing I definitely was not taking into account, right? As the game gets later and later, Ench, she suddenly becomes this big damage dealer because the pure damage is cutting through all of this defensive items that you're purchasing and all the armor and everything else. It's just cutting right through in that flat HP pool.
To be fair, I really feel like they need to get that nullifier, but this might be enough. Is he too far forward? Well, you don't get invis next to a tower. KP finding Fadi yet again, tries to force him off, but it won't come in time. Quinn now turns on to KP. There's a Dismember on the backside, catching MSS and going to find him for the finish, but 23 Savage backs away. Yawar tries to turn on to Hyde, can't get onto him.
Couldn't kill him.
Stunned, it's not there. Leslau continues to beat into this Pudge. It's only going to be round one. Can they do it a second time? Makoto able to phase shift that stun that came out. Silence afterwards. Again, only Fada's gone down. KP very low, is going to fall. Meanwhile, Razor also drops 90 seconds without him in this fight.
Quinn's out of mana, though.
And Yawar's getting slowed. He turns. He knows he has to battle. You can't run away from the Pudge, but the taunt and the stun right in the midst of it. But another 4-staff, 23 Savage. The Ghost Scepter to live through it, and he goes down. They have to buy back on this. They need to get back into the fight, but it's going to come too late. As Quinn, Hex tries to run. Not going to happen. And MSS the only one left alive in that fight.
That is 2 minutes of no Leshrac here. That buyback, it is not anywhere close to returning, and just what a team effort. You can't beat it. Like, the overall team playing coordination, these 4-staff saves, and the toss is just, what more to say? You know, you don't have these defensive items. You don't have these helping tools inside of Sonics, and it's really hurting them.
It's so tough right now.
They're just getting kited like crazy.
I mean, he's at a 3rd HP, and he's just still running in. Does not appear to care. He doesn't have an Aegis. Who cares? And now he has an E-Blade done too. Oh, man.
It's wild that, like, this guy's 2,400 mana on Leshrac, but these fights are taking so long, and this Pudge has so much damage, and the way that they're just kiting in and out, you've got the regen on the Pudge, you've got the Night Stalker going through and eating the jungle creeps, so, like, this mana to health conversion of him actually removing them, it's not working. They have too much health for his mana pool somehow.
And now the regen rune to be back up to full. Still a minute without the Lesh. No way for him to come back into this fight. And it's because of gold. Needs 1,000 to have the buyback. Wraith King is back up in 20. They don't push hard. They don't push quickly. But if you're all dead, they're going to take your base.
This is a pretty pathetic siege, I have to say. You know?
It's real bad. Well, you know who did get a nullifier is the Night Stalker as well. So they'll have more and more answers.
Someone get this guy a Moonshard.
And Talon Going to continue to grace us with a hell of a show here. They're going to back out. Don't want to push their luck with Lesh respawning soon. So it's still only one lane of racks, but the momentum of this game is heavily swung into the favor of Talon.
Yeah, you have to think that mentally, Sonics are feeling pretty terrible at the moment. I mean, I would be.
Yeah.
This is pretty rough at this stage of the game. But there are still problems with Talon at this point versus some of these heroes on Sonics. You already just saw it when they went high ground. Despite such a massive fight when they're only able to get a single lane of racks. That is an issue, no doubt. So Sonics, they still have quite a bit of damage as well. Great potential for taking structures as well as Roche. So something to watch for when that comes back up. And that's why Talon want to keep this pressure up. They're staying on this side of the map. They're just grabbing these creep waves and saying, okay, one bad hook and you're done.
23 Savage, they have this ward over to the side on Fada.
Oh.
Looking, hoping, wanting to find it. Spike Carapace.
Yeah, he's trying to get in the middle of the waves with the Carapace, trying to catch him when he does the Waning Rift.
Jumps into everybody, but Makoto, again, he's just too clean.
Okay, all right, 20 Savage.
Hey, I mean, if he hit it.
Exactly, you miss 100% of the pudge hooks that you don't throw. That's Wayne Gretzky, that's my guy.
That's you, Mr. Canada. Unreal. 17k gold lead, and Talon.
Another one.
Just he's thinking about it.
They're scanning. They're still there.
They know they're in the area. He pulls the wave over towards him.
Oh, what a standoff.
And Makoto jumps, finds Quinn, turn, Hex. Where's the follow-up? KP again kills Fada.
He's got buyback.
Doesn't have an answer to that one. Now the 4-staff backs away, eaten up for the moment. Zephyr and 23 Savage together. The coil already used. Makoto jumps in again, trying to find an angle. The hook able to connect on that one. MSS, good dodge. Afterwards has the stun. Is it going to be enough though? KP, he gets forced out again. MSS is dead for 90 seconds with no follow-up. Yuar tries to turn on to Hyde, cannot even punch him. And the areas where you can go for this fight. They finally take down Hyde, but it is not big enough. Although Zephyr is still within vision. Oh, they're not going to go for him. They can't get there in time. It's too dangerous.
Wow. Man, Fada waited so long on that buyback, trying to bait them, I guess, into thinking that he didn't have the buyback. But in the end, man, he wasn't actually there for any sort of a punish, right? To try and get like a blink curse or something off. And is there still no Lincolns, by the way, on Radiant? I don't think there is, right? So he's actually still free with these curses. I mean, it shows why they're requiring to punish him so hard. I mean, they have a Lotus, so that could be an issue, but I really feel like Fada's got to hit one of these. Like, he has the potential to win these fights, and he's just... It's not obviously his fault, because they're doing a great job on talent of scouting him out and finding him, but at some point, you got to just like, I'm just going to solo smoke and sit way over here with Blink.
Right.
You know?
Every time that they catch the Wyvern at the start of the fights, it's basically over unless he has a buyback. Yeah. And now with the DD for KP, I mean, he could focus other people. This is going to be, what, 500 damage roughly that he's going to be dealing? That is
smidge of damage.
That is devastating.
Well, it's a middle of the pack Roach timer here. Another minute and 20 seconds before that's going to be up.
Overwhelming blink on both the Puck and the Wraith King. They've got AC done on the Razor as both sides gathering themselves for that next Roche fight that you're talking about. 1 minute. And Night Stalker, if he could finish off and get towards the AC as well before that next fight, that would be huge. God, it is just so much stuff to deal with. And, I mean, the way these fights are playing out, it so often feels like they're trying to catch the puck with MSS, and it's just not working. Oh my god, Quinn! They catch him, but interrupted, turned upon, they find him again. Fada in the back lines every single time. Zephyr, Avatos, MSS trying to get away. 23 Savage runs into all of them, but they get the stun. Where's the follow-up? They don't have it. There's nothing there. 23 Savage turned upon yet again. Aegis is not there. The stun comes out, and is there any extra follow-up? Tossing him away. Toss requires no target.
Why is his health going up every time?
Every single round, they turn again onto the Night Stalker and do finally burn through him, but Makoto comes in for the snipe with the overwhelming blink. Quinn tries to get out of there, tosses back onto the Pudge. They find him, they kill him. He does have a buyback, but not so lucky on the Wyvern nor the Razor. Lift up onto MSS Talon. They are so strong. They do get away with that Nyx Assassin, but will it be enough for them to hold their base?
Again, this rather poor pushing will be coming to play here. You can see who the damage dealers are and who the supporting casts are, that's for sure. Ah, oh, dude. all right. Don't do him like that. Don't do him like that.
Poor fuck. Just get a right click in.
When you're right, you're right. But
Radiant's bottom tower
It is tough. I mean, it's why it's a great matchup. It's why people pick the Night Stalker against Wyvern. But, I mean, man, KP, he has found his target, and he does not miss.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Jeez, this pushing is abysmal.
Oh, it's so bad.
It's truly awful.
Buy a meteor hammer, my guys.
Yeah, it's time to go rogue. So that's the victory you can take here. There's still 40 seconds left where you might have a chance to force a buyback out of Quinn. And yeah, I'm pretty sure even at this point you guys can. Oh, it's the refresher shard, eh?
Okay. Very, very good. And they will take. I mean, this also goes pretty slowly.
Was there any good Ags left?
Can they get there in time?
I guess like puck Ags can be kind of okay.
Yeah.
I feel like this game is a little bit clowny, a little pinball-y.
Not terrible, not terrible.
I mean, tiny Ags, man.
Listen, the Sprite.
The
that's
Sprite,
right.
You know, that would have been great, but we're refreshing. So I'm sure that plenty of people who would love that. I mean, KPE could go for it. I think would be pretty great
definitely.
for him, honestly.
Yeah, so much value there. For now, at least, the Pudge is holding on to it, getting rid of his boots, 305 movement speed. And where can they find an avenue to fight? Another DD rune going to be taken. Makoto's got it, and it looks like the target is up top.
Oh, well, I see them. They've got a smoke. They're grouped up as 5, and they're going to do it.
Sonics.
All right, Sonics. There's an Aegis on the Pudge.
Let's see how they can do it.
How do you solve a problem like Makoto? That's the problem.
You ban Puck. Jumps for the backlines here, maybe. KB waiting for his target. Fada is off to the side, hiding. Invis, Shadow Amulet.
My other favorite movie is something, There's Something About Makoto.
That's right.
A lot of great movies from that era about this guy.
There you go. E-Blade jump in. Makoto brings him down to half HP. They find it onto both. Fada. There's the nullifier. BKB popped afterwards. They haven't found Fada. Good winner's curse, but no, is it good enough? I'm not sure if they have enough to kill him. The stun afterwards. Good silence from KP, interrupting the follow-up that was going to be there. Yawor trying to take down one. Can they kill off the edge? They will. Hyde dies. Now the turn. Looking for him, but they managed to find that hook. They got to salvage this. And it is going to be Quinn dead, has the buyback, uses it now, toss back onto one, 23 Savage caught, the stun is out, but the reincarnation is there. MSS could go for another follow-up, but the hook, it lands onto him. BKB stun in the midst of it, turns with the dismember, they can't break that one. Nothing doing.
Buyback?
Wraith King dead, has the buyback, they've got to hold on, but I don't think they've got the damage to deal with this. Yawor jumps in, finds it, he needs some more punch, but again, he eats him up. Gets away, and GG is called. Talon, take it 2-0.
At a certain point, the heroes don't matter. You just get outskilled. And that's just what happened here. Talon were just on fire. They played so well. The communication, absolutely amazing. I would love to hear the comments from this game. I'm so impressed right now by Talon.
I think that is the type of game that you play, and then it can reset the entire way that the tournament goes for this team. Again, a team that needs a really big result if they want to get that direct invite to TI. They need to get something crazy in terms of the points, and that's a good way to start it. Man, what a series.
Just keep playing like that, right? I mean, hey, that reminds me of some other teams that have done similar things, of deep runs, maybe unexpectedly, through superior team play and coordination, and just incredible saves with the squad. So I'm just so impressed right now, honestly. KP was, again, just a complete monster, right? He had one job, and he did it every time.
He kept
and Fada had one job, and he's fired.
All right.
That performance review, not good.
Before we get fired ourselves, we're going to head on back to the panel, let them break down the action.
Performance review is coming in here now. Talon, absolutely phenomenal. I have one thing on my notes, though, and it just says Makoto. Like, my God.
There's so many beasts on this team. You can't even say Mikoto. It's Mikoto. It's KP. It's the whole team.
We can start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Break it down. Good.
Break it down. 23 Savage Pudge. I feel like every single time I see this hero, someone manages to impress me, and I'd say that's not very easy being a Pudge spammer myself. But some of these hooks, they were really on point. Like, even though he's playing against the Nyx assassin, one thing I particularly like about Pudge overall was that he was waiting with that BKB. He was waiting for a very long time.
Sometimes too long.
Sometimes
a little bit
too long. But in the end, they got that W. one of the better overall team performances in how everyone is taking care of each other. Double Force Staff on 2 supports plus a Glimmer Cape. I'm getting Thunder Awaken vibes from the last Stockholm Major, where they took care of each other. How many times we've seen Tiny going in, Zephyr tossing someone back, or using a Force Staff. It's not about also using the Force Staff on someone who's getting initiated on. It's also about that particular hero facing the direction to get out of the trouble.
Yeah, their casting in general was like so on point. Like you basically covered most of it, but it was really impressive. Like halfway through this game, I was like, Talon just deserved to win. Like their spell casting is just so superior. I was so impressed.
It was beautiful. I think this, for me, of course, didn't watch every single game because that's a bit too difficult because we have 4 streams running at the same time, but this was the best performance I've seen from team in this tournament so far, from the games that I covered.
Yeah, they were just absolutely looking out for each other. All of the saves, the the Pudge Hook and the Tiny Toss, as you said, even the Enchantress with the heals coming in, it just makes it so difficult to really take down one of the players from Talon. It's like you see Sonics, they had to invest so much, so many times just to try and kill one hero, just to try and catch one hero, because Mikoto's Puck has been absolutely impossible.
Bought so much time. Puck with the talents, with this new Bell Doctorine, Kaya Sanj, Overwhelming Blink, you become a nuisance. It's almost impossible. You need some kind of instant lockdown, instant stun. Then there's an Eon Disc. Then there's Pudge save.
I want to highlight that top lane. That play where he disassembled his Eon Disc, insane. Like, it bought every amount of time possible. Like, the whole team on Sonics was set up to catch him. And he just assembles his Eon Disc. It pops. His team gets in position. Like, KP already on the back line. It's just a perfect fight for him. Like, every fight was so well because the hard part of the game where Pudge couldn't quite scale into this Wraith team. Like, he didn't. He was just getting, like, stun, and dying. Like, when they got past that, they got the Force Staffs and they were just repositioning people. They just managed to get through the hard hurdle just through superior team fight and spellcasting.
Casters were talking about KP having number from Fada throughout the whole game. Every single time. BKB at the later stages of the game, Nullifier. You can't do anything. Like,
it's not even his number. He's outside his house, like, banging on the windows, like, wake up!
It's 4 a.m. Wake up.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, on the side of Sonics, I mean, it kind of was similar to their last game where they started off okay. The lanes wasn't so bad, and this is something that we addressed, like, a lot of the NN teams, they like to prioritize their lane and whatnot. But then, again, when the timings on the side of Talon hit, they just looked so disjointed. And I'm curious, like, if there was something perhaps that we could pinpoint that could maybe have been adjusted. But I mean, it's a little hard to look at the hindsight 2020. But if they're doing the VOD review tonight, what can they do to bring it tomorrow to salvage their games so far the last 2 days?
For this particular game, I think I don't think they can take too much away from it because how good Talon played in terms of team fights, focusing which hero, and just overall saving with those 4 staffs that we mentioned. But for Sonics, they might need to go back to the drawing board and start thinking a little differently about their picks as well, because a lot of the times they needed to go in and just lock onto a target, but the fights are way too difficult, they're prolonged, and this is the one that you talked about, Chipo.
Yeah, it's just a rough one.
It is definitely a rough one. Well, with that said, Talon will take this series 2-0 against Sonics. We do have one more series for you to close out this day. So with that, we'll take a quick break and see you on the other side.
Coming up next, Tundra Esports versus Navi.
I've got no one from Navi joining me now as they end the day with 2 wins, 2 losses. And I'm going to start on the Entity game that you guys had there. What did you make of that overall? Did you feel like you should have had a better performance to start things off with?
Yes, of course. I mean, we kind of make some terrible mistakes at the draft. First of all, at the second game it was unplayable from the start with our draft, and the first game we just didn't play we get a draft that we didn't play much, so we just made some mistakes and it was hard. But I would give them the credit because they're playing like an 3-post-3 right now in the game because they have Saberlight, and it's kind of good because it's new. It's not new, but it's unusual stuff on the major, and this is good actually. I believe they can show some strong Dota at this tournament because of this. They're overall strong team, but this is like really good for them right now.
And now just against Beast Coast, right? You get the 2-0. It looked quite convincing for you guys. Did you feel like you just had more confidence? You kind of knew what you were going to go into this one with?
Yes, of course. We had our drafts, we had our ideas, and everything worked out. And it was, I wouldn't say it was easy the first game, of course. Second was totally on our plan, and we just make it happen, right?
And after just looking at it today and how you guys have played, what do you take away from it? How do you feel?
I feel a bit tired because I don't actually wake up at 6 morning. Yeah, it's not a jet lag, but it's right now it's good for this tournament because it's early games and this. What we're gonna take from those games for the next games? I would just change our drafts and play style a bit, and we're gonna be good.
And how's the confidence level?
It's really high.
Really high. Okay, so that nice 2-0 set you high ready for tomorrow. We'll have to see how it goes. No one. Thank you very much, man. Good luck.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final series of today's group stages here at the Arlington Major. Joining me this time around is Lizard and Sheep. Obviously, she's riding along with me from the panel over. Here we are, and we do have. Are we doing that? Okay. Spirit hands, spirit fingers. So we are going to be bringing in today a nice, good matchup to close things out. It's Navi versus Tundra now. We do have quite a bit to talk about here as far as we have a lot to say when it comes to a team such as Tundra first, if we want to kind of focus on them here. They are some of them representing NA. Why not? I'm going to claim them. I'll claim them here. But they are a Western Europe team facing off against Na'Vi, a very, very popular Eastern European, legend as far as like the weight that the name of the org carries. So let's break things down first with Tundra and Sheep. Now, I know you kind of talked to me about this. The break is the team attitude and what Tundra tends to bring, like when it comes to like their games.
Yes.
What the concern?
I think Tundra, their attitude is fantastic.
Fantastic.
I love listening to like Skitter. He will open his mouth and never stop. This guy is churning out interviews on the daily. Like, I swear to God, I consumed all of it. And this guy is like legit.
Just like him because he's a weeb. Like.
No, I don't like it. They're all great, dude. When they signed my, but I think their attitude is really, really good. They just work really hard. They're very proud of it. Skitter talks a lot. He says, we think that we are the hardest working team at an event. When asked why, he says because they play more pubs. They don't stop playing. They take like a 2-day break at absolute most. They boot camp for the entire DPC season for multiple seasons. They put hours and hours into the game, and they talk about it constantly within the team. They are a very passionate team, and I think this is reflected in just their game style. They are a very unique team. Their drafts are crazy. They try new ideas. They come together. They talk about it, and they make it work.
And with all that, they still have time to do content. That was a great content piece, like leading up to the major.
It's an insane team, and they go way, way back. Like most of them, I remember ever since I was starting, they were as well. Like Nine and Skitter, I believe they were in Penta. I remember Skitter actually watching anime under a blanket in a cottage next to a lake with like 5 other guys. It was interesting. But the way they played Nine and Skitter and the way they play now, there's a huge difference. They've improved. Like it's an interesting storyline between those two.
Well, as we slide into the draft here, I do want to talk about Na'Vi a little bit, and I mean we did see No One do a little bit of a content piece interview with Banks. Something that I love as far as like his response goes is how are you preparing for this? We feel comfortable adjusting with whatever we need to coming into this, and I mean they did take a game off of Aster.
The chemistry between this team in Na'Vi, I think right now is at its maximum. I feel that it's the best synergy as well between these old school players such as Solo and No One, and then you have these new upcoming stars to give you that fresh blood that you always need, fresh ideas. You have Sweden Strong, you have Lyse, right? Vityun a little bit in the middle there. Overall, No One said that they're feeling very confident, and I'm not surprised because he's on his A game, and he's been on his A game for the last couple of months, and not a single midder in the world can compare to him when he's... I mean, they can compare, but they can't expect to win the lane against him when he's at his best.
I mean, speaking of the confidence, right? Look at this opening on the side of Na'Vi. It is clockwork coming into this against the tiny Alchemist of Tundra. I mean, I'm expecting it's probably a 5 on the Alchemist this time. Maybe 4.
I mean, we don't know. It's a Tundra draft.
It's a Tundra.
They will play a lot of heroes on a lot of different roles. When it comes to Na'Vi, having covered them in the DPC region, our general opinion as a panel came to they are one of the best early game teams in the world. They're so good at it. The problem was mostly lacking in the mid game, where they start to fall off and make a few mistakes, and that's how they kind of lose out. We saw them against outsiders dumpster them in like 20 minutes. Wow. But yeah, they need to carry that momentum in. I like them picking heroes that can play this early game, and kind of the clock, it could go on pause 5, it could go on pause 4 usually. I like, right now they have a lot of aggression, ways to initiate. I think that matches that play style.
The thing I like already for them is this puck that they first faced for No One, most likely, because sometimes they do win games with heroes such as Kotl and Viper on No One, but I just love to see him on these more playmaking style of mid laners. However, there's a chance for Tundra. Like Shippo said, it's Tundra. There's even a chance for them to put the Alchemist mid lane. Like, that's also an option. There's just the hero is very versatile. Like ever since it came into the Chinese scene as a common pick, it was at first position 5, then teams started picking it off lane, started picking it safe lane, because it can work, but you need to be very careful when it comes to that laning stage. This clock enables you to pick something like a Viper if it's not banned out. Clock plus Viper will not allow Alchemist to do a lot, if anything, in the lane.
Right.
So you have to protect your bases if you want to make him into a core. If not, the game is much easier. You can combo it with something like a Weaver for that minus armor. Right?
Team ban.
Yeah, I'm curious just because like just looking at this is like a similar opener to I brought it up earlier. Na'Vi took a game off of Aster. This was very similar. They had a puck, they had a clockwork, and eventually they locked in, you know, a gyrocopter and an IO as well. So we're seeing that IO ban coming out right now on the side of Tundra. So they had to have done their homework.
Yeah, looks pretty good. I know coming into this, Tundra said that they wanted to focus on the fundamentals. In like the major, they said they might bring out some fun new hero picks. I don't know if they're going to reveal them here, probably later on the main stage. When it comes to Alk, I know Ame has talked about the hero in the past and said that he likes it when he feels the enemy won't invade his jungle, because then he can just farm up like a really fast Radiance and get that timing. So Na'Vi already looking like they can apply that pressure.
They can hunt.
Yeah, they can hunt, exactly.
With the puck with the clock, there's definitely
Yeah.
some hunting potential.
So maybe this does just get thrown to the 5 like you said.
Radiant
I feel like Snake can do a lot. I mean, there's a chance that it is just cool though, and it is just a confidence pick.
How do we like the Dazzle? Like, I'm just so happy that the hero is being picked all the time.
Yeah.
It's just one of those top picks in my opinion at the moment. Brings a lot of sustain to fights. The shard is no joke.
So true, yeah.
Right? How do you like being hexed? Your whole team hexed?
I love being sheepsticked. Yeah, that's my favorite thing.
That's her name. She
love being
she got it.
God, that's disgusting. I think Dazzle is awesome because I like the way he's aggressive in lane. He applies a lot of pressure. I think the burst heal is very important when you get the Grave off and you buy like a Holy Locket. The ability to use the Shadow Wave heal plus Locket, it just really just brings a hero back into a fight when you don't expect, you expect to kill them usually after a Grave. So this makes me think that at the end of this phase, with the way that second pick works, they're going to be able to pick a really strong core here that's going to utilize that in fights.
Do you like the Rubik?
Wow.
Like this is... Yeah, we were expecting something wild from Tundra, but I did not expect Rubik. Like this is... Okay, something... Is this the first pick at the major? I believe it is. I haven't seen, at least from the games that I have watched, which isn't every single game, obviously, but I have not seen Rubik so
I'm
far.
not sure, but I know that Saksa loves it. Like in Tour 3, it was his most picked hero. So this isn't like wild in terms of Tundra pick, but in terms of the major, yeah, it's the first I've seen as well. But
Wow.
that's fun.
It looks like to answer that question 9 times with a 33% win rate.
Wait, at the major?
Yeah, I guess it's in every other stream.
There's
that's
so
not
many
out,
streams, man.
right? It's just so
I don't
many
know.
matches happening.
How
So there
How did I miss so many Rubik
But the
games?
33% win rate's kind of sus, though, right? So
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Possibly the games were very short.
Right.
Oh my god, what a Timbersaw pick. Oh my god. I mean, okay. Let's think about this. They have a lot of burst damage from CK still, with the acid spray, maybe some nukes from the Rubik. He can steal Timbersaw's spells if you get the Whirling Death off on Timber. That can help kill him. So they have an answer. But you're playing a 3-strength heroes. Oh my god. Ooh.
Now, this is pretty much a dream game for Timber. I know that she tried to make it not look exactly that way, but yeah, this is your last pick needs to be an answer to the Timber. That's how you're looking at it from Tundra, because this Timbersaw will just take over the game, and you do not have ways of dealing with him. Yeah, with Rubik you can steal some spells, and that's always nice against him, but I don't believe that that's enough.
Bat was my priority #1 ban. He's now gone. What else is there? They don't have they have a lot of magic bursts on Na'Vi, but maybe Necrophos? You run like some healing alongside your CK Alk so you can group more better? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Doesn't sound great, but maybe.
Okay. Maybe a Wyvern for 9? It is a hero he liked. It's a hero he...
Percentage-based damage
Yeah.
is decent, yeah.
And you can maybe go a Vessel on it too. I mean, right now I don't see a Vessel buyer for Tundra unless Rubik wants to buy it.
The problem is a lot of these heroes that could work against Timber are usually not that great versus Puck as well on the mid lane. So you're already in this conundrum in which you kind of have to have a little bit of a worse lane in order to deal with with the Timber later on.
Oh, maybe we could see the 9 Coddle. That's a lot of magic damage, and you just trade farm with the Puck mid. So whilst it's kind of iffy, he is just going to free farm mid. It does become a problem in the mid game when you have Clock and Puck trying to kill you, but maybe with like
a 4-staff, Vessel 4-staff.
Yeah,
that would have. You would have to buy that pretty much.
Yeah, I can see that. It is 9.
What about Navi, by the way? For VTune, they need their last pick carry.
Okay.
Like, he is your casual classic carry that has grown up watching streams. Like, literally, those are his words. He just was watching streams of mostly Eastern European carries.
5 seconds remaining.
And Terrorblade, these kind of heroes, Juggernaut that's been banned out. The most default ones are usually his get-go.
Yeah, I saw he played a lot of Lifestealer.
Yeah, a ton of it.
So much Lifestealer. I don't know if it's like the best against CK, but they do have a lot of magic, like damage, and none.
I think
so maybe he.
It's doable because you already have the Timber to deal with that AoE damage. What about the Troll as well?
That could be cool. Yeah, for sure.
I was noticing, like, I know you mentioned yesterday, and I'm not really seeing him right now, so I guess I'm curious as to why would that be viable or not viable is the, what am I thinking of? Bristleback.
Oh, for Navi? I mean, 100%.
Why not?
Yeah, like, absolutely.
I would love it.
Oh, Coddle got banned. That's so sad.
Oh.
They took Edge. Oh, wow, that's fun.
Okay, wait.
So who's the core?
Is this how are they laning this? Alchemist offlane, I suppose. Alchemist offlane with the Rubik Tiny mid Ancient, Ancient CK safe lane, and then they go with the Lifestealer, who should not suffer versus the Alchemist at all.
Yep.
Can pressure him.
So CK at least is Skitter's favorite hero. I love to see it. I'm very hyped for that. It looks like they're just going for an extreme kill lane there. Like, just go on Timber. I wouldn't even be surprised if Success like started in that lane and they just try and like kill the Timber Saw and like get out.
Okay, my question is, 33 is playing the offlane Alchemist.
Okay.
Who is he giving the Aghanims?
He might just go Radiance build. That has been like a trend, like Alex offlane just going the normal carry-ish build.
Okay, yeah. Just
Are we feeling confident then on the picks from either one as far as like who's going to be taking this first game?
I've been... For Navi, I think that my confidence is significantly higher than for Tundra Esports.
For sure. I think Tundra could execute and win, but yeah, Navi's I really like, and they're so good at early game, so.
Gotcha. Well, there you have it. The panel has ultimately decided it is most likely Navi. Can Tundra prove us wrong? We will find out. We got Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nikki. Man, yeah, it's looking pretty good to be a Navi fan right now, too. The Timbersaw pick looks unreal.
Yeah, it's a solid. You come pretty late, too, and then there was, like, maybe this threat of this Alchemist being the safe lane, and you're just like, well, nope. I don't think Timber would have to worry about that. So Alex gets shoved off to the off lane for 3-3, but it's something he's done before. Yeah. And like Cheapo was mentioning there, we got these opportunities between you can go for, like, the Radiance build or perhaps an Aghanims if it fits for the team, but doesn't look too great this time. So I think he's just burning and trying to find themselves a victory here.
We'll see if they can do it. I do not hold out a ton of hope, but there's always hope. Always. As evidenced by the last game that we saw. That was looking wild, and they were able to pull it back as well. But we'll hop into the game now. Game number 1. Navi facing off against Tundra. Both teams that are looking to continue their progress here through the Arlington Major. And I think that this is another one of those where like it can get a little bit testy as to like where you feel like these teams rate against each other. Western Europe versus Eastern Europe. There's been sort of this like not seeing each other that much, but throughout a lot of the DPC season, Navio is looking really good. We'll see if they can maintain that here or not.
Yeah, they may not have been like the #1 team in their region, but the region itself just looks strong on a whole, right? Like everyone coming into the tournament rating outsiders very highly, as well as Team Spirit being up there pretty high in a lot of the lists too. But Navi is not far behind them, especially when you've got someone like No One who he feels like he's like back in his form.
Right.
That's what I see.
Definitely. You know, guy's looking good. I saw him out by the pool the other day when they're filming some stuff. He was looking, had hunger in his eyes.
He didn't come for a swim though.
No, he did not.
I can confirm he was not in.
That's a little sad, though, if we think about it.
He's a busy guy. You know, he's got to play some Dota.
True. Skitter, you know, he goes through a whole freaking major, looks good, and he's still getting CK. How does he keep doing it?
After all of the shenanigans that went on over in Stockholm, that's what happens. But Navi, they're going to get 2 of the bounty runes. Man, already Snaky doing some pretty good deeps there, but likewise Sweet and Strong throwing it back up against Skitter. And a couple more impetus shots along with a follow-up stun here. V-Tune was who they could have gone on. Instead, turning now onto the Dazzle as he's also throwing out the stuns, the damage. We might get First Blood across 2 different heroes. First Blood goes to the Alk, and he's just barely able to get away from that.
Oh, and that's a hero who you really don't want to hand that over to, huh?
No. This was supposed to be a tough one for him. Oh my god, Lays.
Yeah, no. I mean, this
get away!
Ring
Oh,
of
they
Protection.
just shots! Woo-hoo-hoo.
Okay, all right, chill. Yeah, Ring of Protection start on Timber. You know, not something you generally want to have to do.
Yeah.
But it just knows that there's going to be a lot of right clicks from it, and she's going to keep on punching you. Sure, she's got some pure damage, but also just like the straight up a lot of physical. So protect yourself versus that, as well as the CK trying to trade with you. And that minus armor that CK builds into as well. So a little concoction chuck there on the Lifestealer.
It's so much damage.
I like how he's abusing it at level 1 when he knows he is just a feast.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. If you can sort of bully back this this Lifestealer to the best of your abilities, it's super nice. Oh, and there he is. Gets level 2. Won't have to worry too much more about it. But yeah, that's something else. He brought out 4 mangoes on 3-3, so that way, or 3 mangoes rather. He's already used one of them to make sure that he can keep this harassment on to V-Tune.
I'll tell you one thing that we bore witness to in the old EU DPC, and that was no one playing Puck and playing it versus Tiny. Of course, the #1 counter pick to this hero, and we saw him win this lane more than once, which is pretty insane. Uh-oh.
That's not the way it's supposed to go. Yeah, that was something that really stood out, and we'll see if he can sort of maintain that type of presence.
No,
wait a minute.
9, you know.
Oh my god, V-Tune? V-Tune's dead? Oh, big play. Soxa gets the punish.
Yeah, and so this is the other thing about Alchemist and why we like this hero. Why they played as 5 as well on Tundra is because at level 1, the cooldown is the same for Concoction, right? There's no scaling on that. It's always 13 seconds, whereas Lifestealer, you got to work at that rage, and frankly, it doesn't even get that much better. It's 20 seconds all the time, so V-Tune just not respecting it straight up. Like, that was a free kill. I think that was just a knowledge check that he failed versus the offlane Alchemist.
Oh my god. Solo. It's the most annoying thing in the world. You just hear that sound and know that pain is coming your way, although he is out of mana now. So we're going to have to see what 3-3's solution is. Oh, never mind. They've got more mangoes.
Yeah, he's bringing out more mangoes too, so don't worry. There's one more there on Soxa as well, so.
This makes a lot of sense now.
Just keep on munching.
It's good to get your fruits in.
It's mostly peaches here in Arlington.
That's true.
Not a lot of mango groves, I don't think.
No.
Mango groves? Mangroves? Wait, is that where?
That's a tree.
Yeah, but what if I had a mango tree and a mangrove?
Then you would have 2 different trees.
Would I have a mango mangrove?
You would have nothing.
Was that what the mango tree was?
You get nothing, sir.
Bring back mango tree.
I like it.
3 mangoes also purchased now for Snaking.
Did he buy more? What?
Yeah, Snaking's got more mangoes in the stash.
Dude, this is wild. All right, this is the next level play here. You know, you can't share salves, share the mangoes.
Well, Tundra were all about the sticks at first, right? Now they're just all about the mangoes. That's their new meta.
Avatos, Puck, going in. You talked about it. He was used to win in mid as this Puck getting denies in the face of 9. And this poor old Tiny struggling to find a place for himself here.
This is illegal. You're not supposed to do well in this lane. By just pressuring, and he constantly controls the water runes, right? He does the whole, like, I'm going to run to the right, and I'm going to orb to the left, and bring my supports in, too. They're there to help out. And Sweet and Strong and Snaking, well, Snaking just straight up snags it, but no one has the positioning, so he's going to grab that bottom water rune. That's going to leave none for 9 there with his empty bottle. So, teammates, you know the job.
Go die.
Go die.
Yeah, they need to get a bottle refill mid.
And he's running home. He's doing it the old-fashioned way.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, you saw there the battle that was going on over the wave as well. There's some good chasing coming from V-Tune, but in the end, they were able to pull this double wave on over. 3-3 now trying to last hit underneath the tower. Things getting a little bit funky here.
Oh, look at this. The wave pushed into the tower mid too while he's farming a double stack on the small camp.
Oh, that's very nice.
Oh, it hurts.
Looks like he's only going to end up missing 1 creep, thankfully, for 9. But yeah, no one having a very good time here mid. 32-3. Facing off against the 23-4.
And 9 just gonna grab his tree and try and stack his small camp and hope that no one doesn't go over and take it, because that's another move he loves to do.
Right. Yeah, stealing that one away from his opponent. And we'll have another orb here in a second. I don't know if he's going to try and go for it. It looks like he's saving it now. Never mind. But regardless, immediately into the Witchblade, and we'll see what Tundra's answer is going to be, because so far it's been looking, well, actually pretty good up top. That's the one lane where things have been going pretty solid for Tundra, as Laze has not really been able to get that many last hits.
Yeah, he's made his way into the second point of the reactive armor, so feels rather safe in the lane at least, but hard to contest the actual right clicks. You know, it's not easy for Swedenstrong to really do a whole lot. He's been forced to rotate some as well.
Ooh. Seed shot, but pops the stick, gets away, and with that raindrops as well, it's pretty tough to get a kill onto that.
I feel like I never get value at a seed shot. It's like my least favorite of the new creeps.
Really?
It makes me sad. I'd rather give me the ice ball.
The ice ball too strong. Isn't that from an ancient though?
Yeah, it's that big ogre guy.
I mean, that's an ancient.
I'm saying the new creeps, you know?
Okay, I got you.
The newer ones, but yeah, the ice ball's not very convincing either, honestly. But
he does have it queued up, the Radiance already, so they are going to be going that route. Stun, coil, thinking about snapping it, toss back, but the cogs are there. He actually snaps the coil right at the end, but they might still be able to bring him down. A lot of damage out
He's
now,
alive.
but he lives. 9 turned upon, couple more punches. Solo gets that finish. Oh man,
just raindrops everywhere. You know, everywhere. Jeez. We're just on every hero, huh?
Yeah.
No one, the only one not working with them though. So tough loss there for Tundra. Obviously, you know, you got yourselves an off-lane Alchemist. You got a safe lane CK. You really need 9 to make some moves in this early game. He's going to be a pretty important character in these first proceedings.
Well, and you can also see there's a very clear movement towards some greed in this game. That's a big old stack there.
How much greed?
Oh, man. Well, Greevil's greed on the Alk going for the Radiance, and then on top of that, you see that old Lifestealer there. He's also going for a Midas. Almost has it completed.
We know VTune loves his Midas. Yeah, it's a Lifestealer. Obviously feels pretty good, you know. How good are they invading for stacks this game on the side of Na'Vi? Not amazing. I mean, Timber can, but Laze isn't having a good enough game for that, right? He's still level 4, so not going to be an issue. That's one thing that 3-3 can be happy about. He's still significantly ahead of Laze, who does not get pulled into that Timber chain, thankfully.
Yeah, level 4 versus 6, and keeps on spamming the mana burn creep at the Timber Saw.
What a nuisance.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
Tower is under attack.
But still getting some levels along the way. But this is not the start that Timber Saw wanted. And while it is like a free Timber game, if you can get to the point that they, you know, obviously love to get to, it might not actually be able to come online. Oh man, another round of double stacks for 3-3.
He just dug up a mango too.
Dude,
this guy's
good.
He's got a fruit stand.
Yeah.
Between the shopping and the shovel.
This guy
can't get enough.
Wants. Armlet.
Yeah, Laze is also playing pretty tight up here to the tower. So some worry of a rotation maybe, but most heroes are showing right now, and you obviously get a good farm at some point on this Timber side. You can't play passive forever.
Right. 3-3 does the walk around, does not want to get scouted by that illusion. And Swedenstrong coming on in.
This looks really good for 3-3. I mean, look at him, top of the board. I mean, he's not like far and away, but considering, you know, he's starting this off lane, it wasn't like necessarily the best setup.
And look at that, no one. He comes up to contest, but they're not quite able to actually make the move into the jungle. And
one orb too.
That whole round of stacks is just, it's going their direction. This is so much gold. Skitter?
I mean, what are they missing out on, I guess, in this case? Because they have a lot of manpower just guarding the stacks, right? They are giving free farm over to V2, and he's just like straight up behind the tower, down bottom. It forces the rotation at a 9 to come down here and deal with this. Swedenstrong somehow gets in here for the bounty rune in the midst of all of this.
Snaking. They turn onto him. Good chunks of damage there, and the follow-up stun is going to connect onto Swedenstrong, but can't do anything afterwards. So they do bring some numbers, get some pressure on, not bad.
And we're closing on the 10-minute mark too, so we're going to get those tomes out here for Tundra, which they really need, particularly for this Rubik, of course.
Yeah.
So Sox can get a bit more involved.
He's level 3. Oh my god, Swedenstrong.
It's all right. That's the power of clockwork.
A little off the mark there. Sox able to dodge it. So Tundra able to get away from the most dangerous of ganks coming their direction, and like you said, they're off to a hot start. It has come at the cost of Lifestealer having a good game, but Timber has just not really been able to pull ahead or even coming close to even.
Well, we're so used to seeing him hit level 6 and like threatening the enemy core. To the point where they kind of have to leave and just like run away to the other side of the jungle out of fear, and not feeling that fear. And Skitter right now could easily have a rotation from an ally come up.
See a bunch of these camps stacked and farmed up on the side of Tundra.
Same number stacked just by 3-3 as the entirety of Na'Vi right now. Now, mind you, that looks like it could be bad, but in reality, it's because the Na'Vi heroes are just straight up farming lanes, which are just more valuable. So it's not actually that much of a deficit or a downside.
Right.
Just because there's more stacks on the enemy team, that's not always the best thing.
Yeah. Skitter decides to reality rift the creep and get the last hit on it. Not bad there.
That's rubbing salt in the wound right there.
This is the full armlet coming out. They also made the move up top for the Dazzle.
We got a couple heroes. Puck here too.
Yeah, they're all going up top. They want to kill this CK. Ench in the way. Can they find them both though, or is Snaking going to be that little stalwart defender?
They need to make this move because Alk doesn't want to rotate into these fights right now, right? They should be just straight up down a hero.
Oh, no 6 from Sweet and Strong, but Skinner pops the ulti, turns now onto the Clockwork and just going to beat the crap out of him. Will go for the TP away. No one. Still trying to live through this. 9 shows up. The roll through. Lays throws out the Chakram afterwards. Skitter trying to survive. Gets the stun. Armlet toggle. Out and out of there. And now Saksa with the Chakram. Doing some good counter damage. Oh, but the Armlet toggle was not the way they needed it. Big 9 now looking for the follow. Na'Vi, they're doing what they need. The Chakram again off the mark. And oh, no one. He is looking crispy on his puck right now.
He's wearing the sawmill right now, too, with Lays.
Able to charge back and forth through all of it. And Snaking dies. Lays with a triple kill.
Come Buzz Lazier.
At 11 minutes, he is right back in it.
That's Infinity and Beyond, baby. This guy, bad game, 0 to hero right now. Looking really strong. Excellent use of a team movement to try and get a game out of your Timbers. Had a really rough start. Get his tower, and the whole time, V-Tune's down here farming. Now, mind you, 3-2 doing the same thing. I recognize that. He's almost got a Radiance. How strong is this Radiance going to be, and what are they going to do with it? Can he fight instantly with this Radiance, or does he want that next item?
Yeah, I don't think that he's going to be able to go right away. I mean, again, you're playing into this Timber Saw, and maybe if the Timber had not had that huge round of, like, experience boosts and everything else, but now, you know, level 8, he's caught back up with a lot of the other cores and starting to get in some items. It could be scary. But we'll have to see. I mean, do Na'Vi really want to fight? At this point, all they've got on their Lifestealer is a Midas Armlet.
Oh, well, they're thinking about a fight down here. Of course, Clockwork, level 6.
Hooks in. DD on Skitter. Cogs pushback. Doesn't get it as the silence is out. Really, really clean play coming from Na'Vi.
All right, don't mind me while I hop on my soapbox here. There is no other position 5 that can do that. I know he's playing 4, technically, but you know, see the farms going. That's the thing about Clockwork. It doesn't matter how poor you are, right? You can always be the initiator, and it feels so good no matter how poor you are. You just need level 6, you know? And with the Cogs, you can always space yourself, so like, you don't even have to interact with them after the hook shot if you don't want to, if it's super scary. It's very reminiscent of like the way Snapfire just provides the damage with some sort of initiation by getting 6.
Right.
Clockwork gives you initiation, which is something that's so hard to get. Like outside of Puck, the other initiators and like the spirits, there's just not that many great ones.
No, it's definitely a toolkit that very few other heroes are capable of achieving, particularly out of that support role you're talking about. Like Earth Spirit's the other one, but even that's not super easy.
Well, I did hear though. I heard that Mr. Bobica.
He's doing some things. Yeah. Baboka.
Bobica?
Bobica.
Bobica.
Bobica. Baboka.
Bobica.
That's one of the best videos ever.
We get the top tier memers. That's the best part about Dota.
14 minutes. Smoke up 3-3 gets hit with a flare as he is smoked.
I like how he pinged too. He's like, wait, what?
Do you think they know? They actually might not. Now they know. They know. 9's out of there. Thinking about going for the Blink Dagger or maybe the Echo Saber, but the hook shot in, able to find themselves one. Saksa has the lift out, actually goes for the Waning Rift after the Rage. That keeps him alive. Now 3-3 runs on in. Can they find more? Sweet and Strong Grave. Chase out as 9 goes for the Ava toss, and B-Tune wanting to chase, wanting to find a target, but 3-3's got a big stun. No phase shift for the puck, able to connect onto him.
Burn, baby, burn.
Silence stolen from the Rubik ends up killing him.
Yeah, he's looking good. That was so much AoE damage. He just run around in circles, burning people. Like, we just ignore the giant right clicks from CK. Thank you very much. We're looking at the yes. Clearly, it was all Alchemist.
I mean, the other thing there too. Well, that's fine. Don't worry about that. I mean, as a puck, you think I can just play my way out of there, but what happens if the Rubik steals a silence? Now all of a sudden you don't have a way to get out.
Why didn't they do that to Makoto?
I don't know. That would have been a good call. Big plays. So again, back and forth. The tally is that you've got these heroes on Na'Vi that are great at dealing with the Tundra heroes, but Alka's getting farmed. They're getting into their items.
Oh, a little replay here, too, of just... I mean, remember, this was initially smoke from Tundra, and then Na'Vi ran into them. They start this fight, but that wasn't an escape by Soxa. The rage into the Waning Rift, that's just beautiful. And he's like, guarded by 3-3 in this whole fight. He's just high-note in behind, ready to cast his spells whenever he wants. And it felt like Na'Vi just can't really pick a target.
Yeah.
Like, what are we trying to achieve here right now?
No, I mean, killing 9 is good, but you sort of need to make sure your glass cannons don't get taken out afterwards. And hook shot, oh, it's into everybody but the lip. Soxa again there for the save. The silence out afterwards, but it's not going to be enough. 9 still goes down. They can't get a counterplay. And 3-3 is going to stun himself. He's just out of vision.
Yeah, he doesn't want to keep going.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Interesting.
All right, so I like how they keep killing 9 because he is like a pretty easy target. Obviously, it's very important because of the toss. Because if you leave him alive, he's gonna like toss someone out, and then the fight breaks up. But the only issue is he's not actually that important. He's probably the least important core of this game for Tundra.
Yeah, and I think like he has what he needs. It's definitely a lot on 3-3.
At a bare level, yeah, he really does. I am Zephyr now,
Oh, that's so frustrating. The DD spawning outside of the pit means, even though Tundra smoke, it just goes down a little bit too quickly, and they get an Aegis on that Lifestealer.
Yeah, they missed their chance for a BKB fight with this Alchemist, too.
Would have been huge. Oh, maybe they'll still get that fight.
Soxa's running out of time on this Waning Rift.
Strong chase. Stun is there, and 3-3 looking for a target. Meanwhile, Solo chased down by Skitter, and Sweden Strong. Tumbler's toy? No!
Just burn him.
He knew he was dead. Buy some time, though, right?
Well, there goes the Waning Rift. It expires on Soxa. Unfortunately, that would have been great to try and find another fight with, but so you can find another spell there. And we have a Kaya and Sanj now done for Lays. So a little bit tankier, a bit beefier getting these fights, but not too much pressure, I think, for them to fight necessarily with this Aegis right now. Feels like they still need a little bit more before they're capable there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And you don't want to take a fight prematurely against this lineup that if Tundra wins one, the game will really tilt on its head quickly. I mean, I guess that's something that it feels like to me at least is that if, either of these teams can kind of snowball out of control pretty quickly. Oh, he stole it again. Another Waning Rift. Okay.
It's a really good spell to steal.
What's the range
with the bonus? Yeah, it's big.
Radiant's middle
the bonus
wow, it's huge! No, it's not. Can't even see it.
Oh my god. Miss Coil.
And they got him. Avatos done. Ooh, maybe not. No one gets away afterwards.
Hook shot.
Trying to chase. He stole hook shot. He gets out, but 9. Yeah, there are a lot of heroes on 9. Does have a toss to try and get away. Avalanche in a second. Buys himself some time, but not enough. 9 drops again.
Yeah, the rest of the team were out on that one, huh? Sox are just bailing, and now the Deso coming out here for V2. So Hez his Aegis, Deso, Midas, Armlet. Ooh, he is peaking right now. And you see, sure, Alchemist has a bit more gold, but if they went toe-to-toe, I don't know if it would go so well for the Alchemist, especially when he's missing his Tiny.
Yeah, there is. It's a pretty tough one for them to take. He's going for a Blink Dagger next on 3-3 and then queuing up the Orchid. Always a player known for his sort of unique item builds and the way that he wants to play these games. And you can see much more net worth on Netta, but VTune has gotten by far a lot of that damage out there. Lays.
The Orchid's really interesting. I love the Blink. I mean, most people would go for it after BKB on the Alchemist, but...
Lift, stun, they're on top, and I think they might go for more? No, not going to opt for it. Mid lane is where the battle's going. 9 somehow has picked a fight with 3 heroes. He is in trouble again. TP's coming in a bit too late. Hook shot afterwards. Lift now, onto 1. Phase shift there. 3-3. Can they get him? Oh, no! Now they turn. Now they want to hunt. They want to fight. 3-3 pops the BKB, turns to the fight. Now VTune wanting to focus, but not able to get him. Saksa dodging, but no way out. So another one fight from Na'Vi. Things are really starting to roll their way.
Yeah, and you look back at the timings when they chose to come and fight versus them. It didn't go well the first time, but they forced that Roche, and now they're forcing these beneficial engagements for themselves. It's a scary thing to do.
Yeah.
When you're up against an Alchemist who had this much farm to start, but they're just finding these great engagements. And V2 just looking so good on this this life story. He reminds me of like a Juggernaut where he's playing at those same timings where typically life stealers can kind of struggle to get involved this much early. But I mean, look at that damage. Like, what more can you say, right? Like, they're getting the control that allows them to do this.
I think that's more damage. It's not quite, but almost as much damage as Alka's done all game. If I read those numbers correctly a little bit earlier.
Hey, come on. There's some AoE bird damage, all right? You know, he's got the...
I looked at the numbers.
The numbers.
Now there they are. This is close.
Yeah, all right. You got something.
Snaking. Will he manage to escape? The Ghoul Frenzy. It is so slowing. And the Ench will get eaten up. Infest inside? No. Oh, yes. He did get in there. Who needs TP?
Skip and hop away across the map there. And they are just continuing to run in. They still have vision on this cliff. They want to catch Saksa going for a D ward.
Jumps. Coils. Out. Chase. Coil stolen. Not going to be good enough, though, but maybe it is here. Reality Rift breaks it. Great turnaround. But 3-3 is still getting just eaten alive by VTune. Trying to buy a little bit of extra space. They toss him back into the cogs. And that allows 9 to get a little bit of separation. Dodges the Chakram and then the blink away.
Man, they are just struggling to get damage out of their cores. It's like they have the initial burst and the way they're able to help like take down the puck, but then outside of that, the sustained damage after is just not there yet. They need so many more items to enable this Tiny, the CK, and this Alchemist.
Yeah, they got a Midas on the CK, which means that, you know, you're not really going to be having that damage for a while. Need to get into the BKB, and that's only when it begins, almost.
Yeah, and Na'Vi, of course, like taking that tier 2, they could just go take the outpost right now, maybe connect up with Blaze, but instead they're playing it a bit safer, moving back into their own side, probably because they're missing no one, and they also don't have that hook shot to perhaps punish. They don't want to give anything up. A pretty safe way to play after this fight.
And again, like you said, the Aegis being gone, maybe there's a window here with like the next item or something. I think that the Orchid had still queued up for the Alk. He for a second there had the AC queued up, but I mean, it's going to be good. Obviously, the silence onto the Lifestealer is snaking, just face checks high ground. Sweden Strong finds the backlines. Oh, the catch onto both of them. Meanwhile, Reality Rift, will he be able to get out of there? Skinner pops the BKB, turns onto the Dazzle. It is not enough. Na'Vi still way too strong.
This is just a Lifestealer on another level because of this clockwork. Like, this combination is allowing him to play so much more on top of these heroes than you expect from a Lifestealer, and it just takes away all the struggles the hero traditionally has. Every single fight looks like this, where he is like over half the team's damage. He's like 60% of the team's damage. He's just bursting out, guts flying everywhere. Slapping people with his big old claws.
I mean, VTune is one of those players that's he's been around for a while trying to sort of find success. And, you know, on this Na'Vi team, he's been able to show up and be at various points in times the best player on the team, it's felt like.
I thought he had Coil. He didn't have Coil.
No Coil.
Oh, no Coil. I got excited for nothing.
But yeah, I am very, very impressed with what we've been seeing from him so far this game. On VTune, 6-1-4. And it's just a good Lifestealer game.
Yeah, the question is, what are Tundra going to try and work towards right now? I mean, the point where the Alchemist is just so ridiculous, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? Where, I mean, 9 is thinking about going for this building towards the Aghanims and then the crits. That would be good. A little bit of damage at a distance, especially when the cogs are in the way. It can be hard to contribute in some of these circumstances, so maybe that's really going to help. I think Saksa is just going to have to make some crazy good plays. Right, help with the control on no one. No one's still sitting with no defensive item outside of the status resistance, right? So if they get this Orchid on top of him, then he's in big trouble.
Snaking Tumbler's Toy into the burst out, and they do kill the deer. But not a huge loss. It's still relatively even in terms of net worth. You can see that Elk's still very far ahead. I almost wonder if they're going to need to like sort of hold off on the Aghanims and build some other damage for the Tiny and just let him get Ags from the Alk, but I don't know if that's going to come in time.
Yeah, I think he needs other items though. I like this idea of going for the Bloodthorn instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tiny will figure it out. Let him buy his own eggs. Pull him out, buy him his bootstraps. You know, this is the Arlington Major, okay?
I gotcha.
This isn't some European major where they're going to hand you an Aghanims, all right?
That's fair
You're
enough.
You're going to work for it.
Good point, Trent. How dare I?
Yeah, you're 0-6-2. That's no excuse.
It's good that we're reminded of these things. 17-7 and 9. As Roche is going to respond relatively quickly here. Gets the blink away. And will they come to defend this? Are Na'Vi going to just try and push for it? I mean, they would probably take it super quick with that Lifestealer.
Yeah, I think they're controlling the outpost right now. Like, yeah. Sort of just like chill a little bit. They could even hit that top tower if they really wanted to. I'm thinking, like, how do you start this fight well? I mean, we got 8-second BKB still left on the CK. I guess it's about the Tiny Blink, right? We haven't really seen these classic plays, and it feels harder to do on the core Tiny than it is the support Tiny, where you make this like wild blink toss back, right? Because when you're the support, you're tossing it back to 3 heroes who have a pretty overwhelming amount of damage traditionally.
Yeah.
Whereas being the core yourself, you're putting it in a bit of a precarious position.
I think they saw that smoke.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I think they did because they spotted the illusions and then smoke effect came outside of it. They are so ready for this on Na'Vi. Have a toss, but they've already got the Lotus Orb over to the side. Soxa pushback. Ench is dead as Lays will kill him off, but the buyback comes meanly.
In the back?
Well, stun, 3-3, in some trouble. Oh, the bash is there. He has the BKB, gonna have to pop it here and try and run away. No one's still able to escape away from all of this. As he does not have to worry. Skitter, stun, 4-second, pretty good, the damage coming through, but Solo able to escape for the moment, does eventually go down and stun himself. Can they go on him? I don't think so. But a good win, Tundra needed that one.
Couldn't get anything there. So the vision, right? They controlled the pillar for that whole fight. That's why that goes well for Tundra, because initially both of the supports were kind of squished. Soxa and Snaking right on the top of that staircase. I thought they were going to die, but Soxa manages to get the turn, the force staff. He starts playing around the pillar, and he's like, oh, they actually can't see me.
Yeah.
Right, he's able to get off some good stuns. He holds back. No one tries to get in the back and sort of get a stab with that ward that they have way in behind, but unable to clean anyone up. And now they're going to press back in towards that Roche.
They got to be careful. Yeah. I mean, speaking of vision, Na'Vi have that ward right up there on the high ground, which is scouting all of this movement, and you can see that they're reacting to it. They see absolutely everything. And oh my God, are they going to go in for it? No. They're back in. They're going in. Round 2 hook. They got a surprise inside, but the force staff gets 3-3 out, pops the ulti, runs away. They will lose the Rubik. Meanwhile, 9 tosses out 1. B-Tune still fine through it. Meanwhile, the drums get popped, looking for the jump. Do they find him? No! It's not going to be enough. 3-3 trying to run, but the cogs ends up interrupting and catching, which means Alk is not going to get ran down. Instead, Snaking, he's going to escape. Skitter still looking for another turn. They don't have 9, but also no Dazzle is around.
This is just getting ridiculous at this point.
True.
Everyone's just all the way out. All right, so that was a crazy fight thanks to Spider Legs. They're just hopping all over the place, unable to catch 3-3.
I mean, he still just does not do the damage that they need him to.
Well, he just can't stand and fight.
Yeah.
You know, it just doesn't feel like it's possible for him at the moment. That's really what's causing the problem, whereas that's how every fight starts for Na'Vi. So they just hook shot in, V-Tune just starts swinging.
All right, he's got the cleave talent. This could be their moment, though. Roche down about a quarter HP. They're looking for an opening. The scan is going to come out, jumps in, wants to get it, but the rage is there. Oh, and V-Tune, he gets the Aegis. His fingers were quick enough. They already popped the BKB. That scan enabling them to get the Aegis before the stun came out, but maybe a turn. No, it's not going to come in time. 3-3 throws out the stun onto the clock. It's not nearly enough. Skitter does manage to get the blink out, but 3-3 under fire. Good Orchid. That stops the jaunt forward. And 3-3 able to get the blink out.
I mean, he didn't buy it for a defensive Orchid, but it is going to work out in this case.
Still, Na'Vi 4K gold lead, 5K gold lead against an Alk.
That's not good numbers at this point. And I mean, we said at the very start of the game, but Nolan, this guy, that mid matchup, not a problem for him, it seems.
No.
Because he had a fantastic time. I'm sure it's a team effort too as well, because of how much they're helping to like control the runes and everything too, and just ensuring that Nine's gonna have a bad start, but forcing him to run all the way back home, stacking, farming the small pit camp, getting that edge, and then the combination of Sweet and Strong, V-Tune, and no one just starting every fight with these big bursts has worked so well for them. And now the catch as well.
On the Skitter, they got a surprise inside again. No illusions for you, sir. V-Tune dismantles Skitter. You know, we talked about it earlier, the fact that he played that hero so often, a lot of teams got to look at it and come up with some answers. Feels like Na'Vi has the solution. Are they back?
Well, I mean, they're just straight up executing really well, too, with the lineup that needs it, you know? And to me, it comes back to the earlier part of the game where they all rotated up to Lays. And maybe they brought, like, one hero too many, you could say. It's like, oh, they brought tons of numbers, but that's what's important in those situations, because the hero was not enabled, right? He was in a similar situation to 9, where you're not going to hit this first peak that if you get it and you jump off that, you get this big height on the hero, right? But if you stubble and you fall off that first jump, you just become a support for the rest of the game.
Look at that. 981 with 670 GPM. What? This is a top-down view. Currently leading the map.
This isn't what it looks like when you play?
Yeah, that's how I play.
Yeah, okay, cool. Just want to make sure. This is my game too.
Like this?
This game's so hard. I mean, the spectator mode makes it look so much easier to play.
He's scary. What a spooky life stealer.
To the high ground we go.
And V-Tune beating away at the tower. The attempted defense is very difficult. The best they can do right now is Fadebolt to try and reduce some damage, but it is not enough. Tier 3 down, Rax down, and Tundra, no answers. The only thing that they got going is a Tier 2 tower up on the top side.
The last bastion of hope, it would seem here. For Tundra, 8K down, 7K now with an Alchemist, yeah. Whew. I mean, what? Do they have any...
Smoke. They want to end it now. They've had a long day of Dota. They're ready to hook shot in.
Good force.
They find Skitter, but does have that BKB. Have they gone too far? Maybe a chance, or maybe they just gobble up 3-3. Roll through him. The BKB gets blocked out by the Cog. Sweet and Strong taking the impetus shots. But Na'Vi, after a pretty far jump in, 9 has the toss back, but Lays, he's got the BKB, and there's the bash. The initiation they thought they wanted did not help.
Yeah, it just takes so many like tools and so many mistakes from Na'Vi to win these fights. The force stats were a great start, but after that, it is still a lot of jumps for Na'Vi.
Waning Rift out, the stun is there, hits onto the Dazzle, not doing anything at all, and Skitter, no armlet toggles will save you there. GG is potentially ready to come on out as they're dead for a minute. Na'Vi ready to hit buildings, but Tundra not willing to give in. Silence again, stun, but the grave. It was already there. They had it ready. V-Tune will not be punished here, it seems, as the gold lead continues to grow, and V-Tune's lifestealer is just looking so solid. Jumps inside, able to phase shift that one. Does trade over the stun, but in the end, as no one jumps in, Na'Vi, they're going to finish off the Ancient, and GG called taking the first game in the series.
Yeah, back to winning another game here is Na'Vi, and in style with the V-Tune Lifestealer. No surprises in terms of what they picked, but the surprise was always hopping right out of that clockwork, and what just a beautiful performance from those two. It's a tale as old as time.
That's right.
Infest bombs, right? Topal, very simple thing that we see all the time from Lifestealers.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, he's sort of up there with the carries right now, but with a puck and a clockwork, that mobility was there, and just, I mean, 3 heroes that he could just absolutely chew through with how much of a lead he had.
I mean, that's really one of the big things that stands out to me is that you're playing this hero into like 3 big strength heroes. There's Timber Saw on your team. You're getting everything that you want. You just get to like paw at people's faces.
That's what it looks like. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Just
the paw at their faces.
Yep.
Back to the panel. See y'all in a bit.
Their execution pretty much gave you both little kudos points in calling the game for this first series. So break it down for me here as far as what was the standout like hero coming into this? Because to me, it was Timbersaw is the one that I was like looking at a lot.
How many kudos points are we getting here, Sheeple?
How many what points?
Kudos points.
Kudos points? Oh, yeah. How many are we?
I guess 5 for now.
That's okay. I'll take 5.
Yeah,
I could buy it.
it adds up. It adds up. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Timber obviously was the hero that they had to deal with, and they didn't. They chose to put the 3 things that it countered as their cores and not really deal with it. And then on top of this, you have VTune with a minus on Lifestealer farming up and becoming his own type of problem.
I have to say that I'm actually pleasantly surprised by the impact that 33 has had in this game on his Alchemist. He is the standout player overall of the team, one of stronger offlaners, I would say, at the moment in the world. However, like the impact that he can have versus the impact that Timbersaw has in this game, it's just complete 2 different worlds. But it's not about the Timbersaw really, it's also about the Lifestealer. Timbersaw is just a nuisance, he's creating space for the Lifestealer to come online. It's one of VTune's most played heroes, one of his favorites. They were picking Lifestealer when even the game isn't that great for him, and this was a great Lifestealer game, so they pick it up. VTune knows what he's doing, he's 9-1-9 after the end, and probably the MVP too.
Really? I mean, he was strong for sure, but I will give a massive props to the support duo plus no one. Obviously, you give no one his puck. You don't do that. I mean, he's so good at it. He loves to play that hero. It's like his most played in Tour 3. He decimated so many games with it. He's obviously super comfortable. He made everything happen. His supports understand that they're playing with him. You look at the KDAs, all of the kill participation is on those 3 because they know they can just go as a trio. Timber's taking up some space somewhere being unkillable. Lifestealer's farming. They made things happen.
A solo having only 5 deaths.
That's pretty impressive, honestly. He's really out there.
that is good. I mean, I also like want to bring up like that clockwork, like also doing the initiations. A lot of like really good hooks coming out from Sweden Strong. I mean, all of them were just playing to the role and absolutely like just like doing it. And something that I'll circle back, is this something perhaps that we'll be seeing more often from Na'Vi, perhaps maybe as we get ready for game number 2. They saw the success of that opening with Aster. They're seeing that same success here now. Now, I guess like if you're Tundra and if you're a Tundra fan, you're like, well, okay, how do we address this if this is what we're expecting? Because it is a little different than what it has been the common pick and bans.
I feel that their opening is strong, but the last 3 picks were even better.
Yeah.
When you look at how they've countered Tundra and what they've picked against them, I think the last 3 picks are actually the full story here. The first 2, the opener, obviously, very solid. From Sweden Strong, you can expect a lot of wild heroes. He had a couple of zoning hooks this game. Wasn't that great? Some of them, but overall, grade is A. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to seeing some different picks from him, like a bounty hunter. They play a
that's so fun! Yeah,
it's different, right? So
yeah, absolutely. Now, as far as like as Tundra on their side here, like. I don't necessarily want to say like what went wrong, because it did feel like watching them, at least like you said, it might be a little skewed with that Alchemist constantly farming, but it didn't really feel like they fully felt their stride.
Like you have a tiny mid versus a puck, like a lane in which you should do well. Your tiny is ending the game 0-9. You have an Alchemist on your team with that tiny, and the tiny is buying himself an axe. And it's an offlane Alchemist.
Right.
There's something wrong here.
Yeah. Well, with that, let's see if Tundra can shake that game 1 off and see if they can take Na'Vi down after this break.
It's time to build our ultimate team for Dota with just $15. And this time I've got Navi's no one joining me. Here is the iPad to check out your team. Now we're starting with a carry. Where are you going to spend your money to start off with?
I mean, it's hard one. I should understand which one I can buy right now.
Okay.
And for what cost. I mean, for this money, I'll take Yatra, of course, for $3.
$3?
Yeah, of course. I think I'll take nothing to say. It's costly, but...
$5, man. So we're already there. We're going $8 deep in 2.
It's fine, it's fine. For offlane, of course, I'll pick seriously for $3.
All right, that's nice. Puts us 11.
11, right. I cannot pick. Maybe I can just pick crit and it's gonna be 4 players and it's fine.
So crit's good enough that he'll count for 2 players in your eyes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I will take. I'm not sure now. I cannot pick crit and Xinq, so I'll take like MSS.
Yep. And that leaves you $1.
$1, so I'll take solo.
That's your team. So we got Yotaro, Nothing Say, 33, MSS, and Solo. Now, where would this dream team place at the next TI?
I mean, of course, like first.
Oh, okay. Look at you. Your dream team would definitely come first. I like the start. I like to see how it gets done. We'll have to see how other people do when it comes to doing the dream team. But that's your $15 spent. Congratulations.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
And we're back. It is game number 2 between Navi and Tundra. Oh, Navi took that game in a very, very fancy, nice, and convincing fashion here. So if you are Tundra, what do you have to do to come to this game number 2 to tie this series up 1-1? Joining me to break that down and talk about it all is
Break it down.
Shipstick and Lizard. Break it. I can't do. I don't want to break it down. But all right, you brought it up, so I want to start with that right off because you brought up the team attitude that is Tundra, and how they come into everything with such positive PMA, right?
No, I said they think that they work the hardest. I didn't say they were PMA.
Not PMA.
Whoa.
They have that mental buff of, hey, we're freaking great. We got this.
I mean, they definitely are aware of like how hard they work, but the problem is they have other issues. They have publicly talked about their weaknesses. Like Skitter, he mentioned like mentally, they kind of suffer in that regard. They have actually suffered to the point where I think they were working with a psychologist because of that, which is like rough, you know. They need to get better at recovering from losses. They talked about consistency, but that was more in the DPC. They were actually quite happy with.
What's up with the LAN? Is it
know,
jet
man.
lag?
But like,
maybe they don't like.
they don't even
Maybe
bat
they
on
don't like
land.
the food, like artichokes and croutons.
Please stop bullying me. There's a hate campaign being spread online right now by Sir Action Slacks. Don't look at his Twitter. Don't. And
I don't know what you're talking
you're
about.
referencing bad things right now. Anyways, no, it's gone.
All right,
God, I hate you so much.
Reset. Tell me, you said that something interesting. They don't really have, what was it, like a coach? A coach.
No, not a coach. Sorry, a captain. Yeah. So Snaking is the team's captain, but he has said that he struggles with it. He's like kind of unsure about himself as a captain. He has a voice, and he has in the past, but he doesn't feel as confident as a captain, and he's been getting help from AUI, who is their coach, to try and get better at it. But
who has been a captain before too?
Yeah. So it's not as confident as, say, I know Sonics aren't doing too great right now, but Fada seems to be very confident in himself as a captain, and yeah, he used to be on Tundra. They lost
I think that's probably one of the most important traits for a captain to have. That's to be confident.
Yes.
Right? It makes everything easier. It makes your game plans easier. It makes it easier for your teammates as well to follow you. But as long as they have that one voice within the team that can lead the way, that can show them the light, that's all that matters. I believe that they are a bunch of very experienced players overall.
Yeah.
Even 33, when you think about it, he can be that one. He always has a bunch of very interesting ideas in pubs. So, I'm sure that they can find their way and organize it when it comes to that.
Yeah, I'm very interested in all that. Like, it's actually very fascinating to hear, like, you know, when you say like, oh, Snaking, he feels like he's half the captain, but I have like AOI. It's funny because like when I've known like Curtis like from before, he kind of had similar issues when I said, yeah, he has that captain experience, but kind of the same thing, because that's, I feel like, such a hard role to find and to fill. And hey, half and half, maybe that's the whole that they're looking for, but I'm not sure. We'll see, right? It's going to be a tough one.
It's very interesting because that role was for a really long time the one that was changed the most. Like whenever a team was failing,
you swap
prior to 2015, let's say, you just swap out the position 5. It's his fault. He's not doing anything, right?
SMG are doing that a lot.
Meanwhile, the poor guy is just buying all the wards, all the sentries, the dusts, telling you what to do. No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of glad that we do have a lot of respect to captains at the moment.
Captains are big. Like I see a lot of vocal players will talk about how they aren't that good at captaining and how much they appreciate having that voice. Like I think like Lelis was saying I can say things, but I'm just not an innate captain. It's hard. It is hard.
Absolutely.
Very rare quality.
Yeah. And as we get ready for the draft here, that's part of like on par with the captain in the drafter situation is figuring out what do I pick to elevate my team and my roster and encourage them to be able to do everything. We're seeing these openings here. So Tundra picked the second pick here, so it was the opening from Navi, and it's a Marcy coming into play.
A couple of different bands led to a couple of different picks, right? Well, like we have the Dawnbreaker band out together with the Puck. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Doom has been banned out in that first stage. Like Tundra has been picking a bit of Doom. So respect ban there for Navi, but I think both of these teams are very satisfied with what they've got. Like Tiny and Razor on one side. The only two, I would actually say that these openings are so similar in what these heroes do. It's almost identical. It's a mirror effect right here.
Yeah, you ban one out, you let the other one through, and like they had, Tundra had to get rid of that puck. It's just been absolutely dominating, not just in this game and how comfortable Navi have been playing with it, but in just like across like all the different games. But that allows for even like things like Winter Wyvern still in the pool, for example.
I think there is like a couple of differences though that are really nice. I think Viper will crush his lane harder. Usually that's what you want to do with him. I think that Marcy enables a lot of heroes in an insane way. This combo's not here, right? But if you have the rebound with the Razor and he's so friggin' fast and he gets so much more lifesteal off the static link, like that's amazing. You can pair her with like a Visage and you get like the birds can get sidekicked and stuff, and that does like loads of damage. I feel like Marcy enables a lot of heroes in a way that Tiny doesn't. He's more like he has a lot of like defensive tools with the toss bags. His initiation maybe different because Marcy will throw you back, but Tiny's repositioning is a lot worse sometimes because he throws you further.
Right, it's like, let me throw you to die.
Yeah, let me just like...
Tiny airlines. Like, yeet. Goodbye.
Yeah. It's rough.
Both of these, both of these pairs can be offlane, right?
It can.
One difference is that Viper can still be played as a 5 or something similar, but Razor and Viper are very versatile, so we might not even know the lanes, even though that I would suspect both of them to be 3 and 4s, or 4 and 3s actually, as we see them on the screen.
I really like seeing creative heroes coming from 9, so I would like to see that this game, maybe something fun. The Razor can go anywhere. I know like the hero pool of 33 is getting hardcore targeted. Tundra have said in the past that they really appreciate that he tanks that because he's still a good player, he's still versatile, he has a lot more in the tank, but it will open up Skitter and 33's heroes to do whatever they want.
Yep.
So if this Razor does go off lane, yeah, they're looking pretty peachy on their other picks. Who has a second pick too? Tundra have second pick. Yeah. Wonderful. So they get 2 counter picks too. So yeah, these 2 cores might have a wonderful time because 33 is just tanking it and this Razor might just be his.
If you're Tundra, that would be the easiest approach, right? Just put the Razor on 33. All these bans that were aimed at him were pretty much just wasted.
Yeah.
And you have all the time and all the picks that you can choose from in this second stage. But the second stage will truly show us their hands here. Like, you don't really see a lot from Tundra or from Na'Vi in this opening stage.
Yeah. I mean, we're kind of like taking a look at right now, like the bans that are coming into play both on the side of Na'Vi and Tundra. I mean, Tundra, they're getting rid of some of the carries here, whereas Na'Vi, it's Coddle, Lycan, Batrider, and makes me curious, like, what is it about like these heroes that they're really concerned about?
So like Sheep said earlier, the first 4 bans are pretty much basically 33. They're just eliminating him. When it comes to Coddle, I think it's a hero that Na'Vi values perhaps a little bit more than anyone else at the moment. They just love that hero. They still play it on the mid lane. And if they feel that that's a good Coddle game, they might just ban it out, right? Yeah. It's this bias that you get from just playing a certain hero that much. Even though Coddle overall, like...
I mean, 9 is like an absolutely godlike mid-Coddle player. He's
Winter Wyvern, Coddle,
yeah,
all his style as well.
He like just invented that, man. It was insane. So this Wyvern, I was going to say that they will pick their 5 here because of the second pick strength. They get to see 2 picks now, and then they decide, do we want like to pick what core do we think is best here? Alternatively, it is Tundra. The Wyvern could be going mid. So yeah, they see 2 picks. They decide, do we want Wyvern to go mid? Do we want to pick a core here? They could potentially pick their carry at the end of this phase. So that they can still decide till the end of the draft if they want the Wyvern to go mid or not. So I think that will probably be how their draft plays out.
I will note though that because I was just like looking at it, like if they were banning out some of the carries on the side of Tundra, like who can Vitoon play? And I was going to suggest like maybe the Nature's Prophet, but he's now gone too.
Yeah.
So I mean, he does have a pretty deep hero pool, and we've seen like some of these that like he's done, like the Monkey King, the Medusa, even the Sniper, but instead we're gonna see Void Spirit Snapfire. I know you love the Snapfire.
Yeah, I do. I love it obviously against the Wyvern just because you want a lot of magic damage to get through the heal. It's also nice just if you have a jumping hero like Void Spirit, the ability for a Snapfire to use kisses to keep up with his mobility is great, right? Because you look at a Tiny, he wants to get a blink so he can jump with the rest of his team. Snap doesn't need items, she just needs levels.
Yeah, one of the nice things as well, she's a decent combo with Viper too when it comes to taking down objectives. Once he gets that shard, the towers are pretty much melting from the 2 of them alone.
Yeah.
But overall, yeah, they're still keeping it very close and hidden for Na'Vi as they have their last pick carry to be picked. Meanwhile, for Tundra, this most likely puts the Winter Wyvern now on the 5, with Snaking playing it and Pango on the mid lane versus the Void Spirit. As the hand from Na'Vi when it comes to the mid lane has been shown. They know what's going there. It's most likely going to be the Void Spirit.
Look at those Pango stats, though.
Yeah, Vitoon will, as a result, have more carries banned out, whereas Tundra might even decide to put the Razor as a carry if they want. They still have, like, things are still a little bit more open for them, but yeah, the carry pool will get smaller. Vtoon still has his gyro in the pool. I don't think he will be playing Bristle into these heroes.
The thing with the gyro is they played it with that Wisp,
With
right?
the Wisp only.
So, I'm not sure if they're that comfortable plying it alone. Maybe they are.
Yeah.
Like you said, Vtoon is the kind of a carry player that, even if it's not the greatest life stealer in game,
Into Wyvern Razor, though? Is
no,
it that?
I'm not saying about life stealer this game.
Okay.
But when you look at it that way, even the gyro might not be that great into the Razor, right? So
That's true, yeah. It's hard. I'm like looking for things, but it's difficult because a lot of like the good illusion carries are like countered out by the Wyvern and Pango. A lot of the single target carries are kind of dealt with the Razor. It's like I look at Vtoon, I've notably seen him on stuff like PL, which is like a bit out there when we leave like the core hero pool, but I don't think that's good this game. I'm trying to generate something that's good.
This Razor is always posing a problem, right? Like, you know that any sort of a melee carry will be struggling against him. So a hero that's crazy that we have seen today already played by an Eastern European squad is obviously the Sniper. It's perhaps an option. They have minimal catch on their side when it comes to getting to that.
And he has played it in the past.
I mean,
they have played it, yeah.
It was on my mind, but I'm just thinking that if Pango gets a blink and there's a tiny with a blink, it is quite scary. And maybe Tundra can last pick something that
At least it's not Spectre Puck. Like, the Sniper today had a really rough time versus those two.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Spectre's been fun. She's getting picked more and more in this tournament. Like I saw, was it RTZ playing it earlier?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, like, because this was primarily a Chinese hero coming into the tournament, and now other region teams are starting to play with it.
What else is there, like, for Navi that's not banned out? Because Tundra has wasted,
Would a
4 or 5
Bristle
bans?
be something that they can utilize in this kind of roster, or is it still tough?
It's a little rough, but still possible. You do have some percentage-based damage coming from the Winter Wyvern, right?
Perhaps something with some mobility could be a Morphling, but that hero is very out of meta, so it's not something that every team is comfortable playing.
You're forcing yourself into Lincolns as well versus Razor. But TA?
TA is pretty decent. I think it fits an idea like a theme. You have Snap, who's going to enable your Roshan. You have a playmaking mid, you have a fast offlane that's going to crush their lane. Like, you should basically take your momentum from the laning stage, and TA will enable you to take objectives to end.
Isn't any illusion hero right now for Tundra a godsend?
Yeah.
TA?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, they could PL, right?
PL, CK,
I think
Naga.
PL, CK, Naga, they all sound great.
I like the... PL is a little bit more evasive. Like, the kisses from Snapfire could deal with a CK. We saw last game when Skitter played it, the amount of burst that came out on Navi's side kind of cleared his illusions instantly, and that could happen again. Also, like, CK relies on his crit, which you don't get against a Viper because of the acid.
Yeah, there are definitely some issues there, but if you are able to win that one-on-one matchup versus the enemy carry...
Oh, damn, we'll get the...
Never mind, they
flip
snatch
here.
it.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, that is a surprise lifesteal. So just again, once looking at this, I'm a little bit concerned. Is Navi going to be able to take this late against the lineup that is Tundra right now?
Do they want to take it late?
Do they want to? Right.
Well,
the timings, right?
Yeah, that's another question. Overall, I think that this isn't nearly as good of a lifestealer game as it was that last matchup. I think I'm leaning towards Tundra anyway, though, as I do like the Razor and the Pango picks here.
Yeah, I think I like Navi's early game, and I like Navi as an early game team. Therefore, I am favoring them in that regard. But later, yeah, you're dealing with a lot of BKB piercing stuff on Tundra, which is very hard to deal with.
Well, it looks like we will find out soon enough if Navi can take this quick and fast, or if Tundra is gonna, go for the money here and tie this series up. We will find out with our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much. Wonderful panel. You guys just brought that to life so much in my brain. That's right here.
wasn't much up there before.
No,
they're filling it up with all these great ideas, great
That's
facts.
what needs to happen.
Great odds.
You know what else is interesting, Trent?
What?
As we take a look at this game 2, Tundra facing off against Na'Vi, I'm reminded of the old days. The old Skitter. He used to play Lifesteal a lot, but he had a very particular build, and when you first met him, he was doing it all the time.
Yeah, he just bought Radiance. Before it was even like a little bit cool.
Yeah.
Just always. In fact, he was known in pubs as the guy who just bought Radiance on all the heroes. Again, like before there was really a Wraith King Radiance. He was doing that. And then sometimes he'd buy Radiance, and then he'd buy Shivas. So he was the fire and ice carry.
That's dangerous.
Didn't win a lot of friends. Didn't win a lot of games, I think. But, he's on the come-up. He is grinded. I met him an extremely long time ago at a Tier 2 tournament that was, like, super small in Germany.
Right.
And I remember him just, like, getting on teams and, like, wondering, like, I wonder, this guy's pretty good. Maybe someday. But, I saw lots of players who I thought were really good, and they never made it. But this guy, he's been on the grind for an extremely long time. And, well, now we're both here, and he made it a little further than me, I think.
That's true. Sorry, I hope I didn't spit on you there. But regardless, we do have a game that we're going to hop into here. The reason that I bring it up is I'm wondering where all of them are going to end up. Let's go get into the game now, quick.
So wet, moist.
No, what have I done? I was remembering back to the old days of Lifestealer Radiance, going against the TA, the Refraction. Is there any world where that could happen? I was pining for the old days.
That's a hard pine right there. I think we're more for the solid, sturdy oak.
Okay.
All right, and that's Armlet. And that's Midas, That's what he's looking at right now, it seems.
He knows what he wants to do. Skitter on the job. A whole heck of a lot of stuff still on the line here for both Tundra and Na'Vi, hoping to get in if they can through that upper bracket. That would be a huge win for both of these squads. Na'Vi, again, one of those teams that's looking to break in to that ranking for TI, the direct invite. They would love to be able to dodge the Eastern European qualifiers, which is going to be insane.
Yeah. And that's the region we covered. We spent a ton of time in this year, and this is a lineup that just perfectly exemplifies what that region was all about. Sweden Strong, definitely someone who's, as you can see, was grinding that Marcy already up to the Platinum Dota Plus levels. He was on the grind train. Great Coddle as well, but he's all about just like enabling that core from either of those two heroes. So we'll see some great save plays there, and all of these roles, like some of the best heroes in each role across this team on Na'Vi. So I have a lot of faith in this draft. I do think that the last pick on the Lifestealer was pretty good. Obviously, they just saw what V-Tune was up to in the previous match, so good way to round it out. They sort of protected it with the earlier Razor themselves, the Wyvern. A lot of the heroes that he doesn't like playing against are actually on his team right now. So
that's the way to do it. Make sure that you can take away the counters right from the get-go. And I mean, for both of these teams needing to make their way out of this, they're currently bottom of the ticket. 1-1-1 for Na'Vi and Tundra 0-2-1, hoping to sort of catch back up to EG and Entity after the last couple of games that we've seen where they've been able to rise up to the occasion. But enough about the full standings, which again get updated every day and things switch around a lot. The big thing to watch for is how are these lanes going to work out? You do have that Void Spirit facing off against the Pangolier in the mid lane. And meanwhile, over here to the side, Soxa trying to get the pull, and with the rebound, Sweden Strong's going to be able to harass a little bit, but can't really do that much more.
Well, take a look at what they've done on the side of Tundra, right? They have their Razor up here, and they're like, wait a second, what's going on here? Because they put the Razor in the offense like you expect, so Lays comes up top on Na'Vi, putting the Viper versus the Razor, and then they send the Templar Assassin into an aggressive dual lane versus the Lifestealer. So they both just kind of want to farm.
Right.
He's got Solo with him, try and help. They're going to fight over these camps, try and make sure they can get some control, pushing the creep waves back towards their own tower.
And already you can see V-Tune taking a lot of harassment here. Solo's going to come in finally, and we will manage to get a nice little deny there on the range creep. But this one could definitely be a little bit tough. 3-3 did the nifty little play where he let one of the creeps go through, and that means that he's set up to go for another round of denies here, at least maybe a couple of them, although Sweden Strong will just rebound out.
Just straight up forcing that there.
Yeah, they just don't want to lane up top, dodging whenever they can.
Meanwhile, in the middle lane here, we have a 9 Classic. Before he went really crazy with some of his hero picks and started just grabbing supports, he was one of the first players who really wanted to try out this Pango in the mid lane. And very much a hit or miss hero. Sometimes it looks like the Pango players need to head back to driver's ed. I know a lot of Dota players can't actually drive, and it really shows when they get behind the wheel of the Rolling Thunder sometimes.
Yeah, those things go all over the freaking place. Yeah, and I think that you know, that comfort that he's going to have on it, you're going to need to make sure that those rotations come out earlier on here. You need to shut down this TA if possible. That's one of the benefits of playing it in this sort of like pseudo off-lane role, is much closer access to the Ancients for Vtoon. He needs to, just head on out there and stack
get to that point. Yeah, I like that idea. And well, I really like that. Taking down a Razor in the lane. Wave bye-bye. Talked a lot about Marcy being paired with the Razor.
Oh, Soxa maybe gonna die too. Dude, Lays, he has been so solid on this hero throughout the DPC, but now also doing it at the major and setting up for a double kill. This is very dangerous.
Yeah, you don't want this to keep stacking up right now, like level 3 and the rebound. Oh no!
Up
oh,
top.
I got him!
Pulls him back in, 3-3 in
so
trouble.
bad.
Even if Sweet and Strong dies here, this is like so bad for Tundra. Triple kill! That's 2-on-1.
He's 2 of the kills in the triple
kill. Soxa, don't come back. Get out of there. Run away. You're gonna go down also. I mean, honestly. Holy moly.
And that is a, that's a walk of shame, and he has no Storm Surge. So it's a really slow walk of shame.
Jeez. Can he even go back there?
No, clearly not. This looked like Yawer earlier on the Razor, right?
He's running mid. Nine's like, sir, what are you doing here? What do you think is going to happen?
He's like, you didn't TP, man. I don't actually need you. Like, if you can't fill my bottle, get out of my lane.
Is he ganking?
Is he ganking?
What just happened?
He's taking over.
Okay.
He need to go home. They lost both the runes for 9, so no one gets a little tip. Hello, welcome to the mid lane. It's just courteous to give a tip when this happens, especially when you're 2 levels above.
That's good. That's some good info to let all the other players out there know.
Well, I know most people in Twitch chat are 2 levels below the other enemy mid laner.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Meanwhile, not able to get that cold embrace out on Snake King, but Vtoon won't go for anything extra after the cookie. Skitter takes some harassment. But yeah, man, that is a scary top lane, and Viper is just going to be left to his own devices. I want to see what Viper ends up doing now. Like, I'm thinking Midas.
Oh, jeez. Okay, this is why do I play with you? I get Midas. I could get other items and, like, fight and, like, really take this advantage and pushing on the enemy heroes. Or, now, bear with me for a second.
I could get a Midas. Listen.
We call that opportunity cost, all right? You miss out on some opportunity to actually like pressure, right? And keep up this heavy push that you're getting into there. And well, getting pushed into danger there with the cookie.
Yeah. But what about if you get ahead, you get even more ahead? With a Midas. 9? Run. Or go back in. Find Sweden Strong. A little swashbuckly action. Just battling it out, but no one shows up. Level 6. Oh, 9. You do not have level 6. You are dead, sir. No one. A little bit of help from Sweden Strong just takes him down.
Yeah.
Trent, it is not looking good for Tundra.
No, it's not, but look what 3-3 had here, right? We had a nice pull all the way back here between the towers again.
He is level 3.
Okay. I'm positives.
All right. Okay, gotcha.
He's going to be level 4 if he doesn't die here.
That's a good point. And also, Viper did not go Midas. As the rebound. And dispose if they want it.
If he had Midas, though,
gets the bounty.
Lays be level 6. He ults him.
That's right.
3's just dead.
Solo.
You were so right.
Battling it out against Snake King.
Oh, Marcy's coming.
They're looking.
Oh, 3-3, look out, buddy. She's there.
Yeah.
Back behind the tower.
Yeah, they need to back out of there. Just hide away. Go do something else. Maybe stack up some camps or something. 4-0. And Na'Vi came to play. Again, this is the team that needs to go far in this tournament if they want a hope of not having to go through in the qualifiers. And going out in groups is not the way to make that happen, as they are already down towards the bottom of the bracket. Solo manages to get, it looks like both stacked up here. Nice play, gets there in time.
Very good, much needed for his TA, as you were pointing out earlier, especially when you're starting down here. And, well, 3-3 is being spotted here, as Soxa once again drags the wave all the way back. Has a stack, and they can't really contest this right now, so this is great. Now 3-3 asks for a little bit of help, 9 comes over. And so even though they have this ward sort of scouting the area from Na'Vi up above the triangle, they sort of know what's happening here. They can't really contest it. Well, I say that, Lace is coming.
Maybe he's starting to make a move. Sweden Strong heads on over. Not able to sap some of that experience, which would have been a nice little win for them. As obviously Razor's starting to play a little bit of catch-up with the help from the Pango.
9's here. Yeah, this could be bad.
Can they do something? No, they just jump away.
Yeah,
Rebound.
Good luck.
That's wild. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They bring numbers, dodge away. Good ward off to the side, scouted all their movements. That means Snake King is alone in the mid lane. And Solo able to pick up the kill. 9 in the meantime will push him to the low ground. Oh, Solo. He did that very niftily. Unfortunately for Solo, will get brought down as 3-3 and Soxa make the rotation. No one. Thinks about going back in. Finds 9 now underneath the tower. Has to be careful. Sweden Strong.
Oh, he doesn't see an angle.
On about a rebound, but doesn't opt for it.
It's a bit tough catch there, right? Because you have to wait out the swashbuckle. If you jump during that, you're just going to get away. Very unlikely you get the dispose after, so lets him go. And 2 points in the sidekick. So I feel like we haven't been seeing that many of this build, right? The sidekick builds from the Marcies today. I feel like we've seen more of like when Tim's was playing there. I remember he went more points than rebound.
Oh, 3-3. Down low, burning. Is he going to get brought for the deal? He is. Lays, does he get punished though? Sweden Strong there for the help. Turns with the sidekick, it won't be enough. And can they get this kill on a Sweden Strong? This would be a big one. Soxa has another Ava toss in 3, trying to get towards his buddy. No one is there and can't quite get it in time, although no one, he might be able to play cleanup, or is he going to feed also? Soxa down low, no, they get the kill there. And then dissimilate out and away. TP, and obviously Snake King not level 6.
Yeah, too tough of a catch to get here onto the Void Sphere. But hey, they shut down that safe lane that was doing so well for Na'Vi right now. And the gold lead, it hasn't snowballed anywhere crazy out of control, partially because like V2's still able to hang out a little bit here with that Lifestealer. V2, you know, not as happy as his performance on the Lifestealer, but Skater looking like he was last game. Now on top, just barely. He's jostling for that #1 position versus the Viper and the Void Spirit. And now TA back towards those Ancients that were already stacked up.
Goes now on the Snake King. Avalanche on the Lays. Tosses to 9. Has the jump with the roll in. Cookie afterwards, hoping to get some separation. 9. A little bit suspect on a couple of these rolls here. And he's just going to have to get out, although no one's still chasing. Waits, jumps round 2, pulls back onto 9. Really good catch. Dispose and the finish. So Na'Vi able to find some more kills. They're just so mobile.
Snake King checking for wards here. Sorry, Solo checking for wards here too. Is thinking, you know, I still got Cookie. I got level 3 Scatter Blast. He's a lot of burst damage. So if someone like Snake King wants to stick around low HP, he's got to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the story of this game so far has been Razor's inability to catch back up. And of course, the dominance that we saw from Viper. But the other thing that might start trending soon is going to be, what does this Lifestealer do? He's going for the fighting items.
Yeah, we've seen this game before, huh?
Yeah.
3-3 back on the Midas, just like Yawar was on the Razor.
That's true.
That didn't work out too well for Sonics, unfortunately. And oh my. Oh, that stutter step into the fog.
Gave him Yannis. And toss back. Able to connect. Sweet and Strong goes down, but from downtown, the kisses, they're trembling. Snaking, hoping to get out of there. Is he going to burn to death? Oh, doesn't quite look like it. Yeah. He does. He actually goes down.
Corrosive skin, baby.
The skin. It's too tough. 3 points in it.
He's a toxic fellow.
Yeah,
they're on Lays, you know.
No one offered him the high 5 as he goes up the hill, and 9 does have the double astral step to get away.
Yeah, no one looking to build up some pretty chunky damage with that Witchblade already feeling quite a bit stronger, of course, versus a lot of these heroes on Tundra, especially level-wise, right? So picking off some of these supports are still struggling a little bit. That'll be the plan. Down bottom. They eventually kick the Lifestealer out of lane. He wanted to head to higher priorities up at the top, so it's going to give V2 in the tower as they all jostle in the mid.
Okay.
So V2 can kill this tower and then farm up through the triangle. There's stacked Ancients there for him, so nice minute and a half coming up here with V2, and should see him shoot up even further on the chart, whereas Skidder, you know, how do you turn this Lifestealer into the Lifestealer we had last game without the clockwork?
Right. It needs to be off the back of a Pango initiation or a Blink Dagger, ideally done on the Tiny. But that's going to be a little while for Saksa.
So this is why I praise Clock.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
level 6, you know. But hey, all right, yeah, should be free.
9. Oh, is he in trouble now? Has to ulti for that.
Oh, he's like, wait a second.
Viper Strike. He might be dead. 9 dropping down. No, he's going to get away. God, that was a good chunk of damage, though, on the 9.
I'm going to be able to back it on up there and, well, maybe even consider a move back in. Just hit a little bit more in the tank. Unfortunately, no regen left on anyone, so. But he's heading towards the boundary, and he's going to get it. That's good.
Yep, has the regen that he needs. Trying to get towards that Diffusal Blade. Will be done soon. And at 13 minutes, it's much more close than I thought it was going to be, considering how disastrous the lanes went for Tundra at the start. You can see a lot of these camps stacked up, and Na'Vi will eventually be trying to finish off the rest of those. As TA clearing through the Ancients right now. No one continuing to be the person making all of the moves early, but this could be the punish that they're looking for. But after the rebound, they've got Mortimer's Kisses going, trying to bring down Snake King. Has to jump to the low ground.
Toss back.
Maybe a chance. Sweden strong, disposed, turns with the Unleashed, looking for a battle. No one jumps through onto 2, Skitter out, but catches him right on the edge of that one.
Wait, he lived? Oh, he smokes.
Oh, well played. So freaking good. Avalanche looking for a toss back, misses, hits the creep instead. Now 9. 9 gets demolished.
I think we all saw that coming, right?
Oh no. 9, the tips are coming out, and Saksa chase through. Sweden strong. Does he get tossed and killed? He will. But Saksa might end up going down afterwards, or Na'Vi just let him go.
Sometimes you get that play where you kind of feel like you need to make it because you got to take a risk, but it's dangerous versus TA and a Void Spirit. Like, he's got that damage. And this all comes back to the lanes and how, like, sure, the gap isn't that big, but on the heroes that need to make plays, they're pretty bad. You know, like how do you actually get 9 moving? Like, he has Diffusal Blade, but the blink is so far away. And on the other side, you have Na'Vi with a Spirit hero. It's something that we've always been seeing a lot of pucks. We haven't been seeing that much of the Spirits. We've had some great Yopaj games on the Ember, but this Void Spirit hero, you really see why they've just been so good alongside that puck throughout this entire season. Because it just lets you fight when you want to early.
No one finds him. Gets the kill onto 3-3. He is just food right now. Even when you get that full link off, basically, it just doesn't matter.
No.
And I think the thing you talked about there, right? Like, the toss back from the Tiny was almost enough, but then they missed it, right? And if he hits that, maybe at that point you have some shield crash stacks. Maybe at that point you get the kill on target before it comes out. But
wait,
what
there
up?
it is. The blink is there. Tiny's got it. All right, this is it. Saksa has unlocked a possibility. He's going to smoke up, run back to his courier, go for the blink, and let's see what their vision looks like. That's not great.
Although,
that's not who you
target
want.
acquired.
No.
Target acquired.
That's not a smoke kill.
No.
Oh, TA's a smoke kill.
Oh, target acquired.
Oh, yeah, that's a target.
No one?
Oh, no.
Oh! No one. He goes back in. This guy is crazy. Will get comboed. Does he get away afterwards? Astral step to jump out. Dodges away from 9.
Oh!
Able to assimilate. Oh, he did it to him. He did it to him. It's not fair. Oh, 9 dropping down.
Sorry.
That was dirty.
Yeah, that's I'm just choking over here. You know how it is. That was unbelievable.
He was one step ahead of him every round of that fight.
I don't even know what to say. He had so much vision on the side of Tundra as well to do that. Like, that initial play, he dissimulates with he used the Resonant Pulse on the max level there too. That shield.
Oh, no one.
He tanked all their damage. Then they had nothing left. And then they missed him again. Oh, give him the weight.
The high five. Goodbye. Oh. While they're taking Roche too.
This guy's too cool. I mean,
what in the heck?
He walks away while you're dying and just waves.
Look at this. Yeah, and we'll take a look at this one again. TPing in, able to tank the gank.
Oh, jeez. I mean, that instant assimilate, he was so ready for it. And then, look at all these heroes he hits with Resonant Pulse. So he's so tanky, right? They can't magic damage, they can't right-click him. And then, oh, give me that last assimilate.
Little. Whoo! He knew it was coming. God. That was filthy.
No one, he's back, baby. You know, now if he's back, whatever. No one is back, all right? This guy, he looks just like his old self on the puck, on the Void Spirit. 5-0 on 5.
That is a dangerous proposition for a lot of these teams. Abatos onto 2. Sweden strong rebound. Guess what? They're out of there because that hero is broken. Lays finds Snaking. No one kills 3-3. And everywhere Tundra go, they find a Na'Vi brick wall.
Oh, he just had to go back for that one creep, huh?
Wanting to get out, hoping to escape. Do they have anything to catch him in time?
All right.
I mean, they see him underneath the tower. Sweden strong chasing. Meanwhile, they find another. No one solo kills 9. There's nobody on that side of the map.
He has so much damage right now.
Oh, they're going to find him.
This is the thing about Pango. We've seen this constantly that's been being picked too. I feel like we had a game exactly like this that we were casting, where like the Pango was it Tundra? I feel like
it might have been.
They just get off to a bad start on the Pango, and then your HP pool is just so puny because he buys the same 2 items every time, right? He goes Brown Boots into Diffusal and Blink. He has 1,350 HP. Jeez. All right, so if he doesn't hit a shield crash because he's getting solo killed on a meaningful number of units, he just gets blown up. Oh, look at.
No one. He's ready to go ham. Spots 3-3 right at the start. Dissimulate. Ulti out. He's out. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's conditioned helplessness. That's what we're seeing right here. You got to pop an ulti to try and do something, and afterwards, can they actually make the pressure happen on mid? Hoping to get this tower down.
All right, well, now that we've sung the praises of Na'Vi enough, what does Tundra need to do to find themselves back in this game? We talked about the Blink on the Tiny. That's obviously a pretty huge key tool. We also have the Winner's Curse versus a Templar Assassin.
Right.
Versus the Void Spirit, try and lock him in place because he is going straight for that Aghanim. So there's a duality here. If he's not buying a defensive item, but, you know, he's also going to silence this Winter Wyvern. You want to wind up like us in the earlier games where I felt like Wyvern just couldn't have an impact whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think that just cursing him at this point is going to be really, really important. 606 in terms of the deaths. He has been absolutely everything for him.
That's a lot of commands issued.
That is.
9,647 commands issued. And meanwhile, you put that up while he's standing perfectly still.
Hey, look, they're keeping the number the same. Oh, no, never mind. Not anymore.
You bug this guy out or something? What's going on? All right, he's good to move. Just, you know, wait.
I like that. There we go. God, it's only been 19 minutes. That's a lot of clicks.
Oh, you know how we are. All these Dota players, like click, 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 click.
It's true. Wear out mice very rapidly. Blink Dagger done on Pango. They need that full lockdown. And, you know, you think about those, like, little dodges and things that came out from Void Spirit earlier. That is something that can get punished with the Pango Blink Dagger. If you can get that full chain stun, it's going to be good. But, I mean, this is really the problem. 1-2, he's done. And Tundra lose another hero just ripped apart. 4K
Got him
gold.
with that Fey grenade, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So they know where he's at. They know where to not go.
That's right. Stay away. I think that Tundra are doing the right thing here, though. You've got to just push out the side lanes. You can't afford to take this fight head on until you get into these items. 3-3 needs to get into that BKB. He's got it home now.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Couple courier snipes, too. Skitter has Rage TP to get out.
All right, so everyone just keeps Fairy String it forever, right? Because it's really good.
Right.
Got the spell damage, get the mana cost reduction. I think that we should have a cat spell attachment to it. So, like, you know how, like, you put a bell on a cat so
Yeah,
like
okay.
it can't get the birds?
Okay.
I think this item's so broken, and it's always on these, like, spirit heroes and int heroes that we should just put a bell on it, and it makes a noise like the techies' minds whenever they're nearby.
I like this.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
I feel like it's a good way to balance it rather than just adjusting the numbers.
Ding, 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 ding.
As
ding.
I say that, he swaps it out for the Vambrace. So no one, his mind, you know, he's thinking smart. He's like, you know what? I don't want this.
Oh, and this, all right, so smoke up from Tundra. They've got those Blink Daggers, but also it's 3-3 with the Aghanim Scepter. If Tundra get caught here, it could be devastating. They jump at the start. BKB out. V-Tune runs away with the rebound. He's going to be okay for now. 3-3. They turn on him and unleash just a multitude of deeps. No one will get caught for the moment, but 9 not going to be in too much trouble. They find Skinner. The disarm is there, but from downtown, they got a couple caught. Oh, no, he's disarmed still. It's not enough with the Winner's Curse. Skinner will escape. But 2 go down and might be a third if no one can manage to chase him out. No, not going to go for it.
Yeah, no additional allies to help out there. So a good play from Tundra, but unfortunately a better defense from Na'Vi, sitting there smoked up, hiding around, knowing, or at least predicting correct. I don't know if it was the ward that was over there by the Ancient that scheduled all that movements and everything, but they knew exactly what Tundra were up to. Get caught as they bait out their TA to great success.
It is weird to think about Marcy as like a defensive hero just because of rebound.
Just smoked up here.
Oh, he killed 9.
Shocking.
Oh my goodness.
What a new scenario.
Dude, how many times has he gotten him? It's been at least like 2 or 3.
Well, he's died 6 times.
Okay.
So I'm going to go 6.
All right. So good. I know a couple of those were tiny.
Oh, yeah. It looks like V-Tune got him before, too, you know. V-Tune got him twice.
Just rolling through that thing. Unreal.
Yeah. I'm just scrolling here, you know.
Skitter, I mean, he's just hiding off in the trees.
Unfortunately, they've all died so many times I can't scroll very far.
I mean, that is a problem. That's an issue. As you can see right now, no one been an absolute monster. And the rest of Na'Vi grouping together. Dude, they have a ward over here. They spot him. They see him right now on the ward.
That's a nice ward.
He's bouncing back and forth through it. Oh, God. Soxa gets silenced. He can't come to help. He's just rolling around to the side, and that might end up being his undoing. Can they find him? No, he went top.
And they don't even, like, make their wards blue.
Wait.
Change their names.
But they found Snake King. He's dead. Jeez. Yeah, they were ready.
Yeah. These sneaky wards that don't get dewarded. Sure, there's like low value sometimes on a couple of them, but not so shabby this time. Grabbing that kill. That silence just so good versus the Lifestealer, especially when Lifestealer's having a bad start to the game.
Right.
But the Halberd, it's a good game for Halberd, but needs to find himself a Dispel. And like now, what do you do? We've seen some Manta Lifestealers lately, but he's not having a good game. He can't go for a Manta, a little luxury item for Dispel.
No, I mean, it's just that's the thing. They need so much more. I mean, it's what happens when you have a 9K gold lead, but even if they're even at this point, it'd be pretty tough. Avatos, that could be a freebie. Can they bring them down? 4-step, and then the dispose, and then the rebound. Running away solo. Are you really going to get out? And no, he will find him. 3-3, pops the BKB. Meanwhile, 9 bouncing back and forth. Maybe a chance here. Tundra getting scrappy with it. Avalanche on delays, turns with the Viper Strike, rebound afterwards.
Body blocks?
Strong is just all over the place, but they keep the chase going. This is actually working for them, and they in fact buy back on the Snapfire. Tundra.
Yo, chase?
Finding kill after kill, and things working for them.
No one needs a humongous cleanup. The smoke, they're trying to get out. Oh,
no one. He's going in, and from downtown they find the Snapfire. Air support arrives indeed. As 3-3 is going to get dropped by no one. Godlike on the Void Spirit. So they do find a couple kills on Tundra, but even with a couple of them dying, ends up being into their favor.
It just goes all right back to Na'Vi, you know? And all up to no one. Hey, he's a little bit of a pinata right now, at the very least, right? 9-0.
Yeah, if they could find a way to burst him. Soxa. Now, I mean, Lifestealer inside. They have an opportunity here.
Yeah, Snaking's got Blink too. Oh, he just blinked though.
Can they get here? Vision in the area. Ava, toss, and then the jump. The try and turn. The damage out. Cold Embrace keeping him alive for the moment. Sweet and Strong, a clip. He pulls him up there as well. Soxa will get dropped. V2 turns. To simulate dead on 2.
Wow. One of those situations where the Aether was actually better than the Blink.
Yeah.
By being up there, he's able to reach and pull, because the way that Dispose works, it interacts with the Z-axis as well. And so that's why he got stuck on that lift.
Oh,
right?
my goodness.
He didn't go all the way behind. It just pulls them up next to you.
9, trying to bounce back and forth, hoping for an Aegis steal, but Roche was not low enough, and now V-Tune should be able to play cleanup.
Dude, no one's chasing him. He wants another one.
He's looking. He's hunting. Yeah, it's just to simulate. But Aegis Shard for TA. And 12K gold lead. Na'Vi looking solid.
Another silence, really?
Why not?
I mean, they have no way to deal with them, right? We have BKB on Razor, and that's it.
It's going for AC on Lifestealer. I mean, if they get the silence, Skitter's just dead. There's no way out. And everywhere that Na'Vi wanted, like solo zoning him out from the bounty rune there, has no teammates nearby at all. Just no fear.
It's just the threat of the high mobility from no one.
Yeah.
Just be there in an instant.
Also him staying off the map. I mean, we did see already the power of the halberd, and it looks like they're going for another one. As Razor getting close to his being completed. Top of Lifestealers. That is going to be a good answer for the TA, but, I mean, really, Void Spirit is a serious problem regardless.
Well, we did have a game like this, I recall, from Tundra, because we talked about how Tundra are pretty good at this, right?
Yeah.
They're well known for going across, and look at that ward, though, again, exactly, and probably partially why they have this ward in the first place. They know they're well ahead, and they know how Tundra loves to play these tree lines, but they are catching them in the trees.
Over and over.
Oh, hi.
3-3.
He knew.
He's going to chase him. Needs a couple more punches. Oh, V-Tune godlike, beyond godlike for no one. 9. Has the life stealer inside of him.
I thought maybe.
There was a chance.
There was a chance?
There was an attempt.
And then you're like, oh, that's a Midas. That's not a plate mail.
God. The game from difficult to even worse. As Na'Vi have turned around their fortunes after a little bit of a frustrating day number 1 and looking significantly better here in this one. Meanwhile, they jump in. They find one. A good dispose. And already,
where'd they go?
It's just, there's nothing there. Silence onto 2. Winner's Curse, an opportunity. Is he going to go down? This is going to be a ton of gold if they can make it work, and they get him.
That's a gem.
1,500 gold. That's not bad.
Who got it?
That is exactly what they needed.
No, they got it on staking.
Oh, no.
Dude, that's so rough. Eke by a glimmer, I guess. I mean, they stole their gem.
This is why you don't leave games. Persevere. Stay through it.
Yeah, you keep trying to convert them. They won't shout at Inlet this time. Oh, Lyrical told me if I could win.
Listen, if we can change one person's mind in a pub, it's worth it.
That's true. It's a fair point.
Be the change you want to see in the world. That's what they said.
I saw you abandon the game when you got slacks on your team accidentally.
So listen, I don't want to talk about that, okay? This is not the point.
Wish I got that Overwatch case. Griefing.
All right. Jason looking high ground. Tundra. They smell blood in the water. Double halberd done. Void Spirit still gone, but you can see Na'Vi playing it just so safe. Even with the Aegis, they're back in their base.
Yeah, it's a lot of respect. I mean, they know how much they rely on no one in these fights, and they know the power of the silence and how they don't have the itemization versus it. But now Tundra, of course, they've itemized pretty well versus as Templar Assassin. So if you miss out, and then suddenly she's halberded, and that's 20,000 gold down the drain for a little bit, where she just can't help because that's the nature of her hero at the moment. Could be a problem.
Back towards mid again they go. Completely alone on the bottom side of the map right now is this TA. Although they are starting to rotate over with some help from the Snapfire. 9.
Calculating.
Can he do it again? Snake King is nearby, ready for the... Oh, no. Oh, no.
Calculation complete.
Oh, man.
There's nothing for you.
All right, so in case you guys are wondering, he can do 2,287 damage just by himself like that.
That is insane. Avatos, though, a chance. They blow up Sweden strong. Disarm now onto TA.
Buyback.
They buy back on Marcy. V-Tune still wanting to play a bit aggro. 40 seconds
They're out
on
of their
this Aegis.
base. He wants to try and punish, but there's not enough allies to just instantly chase.
And if they can delay this, again, the Aegis expiring soon.
I think they want to push and force the buyback on 9.
Okay.
I assume that's why he'd buy back, unless he really thought there was a chance they kill V2, which is also fair. He's just like, yeah, my buyback's not that expensive. I'm not that close to Blink necessarily.
I mean, I will say this is one area where Na'Vi have sometimes struggled. This team in particular, they push the envelope a little bit before everything is all hunky-dory and fine and dandy, and then suddenly they get punished. They're not feeling so good. Do they get ahead of themselves in this one? As the Aegis is going to expire. I mean, it's not outside of the realm of possibility to turn this around for Tundra. You've got a winner's curse. The Pango roll is going to be pretty devastating. But they also have an MKB on TA.
They do. She is hitting very hard right now.
Basher completed for Pango. So off of one swashbuckle. Oh, no. Not again. All right, he's okay.
Living.
Jeez. By the skin of his teeth.
I'm just going to control up that Radiant Ancient right now.
Yep.
Grab themselves, the last of the tier 3 neutrals. Quickly charm to pass around to the team.
Playing it a little bit safe. 2 minutes till Roche is capable of respawning. And on the side of Tundra, it's all about farming up and getting those neutrals themselves. Only have 3 out of 5 of them. But Na'Vi?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta buy her 9 here, you know. Having an absolutely abysmal game. 5-8-4. Having a real rough go. Void Spirit keeps blowing up. Does he build defensive? No. He's gonna go for an Orchid next. I'm gonna fight fire with fire here, because guess what? This guy doesn't have any dispels either.
Ooh.
So if I can Orchid this Void Spirit, maybe we get him.
4 staff, not enough. 9 rolls in. Winner's Curse on top of it. That's not the way that's supposed to go. And they're starting to blow him up a little bit. No one. Drop down somewhat lows. Lays pops the BKB, and they got the runaway. You can see the armor is starting to stack up for Tundra. Vtune is no longer hitting like an absolute truck into them. At least if they don't get the melt hits.
Glyph, no dire creeps available. That wave mid though, it's gonna be close. Doesn't take much in that mid lane to break it.
Oh my god. Buyback from Tiny.
There was a hero there.
Not for long. Yeah, that one ended up being a little bit strange. No one. Silence, Soxa, Ava, toss, up in the air, looking for more. Gets the bash, almost enough to toss back Dispose. Whoops. It was a little bit strange. No one hoping to get out of there. Skidder keeping eyes on Lays, out of mana. And just like that, Tundra finding an opportunity. They do lose the Tiny.
The lead is not real if you can't go high ground.
Yeah, I mean, it is a dieback on Tiny, so that's a pretty big problem, but it opens things up for him a little bit here.
Yeah, back, it's fine. We got Roche in 30 seconds and America's favorite game show here in Arlington, Lyrical.
Yes.
I'd like to hear your respawn time.
I think it's going to be 2.5 minutes.
2.5?
2.5.
Like on the nose.
Yeah.
2:30. You want to add like a 1 or 2 on that?
No.
2:33, 2:32.
No. Listen, I read the patch notes.
All right, you ready? You ready for this one? This is it. This is my time right now. Clip it and ship it.
Listen, you got 10 seconds.
16 seconds.
Oh.
That's what it's going to be. You ready?
All right, I'm ready.
16 seconds.
Countdown. Countdown. Who's closer?
Not even close. No, you were very close. You should have added a number. I told you. That's what you get.
I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, 2:30.
Look, see, it's at 2:30 right now. Yeah, exactly. Smoke up. Na'Vi. They're looking to 2:30 their way to the victory here.
Oh, that's my dentist appointment time. It's 2:30.
Unbelievable. 3-3?
Did you get it?
No.
2:30.
Oh my god.
How did you miss that?
Oh no. What have I done?
Sorry, I've been hanging out with Lacoste. It's not my fault, guys. All right, you have breakfast with Lacoste. He's
2:30.
a little tired.
It's so good. I love that. Snake King.
The joke's even better when you have to explain it.
Is he gonna look for it? Love it. Solo. Look at that. As soon as they see each other, everybody just blinks away. Just run. Get out. They do get the D ward.
They're looking a little skittish on Na'Vi, huh?
Yeah.
Where'd all this waving go there, no one?
I know, it's true.
He's running away all of a sudden.
He dies one time.
He's like, I didn't buy it. He did, guys.
He does have a disassemblate stun. That's pretty nifty.
Yeah,
I like that one a lot.
What's the next highest level here? On
24 TA.
Yeah, but on Tundra, it's 21.
Yeah.
On 3-3 of all people, and that's because he bought a Midas.
Scan. Connect. Sox is there along with 3-3. I mean, this is one of those moments. You find the right pickoff. You get a good winner's curse. Game is looking not absolutely horrible. 20% is bigger than I thought it would be on that win probability.
And Solo, he's on the Roche, the scan lasting, and the scan dissipates being red. So there is some threat for Tundra to think like maybe
Skidder jumps in. Watch out. Where's the winner's curse? It comes too late. On top of the Pango roll, it's not good enough. That is not good enough at all. They lose their life stealer. No one's stuck in the trees, but he's got Dissimulate to get out. And they can't quite connect. Na'Vi recognize their moment and hit it perfectly. Oh my god. Snake King. He did the long TP, I think.
No, it's also just like no defensive item, just means his reach is insane.
And they find another. 9 also going to drop. It was looking good just a second ago, and suddenly Na'Vi blow it wide open.
Soxa just going to run mid and catch away. Oh, he got the tower. Let's go.
That was needed. Ava toss away. Soxa.
I'll take that as a voice line. Thank you. That'll be great.
Tier 3 tower goes down. 16k gold lead, and VTune has had enough. Does not care about Roche, only cares building.
I'm surprised he cares Rax at this point, you know?
That's true.
God, he is slicing it. Oh, let me help you out there, says Solo.
As Na'Vi looking to close this one out in style. Off the back of Couriers killed and Dreams broken. Tundra, can they salvage this? The link immediately broken. BKB out afterwards, but they're just getting tossed all around. VTune turns onto one. Ghost Scepter is out and away. They do have the Mortimer's Kisses. 4 heroes gone. They buy back on the Razor as Skitter has to just back himself out. But Na'Vi not deterred. They're going to play it safe still and hold on back and probably finish off the Roche here.
Well, a little bit low on the old mana pools.
Yeah.
Don't want to face the full force of the Razor there, and as he said, might as well head back to the Roche. We saw how fast they take down the Rax, and it is the Aghanim Scepter here on this Roche,
man.
so we can get all kinds of fun stuff happening.
Jeez, look at the hero damage dealt in this one.
All right, I wager they will put it on Solo. What do you think?
That'd be pretty cool.
I think it's Solo.
I feel like it's probably better on VTune.
Nah, it's better on Solo.
Okay,
These fights?
I'm down.
Come on.
Not Marcy.
Oh, they're going to put on VTune.
Yeah.
Come on,
Carrie's always taking
live a little.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, the carry always takes it. There's no way he doesn't.
I earned it. It's mine.
I carried you.
Where does he need a TP to?
Well.
Oh, okay.
Not that far.
Oh, geez, that is a risky play from 3-3.
Oh, my goodness. Jumps into all of them. 3-3. The roll back and forth, controlling. Connecting, trying to kill him off. No one, nowhere left to go. Down low, and Silence dead. They actually killed him. 9, doing so much damage.
All right, this was sick.
Wait, what?
All right, so this was all. Well, we'll wait until it's over.
Is it gonna matter? Lace, toss now, continuing to punch. Where's the halberds? The cheese eaten afterwards. That keeps him alive. 3-3 giving the applause. 9 in some trouble, but the Mortimer's Kisses come in, and the Pango will die.
Okay, so they don't win the game off this, obviously, from Tundra, but this is really genius when you look at it as a play. Because the whole idea is it's hard for them to get a good fight inside their own base. So where can we create a situation where a fight will occur where we're going to have the better vision? And we know that, right? Because they can protect that cliff ward, and they know fighting that whole tree is the only ones who can see anything. Which is a huge advantage, even if you are down this much gold. Unfortunately, they're down a lot of gold.
And they're ready to go in for some more. Soxa going to get brought down pretty low, but not low enough for a full finish. And gone for a little bit is going to be this Razor. Still a minute left with him off of the map. But again, Na'Vi, they don't want to throw away this potential victory without having no one there. They're going to play this one extra safe.
I mean, what did you say earlier, right? It is something that they have struggled with a little bit in the past.
Yeah.
They've been known to, I mean, they dropped some games to some of the teams that would have been considered a little bit below them, I would say, in the standings, in their region, for this exact reason, right?
Yeah.
They dropped games to some of the teams on the lowest on the table. They also beat the best teams, and that's what ends up happening, right, with Na'Vi.
Solo, I mean, these types of pickoffs, if you can get it, Soxa not going to go for it. Too afraid.
You know, if he had an eggs, though.
That's true. Ava. Toss up, pulls him back in. Do they get the winner's curse in time? They do. Look at the damage. Lays down. Soxa tries to TP. He actually gets away. What? Skinner, Halberd. Can they escape? 9. Rolling. They don't want to test fate.
All right, no one's coming, though.
Gotta be careful. Yo. I mean, they're literally outplaying them. Tundra down 26,000 gold. And there's these moments, these inklings, these possibilities of a turnaround.
Don't tease me, Tundra.
Can it happen? Dare we see it occur? No one jumps in, finds, disposes. God.
That's a big chuck. He's a chucker.
He pulls him pretty far out there. 1 minute and 10. Yeah, with the Aether Lens and the Keen Optics still. Oh, 3-3. BKB, link up. Halberd. They got him once, I think. Tossing in, trying to chase, hoping for the kill. Skitter staying on target. Dead one time. Where's the second round? Snaking is going to drop now. And in the meantime, 3-3, no more BKB left. Trying to TP out of there. Couple more punches and he's done. And with no buyback, Skitter, can he do it all on his own? The disarm is out, but they got control now. Sweet and Strong unleash, punches. Snake King still off to the side there. Does have backup. I mean, they're playing 3v3 still.
All right, wait to see Psionic projection though on that trap.
Ooh.
Yeah, can I get some jumps? No, they're too close.
They have Winter's Curse back up.
Bounty.
No vision. Tundra, do you have it though? No one. Thinking about it. Oh,
do not cliff yourself.
Oh, no one. Yeah, dissimulates. He's playing that safe. That's the play. Skitter jumps inside, ready to jump. No one chasing. Force staff away. Winter's Curse still ready. And everybody's back together now. So yeah, Tundra has to get back in the base. They got to run.
There's the projection. V2 going to try and catch. Plants another one right back down.
But they bought time. I mean, the gold lead continues to surmount.
Oh, I like this. All right, they just need to actually get grouped, too, right? They have this, the Wraith backed as well. There's no reason. See, they're not grouped again.
Winter's Curse? No one dropping. Is he going to die? Oh, barely gets the dissimulate out of there. No one is so low. They can't quite finish him. Skitter slowed. Sweet and Strong pulls. Trying to avalanche, trying to buy some time. The cold embrace, everything used. Skitter in trouble and going to fall. 9 back alive, but with Snake King dead and no life stealer for 90. Do they have enough left in the tank? I don't think so. Rolling back and forth, hoping to stop the pain, but with the BKB out and now the chase down, 9 is going to drop. Couple more shots from the TA. He's done. Double kill for V2. 3-3. The last core left alive, but GG is called. Na'Vi end it with a 2-0.
Emphatically here. Takes a while in game number 2, sure, but a lot of that just being extra safe to ensure because every single game matters so much in this group stage. And Na'Vi so happy, all those Na'Vi fans out there as well, to see them 2-0 here versus Tundra. One of the top teams on most people's lists coming this event, right? They've been very strong all year. And we know a lot of the strategies like, oh, they're so hard to draft against. Like, how do we handle these guys? And Na'Vi just say, like, well, how about no one just pops off? Huh? Like some of that?
Yeah.
2 games in a row?
I mean, again, a team that hadn't been able to make it to the majors in Na'Vi and now getting an opportunity here. They're putting on really good performances. I am kind of worried about how solid they're looking. And for Tundra, I mean, this is really scary. You're now down towards the bottom of that group. We'll see what ends up happening. I mean, in terms of like, was it just an outdraft, or did you feel like there was the outplay components too?
Definitely not just an outdraft. I mean, sure, there were some difficult situations. I like the way they flipped around at the end. The lane matchups, like more so than the outdraft, the way that they set up those lanes, right?
Yeah.
It's huge. Playing V2 down on the bottom with the Templar Assassin, and the way they perfectly balance this idea of having no one move around the map on the Void Spirit in combination with the Viper getting that early gold and using it to fight, not buying Midas, but buying Dragonlance and fighting and giving space for V2 to hit the Ancients and then become a hero as well. And, I mean, you can expect a lot out of your mid lane or any game, but, I mean, no one just... That was a crazy show. Game 1, we can give more props like V2 and Sweet and Strong. I feel like they really did well, but game 2, I got to give it to no one.
No one doing it on the big stage. For now, we're going to head on back to the panel as we close out day number 2, Arlington Major.
Na'Vi, absolutely phenomenal showing right there. I mean, we don't have any shellacking experts on the panel right now, but I feel pretty confident saying that was a pretty good stomp, even if it did look shaky in the end. Now, my lovely panel over here with their